All started. Get everybody on the line, so to speak, and let's see if this works. Okay. This is going to be your typical odd start. In other words, awkward as always.
Why that?
Before you send in anything, just remember we are live. I myself am still catching my breath, barely getting together for this. So I will. What's that, honey?
No, that's fine. I got you. I don't know why I was trying to answer it on my computer because I have the computer up, but for some reason it would only ring on the phone.
No worries. So let's do a screen share. Then you can see a little bit of production, and that way you just get used to it just in case you ever do anything with it. So this, of course, uses what's called the OBS, or Online Broadcasting Software. So OBS is everything you see on the screen right now, if you can see this on the screen. So that means the symbol here is not my family crest or anything, though it is the Shinto symbol that they've decided, for whatever reason, to use for OBS years ago when they established the online broadcasting software. So, there you go with that. And that being said, lovely dogs in the background. They're fighting now.
I had visitors coming in the door. I apologize.
Oh, that's okay. That's cute. They're protecting you.
Yeah, they do. They every time the door, doesn't matter. It can just be my child, which normally it is, but they still have to bark at him every time.
Understood. I pray this is just your child this time as well, or
it was my son. I don't even know why he's here because he just left. So apparently, in and out.
That's fine.
Anyway.
Oh, that's what kids do, honey. That's what kids do.
Oh, I know. I missed that age. Bills.
I thought you were
gonna whenever I want.
I thought you were gonna tell me I regret having children. That's something I would say.
Ever publicly.
Understood. That's something I would say.
I love my kids.
Yes. Okay. That being said, so then I drag up past conversations and stuff like that, and then I drag up the text on either side. So this just brackets in the screen with these two things, and then gives me a comfortable feeling. And then that way we go to the little head that, of course, I'm always playing with one head or another, right? Then we add the participants. Here we are. And then for participants, Brain Dancer said she would join us tonight, so if she does, that's great. Peter Moon will be till the next hour, and other than that, we might give a try to the normal round of people who might help us out here. We're going to try Sammy Romero. I almost said George Romero, the director of Night of the Living Dead, but that's George Knight, conflated with Sammy Romero. That's just so you can jump on later unless I decide to disestablish the call. Like we did the other transmission with Peter Moon, depending on whether or not we hear background noise or something.
We'll need to, if we're going to be on my phone, we're going to need to, I'm not going to stay on for 3 hours with Peter on my phone. It's just like, I'm not going to keep my phone where I can't speak to people and also speak to anyone on here. So I need to be able to talk to someone. So, that's what I'm saying. So if we need to set it up that way, I just need you to call back and we can do it on my computer. But if not, it's fine. We'll just hang up. Yeah. I don't know why I have it up. It just did not, it was ringing on the phone. Last week it rang on both, but for some reason the setting tonight, it just rang on the phone only. So I was playing with that.
Understood, but I'll just call all the usual round of suspects anyway, and that way we just reestablish people when we come back. So we're going to press the add button. Our dear Deanna Fraser offered to produce tonight, so that means that what we might do is just kind of reestablish the phone by switching over to her call. That's if she's able to stay mute. Which
I think I'm actually able to join from my computer now. It's letting me join.
I don't think you want to do. Oh, I see what you're saying. Saying. But remember, stay off the camera. That's all. And there's Brandon Young with us. Hey, Brandon.
Hello.
So glad to see you, and or should I say, hear you, and join us by all means. Now I called Deanna Fraser, but she doesn't seem to be answering. She did offer to produce, so we'll see if she joins us later. Other than that, we're certainly happy to have you. And Brooke Gibson is going into some weird black screen. I'm not quite sure what's going on with that.
Well, I'm trying to figure out. Okay, I'm doubled up. If I hang this phone up, is it going to just call?
If it does, then I'll just call you and Brandon back. Let's see who responds first, and then yeah, hang it up. So let's see what happens. If it happens, then I'll just call everyone back. Yeah, no worries.
I'm here.
Okay.
Hello.
Yeah. Did it work? Hi. I guess what we could do is call her back. And call you back. So Brandon, other than that, you're doing okay. Okay.
Yeah, fine.
Great. That's so wonderful. Where are you right now? Home? You sound very rested, very comfortable.
Yeah, no, I'm in Montana, deep in Montana.
You're kidding! Oh my God, what are you doing there?
Kelsey is hunting deer.
Oh, that's so cool! Oh my God! So.
And elk.
Oh my God! So what does she keep you around for? To skin them? I mean, to eat them afterwards? Turn them into venison? I mean, holy hell, yeah. That's impressive.
No, exactly right. No, I mean, I'm a good cook.
Cool.
So, it will last us the whole winter.
Oh my God, I'm sure. Oh my God. Well, I'm impressed, and wow. So that's lovely. You are so lucky to have a hunting partner.
Yeah, and I'm lucky also. The draconids are in high bloom right now, so the clear sky is really good for that. In Montana, about 8 miles away from the clearest gas station. I don't even know how I'm getting reception right now, but
that's amazing. Is this on your laptop or your cell phone?
No, it's just my cell phone. Yeah.
Oh, the sound quality is excellent. Oh my God, that's so impressive. I'm really glad. And I think I heard some noise over there from Brooke.
Yeah, I figured it out. So I guess at the end of the last call, I had muted this headset all the way down. So even though it was working, I couldn't hear you guys. So I thought it wasn't. That was the problem here.
Wonderful, anyway, but for some reason we're still getting this weird black screen with you, which is fine. Probably.
I'm assuming it's because I answered on my phone. Is the only thing I can figure. It's not showing my.
But so long as you're hearing us clearly and you sound clear, that's fine. So I guess there's no need to reestablish the call. So I will let you both know. By the way, I forgot what your stance was on this. You don't mind hunters, do you? I mean, do you have any problem with hunters? People who hunt deer, stuff like that?
I mean, I'm a vegetarian, so obviously, but I respect hunters more than people that go every day and eat meat and don't hunt their own food. I mean, if a hunter's going to hunt his own food, I would respect that more than someone who doesn't. I have problems with hunters who pay to hunt big game.
Trophy hunters. That's trophy hunters, right?
Trophy hunters, things like that, exactly, that go into these places where the animal, or, even out west, they do it. The animals have no chance. They're fenced in. So definitely would not want to get me in a conversation about that. But other than that, that's probably about it.
Wonderful. Because Brandon Young is with his girlfriend, and his girlfriend's hunting a deer right now.
Wonderful.
Well, honey, they're gonna eat it. They're gonna eat it. So I mean, and deer, they do reproduce like mad. So it's not. It's okay. You may not want to talk about that either. But that being said, so Brandon, join us and do me a favor, the both of you. So what I'm going to let you both know is that I've got the screen share on. I think that we pretty much accomplished what we needed to do with the screen share for the moment. What I'll do is just kind of get back to what I was doing, which is kind of preparing my studio, so to speak. I mean, I literally transmit off of the bed. I got to finish my throne of pillows here. And while I'm finishing my throne of pillows and kind of establishing myself. Oh, your picture's back. Wonderful. Brooke's picture is back.
I don't know what that was.
Okay.
I don't know what the hell was going on there.
Oh, okay. So that's fine. And so this is just so you see it. Now you both look normal. Now this is the way Skype should look. Skype normally looks like this.
Yeah, I had a video off, but it said turn black video. Like there must be an extra setting for black video or something.
Okay, cool. So that you can show people basically
Just
a black screen.
Yeah, I guess. Apparently.
They need that. They need that option these days so that people can display their depression.
Right.
That came up with COVID. That was developed during the time of COVID so everybody could show their mood.
Well, if his girlfriend catches that deer, I'm gonna put my black screen up.
Honey, they're not all Bambi. It's they'll
Look, I have a great deer story I can tell you. A wonderful deer story. It amazes a lot of people, most people, especially the veterinarian that I rode up to with the deer in my car. Mm-hmm. So, yeah, if you want a deer story, I'll give it to you. It's better than a fucking hunting one.
Okay. Wait till I return, so to speak. But the two of you, by all means, talk about anything. I mean, our man Brandon, along with his girlfriend, they're teachers. So I think that's a wonderful subject.
It is a wonderful subject. We can go there.
Yes, so they're professional educators. I'm going to go mute. I'm going to finish my throne of pillows here, setting that up. And, when I'm done, kind of rejoin you. I'll be checking in every once in a while, but I'm just so blessed to have both of you here in this opening hour. And because we still have screen share on, just to show you, let's see who else potentially could jump on the call at any time. Theoretically.
Did you call Sammy?
Sammy? Yeah, I did. And so... we might try...
The rhinoceros got him.
Yeah, the rhinoceros, yes. We might try Brain Dancer again, but, okay. Just, let's try her again, just in case. Okay. So, oh, fuck. It says, it's not you, it's us. You cannot add this participant to the conversation. Okay. Maybe she blocked me. That's, so, okay. That being ascertained to a degree, we will go back to call, and so it's just the two of you. You're both holding the fort, and I will check in every few moments, but by all means, get started.
Did you say you're going to your throw pillows or throwing up pillows?
Yeah, well, what?
I'm sorry, that's the 19-year-old dog. He gets very angry when I don't hold him, so I have to pick him up. But you said throw pillows? Is that what you said?
No. I slur my words, like you said. Throne of pillows. I build this airsats, this substitute throne of pillows.
Throne. Okay, got you.
Because otherwise my butt sinks into the mattress, and it's bad for my back. So in order to save my back, I basically set up a fortress of pillows that are fairly stiff pillows, so that my back has a lot of cushioning. That without.
I can relate.
Yeah, we are.
I can relate to that. Yeah.
Thank you. So that being said, let me get to that while you two talk about teaching and everything that's going on with school starting and all this exciting stuff. So with that, I'm going to check into the chat room first. Let's check into chat room. Open up the.
God, I've got to pick him up. Sorry.
Okay.
Come here, Ford.
Oh, it says YouTube's not receiving enough video to maintain smooth streaming. Here, there we are. So it says the viewers might experience buffering. So everybody, do me a favor, everybody, and let me know if we have any sound coming through, if anybody can hear us, because a conversation will start between these two wonderful individuals about education, which is important to us all. And so that being said, we need feedback. And, of course, upvotes. So everybody throw in those upvotes because the enemy throws in as many downvotes as they can. We already have 5 upvotes. Interesting. Wonderful.
What would cause that? What would cause them to say that? That we didn't? Is it bandwidth or?
Okay. Let's take a look at what live streaming says. It says YouTube is not receiving enough video to maintain smooth streaming. As such, viewers will experience buffering. And then... what can I say? I don't know. So we just need to know if anybody can hear us. But, if both of you are able to hear us on the Skype call, I'm presuming that people can hear us. We just need some reassurance in that regard. So everybody start letting us know we can hear you. Yeah, our man Brandon is checking that out right now, as a matter of fact. He's testing to see if he can hear us.
Yeah, that's what I want.
Yeah, and there's Sammy.
Hey, Doug.
Yes, can you hear us?
Hey, Sammy. Oh, my gosh, how are you?
Hey, how you doing? Good.
Wonderful.
Yeah, you guys are audible. I can hear you.
Oh, wonderful. Thank you so much. So now that you've joined us, you know the situation. It's the usual. I'm barely getting started. I got to establish my throne of pillows to sit my butt on. Because I'll be on it for the next 12 hours. So, at any rate, if the three of you would talk about anything and everything, that'll help me immensely. But before I go, oh, Vicky Johnson says, I hear you guys. Oh, thank you, honey. Mwah! Love you dearly. I'm just ecstatic. Thank you, honey. Oh, so glad to hear that. And so that being ascertained, how about before I go, Sammy, into back to my pillows and setting up some stuff around me, my AirSat studio. How are you doing? What would you like to share with us before I?
I'm doing okay. Just trying to navigate life. Nothing really. I'm just glad that nothing crazy has happened. At least as far as this week. So, for that I'm thankful. But other than that, I mean, it's pretty standard usual. So yeah.
Okay.
Just me, just me and Scorpio, baby. That's about
it. Well, hold your breath, Sammy, because tonight is a full moon in Aries.
Uh-oh.
So yeah, and I'm an Aries moon, as a matter of fact, so I may be a little extra crazy tonight. But it's an Aries full moon we have tonight for people that aren't aware, and then we have two huge, eclipse. The end of our eclipse season coming up. Our solar eclipse coming, I believe, October 25th, and then our lunar eclipse on October 8th. So those would be the 2 weeks where I would be more worried about the world in general.
Cool. Okay.
Thanks.
3rd on a Sunday, and then November 8th.
Yeah, it's November 8th is the lunar eclipse. Yeah, and the solar eclipse is October 25th.
Wonderful. So you're both so knowledgeable about this. So what I'm going to do is when I do bring Peter Moon on at the top of the hour, I actually don't want to hang up at that moment. I want to kind of speak to everyone who's still present at that time, just for a kind of conversation between all of us, including Peter Moon. And what I'll bring up will be for the listeners to hear. This will help educate them. I'll bring up a little thing that happened between Brooke and I just in the Facebook exchange, where during the weekend, as soon as I checked out, shortly thereafter, apparently, that somebody opened up the message and hearted what she had said. So I do want to put that in context so people understand what a public informant like I goes through, in the fact that all of my communications are read by third parties that would drive anyone else mad. No normal person would really survive this with their sanity intact simply because it is so invasive. Imagine if every communication you ever exchange with anyone is read and you just knew this. And every once in a while they actually put themselves or interject themselves into the conversation. And they do this to irritate, terrorize, annoy. I'll go a bit into that next time. But so far, nothing has happened to Brooke and hopefully never will happen to V. But other than the fact that V deserved it and it never bothered me to do that. A great example of this, just in brief, is that at one point it was like 2 or 3 a.m. in the morning because I'm normally up throughout the night. And I asked her, it just confirmed with her, just say, look forward to seeing you tomorrow at 10 a.m. in the morning. And she responded, no, which came from her side. It was not her that responded. And when I showed that to her the next day, of course, obviously I'm not going to go and see her if she's not going to be there. So I had to respond to that and let her know, if you don't add any details to this, I am going to call you, which, I did follow up with a call and woke her up at about 2:33 a.m. in the morning. And so all I got from her at that moment was a fuck you, of course. And then, after that, this kind of response about what are you doing, that sort of thing. And so I explained to her, but it didn't really make sense to her until the next morning when I showed her, and she said, no, I did not enter that. So this does happen once in a while. Fortunately it's not that common, but it's common enough. And so it's just something to be aware of, that when people hold communications with myself, they often think I'm opening their messages on Facebook because the indicator will say that the message has been opened. And that's not the case most of the time. When I tell people I'm checking out, I really do check out. And it's also the security reason behind why I don't often communicate with people when I'm at the estates with my son for that very security reason. It's because Brooke did ask about that. She did ask about why don't you call me from these party environments so she could.
Yes, I'm still going to ask you about it tonight. Either that, or I'm just going to believe you're laying in bed eating peas and carrots. And this is a whole lie.
Which, by the way, there's nothing wrong with. Which I would be. I'm capable of sleeping for days at a time, and I think more of us should do that. I mean, my dad loved this concept that he called human hibernation, which he felt like it was just great to try and sleep throughout the winter like a bear if he could. But honestly, people need much more sleep than they get. But that being said, I do understand it is a security issue. I really one of the things that I am convinced, of course, that the authorities, quote unquote, the NSA in particular, which is what Michael Aquino transferred to, and just for our listeners, and we might as well go into this now briefly rather than wait till Peter's here. Just for our listeners to understand, when I effectively destroyed Michael Aquino's career in the Army, he laterally transferred to the NSA, where he had a stellar career, and he ultimately became deputy director of the NSA. Now, bear in mind, it's like being a deputy CEO for a company. They have many deputy CEOs. It wasn't like he was necessarily the deputy director of the NSA, but he was certainly one among the higher up personnel. So he obviously had a very stellar career and was very influential there. And they are the people who control communications in the United States and monitor communications in the rest of the world. So these people run our communications. That means everything that I put on the internet anywhere, they see, they read it. It's through the NSA. So even though Michael Aquino is dead, his cultists and his affiliates within the NSA are very much active, and they very much are following whatever he did in life, which is still monitoring myself, interfering with my communications. It goes deeper than this, of course, and other examples can be provided, but such being said, the general situation should be understood that when it comes to my son's husband, who is a man of some importance, and therefore I have to protect his identity. I have worked for him in the past in terms of security, and my primary security responsibility to him right now is to protect his identity. Basically, I'm certain the NSA knows who he is, but the point is they are probably trying to expose him to the public in any way that they can, because that would not be good for him. So the end result would be that they would pull things like prying into my communications. So when Brooke said what she said was, hey, call me from the party, so to speak, then it makes sense that someone would basically open the message and enter a heart as if I had seen that and responded to it with a positive, which then provokes more like, responses in turn, right? So that, in the hopes that something is triggered where I slip up. So just understand that a lot of this is security based on my end, and their end is to basically destroy that security. And so that being said,
right.
Hopefully that adds some context, and I'm going to let the three of you talk, and we have a number of people listening now, and like I said, this would mean about 140 are listening approximately right now, and then that'll grow as the evening progresses. But multiply whatever number is shown here by 10, and you've got a more realistic picture. So that being said, you've got a good audience, and I'll leave the three of you to it. I'll go mute, check in every once in a while, and be fully participating just before the top of the hour, hopefully well before the top of the hour, but the sooner I get started,
yes,
the sooner
if it takes you 45 minminutes to put together pillows.
It's more than just the pillows, honey, but I understand.
I'm giving you a hard time.
I know. You should have heard, oh God, you all should have heard what she said the other day when I was talking about Stephen Outram, and then she said, oh yeah, he really hates you because you perform so poorly, he thought to destroy you. And then, what can I say? Not that I'm complaining. It is what it is. I mean, it's all humorous. She's saying that in humor. Your average idiot Joe, just to remind you, would respond to that. Oh, I perform great. That would be the pathology of your average Joe, is because here you are accusing them of gay sex, and then they would still insist they perform great, even with that, even though they would deny that they're gay. So it's like, it just goes on from there. But I
had a song. I was sharing your link tonight, and you didn't get it. I don't think you saw it because I put it I shared it public, and I immediately like took it down because I just shared it just to you, but then somebody had seen it, one person who is one of those random people that I have no idea who the fuck they are that I accepted those friend requests from. So I immediately took it fuck down and archived it. But it was just sharing your post. But what it was, I put a song to it, and I'll have to play it for you later. It was just a piece of a song, but it's got like it's got your name. Well, it says D in it, like D, which is kind of cool. Anyway, you'll have to hear it another time.
Yeah, that is cool.
But there was like some sexual in connotations.
Oh, of course.
Yes, obviously. And I was like, no, this is going to get taken completely wrong. I need to take this written down. So I tried to make it just for you, but apparently someone had already seen it, so I just took it down completely.
Oh, okay. Well, you don't need to do that. I mean, you can put it back up later. I don't care. And of course, you're also going to get the phenomena where you're going to find yourself friended by people whose friend requests you didn't even accept. That'll probably start happening soon. And that happens to me like on a daily basis. Every other day there's some weird Pakistani guy who's my new friend who I never, God knows.
Yes, I have people commenting on my comments that I know I have not friended. So I guess they can I'm assuming they can just comment anyway. But yeah, I mean, like I told you before, there's hundreds there right now that I just don't accept.
Oh yeah. I mean, this is what happens when you get involved with Douglas Dietrich, and then in any way,
and
no
it's
matter
not anybody that on there that was this listing like that is a friend of yours or that would friend me and like they're a mutual friend, I would accept that. You see what I'm saying? Yeah. But when it doesn't even show mutual friends, they send a request that you have no connotation, no note with it. Like why would I accept this person?
There you go. I mean, that's especially as a lady. I mean, really, it's it's all that. Well, welcome to Dietrich world. Okay, so that being said, let's leave these three wonderful people to hold their roundtable discussion. I'll be back soon enough, and going mute for now. And shout out to David Fitzsimons, who says, "I don't care what phase of the moon." 4:54 p.m. It's Sunday with DDD and Peter. Yes, so thank you, David Fitzsimons. Wonderful individual. And all of these people have contributed in the past, and they're wonderful people, and they can hear us, so everything is good. So
well, he may not care about what phase of the moon it is, but I can assure you that even just people that aren't into astrology, that are nurses and doctors that work in the ER, they will certainly verify that there is something to the moon, full moon.
Absolutely.
People they get in, so you can believe it or not, there's something to it.
Absolutely. I knew this one girl one time, Maureen Dragian O'Brien. Whole horror story behind that. That's morbidly entertaining at some point. But she was convinced, and she went through some kind of educational. She was a phlebotomist. She drew blood.
Ah, okay.
Yes, that was how I met her. And when my mother was hospitalized, she encountered her. The crazy girl who drew my blood story. That's another morbidly entertaining story. But yes, and she wound up homeless for a period of time. And it's just uncanny. Just the stories about this girl are uncanny.
Well, phlebotomists, they don't make a lot of money.
They don't.
Anyway.
Yeah, they don't. No, they're like the bottom line technicians. I'm not to disparage them. Not to disparage them.
No, they work hard. I'm not disparaging them at all, but you couldn't be one and live on your own, especially in California or wherever. But anywhere,
especially not in San Francisco. Absolutely right. Okay, Diana Fraser is saying something. Please, YouTube isn't working on my PC. Okay, got it. Got it. So anyhow, so Deanna couldn't join us. She's saying it's equipment issues. So that's understandable, and our prayers for her. And what else was it? It was So with Maureen, yes. Fuck, what was I starting with Maureen aside from the phlebotomy?
It wasn't the moon. It was just the moon.
The moon. She was convinced because of what medical education she had that the human body is too small for it to be affected by the tidal impact of the moon. But every cop and every paramedic would disagree with her. Yes. Yeah, would disagree with her violently. Every fireman, anybody who's in some kind of response profession will tell you the full moon nights are bad.
They wouldn't want to work. I can tell you, I've dated a few people that worked in the ER, and they would not want to work. They'd be like, "Oh shit, it's fucking full moon," if they had to go in. I mean, and these were people that were not into astrology like I was at all. Like they could care less about it. They didn't know anything about it. They were just like,
yeah,
happened. Yeah.
Got it. Yeah, no,
So,
it definitely impacts people. So no matter. Sammy says, "Be right back." Scorpio baby soiled himself. Have to change him. So it's just
dang
brain.
it, Sammy! You always go away when I get to talk to you.
You'll be back soon enough. I mean, how long does it take to change a diaper? I mean,
It's Scorpio baby. What are you talking about? He might not be back for hours.
Oh, that's true. He'll use his stinger and just drag him into the crew. I mean, Brandon will be dealing with this shit soon. He'll have like, Brandon, any kids coming up? I'll leave you two to talk about that while I go mute. Okay.
Yeah, go do your thing. Brandon?
Yeah, hi.
Hey. So do you have any kids on the way? How long have you been? Are y'all married, I assume?
No, not married yet.
How long have you been together?
With my girlfriend now about a year.
Yeah, the one that's killing the deer right now. Are you out with her killing the deer?
Yeah.
So you're out hunting right now in the woods and you're calling?
Yeah, from a little outside Billings.
Billings. Is that Wyoming? Montana. Yes, I'm sorry. My geography is not the greatest.
Even the signal here, it's quite amazing.
Yeah, Billings.
I also came out here because these meteor shower that's happening right now. It's kind of hard to see with the full moon because the light kind of like shines on the sky a bit too much.
Do you have a good view of the full moon right now? Yeah,
because it's in Draco. You know.
So you're supposed to be able to. I heard tonight from one of my astrologer friends that. And I don't have a good view, at least when I was out last, I couldn't see this, but you're supposed to be able to see Jupiter as well. Like if you hold like 4 fingers up, you can see Jupiter about, if you were to hold 4 fingers up in front of you.
Extremely prominently in the sky, yeah. I think it looks up, I mean, depending on where they are, but.
I couldn't see it. I couldn't see it. I could see the moon, but it was too low from where I was on the East Coast at that point. Like it was just way too low in my view. But yeah, I guess I'll go back out later and see if it's higher up and I can see it. So yeah, that's a beautiful place to be. I'm assuming I have not ever been west of the Mason-Dixon other than to Missouri, I think, and Arkansas.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. So where are you from?
I'm from Massachusetts, actually.
Is that where you guys live now?
We our domicile is in New England. Yeah.
So this is a big trip for you.
It's a Columbus Day weekend. So I have the day off tomorrow.
All right, so let me ask you. So let's get into the hunting thing because it's the teaching thing would be boring.
Yeah. Sure.
So this is my thing about the hunting. So as far as other than game hunters and things like that, like I said, I can respect people that are going out and killing their own meat versus people that are like, oh, I won't hunt, but they'll eat, a steak every day and a chicken and and all that. Because it's the same difference, right? So at least, hunt. The problem, the only other problem I have with hunters, and this is where I would ask you, because it sounds like it's something you do for fun. I will see pictures of people that don't look like they game hunt, just that are on some of my feeds, like I've seen before, and they have, like they'll hang up, they're so happy when they've killed this deer, this beautiful, and they're like, look how gorgeous it is, and they're holding up its head dead, you know what I'm saying, with its big steer.
Oh, I know what you mean.
And holding all these, or they're, maybe sometimes they're doing like a turkey or duck hunting and they've got like 50 there, and they're like, look how beautiful they are. And they're not beautiful. You know how much prettier they were alive? Like, I don't get the fact of the like that part of it. Like,
I get you.
Like, where does that come from?
There's a different level between that. And I think that comes from the impotence of the right of masculinity, which is to hunt and to provide for your woman, but in society. But I think part of it is that it's gotten to a level where like people like Donald Trump Jr. have to go out to Africa and have walled off exotic animals that are extremely easy to hunt and kill. And he doesn't even use and doesn't provide for the society or for the community. What you want to do is provide for the society and the community. So everything that I hunt and kill this weekend will go to like homeless people. To bone will be used. Every eyeball, every ash will be respected, and just like the indigenous do. In fact,
that I respect, and I think it's that if you can do that and also not have to it's some of the people that I remember most recently were they were actually from Florida. They're big, really just big into the boat scene down there, the yacht, their boats and the fishing, life down there. The, what do you call it? This, sand and surf life, which is fine and it's great. And they do a lot of fishing. But they will come up here to North Carolina or somewhere, and then there's pictures, of, they have to take of every single one of them with all these dead deer, and look how beautiful this one is holding its dead head up. And I'm just like, okay, this is not about I don't even know whether they took it back or not and fed it, but it was about, to me, that was when you have to take that picture. It's just like if I was to take a picture tonight when I was out to a nice dinner, like those people that put their nice dinner on display, like, let me show you what I'm eating for dinner every night. Like, who the fuck cares? Like, you're just showing the fuck off. Or in my case, that's not even showing off, because I don't respect you for that. But obviously they think that there are people that will respect them and like them for holding this big, huge deer up dead and being like, look what a beauty I got, and then 10 minutes later, you can see a next picture and they'll be, sitting at the park with their mom and their dog, it's like two dogs. And I'm like, well, what if I walked up and killed your dog and was like, look at that beauty I just fucking caught?
Well, that's true. We make an exception for our domesticated.
Right. So, I mean, and so there, there's a whole different, obviously we don't want to get into all that, but I just think at this point that, like, my point was just the pictures of having to display that. I
don't report it. No one's allowed. In fact, if you bring a cell phone outside of base camp, you can't, because it will scare an animal just in case. It could ruin an entire 8 hours of a hunt. So, anyone that does the opposite of that are really, how there's there's real magic, and then they're the profane, it's like that. It's like they're right. The profane are the people that take these photos and barely, they have someone right next to them killing them, and it's unfair. They have a gun as opposed to a bow and arrow or just a knife, and so on and so forth. It's a whole different species, as far as I'm concerned, of human being. But anyway.
Yeah, it's like that hunter. What was that dentist? I think the last time that he killed the lion, paid to get over there and kill that beautiful lion over in Africa.
Oh, yeah, there's plenty of examples of that, and I'm disgusted by that. In fact, I would like to capture those people and hunt them.
I like to hunt them. I like to put all of them, like the Trump Juniors, all of those that pay. I like to put them all on and then I would be like, hunt the fuck out of them, and I will come with you.
Strip them nude, let them run in the wild, full moon.
But have a fence around. They can only go so far, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Well, we're gonna give you a few hour head start. Do whatever the fuck you want.
Yeah.
Hey, you know what I always thought would be interesting? Well, it's interesting to me. If somehow civilization crashed, or kind of like 2020 but worse, all the exotic animals in the zoo.
You mean like 2025?
Right. All the exotic animals in the zoo would somehow escape, and they'd be reintroduced to North America. Obviously that's happened already. I've heard pythons and certain reptilians that were introduced to, let's say, Florida, have exploded in population because of you introduce an animal that's not native.
Oh yeah, Florida's got it that bad as far as anything like in insects and stuff. We've had a lot of those coming over just from fruits and vegetables coming from other countries that we didn't even mean to get in. So, I mean, yeah, obviously if the zoos broke out, the problem with that is, if that happened, the zoos broke out, what would make me sad is you'd have idiots that would just be like, let me just shoot and kill it, and some of them would have the right to. I mean, if you have a lion running the street and you're scared it's going to kill your kid, you may have a reason to, but so I would hate for that to happen. I hate zoos, though. What I would like to do is see zoos shut down and animals reintroduced either into wildlife or to wildlife rehabilitation centers. I think zoos should be very limited, if not completely done. And we have the internet. Kids can learn about animals watching videos. They don't need to go to a zoo to see an animal enclosed in its entire life. and I remember growing up here in Greenville, we had an elephant joy. There was actually 2 or 3 joys apparently, but I mean, now that I look back, we don't have her we don't have, they stopped it finally, at least for the elephant. But that elephant, now that I think of how small its enclosure was compared to the size of the elephant, I mean, it was probably take 4 elephants, put them side by side. That was about the size of the entire enclosure for its entire fucking life.
Yeah.
Right. Wow. And those are those are animals that are as intelligent or more intelligent unless they've proven that they have feelings like we do for their young, that they grieve, that they have this empathy and compassion for their own, and even for other animals. So, sure. Just to do that as human beings, that's where I say we have taken, hopefully we'll step forward from that, and hopefully we are making the right progress. I think we are. I mean, at least, but it's sad that it still even goes on at all.
Yeah. Absolutely.
Because there's a difference in an animal running wild and, like you said, hunting the deer, and that's a whole separate debate on, at that point, then when you get into, do we have to have meat or not? And then, that's a whole separate debate that we aren't even at the level of having, because we can't even get to the point of just saying, let's not chain up dogs and put elephants in,
right.
Like crate.
Well, we can't get past an empty stomach.
Right. Well, an empty stomach.
So let's start there, and then you can talk about your philosophies on morality.
What do you mean? I'm not sure what an empty stomach has to do with what I just said.
Oh, I'm just saying, you're talking about, is it right or is it wrong? And I believe it's wrong. I agree with you, to chain up a dog inside, or to hold an animal in captivity,
right?
Or even to hunt, like you said, But human civilization, unfortunately. And us in the West are pampered. I think Sammy would agree. And everybody else in the world, there's a lot of starving people. And so you can't get to the point of thinking of the morality of the poor pig that I'm eating, or the cow, or the meat that is sustaining me, without getting past not starvation, and even
starvation of humans as well. Yes, I agree with that. But we could totally do away with starvation of humans in multiple different ways. But we haven't.
Right. So we could, but we haven't. So while we're thinking about coulds, let's live, and so we can think about different ways to change it. And so I believe people should be fed. I don't think they should starve in the hopes of an ideal, personally.
No, but if you were to take, it's not an ideal. What I'm saying is it's not an ideal. It's about basically the powers that run the world, which is what we're looking at. That's really what we're looking at. That is slowly changing, especially as we come into Aquarius. But I believe as Pluto enters Aquarius, especially in 2025, which is what we've been doing since 2008 with Capricorn. Which I know because I am a Capricorn sun, so I have been through the ringer and back and completely changed my life since 2008. It's a ramp up and a ramp down out of it. So we're going to have a good, 20 or 30 years in it. So 20 years, I believe. So in Aquarius, and Aquarius will be, and I know the people that are listening that are not into that don't understand, but either way, anybody you look at, we've already had a major change. We came in 2020 changing. We're headed for another major change starting in 2025, and that will continue to ramp up. And that's going to be a change toward what Capricorn exposed, which was basically Pluto blows up everything it comes into. What does Capricorn symbolize? It symbolizes what? Power structures, the dynamics, the governments. So what it does, it doesn't say, I don't give a shit what you do with it, but I'm going to blow it up. I'm going to blow it up, and I'm going to take it apart. So it takes apart this power structure. Saturn, Aquarius is still ruled by Saturn, but you come into Aquarius with Pluto, it's going to blow that up. But then you're talking about giving people, it's about freedom. You're coming out of Capricorn, then it's about wanting freedom, wanting personal freedoms, technology, changing the way we do things technologically, and all those things that I am saying are because just for instance, the reason I came into that was if you take a pig farm, one fucking pig farm, they're making money off pig farms. I know people like their bacon and all that, but if we actually cared about the world starving to death, do you know the amount of food you could grow on the same amount of land? How many people it would feed that same pig farm feeds?
Yeah, I'm with you.
I mean, that, yeah, so that's my point is it's not just like idealism. It's about taking, like, I do it any day of the week. I don't have the money and the power, nor do you. So it's about people coming together that do and taking these power structures away, whether it's not about me. It's just about, in general, what's best for the population versus what's best for these few people's pocketbooks.
Exactly. And I think the best thing for the population is to live instead of die from starvation. So I think like instead of like if I could maybe take the farms that are existing right now and grow soybeans and corn, and we could just live off of that, that'd be fantastic. But that's an if. Right now I'm dealing with what can be and what is reality. And I can once that's dealt with, once my stomach is full, I'm just speaking in general. Then
I mean, but you're not stopping. So I mean, how much are you stopping world hunger right now? Because I doubt that you're stopping it any more than we. I mean, like for instance, we have 8 acres over in the town over two counties over that we grow different vegetables on, tomatoes, cucumbers, all those, and the majority of that is given to all the food banks around here because we had that land and we weren't doing anything with it, so that's what we do. And we have volunteers that come in and help obviously plan on it as well and use it, but that is the same that you're talking about, I think. So when you and I are like, you're like, I'm hunting, like I'm still not seeing the difference here.
Difference between what?
Well, you just said I will give a shit about what I'm talking about the idealism of it should change, like just having this conversation versus like you act like you're just doing, whereas I get the doing.
If you listen to me, I said that I agreed with you, and I said that in my mind, that's what I'm working towards, is like a place where people can sustain themselves without killing animals. Or killing treasured and selected domesticated animals and so on, or wild animals for that matter. I'd rather people live on a plant, tomato and corn diet. But unfortunately, people are starving, and that's hasn't worked for many reasons, right? So like for corporate reasons, for astrological reasons, or whatever you want, economic reasons. I agree that should be sort of the goal. All right, I'm with you. Yeah. What I'm saying is that I just think people should live to see that goal put through.
Oh, I mean, I completely agree with that as well. Yeah. I do. I mean, I guess my thing is I do agree with that. So I agree they should. So I'm not saying the world should stop eating meat or anything like that. And obviously would not get into that debate anyway, because that gets me too many haters already that are like, I'll never quit eating meat. So, so I don't want to get into that. But what I would say is the fact that like most of the people there are people starving in America, obviously, that don't have enough to eat. But the majority of people that are really starving to death. I mean, because in America, we're lucky enough that most people, even worst case scenarios on the streets, they can find a food bank or something to get food to keep them subsidized food wise. Now that is not the best scenario, but compared to other countries that don't even have that, that is where you're talking about truly starving to death. And again, that's where I would go back to. Yes, that would be where I would say, especially in countries that, there's countries that they can't grow as many vegetables, whether it's because of drought but then their animals are also dying, or because of somewhere where it's very cold and they don't have the ability to as well. So like you said, all of that could be solved, but it's not solved now. So I would never say these people should do this. I just think in America, like if we're going to be the leaders, which we're supposed to be, that was the ideal thing, and we have this great, climate to right now. To do that with, and it seems like we're fucking it up, in my opinion.
Yeah.
And I don't mean just with animals. I mean just this is in general fucking me. Like we have so much that we've done right, and then we are fucking it all up, like as well. Like we have continued to just being a power tripping and then completely monolithic society.
Yeah, and the funny thing is, is like, try telling an Inuit that they can't hunt seal. And, it's so much a part of their culture and life. They wear the skin. They, they're thankful for it. It's a religious ceremony.
Well, I'm not familiar with them. Now, I have seen the clubbing of the seals and clubbing of the baby seals to death. And if you're
no, that's terrible. Yeah, no, I'm not saying. Yeah, but this is their land. It is.
But by the way, the clubbing of the seals is by my understanding, that's industrial Russian and other type of cultures that are coming in, as opposed to the Inuit. Just so you know. So go on.
Yeah. So, and that's why I said I'm not familiar with Inuit at all. So if they are obviously not a part of that, because I don't know enough about. The only thing I really knew about the killing of seals, once I saw that, I couldn't watch anymore. Obviously, just personally, like there was nothing I could do at that point. Like you said, there's only so many things you can do, and I'm in South Carolina. I could sign, all the letters and write letters, and I did. I signed the petitions against that, but I don't know enough about the Inuit to know that. I do agree, though. However, just like indigenous people here, they respected the land, whether they were killing the deer, killing the buffalo, they respected what they killed. They used every part of it. They ate it. They respected the life. That's the difference. Yes. That's why I said I respect a hunter. That is why I will respect a true hunter that is a hunter like what you were saying you are and you seem to be, that will do what you do, versus someone that will drive through McDonald's, Burger King, go to the store, get their chicken every day. They have no respect for life at all. Because then they go home, pet their dog, and they don't get what probably suffered these factory farms, what that pig, that chicken, that cow went through.
Exactly. And, I got
at least the deer you're hunting gets a free fucking life. And I'm sure you are smart enough to know, don't hunt Bambi's mom in spring before she's had babies and those things.
You also, you always hit it in the heart so it doesn't suffer. You never want it to suffer. Right. And if it does suffer a little bit, it's a great pain upon yourself. And but I want to say I live in South Carolina.
Oh, really?
Lexington, a town called Lexington.
Yes, that's a little bit further south of Columbia.
Yep. So I grew up there when I was a little boy.
Ah, that is awesome. Yeah, I'm in the upstate. I'm in Greenville, so upstate.
Oh, cute. All right. Yeah, my uncle's just moving back there. I think he and my cousin have a place down in Columbia. So
I will say that we call Columbia the armpit of South Carolina.
Well,
no. Let me give the background of that. It's not because, and we all say this for a reason. It's not because Columbia is like bad people or bad anything other than this. So when you're in South Carolina, we have in the summer. Okay, so we're talking about summer. Our winters, we call our winters cold. If you're from here, I call fucking 45 degrees. I'm dying. I can't go outside. But summers here are hot and we have humidity. Okay. In South Carolina in general, there's humidity. That's why they say we'll have a 95 degree here, and they'll say and people that will move here. We have tons of people from out west. I have neighbors from New Mexico, and they're like, oh my God, it can hit 110 and it's 90 here and it feels so much worse because of the humidity. There's so little humidity for where they were from. But we're in the mountains. So when I say upstate, we're in the top of South Carolina. So Columbia is right in the middle. So we have the mountains, which gives you a breeze. And so there's a breeze, and there's, you just have the mountains that kind of around you that give you this not as much humidity. Then you have the coastal area. So go all the way to the coast. Let's skip the middle. Go all the way to the coast, high humidity. But you've got the ocean.
Yep.
Middle of it. Right. So if I'm in Greenville and and I say everyone in South Carolina, at least the people in the upstate, when we're traveling, unless we were going to the USC or the Capitol, like we had to go to the Capitol, but the USC is one of the colleges here. There's Clemson University.
Gamecocks.
Yeah, Gamecocks. Yes, I made the mistake of marrying one of those. I always say I was drunk when I got married. I actually got drunk when I got pregnant, and then ended up marrying him because I'm a Clemson Tiger. So, yeah. So we're definitely a rival family.
Ooh,
yeah, yeah. So, but unless you were going to to USC, so people understand, in the middle where Columbia is, in the middle of South Carolina, there's really, unless you live there, there's no reason to stop from the upstate. Anyone you're going to the coast, you're going to Charleston, you're going to Myrtle Beach, you're going somewhere on the coast. You have to stop though, because it's halfway through, right? So you stop, you get out for gas, food, 2.5, 3 hours, whatever it was, depending on where you're coming from. But it's in the summer, and you get out, and it's just like there's no fucking breeze. It's like an armpit. Mm-hmm. It's like just being in humid and hot. True. Yes, but there's no fucking rarely do you get a breeze or a wind.
Breeze, yeah.
Yeah, it's so that's why I call it the armpit. So again, that's why I wanted to explain that.
Okay, fair enough. Fair enough.
It feels like an armpit. If you can imagine being under someone's armpit all day, when you get out to even pump gas.
Oh, I can imagine.
Lexington is about the same way, I'm pretty sure.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, we had Christmas trees, though, growing in the backyard. So, but there's nothing that accent, like South Carolina and North Carolina girl accent is melts my heart. So
girl, I don't even I've grown up, I was born and raised here, and I don't even have it that well. I talk fast for a Southerner, but yeah, so
yeah,
you might can detect it a little. But most of the people around here talk much slower, and they are, in Columbia. Well, I can't even do it. I can do a good Southern accent when I want to. If I get really drunk, it comes.
Yeah, if I'm hanging out with my cousins, I can.
Yeah. Or I've heard people that will say they'll move down here, and they still to me sound like they'll be from New York, and they will still sound New York to me. But then they'll say, "Oh no, I've been here 20 years," and when I call home, they're like, "Oh my God, you've picked up that Southern accent," so they can hear it in them.
Oh man, yeah, small world,
That's awesome.
It's great.
Well, if you're ever around the upstate of South Carolina, look me up.
Yeah, if you're ever in Massachusetts, please come on.
Boston. Well, give me that Boston. What's the Boston accent? Quarter? How do you say it?
The Boston accent is sort of it depends on where you're from. Maine is a little up here. So we'll go up top like this. Maine. We're from Maine. We'll go to Bangor. We'll talk about Maine. And gets a little, and then it gets a little more nasally.
Right.
New York.
That's awesome. That is awesome. Yeah, I've heard the Boston accent a few times. Very deep, and it was definitely an impression. It's definitely a different accent.
It's really funny to hear English actors doing the Boston accent. It's they're they do it way too much. It's park your car. I don't know where the good people are.
That's the one I remember somebody doing quarter. It was quarter.
A quarter 10 guy. You want to go up to Dunks, you want to get a cup of coffee and go down to the store, get a nice bottle for you. Then you come back, you see Peter Moon, you hear him on the radio, you read the Montauk Project, all right? You go down to Long Island, you go see him there, you do Tai Chi with him, all right? You do the sticking hands, it's called Chi Sao.
That is awesome. That is so. I will tell you though, if for anybody that has not seen this, if you need a good laugh this weekend, look up. Is it Joe Coy? Do you know who Joe Coy is?
Oh no, tell me. Yeah.
He's a comedian. So you just look him on YouTube. Joe Coy. It's like KOI. But look his Hawaii. Or if you type it in and then type in Hawaii, and he's in Hawaii. And he's talking about he's like, don't ask for directions here, and I won't ruin it for people, but it's the same type thing. Same thing apparently. Like, we don't think about Hawaii, it's not as much accents, is everything is just it's like he's like, it's all vowels, everything. He's like, I don't know what y'all are doing, it's all fucking vowels. So he's like, those be like, take a left on Aiawaya and then go to the right, and you take a right onto Aiawasikaya, and then you go 3 blocks down and it's take a left onto Aya Shakwashakwasha Alawala.
Yes. It's yeah, there we are, and thank you both of you. That was wonderful. Thank you all of you, Sammy as well. So what I'm going to do is
he's much funnier doing it than me, by the way. I'll ruin that for you guys, but you should watch him. It is funny, hilarious.
Oh, no worries. I'm sure. So I'll be calling you all back around sometime later tonight, around midnight or sometime thereafter. Check in with all of you. If Brandon's in bed by then, that's fine, but he's out hunting, so he probably won't be. So I'll, like I said, all 3 of you will be getting that call. Right now I'll end this call and call Peter. My thanks to all of you.
Oh, you told us to stay on with Peter. Do you not recall that?
Yeah, and then I figured I kind of covered what I was going to say. So there was, when I'm on with Peter, I'll bring that up again. But
no. I just was making sure that.
Oh, understood. No, it's always good to remind me. It's always, really, it is. But yeah, I figured, since I covered that, I'll bring Pete on, and so we'll take it from there. So my love to both of you.
So I'm gonna hang up then, and you're gonna redo the call, right?
Yeah. Say goodnight to our listeners, everybody.
Good night, guys.
Yes.
Have a good one.
Yes. And Brandon. Yes. Do say goodnight. And if he doesn't, that's okay. I'll hang up. And love you dearly, Brandon. Just like Brooke. And hugs to the guys. Kisses to Brooke. And with that, we are going to hang up and reestablish call. We are going to bring on Peter Moon now. Give me just a second here to find the Moon Man, and we will be bringing him on as soon as I can identify. He needs to put on an icon so I can identify him easier just by sight rather than looking up his name. Okay. There we are, sir. So we are alone this time to make certain that there's no interference. And with that, by all means, take the stage, good sir.
Okay, great. Well, hello, everybody. Yeah. This is Peter Moon here. And first off, I have to say I do not hear any ambient noise thus far. This is excellent.
Good.
So if I do, I heard you tick something there in the background.
Yes.
I don't know what private habits you might indulge in that might lead to ambient noise, but with that said, I think, and I do not remember the lady's name, but you mentioned her. That she prayed for me with my roof, remember?
Yes, Deanne Hillis Buchberger. Yes. Yes.
Well, I'm happy to report that the very nice man came over with my friend, and he took him about no longer than a half an hour, repaired the roof. I didn't have to go up there. He didn't use a support or anything. I mean, I helped him up through my window, but he was great. And then he wouldn't take any money. And he take money. I gave the money. He gave it to my friend. He says, "Well, he's my boss. I give it to him," and he wouldn't take the money either. It's like I would more than happy. And he wasn't asking for much money. It was like, so I will add the money to my friend's gift for his birthday's coming up next week. So I will be able to, thank him in my own way. But I got the problem handled, and it's very good to have leaks taken care of.
Yes.
So that was
do you think he felt guilty for all the times he didn't show up? Is that...
No, it wasn't that at all. He's already on payroll for the day.
Okay.
And my friend, because he manages an estate, he just says, go help Peter with his problem. This is what I want you to do. He had the leniency allowance to do that. And this is a friend of mine who used to help me with certain projects sometimes. He'd help me. We'd usually do them together. But he helped me, and he's too old to do that anymore. But he's not too old to, tell somebody to do something.
Yes.
And that was just really wonderful. But I'm saying, it's like I would have been more than happy to have overpaid to get this job done.
Understood.
But I didn't have to pay at all, and so that was very, very, and I was talking about communication solves a problem. I will admit to putting this man's name in honey. And I put his name in honey, which sweetened him up. And again, he was so sweet. Yeah, you didn't even think you call me. You call me. Blah, blah, blah. Now, his primary language is Spanish, so I gave him a copy of El Proyecto Montauk, which is the Montauk Project in Spanish.
Great.
Which I published myself. As they say, that was a great act of magic to, and I said we're getting sales of that book on a consistent basis now. Wonderful. Not a whole hell of a lot, but I see consistent sales on it. And this took years. Yes. It took years, but I said, this is an act of magic to put the Montauk Project into the Spanish language, because the Spanish language is the main control mechanism of the Catholic Church.
Yes.
And it's all through, I can't say it's the most ubiquitous language spoken in the world, but it's certainly the most ubiquitous language spoken in the Western Hemisphere. Yes. It's so Chinese is probably, Mandarin is probably number one, or Hindi or something, because of all these people. Yes. English, but most of us speak English, so maybe English is up there because of all the Indians and Chinese. David Anderson pointed out in one of his lectures at Atlanticron that there's more people in China who speak English than there are Americans who speak English.
Yeah. No, that's true. This is absolutely true. And just to put this into some perspective for people about the language thing, obviously, as I said, there was this individual I worked with many years ago. At this point, I think back on it, and it's like generations ago, decades ago at this point. James Cook Encyclopedia Brown. James Cook Brown was his name. Encyclopedia Brown was a affectation, of course, just a nickname that had been appended to him. But he worked with languages and was trying to create the world's most efficient language by taking the world's most spoken languages and synthesizing them, combining them, and filtering out all of the extraneous nuances and keeping what was in common between all of them. And at that time, the top 8 languages in the world were just based on the number of people that exist in the world. And China had a much higher population at that time, was Chinese. This should still be Chinese, but it's not a question of widespread dissemination. It's simply Chinese is the most spoken language in the world simply because of the number of people who speak it. But the Chinese are quickly being outbred by the Asian Indians. And certainly with their draconian one-child policy and their population implosion, obviously those dynamics are going to change drastically. But during that time, it was Chinese, and then was English in terms of global dissemination. And just for another tangent that I think is important, they have this other language now, which is basically global English that they call Globish. This is actually a French linguist coined that phrase, but Globish is not English as you and I know it. We probably would barely recognize it. It's like Pidgin English, basically Pidgin English, all watered down and rendered to basic where's the bathroom type communications. And so they call that Globish, which people can look up, Globish. And that is supposedly the most disseminated language or semi-communicative expedient in the world right now. But at the time that James Cook Brown was still working with a world that had solid languages before the internet, before some monstrosity like Globish could develop. The 8 most spoken languages in the world were all of the former colonial languages in particular. It was basically English because of the British Empire, Chinese and Hindi because of the numbers. After that, all of the other nations that had empires, effectively, German, Japanese, Italian, Spanish, and I forgot what the other language was, but probably Portuguese or something like that. The 9th language was Arabic, but because it was number 9, they didn't include that in their project. But he basically developed this synthetic language out of these called Loglan, or logical language, which he retained the copyright on. And then after he effectively was driven nuts by his contract with the army when the...
Just have to pay him 10% to speak it.
Something like that, yeah. Yeah. But the people who still spoke it after he went nuts, basically, and this isn't to disparage him. I mean, obviously, as I brought up before, just so people understand in a single sentence the horror story of his contract with the Department of Defense, they sent a Special Forces trooper who I personally knew to work with him on these languages, and the Special Forces trooper raped his children, certainly his son. And it was after that he went nuts and severed his contract with the Army, or the Department of Defense rather, and understandably, and went on this like trip around the world trying to convey his language as an instrument of peace. And he just couldn't do that as a one-man diplomatic effort, and just wound up dying at sea, basically. But the people who maintained his legacy, they had to call their language Lojban because his estate apparently still holds copyright to Loglan. The logical language thing. So there's a sad story for you when it comes to languages. These days, of course, when I try to look up the most spoken languages on Earth, then I don't even understand the logic behind how they're calculating this. I mean, most of these...
Let me get more to the core of what I was alluding to.
Sure.
I mean, this guy is, for all practical purposes, it sounds like to me, whatever genius he may or may not have had putting into the language, he's pissing in the wind.
Yes.
Because I want to take this back to the core. I consider Spanish to be a magical language.
Yes.
Not necessarily in the typical way we think of grimoire or grammar, but that it has had such a binding influence on the continent of Latin America. Yes. And is even extended into the Philippines. But and other parts of the Spanish Empire. But the thing is language, is grammar, is a spell. We can go back to Babylon. We can go back to Vril and all of this stuff. It's like iterations. Grammar is a form of calling spirits. So when these people are creating languages like Esperanto, that I think the main, I can't really speak for where Esperanto has gone in the world, but it seemed to go nowhere. Where I valued it most highly was in a series of books called River World, which I think Douglas has read. Philip Jose Farmer, my favorite author, science fiction author.
Yes.
He has somebody in there, some culture where they're speaking Esperanto. He knew it well enough to have fun with it. That was Esperanto's contribution to my world.
Right.
But it's like, what is influence? I have more respect for the Bible than I do for Esperanto, because the Bible has been, hypnotized a great percentage of the world. That's powerful.
Yeah.
I think Aleister Crowley pointed that out. The New Testament, or maybe he said the Book of Revelation, I think. It's like it's very powerful just because so many people pay attention to it. Therefore, it has weight. That's completely independent of its truth. It's its impact. So anyway, that's what I want to say about language. But I don't want to. If you
overdwell, on the subject.
What I want to say is, the first thing I want to say, other than, being appreciative for getting my roof done.
Right.
It helps me focus. I have been working on your book, which I'll get to in a minute.
Wonderful.
Our book.
Yes.
But Uh, I want to thank you and admire you. I did not finish it on your transmission about the Peacock Angel, which was in last transmission, October 5th. I think it started about 7:20 or so, where you started talking about the Peacock Angel. I would encourage people to go to 7:20 of the last transmission, particularly those of you who, tune out when I leave. Douglas really went into some deep stuff with the Peacock Angel. George Knight, thank you, George. You did wonderful work. I really, enjoy George. I'd really like to meet him. I think he's a great guy. Just excellent work. And some of the things you were saying link so much together. So I'm going to really pay close attention to that. And I'm going to listen to that probably tomorrow morning. And just listen to what you had to say. I was taking notes with the Peacock Angel. Now, there is a book on the Peacock Angel. I might even have it. I don't know the author. I had some dialogue with his wife, Markham, I think he is. I have now a lot of the stuff I see on the Peacock Angel from Wikipedia on down or wherever. It just looks like it's probably not too accurate. Mm-hmm. Not right. Completely, but I said no. And then you've got firsthand experience with it, not only through possession by it, yes, but by your experience with the Yazidi.
Yes.
And the Yazidi come up in the work of Kenneth Grant as being, practitioners of the occult or magic. I'm gonna look up this guy's book.
Sure.
It was an Order of the Peak. Oh, it's Wikipedia.
By the way, yes, I love that tone of voice, and that's the tone we should all have toward Wikipedia. Whenever you look something up, the first thing that almost invariably will return, whatever subject you're looking for, is going to be a Wikipedia article. Make certain you skip that and go beyond to whatever else you can find. That will be your last resort. For any information, it is the bathroom wall of public intercourse. Anybody can write anything they want.
Interesting. I didn't know about this book.
Yeah. Oh.
It says Peacock Angel, the Esoteric Tradition of the Yazidis by Peter Lamborn Wilson. It says May 3rd, 2022. Well, Peter passed away not long ago this year. It says The Religion of the Peacock Angel, Gnostica, part of Gnostica, 7 books by Garnick Asatrian and Victoria Arkalova. Now, the Peacock Angel, Rise of the Descartes. Why did they leave this guy's book out? It's like, it looked worth reading. If I had the time to read it, it wasn't. I want to see if I can find this. Maybe it's out of print.
That wouldn't surprise me, yes.
But it should still be somewhere. Yeah. Where's this guy? I thought his name was Markham, and I had some communication with his wife. Mm-hmm. I might have even sold the book at one point, but I just, this is, for whatever reason, I can't find it. It's okay. But anyway, back to what you were saying about it. It's the whole, it was just astounding that you've got this general, Balali.
Yes.
Out there, the whole mission of this crazy war in Iraq is, there's different stories you hear. There's a story that, there's a Stargate there. Maybe it's connected to the stuff with Radu Cinemar's stuff, maybe these things. But then the ostensible reason is, that Iraq has weapons of mass destruction, which it clearly didn't have. Therefore, there's some agenda. Therefore, you've got this crazy-ass general going over there to wipe out the Yazidi.
Yes.
And And then the only one that would be leading, the squad on that would be Aquino.
That's
and of
true.
course, this guy. So I think, what the hell are they doing? It's like, why is, George Bush on board with this? Is he an Aquino cultist? But certainly Dick Cheney. It's like, we don't really see the hardcore Satanism of these particular politicians. Certainly George Bush W has a historical record of it in the news media.
Yes.
And this was his famous statement. When they asked him about it, he says, "I'm not going to play gotcha politics." And everybody was applauding. "Oh, he's not going to play gotcha politics. Wow, look at this guy. He's a hard ass." And they don't even question him on it.
It's so true.
Why is he ignoring these statements, or that he was part of a satanic cult in Brownsville, Texas, and that they all, there was all murders after he went on, he left for the weekend and everybody was murdered. He lived in the building. Oh, just a little murder. Yeah, right place at the right time he was. So, I mean, we don't see that. Dick Cheney had all the markings of, of just being the most despicable, person in Washington.
Yes.
It's hard to imagine one worse.
It's true.
But, we will be welcomed in Iraq as liberators. We will be welcomed as liberators. Just get up there and lie his ass off. And even the press called him Darth Vader.
Yes.
An insult to Darth Vader. I mean, Darth Vader could at least change from the dark to the light.
Yes. Yes.
But anyway, so
all of this is important. And by the way, just so you understand, it was very interesting that the other day, and you might even hear it when I'm talking to Brooke and George in that episode. Basically, I was speaking at one point of Scott Ritter because of the weapons of mass.
Yeah, you're having a hard time finding his name.
Yeah, right.
Yeah,
right. Yes.
I was listening to it saying, yeah, I couldn't say, hey, it's Scott Ritter. You eventually figured it out. Yeah.
Right. It took me a while. I got around to figuring it out, and then you might have heard the part where I'm responding to somebody in the chat room who said I was defaming Scott Ritter, which is actually funny. That's one of the it's a very funny part of the episode because I'm like, you'll hear my response later when you hear the entire tape. But basically, for those of you who haven't heard it, do review it as Peter suggests. After tonight's program, of course. But such being said, I'm like responding to the guy that Scott Ritter defamed himself. I mean, there was nothing that I said that I'm accusing him of.
Oh, completely. And Scott Ritter was somebody who had the, I guess what you'd say, limited integrity and astuteness and sharpness, but he was just doing a regular job to demonstrate that the Iraqis had no weapons of mass destruction.
Yes.
And as I said in that transmission, that he, had all this stuff was presented in a full report to the United Nations by the Iraqis, and the Americans took the report. They took the report, and it disappeared. Yeah. It went to the White House, and was probably put under lock and file. And so all the evidence was taken. The Iraqis had no evidence. Nobody wanted to hear them. You've got weapons of mass destruction. Here's our dossier proving that we don't. What dossier?
Yeah, it was awful. It was just a disgrace. It was disgraceful. By the way, before we go further, just before I forget, I did want to show this to Peter. I'm going to do some screen sharing. He's in front of his computer, and this is something I'll gladly share with everyone. Was the last few episodes. We had some wonderful responses to Peter and his discussion with myself, as a matter of fact. Here's one from Anthony McGuire, who said in the latest episode before tonight's, Douglas and Peter have done great work getting the real truth out there. We need to support the good work done now. That was a fantastic chat. I learned so much. Thank you. So they're talking about Peter's discussion with myself in the last episode prior to tonight's. And of course, as well from Wayne Murdoch, Douglas Dietrich, I've been following your work for well over 10 years and really appreciate your insights and depth of knowledge. Much love and respect, sir. So, I respect you in turn. Thank you so much. Love is reciprocated. So both these wonderful gentlemen wanted to show that to Peter, and we can go on from here, of course, but know
well,
that...
thank you. It's appreciated. It's going to get better.
Yes.
It's going to get better. Because, as I say, I actually began working on the book.
Yes.
I had a very rough 48 hours. I wouldn't say rough, it was exhausting after the last transmission, because Thursday I had to go pick up my in-laws' luggage.
Ooh.
From in Queens. They were at a B&B in Queens. Now, that's the only place Paula could find, is a B&B in Queens. They had one close by on Long Island before they left for Florida, and then they were in Queens. And so I lost my cell phone.
Oh.
So I couldn't call them. I couldn't call Paula. She was with them. And then I'm like, and the reason they're leaving the B&B is because it was disgusting. They had leaks. You know, she was going to get a discount. Then the landlord was being problematic. So they said, oh, we're getting the hell out of here.
Yes.
And we're going to go get a hotel in Long Island.
Yeah.
So I mean, you know, I think things didn't work. It was horrible. So I'm going down there now. I have a GPS. It's not a GPS. It's just a standard GPS. And it doesn't always pick the most efficient route. And it took me a hell of a long time once I got to Queens to go through these, you know, tough neighborhoods and get there.
Right.
I'm like freaking out. I go, what the hell? I knock on the door and I go, no, there's no Paula here.
Oh my God.
No. Now, apparently she gave me the right address. I plugged it in Google Maps because I took instructions in addition, and Google Maps kind of said plugged in the wrong address. So I went a block away. I didn't see the car. I didn't see them. So I said, there's nothing I can do. I don't have a phone. So I headed back home. On the way back home, I said, you know, this is not going to please anybody, especially me. I'm going to have to go home, use my landline to call her and, you know, listen to her say, where the hell are you?
Nobody likes that. Yeah.
No. And so I see the turnoff. I see the traffic just balls up on the way home. It's horrible. I'm about halfway home on the parkway, and I say, I'm not going to do this. I'm going to go down the boulevards. I turn off on this, you know, avenue, and I said, God, this is Terrell's. Terrell lives. I took Terrell home once here. Right. I did him a favor. I took him home. They didn't have a car, so I took him and his brother home. I go, oh, maybe I can find his house. Lo and behold, I did. I recognized his car in front of it, and I went to his house and said, Terrell, I need your help. Moore, so happy to help me.
Wow.
We used his phone. We called Paula right away. Where the hell are you? Yeah. And you know, he went with me all the way back to Queens using his GPS. We had the right address. I could have found it.
Yeah.
He helped me load the stuff. It was fantastic. But that was stressful.
Yeah.
You know, because and then the next day we took them to the airport, and we took two cars because we had all this luggage. Mm-hmm. And on the way back, I said, let me take a shortcut. Yeah. The shortcut turned out to be a long cut.
Ooh.
It was like, it was like hours and hours. Finally, I had to use the bathroom, and I said, Paula's following me because she doesn't quite know how, and her GPS is now out because it's not charged. So she has to follow me, and we stopped at a, you know, sandwich place and ate, and then it was still a long. I mean, I was exhausted after 2 days of intense driving.
I can imagine. Oh my God.
It was just like emotionally exhausting. So, but nevertheless, I got to start working on your book, and recovery. It's and I got the roof done, and you know, secured we had leak coming in, not a leak, a cold weather thing I secured for winter.
Right.
To keep the cold from coming in through the kitchen, one of the kitchen sinks. So that was great. It was great. It was good. So, but meanwhile, I'm working on your stuff, and we had addressed in the last episode the subject of help and problems, and I want to also put in a plug for Douglas's birthday is coming up on the 20th. Please donate. Make his birthday a wonderful one. Okay. Donate what you can. Go to DouglasDietrich.com, and the upper right PayPal button. The upper right. Don't use the one in the middle of the screen. It will go nowhere. Use the one in the upper right. So please donate to Douglas for his birthday, October 20th.
Thank you.
And if you can't donate, wish him a happy birthday anyway.
Yes.
Now, it's interesting because as I got into the book,
yes,
the way I do anything, I have to have a rationale for doing it. And I not only feel that I need to explain it to my audience, which I think is very important, I have to explain it to myself. So I'm writing at least one chapter. Now, this is a trial run,
mm-hmm.
but I'm writing a justification for why I am writing this book, if only for myself. And of course, context is everything. Some people are perfectly happy to just put a book out.
Right.
And some people are perfectly happy to just read it. And it doesn't make any sense. Look at all the books on physics out there.
Yes.
I get a lot of reports of papers being done on time travel. I've mentioned this before. I stopped reading them because a great majority of them are either hard to understand or not understandable. And if you can truly understand what they're saying, you're in trouble. Because your head is in complete theoretical wannabeism. And you can sit there and debate these papers, but it's not doing it.
Yes.
It's not doing it. So these people are, playing academics.
Yes.
And it's okay. Sorry. If you have something, if you can't understand something, it's not worth pursuing. And many people make things hard to understand. This is what I said in the last transmission about communication. Some of these things don't communicate. Now, I happen to have full confidence that I have above average intelligence.
Mm-hmm.
That doesn't mean I know, certain subjects or certain things. But because I have above average intelligence, if I can't read it, it's got a problem. Something's got a problem. And, it's a problem. So now, of course, you could totally understand somebody who's got a specialty in engineering and it requires a certain amount of prerequisites to understand. I attended a lecture once on fractal theory in Atlanticron
mm-hmm.
by Dr. Joel Castellanos. I remember being completely astounded at the young women who would get up and ask mathematical questions, which is just something I was not used to high school students doing that with my daughter's friends. They would never have asked those questions. They would have been qualified to ask those questions. But these young girls were like, they're in high school.
Mm-hmm.
They're like, Romanians, right. Super advanced intelligence.
Yes.
And many females are science majors.
Yes.
And these are high school kids. They can talk deep science with you.
Incredible.
Deep math.
Yeah.
Now, anyway, I sat in on that lecture and I was frankly surprised that I could understand it. And I talked to Joel. I went to the Sphinx with him, before we even got there. He's a great guy. And he says, oh yeah, he said, this lecture you could understand. I said, I don't have any of these, high level math prerequisites. He says, no, he says, this one you could understand. The implication is that he could talk about stuff where I'd have to have, more than just a understanding of, advanced algebra or something like that, where it gets into more esoteric math. But yeah, so that was interesting. But there are subjects where you need to have prerequisites to understand them. And I think one of the most interesting things for me was to watch Preston Nichols read either a technical paper or a map, and he just picks it up nonlinearly. He picks up the data on a page, and then he'll spit out data. How did you get that from the page? Well, he kind of did and he kind of didn't. Just a certain genius character. And this is purely technical stuff.
Right.
Could it relate to time travel or more esoteric stuff? Yes, it could, but not necessarily. As they say, watch him read a map, and it's like he's got a 3D fix on it or something, a holographic fix, and he's just reading it. Amazing. So, but anyway, if I'm going to understand things in linear terms, I have to, understand them. But back to, so anyway, I'm writing this chapter, which is explaining, let me see if I can touch on it here. Okay. One of the things I'm addressing is malicious intent.
Yes.
Malicious intent, when you're dealing with occultism, religion, spirituality, you could even say life in general, there are people and entities that are driven by malicious intent who seek to wreak havoc upon mankind or individuals. This gets more intense when you get to higher concentrations of truth. And we have this famous analogy in the Raiders of the Lost Ark movie when they open the Ark, which is the power of God, and it's replete with angels that turn into demons, which have everything to do with protecting the truth, or so it would seem. So when you're going for the Holy Grail or something of a similar nature, because that's just one lens, there's this predicament of being faced with malicious intent or evil. I would also say that evil is expressed in mathematics. It's also has to do with vectors.
Yes.
Like vector, like what's pointing at you? What are these things coming from? Now, the real trick with all of this evil is to put yourself in a state of equilibrium or harmony. It's not like you're going to conquer all the world, but you have input and output into the environment so that you have a harmonious flow between the environment and you. This is the true essence of a Tai Chi or Qigong master who can fight any opponent. And I've seen some amazing stuff that, where you just embrace your opponent's force and reverse it on them. And you can see this done in the videos of Adam Meisner, M-I-Z-N-E-R, where he's got different videos, but some things are just ultimately remarkable, what you can see him do by just, you can see the opponent's force and you just kind of flow with it and push it back on them. Yeah. I saw similar demonstrations with my own teacher, but these you can see on YouTube. But the point of it is, it's he's flowing in with the environment and he's got a balance there, and it directs. It's impressive because you're dealing precisely with another physical body, and one that could be particularly dangerous. So if you're going to achieve this balance, you're going to have to purge yourself of your own malicious intent. That would be a prerequisite, because if you've got your own evil intent, you've got this stuff coming at you. It's not so easy. And this is one of the problems we have with the concentration of truth that Douglas can deliver, is that people that come on board to help, assist, and whether or not they are sent there as, agents of chaos, if they need to be purged, they're going to be corrupted.
Yes.
They're not balanced. They're going to be thrown off kilter. All their weakness, all their weak points are going to come out. So this is what we're dealing with here. Now, there's a constant and continual trolling of Douglas. He's not the only one that is consistently trolled, but it stands out like a super sore thumb with him. But there are people on the internet who seem to have nothing better to do than just to troll for the sake of trolling. You even see it in chat boards on news stories, where some people will be coherent and intelligible and call people on their trolling, and some people will, just be there to troll. It could be on any subject. So what I came to recognize, that we've got the age-old concept of purity and innocence. This John Milton wrote a lot about this, Paradise Lost or whatever. I have not read his book, certainly read enough excerpts from it. But the real trick is to recognize evil. Recognize it. Because people all over, you just look at politics, you look at people's daily habits, whether it be their nutrition habits, their breathing habits, their work habits, their addictions, their issues, their emotions. There's a whole host of things you can say about society, people in society that are afflicted, dysfunctional, etc. The problem is that they are being influenced by negativity, evil. And if they truly are recognizing what is the evil, what is making them addicted to sugar, tobacco, alcohol, drugs, whatever it might be, there's somebody else there. There's somebody else there who's actually, it's not necessarily you that are addicted to it. It's a demon who is harvesting energy. Mm-hmm. Energy, emotion. Emotion is energy in motion. So vectors of intent are very important. Like, what is the intent? What is the intent to eat, 3 desserts that aren't good for you? The first one wasn't good for you. And you're ravenous. The body, that's desire. Taoism says, if you've got a problem, get rid of the desire. Now, eating 3 desserts, somebody might be able to take it in stride. But when you have a person who's suffering from health, who's suffering from cancer, and he won't do anything but eat jelly donuts for breakfast, and you tell him it's not good, it's like they're being driven. Like, okay, you're going to die. But they can't change. They have to be looking at the demon. And you might find them unwilling to look. Now, the very interesting. I came upon very interesting in composing this chapter. Douglas had made a comment, a very good comment.
Thank you.
He was saying one of the oldest tricks in history is to create a mystery where there is none, and then to sell it upon a ravenous audience wanting to learn the mystery. There are examples of this. The most notorious one is the Simon Necronomicon, which he has talked about that ad nauseum.
Yes.
It's like, but this is an example how somebody of a malicious intent can create a mystery and a desire for discovery that leads one into an emotionally imbalanced state where they end up like a carcass being fed on by vultures. Because they're this negative intent, they think they're creating this mystery when all they're doing is gating in horrible chaos.
Yes.
And they become the victim. They become the victim. Because when you entertain demons, you see what happened to our former podcast mates.
Yes.
This is just horrible. They had to, do you want the dessert or the cyanide? They took the cyanide.
Indeed.
Because sugar's not good for them.
There you are.
It's like, well, I'll take the cyanide. It's so this recognition of evil is very important. And I would encourage people, as I will do in the book, because this book, it's going to be a highly priced book to help Douglas. It's going to be a pragmatic book because it's going to help you recognize evil. It's going to also help you recognize it, on the macrocosm, but also in the microcosm, because it's not going to be a workbook per se, but it's going to give you the opportunity to make it a workbook. You say, okay, do these things. And I'm telling you right now, if you're having problems in your life, things are great. They're great. It's good. But if you're having problems with your spouse, with your teacher, with your boss, with people who run the media, with, conspiracy people, if you get upset by listening to conspiracy stuff, and really it's not good, people want to get informed, but most of the channels you're getting informed on are there to bother you. I'm hearing so much fear being generated that I just tune it out. What do I need? Stock market's going to crash next week. It's going to be worse than 1929. 1929 was not a good year for the stock market, but what was really bad was the ensuing, I think really 1932, when FDR started in, it got even worse. I mean, he got voted in because Hoover was so discredited by the crash and so unable to respond to it. But it's like the 30s were horrible. The 30s were horrible. 1929, yeah, that was like the earthquake. That was like the 9/11 event.
Yes.
But the 1930s was, cleaning up, not only just cleaning up the 9/11 event, it was suffering through it. Far worse than the war years if you were a regular citizen.
Yes.
The war years were worse if you were a soldier who went over and got injured or killed. But the war started to pump money and food onto the tables.
Yes.
So the 30s were the Depression. There was also, and FDR was positioned as the hero with his fireside chats and whatnot, because, there's nothing to fear but fear itself. There's nothing to fear but FDR.
Thank you. Yes, yeah. Much more important to say that.
Yeah, who was hailed as a hero to this day.
Oh, disgusting.
And this is what people knew. They listened to their radio, and he's a voice of hope because, there was no hope. was bad. And well, it gets darker, and I won't digress.
Understood.
But I'm saying is negative. People like listening to negative this, negative that. There's no question there's challenges, but there's a lot of opportunity for people looking for work like I've never seen before in the history of since I moved to Long Island in 1983. There are jobs, and even unqualified people can get jobs. And if they can perform on those jobs, they will get paid accordingly.
Yeah. Just to put some of this in perspective about World War II, because of everything that Peter says is true. Of course, the 1920s, when they had the stock market crash, it was a shock because basically so many rich people lost so much money. It was the 1930s was when the trickle-down effect of poverty began to hit the average person, and the average person began to suffer severely. As Peter says, it was the road to war that began to pump food on the table. And of course, and this is, it disgusts me to say this because I get so sick of hearing people reiterate this as an axiom, as axiomatic, as if it's the very air they breathe. They do this without thought, and they do it reflexively. They say, then in World War II for the soldier on the front, it was this horrible time. But to put this into perspective for people, the one thing that you might notice that makes no sense to people today and really divorces your average individual, especially younger people from the World War II experience, is if they take a look at comics from World War II, not comics today about World War II or movies about World War II, but comics are popular culture about the war in those days. Almost all of it is concentrating on the home front, and all of it is talking about the danger of Nazi saboteurs, a fifth column, which the British were also very concerned about. But the reality truly was that the Germans had no way to respond in a counter offensive to America's bombing campaigns other than through terrorism. So it was around that time that Americans began to create these supervillains. The Red Skull, believe it or not, was not a modern creation. He was created in World War II to personify many other hangmen or other kinds of nefarious villains were created that were distinctively human, but at the same time masked and unidentifiable to identify this hidden enemy. So just remember that even though you had 306,005 American soldiers, and they've got to count it down to the last American body in terms of those they decide to recognize. And there's plenty they've decided not to recognize, minority troops, etc. But about 306,005 Americans died in World War II that they recognize. And another 571,822 were sustaining non-fatal injuries that crippled them the rest of their lives. But between 1942 and 1945, it was far more dangerous to be a civilian at home. You were lucky if you got drafted and thrown into a war zone because your chances of survival were orders of magnitude higher. If you were working in industry at home, there were no safety regulations, and the German saboteurs took full advantage of this, and there were 2 million deadly or disabling industrial accidents, is what they called them. Overwhelmingly, if not all of them, were German sabotage. And they tore America down. As for all of the non-fatal injuries, they totaled more than 6 million people were crippled for the rest of their lives.
I've never heard of this. I don't think most of the people have ever heard of this because just like the Fugo balloon bombs, they keep it quiet.
Yes, absolutely.
It would be an accident, but it wouldn't be attributed to Germany.
Yeah, yes, that's true. But during the wartime, if you take a look at the old war movies, the old movies made during wartime, that's all they were concerned about. They kept telling you, look out for the enemy. Don't talk. They'll hear you. Loose lips.
No, I can't vouch for this, but the standard story of the 4 Nazis that landed in Amagansett Beach on Long Island.
Right.
And They came ashore. Now Spielberg did a show on that because they're ignoring there were other Nazis coming aboard, coming
Yes.
ashore.
Yes.
But they make a big one out of this because they were caught.
Yes.
But what they said, some of, at least I think one or two were executed, I think.
Yes.
If not all of them. But one of them said, and it sounded kind of truthful. They said I think one guy was supposed to blow up Alcoa Aluminum. Yeah. And he says, when I got here and I saw the vastness of this country, it felt like I'm not going to, I'm pissing in the sand here. It's not going to do anything to blow up an aluminum plant. It's like you're out here, you're around all these people, and you're blowing up a plant. It didn't, it sounded like it was daunting.
It was overwhelming for these men, but all of them, when he said that, don't forget, at that point he had been tortured mercilessly and was forced to say that. The reality was all of those men that were caught were United States citizens. These were Americans who were of German descent who happened to be caught overseas at the time the war started. And then the Germans said, we're going to send you via submarine to do some damage. And then most of these guys, when they were released by the Germans onto the shore, they were, of course, caught as what happened to them. The Americans did make an issue at the time that these were all U.S. citizens who were quote-unquote traitors. That's why they were all executed. But they tortured and beat them into saying this is overwhelming and daunting. But honestly, again, as Douglas Dietrich always says, don't take my word.
I think it was overwhelming and daunting.
To them, maybe, but not to the train.
It would be to anybody. I mean, whether they went ahead and did it or not, it's like...
Yeah, I hear you, and that needs to be taken into account, which is a factor in showing what the saboteurs overcame. I'm certain that anyone who was here would be overwhelmed by the sheer size, the immensity, the scale of production, and but nevertheless, think about this: for every American military casualty, there were 8 industrial casualties on the home front. And I destroyed the records of this, but you can still find them online if you look up labor statistics. They simply won't attribute them to the Nazi saboteurs. But almost, in terms of the military documentation, every one of them was due to sabotage. That the American industries, because they had a total lack of care for their citizens, just said, we don't care how many we lose on the industrial line. The only people we care about are those wonderful boys at the front. Bear in mind, the reason they didn't care was because the overwhelming amount of these people who died were women. It was Rosie the Riveter was the labor force. All the women went to work, and the Americans said, so long as it's just bitches dying, who gives a shit? And they didn't give a shit because these women were never advocated for. Your average woman deserves infinitely more credit than any GI in World War II. 8 of them died for every American man that died overseas. So there were 2 million that died, and there were 6 million of them crippled for the rest of their lives, meaning loss of limbs, burned to the 3rd degree. This level of horror from melting molten metal that just had no safety standards in terms of how they were dealing with it. So there
were how many people did you say were maimed or killed in that were civilians?
6 million. 6 million.
6 million. And how many people were there in the United States then? About 100 million?
Something like that. Yeah, 100, probably 100 and some odd million. Yeah.
And then if you take the service people, I'm saying, what's the percentage of those people who got maimed or killed?
Well, they got those down to the exact numbers. It's 306,005 killed and 571,822.
Yeah, but I'm talking about percentages of the people in the entire.
God, I'd have to start calculating that on a calculator.
Do you know how many were in the military? Was it?
For the number of people who were drafted into the military ultimately and put in uniform, that was in the level of it was just astonishing. I put this into perspective before, about 27 million people. We actually have that in the book. There was about
Well, then, the percentage might be different. But be that as it may.
But it goes to show you, the Americans had them all involved in logistics, had them all involved with clerical, they had them all involved with construction battalions. So the amount of men that were actually fighting was like minuscule compared to the amount of men in uniform.
Well, I know that my parents ho-hummed the war. My father was in the military, but as he explained, I was very disappointed when
that he had killed no one. Yeah,
that he never killed anybody. And I said, how come? He says, well, I was not, I wasn't in the infantry. I said, and he was in Australia. He was had duty in Australia, but Australia was far away from the front. Right. New Guinea, he was in New Guinea at a certain period of time, and in probably the Philippines. And he says, well, you have to be in the infantry. I said, well, why weren't you in the infantry? He says, you volunteer for it. He says, I didn't volunteer for it. And then when I got older, and I thought about this after having my Scientology auditing, I said, you know what? He's actually pretty smart.
Yeah. Yes.
He was not somebody who liked to hurt animals. He didn't like to hunt. He'd fish, but he didn't like to hunt because he didn't like hurting animals. Yeah. So it's like, he was, it just wasn't in his nature to be doing this. Yeah. And I good for him. I guess my mother must have been in her later teens as the war started. Yeah. So, she was just, I think she was in Washington, D.C. At some point. Maybe that was after. She worked in Washington, D.C. because she stayed with her sister and her husband. So she was in Washington, D.C. Working some job. I don't know what she did, but she never. My father, it was, he grew up in the 30s. He felt the privation of, what do you call it, sugar rationing and whatnot. Yeah. And
you can imagine that today, that would actually be a boon to ration sugar, but go on.
But it was flour, it was everything. So he felt, he was very frugal. My mother, she was the youngest in the family. She always felt, she said that she was treated nice being the baby of the family. Mm-hmm. And especially from her father. And her father was a miner who, I think, there was a lot of problems with mining or whatnot. And I think, he might have lost his job and turned to his Irish alcohol and had a stroke, which may or may not have been related to the alcohol, and just he died young. And I take after him genetically, but no, I didn't inherit that.
Thank God.
I didn't inherit the alcohol at all.
Thank God.
At all. And I got a long lifeline. Yes. On my palm.
Yes.
So anyway, but so they kind of aced the war years in their own way.
Yeah, no, that's wonderful. And their story, their experience is not that uncommon. If people were to speak to most of that generation, most of them would have very few stories to tell. They would, especially on the home front, they would probably remember things like, oh, I remember we were only allowed so much ice cream, something like that.
Well, I like the story of my alternative dad, Sam Arcuri, Greg's father. I didn't know this, but his Greg's little brother told me that their dad, when he was in Italy, he was born in Italy, and I always thought that he was stationed in Europe because he spoke Italian. Mm-hmm. No, that's not why he was there. That's what I thought, because he'd be convenient. No, he was just shipped there, and apparently he fixed the general. He was there, stationed there, and whatever his job was, he fixed the general like an authentic Italian dinner. And the general liked it so much, he gave him a job that basically saved his ass. Kept him out of the
front, kept him off the front line. Yeah.
Yeah. It's like, wow. It's like, and then I knew my friend I was talking about, the one that helped me get the roof done. He was drafted during the Vietnam era.
Yeah.
And some order came down and he was sent to Korea. He spent his years in Korea.
Jesus.
Servicing as a helicopter mechanic. And it's like, wow. It's like, if, what it did cost him was his hearing, though, because the loud crack, 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 really affected his hearing.
Oh, that sucks.
I mean, he gets by, but it's not like he can't hear, but it did damage just being subjected to those loud. He had a very cushy job. I think he was a supply clerk or something. Very cushy job. Okay. But yeah, I mean, he escaped Vietnam in general. Yeah. So it's like, I knew another guy who actually had the unfortunate experience of killing, thousands of people in Vietnam. Right. But what saved his life was, I guess they said they asked him if he had some experience in radio. He became the radio operator. Mm-hmm. So if they were in a battlefield, like Hamburger Hill, he'd call in the Hueys, the copters, and they'd come in and he'd call in the choppers to come and, hey, do this, do that. We need you over here. And they'd answer. He said that kept him alive. With a heavy death toll.
Yes.
But that was like, he says, these some old Vietnamese guy comes up looking at him with a weird smile on his face, and he's wearing pajamas or something. He's coming up smiling at him, and he just shoots him down. And his friend said, "Why'd you do that?" And he says, "Look at his hands. He had grenades in his hand. He was ready to throw the bombs on him."
Yes.
So it's like, God, what a nightmare. What a nightmare.
It is.
Go ahead.
Oh yeah, no. It's incredible what circumstances human beings find themselves in. By the way, shout out to Michael Andriich, who's in the chat room, who's from Western Australia and obviously is of Croatian or Romanian or some descent from that part of the world where, as Peter Moon was saying, they have such incredibly just naturally intelligent people in places like that. And he's commending us and saying how much he agrees and really enjoys listening to our voices and that we have huge resonance with him, and he loves your reading, meaning your books that he's been reading. Aside from that, I do want to point out, just like Peter says, of course, you've got these people who get drafted into war. The important thing to remember about Vietnam was that the 2/3 or the overwhelming majority of people actually volunteered to serve in Vietnam, whereas in World War II,
really?
Really? Yes, yeah. In World War II, it was 2/3 of them were drafted. The overwhelming majority.
But the Vietnam War was I mean, from my experience, was all about the draft. It was like. Everybody was getting drafted.
Yeah, and they were making a big deal about avoiding the draft. They were making a big deal about the draft. They politicized it. That truly was a case of politicization. They turned the issue of draft into a political football. But the reality,
but you were going to be drafted until Nixon came out and said we're going to have a lottery.
Right.
That will leave a lot.
Yeah.
But before that. God, people were getting drafted all the time. I mean, you were sure to get drafted.
Oh, yeah. It was one of those things where if you were a young man who was like at home and you were like, say, 18, maybe even younger, and to 20-something range, it would be almost impossible to find a job because you'd be looking around for a job and people would just say, well, we're not going to employ you because you could get drafted at any minute, right? So a lot of people wound up volunteering simply because no one would hire them. That was the case with the one guy who helped me a lot with getting started in commercial illustration. Brian Frank Carter was his name. And Brian Frank Carter used to tell me about that. He said, God, the reason I wound up in Vietnam was because I couldn't find a job. So I said, fuck it. And I just went over and signed up for the Navy because that way he felt he could avoid direct combat. So he wound up.
Well, there was also the student deferment, which, Donald Trump took advantage of.
Yes. Yeah.
And I knew of one guy who had his kneecaps removed so he wouldn't be drafted.
That's so crazy. That is so crazy. Oh my God.
I agree. I agree.
Yeah. Oh my God. That's
It was borderline comical, except that it was real.
Yeah.
but nevertheless, it seemed to work.
Yeah.
But
no doubt. Yeah. Well, yeah, of course. Of course.
He's even walk around okay. I mean, but be that as it may, it's like, yes, it was a big thing, and the student deferment was a real, good way to avoid the draft.
Yes, and that's also
had I taken advantage of it, the war would have been over by the time, my college would have been done. Right. I ended up with a minister's deferment in Scientology.
Interesting.
So
that's so fascinating. Yeah.
Yeah, but I kind of forgot about it. I thought my draft number was not picked, and after that I just forgot about it. I was out of the country initially, right, and then I was protected, but I really didn't interface with it. Yeah, I didn't hear anything about it. I didn't get anything. I didn't get any communication. I had a draft card, but I didn't have. I don't know.
That's amazing. So, I mean, again, I think you made a lot of good choices. The good choices gave you a worldly experience without the need to be in the military experience, which left so many people damaged. But that being said,
there are choices in your life and that determine your whole fate. And I don't know that there's a whole lot of them. There's probably like a handful or maybe a dozen. 24 at the most, but where you say, okay, I'm going to do this, generally when you get married is a big life-changing decision. When you go to school, when you leave school, what you're going to major in, what's your job going to be, what are you going to choose, this job or that job, or you're going to buy a house. There's certain decisions that you make that are really impactful for the rest of your life, and hopefully you make the right ones. Now, as I was alluding to previously, with regards to recognizing evil, what you want to do is a workbook technique is you look at all the areas you're having difficulty in. As I say, spouse, school, employment. Are you in the right job? You just can't find the right job. You have a problem with the roof, whatever, which I don't have now. Did. Consistent problems with this, that, or the other thing. And to be quite honest with you, one of the biggest challenges I have with my work is getting your work to be more acceptable and to help you. It's a big challenge. It's not a challenge I have to take, but I choose to take it.
Thank you.
And because it's important, and this is what I'm writing the chapter about, but I'm trying to tell people why this is relevant. Now, you had talked in about creating a mystery where there is none. Now, I'm going to, I mentioned the Siren Necronomicon,
yes,
which is basically, people are getting fed off their negative energy and being led into chaos and just perpetrating more chaos. With the case of, I'm going to say L. Ron Hubbard. L. Ron Hubbard was a master at creating mystery. He talked about it. He wasn't like hiding it from you. He said, a Thetan loves a mystery sandwich. Thetan being a spirit. He's like, loves a mystery sandwich. You know what? Look, people love a mystery book. Mysteries are great. They're fun, exciting. Who did it? This sort of thing. Mm-hmm. But a person has a natural intrigue for a mystery. And you can flash a commercial about a show coming up, if they're doing this Lord of the Rings thing on Amazon, what if you say, well, what was Frodo's sex life really about? Did he have sex with an elf? Or you do something and you start building that up, you can have everybody intrigued about Frodo. And, are you going to see him and his Hobbit bride semi-nude? Or, you know what I mean? It's like you can create a big mystery over that. And, but that's, kind of, banal. It's, now, when we talk about L. Ron Hubbard, he created a religion that was all based upon mystery. Based upon mystery. What is this? What are these secret levels that'll give you secret powers and whatnot? And, you can, theoretically move objects and change matter, go out of your body, do all these incredible things. He could paint this incredible picture. Now, these are, if you study extensively, you'll see that these are not new under the sun, these abilities. What he said was new was the ability to achieve them in a reasonable amount of time. Unfortunately, people were too caught up in their own impediments, their own living impediments, their own lives. Case in point, the great quarterback, Tom Brady, who's like got this incredible football career, incredible. I mean, he's topped out. He's maxed out. He's still playing, age 45, unheard of, playing at a high level. He won today. His wife wants to separate, wants to leave him. He doesn't want that, by all indications. It's like life is tough. Now look at, he's got all the money in the world. She's got more. Who cares about the money? It's like, what about the emotional issues? He's got a lot of emotion tied to football. He's got a family with her. It's like, wow, life can be very challenging. So, and where he's just an example of somebody who's very successful. But how successful is he? He probably doesn't feel very successful right now. He could be happier. Tom Cruise, he had very public marital difficulties. What's the mystery? In Scientology, so that's what I mean. People are bogged down by their life, even successful people. Okay, so you want to find the harmony. And in my case, in Scientology, I began to see that, the people that should have been leading us were nuts, and or acting like nutty people. And and I was getting to demonstrate this. And just doing things incorrectly, wrong. And it's like, this is not a sane organization I'm working for. You always expected some nuttiness because it's people. But when it's like, we swear up and down that we're nuts, then it becomes different. And then I didn't know this at the time, my horoscope, or, that I was born with, I have my, what is it? Venus? No, Libra. What the hell is it? I have some aspect in my chart. I think it's my second house, but I will always be saved by Venus. Venus will get me through.
Fascinating.
I could make some arguments against that for Venus. But nevertheless, it's like I met, I as soon as I was like on the outs, really feeling the bad vibes with the organization of Scientology, I, sought out the woman who would become my wife, and we formed a team, and we left together. We didn't exactly intend it to be that way, but that's the way it worked out. So in other words, I was saved. I had a consistency of, instead of having a group, I had a wife now. I had a team. We worked together. Yes. And we depended on each other. We were a team, so that made it much easier to leave in many ways. So it was Venus saved me. But nevertheless if you're having an area of difficulty, whatever it is, and this is what I'm giving you, you write down these areas of difficulty, and then you look for a demon. You recognize what is causing this. What is causing this chaos at work? What is this causing the chaos in the art department? What is causing the chaos, in the shipping department? Whatever it is that's bothering you. What's causing the chaos with the phone company? I can never get my phone to work right. You're looking for a demon. Now, I started to look into this on YouTube, and I found a man who had some interesting comments. He's a Christian minister named Derek Prince. One of his lectures, he was 80 years old. He's talking about recognizing demons. He has some very cogent things to say about demons, including what I just said. There is a problem with him, however. When he starts to talk about black people and about indigenous people, he deserves to get, caned off the stage. By that, I don't mean swatting him with a cane. I mean dragging him by the neck with a cane. Cane him off the stage. Because, he's completely robotically attached to Scripture. Nevertheless, he interprets Scripture and he comes up with some very interesting things that I'd never heard before, because I'm not a student of Scripture, although I say things from Scripture all the time. I don't, it has relevancies, it has irrelevancies. But this guy, swears by it. And he gives his opinion. But as I say, I could see where he was possessed on some level. But he's dealing with possession. But where he was very, and this is by his indoctrination. He's indoctrinated. And he's constantly talking about the war in the heavens, which he calls the second heaven and the third heaven. The third heaven being, the godly realm, and the second heaven being hell or Satan. Not hell. I mean hell. I think Satan's realm. But Satan rolls the earth and all this, blah, 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 blah. I have to take it where it's coherent for me, and then where it's not. But he's basically saying, you talk to the demon, and you have a conversation with it, and but you recognize it first. Recognize the demon? What is the demon? Okay, if I'm having problems meeting women, what's the demon? Oh, who are you? What are you? You talk to the demon. Now, what happens when you talk to a demon? You're putting yourself on even footing with it. Because a demon, he says, is a personality. It's a personality. And it has its own little personality. What can I say? Now, where I've encountered this is not so much demons in the classical sense, but when it comes to aliens or their alien-esque type entities. And they come to me, and I basically tell them, if you want to work with me, you want to dialogue with me, it has to be quid pro quo. You have to treat me as I would treat you, with respect. And if I answer a question I want to answer, just as I would give you an answer to a question. Without variation, they scram, they run. I think the best way you can get an exercisable demon to leave is to ask them to be nice, ask them to be courteous, and they'll go, because they won't be courteous. I find that this has been my experience. Case in point, I had a conversation with somebody who was kind of notable. He was a celebrity of sorts and new age of sorts. He had a big reputation, and we talked about doing a book together. We talked about it. I didn't commit to it.
Wow.
I was very interested in it, actually.
What year was this?
And, oh, God, this is 20 years ago.
Okay.
And I said, and then, we had a nice phone conversation, and the phone conversation was about his girlfriend. She was the one who called me because she was having all sorts of trouble with the courts, with the custody case, because her husband was bringing up her UFO connections, and this did not go well with the court, and the husband was using it against her very cleverly.
Wow, so cynical. That's so cynical.
Oh yeah, but she was, ready to go to bat and say, "Oh, I believe in UFO." She just shouldn't do that. She felt so, dedicated to the cause, and he. The funny thing was, me and her boyfriend, we agreed on everything. We just agreed down the pike on how she should handle the case.
Right.
And I was sought out as sort of a legal expert because I was going through a divorce, and I became very knowledgeable. I would be sought out sometimes. People know, because I had a very sharp lawyer, and I knew the rules. Right. I'm not so sharp anymore.
Still,
I still have a memory of it and experience and know certain logics. Some people just don't realize, what you can do and what you can't do.
Right.
But anyway, we talked about doing this book. And then that night I had what I considered to be an alien bouncing off the walls and just enthusiasm and excitement that this alien was going to work with me. I didn't quite figure out. Well, I kind of did figure out it was his alien. Right. His entity was happy to work with me. And this is where I said to the entity, because I'm not normally a person who sees entities or talks to entities, but this thing was unmistakable.
Wow.
And I said, look, if you're going to work with me, I'll work with you, but you're going to have to be quid pro quo. Boom, gone, doom. Years later, I became very close with his, I think, the previous girlfriend. And she, had her own horror stories about him.
Whoa.
Not just, it did not show him in a good light.
Right.
I'm talking about his character.
Understood.
This was her experience, and then another woman who was this girl's friend, who I became very close with as well. She basically said, yeah, she used to make fun of him because of his English skills.
Interesting.
She used to make fun. She loved to make fun of him, but they said they alluded, or one of them alluded to my falling out with him. Mm-hmm. He alluded to his falling out with Peter. I said, I never had a falling out with him. Never.
Wow.
We never had a bad word between each other. But when I told his alien off, he got it.
Right.
In other words, I only had a discussion with this so-called entity that came into my bedroom.
Right.
Was bouncing off the walls in enthusiasm. Yeah. So I thought, wow, that's communication. He had a falling out with me. I never said a bad word. What?
Yeah. It shows how that entity dominated his existence. So the moment.
Yeah, I never had a bad word with him.
Yeah.
To this day, never heard from him since. It's okay.
Yeah.
But nevertheless, when we're talking about entities, if you're having a problem with an entity or with the difficulty, you look at the entity and you talk to it. Now, this might be challenging for some people. I would invite you to use your imagination. That's very difficult for some people, to use an imagination, to create an imagination. And say, let me get an example. Okay, let's say I have a hard time cooking. I can't cook to save my life. You ever heard of women that say they can't cook? Well, you say, okay, I can't cook. That is an entity right there saying, I can't cook. I can't cook. I can't cook for shit. Well, okay. That's an attitude. That's an attitude. Now, maybe you could make a piece of toast, not mess up the toaster. Maybe you could learn something about cooking, something basic like using butter when you put something, in the frying pan. Maybe you don't know how to do that. Maybe you need to use garlic for certain things. Maybe you need to spice. Maybe, you're really, like, rice can be challenging to cook. So maybe you really need to just really become expert at cooking rice, expert at, whatever it is, different things. And so, but you talk to that, like, what is it? And what is really the problem? It's just this attitude. And then you start to get knowledge about it. But there's going to be some attitude or whatnot, just as an example. And of course, if you're dealing with a heated emotional situation with another person, like a boss or a spouse, that takes a whole different order of experience. And he quotes from the Bible, this Derek Prince does, and I looked at some of the passages. I did my own searches. And in the Bible, it talks about, Jesus talks about binding demons. Now, witches or warlocks are going to bind entities in their own way, different ways. The way the average bibliophile is going to bind a demon is through the name of Jesus. But this is kind of interesting because you're going to bind a demon. He talks about, binding the strong man, because Jesus is accused when he sends out these devils. The Jewish priests accuse him of being, using the agency of the devil. And this is where he says that, a house divided against itself will fall. And he says, if I was, if Satan's binding demons, it's not going to be able to keep the house up. How could it possibly be? So, but nevertheless, he says words to the effect, this is a paraphrase here, if I'm going to go into a house and take what's in the house, I got to bind the strong man, the guy who owns the house, and then in all of his slaves and servants, because if I don't bind him, I don't have a chance of doing anything in that house, as if you were going to take it. But he's giving a sample. In this case, he's suggesting that you bind the strong man who has dominion over an area. And he begins to explain how dominion, like if you study the tarot or the Kabbalistic tree of life, it'll talk about, dominion. It'll talk about, the ace of wands is the ace of dominion of fire. The ace of cups is the dominion of water. It's dominion. Now, this particular minister is saying dominion is the realm of Satan, or, I don't remember if he does distinguish Lucifer and Satan. You're doing it in the last transmission, but yes. where he defines, he's into Greek, and he studied a lot of Greek, and he says that Satan is the accuser. The accuser, like he stands before you at the trial and will put all these accusations. And of course, you have to be. This is kind of a different version of the trial of Mott in the Egyptian religion, where they weigh your heart against a feather. Well, you're being stand before the tribunal, but Satan is the accuser. He's accusing you of doing all these things, and all you have to do is accept forgiveness. But he's also talking about Satan being resistance. If you resist forgiveness, if you resist anything, so he gives his own take on all of this. I found interesting because all of this stuff is right in front of us. It's in front of us every day. You just have to look at the world and all the difficulty and insanity going on in the world. I'm not even talking about the murders that you hear on a weekly, if not daily basis. Somebody shot here, somebody shot there. Sometimes it involves celebrities, athletes, whatever. There's plenty of tragedy in the world, and there's plenty of dysfunction going on. Many of the political issues that we've suffered through over the election, the recent presidential election, whatever issues there were going on there that might have been quote unquote genuine issues, they're all in the province of, demonic nonsense on both sides, in my opinion. But when we're talking now, I'm going to focus this on Douglas and his show. This is totally what we were dealing with on his show, with people who were working the agency of demonic forces, negative vectors, negative everything.
Yes.
And we did have success in blowing them to smithereens.
Thank you.
They're gone.
Yes.
They're done.
Yes.
And we have a much higher echelon of this.
Yes.
So this is undeniable. But we're still dealing with this. We're like it's kind of like you walk into the busy train station of Pennsylvania Station in New York City. You walk in there and you say, okay, well, here it is. And here it is. Here's the guy sitting next to you is Satan. It's like, wow, this is it. What are we going to do? What are we going to do? It's right here. Well, on this show, and with the subjects that we've been bringing up, and this is something, Douglas, you're dealing with on a daily basis, and you're pretty good at knowing your way around. Mm-hmm. But it's like, wow, I think it's time that we banished some demons. Now back to what I was saying is that there's different ways. The Christians will just say, in the name of Jesus, with the blood of Jesus.
I'm sorry, I don't mean to disrespect that at all.
Laugh all you want, because it's if you believe it hard enough, and if it works, it works.
Right.
If you were having the hell scared out of you in some situation, you might want to do it, because you don't. What else the hell are you going to do?
Yes.
So it's like, if somebody's really scared. Now, Douglas used it himself the night of the broken circle. He went and got the Lord's Prayer.
Yes.
Okay?
Yes.
Why not?
Yes.
It broke the circle.
Yes.
And I think it brought in the Peacock Angel.
Well, the Peacock Angel was there, and that was essentially the overwhelming presence of the Peacock Angel was what was so disturbing that night, or profoundly oppressive. But it brought relief to latch onto something that would be able to.
The Peacock Angel come from this ritual these generals were doing, or did it come from you bringing in the Lord's Prayer?
It came on honestly from the original summoning, because the Peacock Angel was something that these officers, high officers, and some of them were indeed generals, what they were trying to summon in their arrogance, their hubris. And and you hear George Knight talk about this. So people who want to know more about that episode before tonight's, the latest episode before tonight's, is the place to go, exactly where Peter said to start listening about 7 hours in, 7 hours and 20 minutes or so. And basically, as George Knight was saying in his research into this entity, he's very imperious, he is very regal, and does not brook any nonsense or any, shall we say, casual summoning. That's you'd better damn know what you want this entity for when they are summoned. So these generals did not, and the price we all paid was one of, as I said, the occult equivalent of a nuclear meltdown. And so this was indeed the entity that was summoned, Maluk Taush, and that entity never really left. Just understand, for everyone who's listening, the overwhelming majority of exorcisms do not work. And the only reason I was laughing, and not to disparage the Christ at all, the problem is when you have so many evangelicals who rebuke in the name of Christ, it's almost an abuse of the Lord's name or the Messiah's name, because so many of them are doing this with false intent. And as Peter said earlier, intent is everything. And many of these people are simply, of course, God pumpers or televangelists, people who make profit out of the suffering of others by visiting disturbed people and saying that they're exorcising them. And so much of this is a kind of abuse. But when it comes to the Roman Catholic exorcists, those who are, say, for instance, sincere in this regard and putting their soul on the line, offering it as a sacrifice for the soul that they are attempting to save, this is an extraordinarily dangerous procedure as well. And the only reason they engage in this kind of absorption effect, or this kind of attempt to put themselves in the place of another, is because to offer themselves as a hostage to the devil, which was the very title of Malachi Martin's book on exorcism, is because they have just 1,000 years, 2,000 years of the church behind them. And so that organization gives them that sense of backing, if you will, that sense of backup, as a police officer would call it. But when it comes to something like the Peacock Angel, we're dealing with an extraordinarily powerful entity. And therefore, the entity does as they will, to use the gender-neutral pronoun. The other thing that I do want to bring up, to re-emphasize everything that, to validate everything that Peter Moon is saying, of course, is just to emphasize where he was so correct about how we're still dealing with these challenges. I'm going to do a screen share here, and if he's looking at his screen, he should be able to see what had happened earlier was that when I went out to basically leave for the holiday, as I had told everyone, this is going to be a double holiday, and still is in the middle of it. And by the way, speaking of demons, we had the Blue Angels here for Fleet Week, which, as people know, the military history of San Francisco as a port of call for the military goes all the way back to the Spanish conquistadors establishing El Presidio Real de San Francisco before there was a city. And so here in this ancient Presidio military base, this is still the reason why San Francisco is the main port of call for the U.S. Navy and Marine Corps at least once a year. And of course, San Francisco's businesses leech off that. And Fleet Week is, of course, when they bring in these, I'm just going to call them bastards, and they just run these awful aerobatics over the city skies and basically put anyone who's been through combat experience like myself into a complexly post-traumatically stress disordered response. So thanks to just enormous efforts with hypnotherapy, my psychiatrist was able to get me out of the worst of that kind of reflexive response to this sort of phenomenon. But certainly my son rescues me at this point in his marriage to take me to the estate on a holiday like this, where effectively we had the Indigenous Peoples Day weekend, or, Columbus Day weekend as it used to be called, may still be called in certain red states. And of course we had a Double-10 Day, the national holiday for myself, in Taiwan. So I was rescued out of the city, brought back tonight. There usually still would have been an aerial show tonight, which would have impacted the opening hour at the least, 5 p.m. to 6 p.m. Pacific, but they canceled it. So there was some demons that were exercised right there. And I'm sharing screen now, and I'm going to show our man Peter Moon some communications here from Brooke Gibson, because they reemphasize his point that we're dealing with demons on a daily basis. Basically, what had happened was I let her know, double weekend now, hope to speak with you when I am back in my crypt, escaping Fleet Week in San Francisco, all my love. And then she said, whatever, you can't call on a weekend and let me hear you having fun? No, that's not quite fair. If listening to all this history, then I deserve a few minutes of the fun as well, you don't think? Now, this is the first time since I severed with Selena Khan, who used to always commonly open my messages and never even bother to close them or mark them on red, rather. She used to look particularly at Peter's messages. But ever since my severance with her and changing the passwords, somebody has still been accessing only Peter's messages. This time they accessed the message of Brooke Gibson, and then they hearted it. I did not enter that heart. I did not open her message. So this confused her, and she started responding like, well, if you've opened my message and hearted it, why aren't you saying anything else? I can understand her confusion. So she was talking to herself for a while until I let her know. Basically, I have no secure communications. My communications are often interdicted, interfered with, and always intercepted. And as I did explain on transmission within the opening hours, basically, I have this creepy reality of subsistence where, for context, when I effectively destroyed Michael Aquino's career in the U.S. Army, he laterally transferred to the NSA, the National Security Agency. And that's America's national level intelligence agency, leading in cryptological provision of foreign SIGINT, or signals intelligence, to the realm's policymakers and military forces. In my case, those services, in quotes, are abused by his surviving affiliates to terrorize anyone identified as associated with myself. So just something to educate our listeners about what I have to go through as a public informant, and understand that when Michael Aquino transferred to the NSA, his career was extraordinarily successful. He retired as a deputy director, and as I explained, there are many deputy directors to corporations, are kind of like deputy CEOs. You might have many of those and only one true CEO, but nevertheless, for a man to laterally transfer and then reach that rank, the government equivalent, a bureaucratic equivalent of a general, is profoundly successful. This is an individual who, if he had started his career in the NSA, he probably would have retired as director of the NSA. So just as a lateral transfer with security problems like he had, based on what I had leaked and what his reputation was publicly known, to have that burden and still become a deputy director by time of retirement, this was a man who led two stellar careers in his life, and not to have that mistaken as adulation, but rather so people respect the danger of this individual. And that being said,
the danger of his superiors.
Thank you, and the insanity of his superiors. Yes, the fact that they would ignore his obvious infamy. So basically, Chris Collins says, could you please ask Peter to elaborate upon how he's encountering these entities, id-es meditative states, while deep breathing, regular waking consciousness, etc. Just very curious, and I guarantee everyone listening is as well. Now, I'm going to take a guess. I'm going to take a guess before Peter responds. But my guess would be that Peter, at the time that entity was bouncing off the walls, was simply in a very placid state, like when your average individual wakes up in the morning, puts their feet on the ground, and has not yet let a single thought enter their head. And it's usually at moments like that that people, for instance, exempli gratiae, would receive phone calls from the dead. That was the title of a book about that subject, where back in the old days when we had the landlines, this was a lot more common, and this would happen with people in that state of mind. In other words, the state of what Zen would call no mind. I'm going to presume it was that, but we'll let Peter take it from there.
Okay, well, you see, it's subtle energy, and it's perceivable. And I think what really taught me how to do it, and as they say, it's subtle, is when I was in Scientology doing the upper levels. What I really learned in that level, which is so infamous now, because they say you believe in all sorts of things, and I didn't believe in any of that.
Wow.
Didn't have to believe in it. It was just presented to me, is where you got to meet is you're using a biofeedback instrument called the E-meter. It's basically a galvanometer measuring skin resistance. But you see things on that meter. Like say, I was talking the other night, when I had a sore throat. Wow, the meter, it was undeniable that it read off that sore throat. That wasn't me squeezing the cans or getting nervous or having sweat. That's me reacting. Mental energy.
Well,
and undisputable. You see it. Because if I say, okay, let's say, let's talk about Sadie. Sadie reacts. The more we mention Sadie, it keeps reacting because there's insisted charge that needs to be there. The gift needs to be exhausted or dissipated. In the case of when you get to that level, it's called solo auditing. You're doing it yourself. You have two cans in your hand separated by a piece of foam, and so you're got one hand with the cans and one hand with the E-meter, and then you're taking notes as well. And you see this, and you see, wow, these are the entity comes, and it's like you're communicating with it and identifies itself, because when you think, okay. Entity, oh, that's the entity. And then you kind of might get the idea it has a name, or I never really remember naming them, but it's associated with baseball. It's associated with, why I could never hit a curveball. Something I never had that, but, something that could be very mundane, or maybe it would go nuts every time somebody threw you a curve. In other words, it wasn't a baseball curveball, but they threw you a curve. They surprised you. So you might have an issue every time you couldn't take new things. So that was a lot of orientation, but you're exhausting these things. They're coming up, they're coming up, they're coming up. Till finally one day, after doing this for quite a while, probably months, I sat down in front of the E-meter, and it began to dance. It began to dance.
wow.
And I didn't say a damn word. I just watched. I watched and I perceived. And it was this huge egregore. Scientology, they called it a cluster.
Wow.
Of demonic, and never had demons ever appeared like this. It was a whole egregore of, I felt it more than I saw it. And it was just like, it's something that just blew to smithereens. I don't have this anymore. I don't have it anymore. It's gone. And then all of a sudden I noticed that I was free, and I could not own other people's stuff. And I could see how other people thought. I felt like I could see into people's heads. And it's not like I could see into their heads, but it was like I could see into their heads, because I saw what was motivating them, and especially for stupid things they do, and especially if they try and get you to do stupid things and put pressure on you. Not that that was a big problem, but it became so easy and effortless to see what people were working up against. And these were fellow Scientologists. And I say, wow, what stupid choices people make. the way they behave, the way they attitude. It was like a complete liberation from the typical human mindset. And so that was what gave me experience. Another very cogent moment for me when I was having a discussion on the phone with Joseph Matheny, who I collaborated with for years. And he had a lot of occult knowledge. And we were talking on the phone. We used to talk for like 4 hours. And we started talking about UFOs. Never talked about UFOs particularly. The subject went to UFOs, and then the phone went dead. The phone went dead. Now, this was after a lot of exchange of information with him, the main gist of which is in my book, Synchronicity and the Seventh Seal, which is really, the book was written as an exorcism. And some of the information I learned from him, acquired from him, he shared with me, much in the way of an instructor or a teacher. But we're having this conversation. Somehow the subject of UFOs came up. We didn't get deep into it at all. And the phone went dead. Called him back, couldn't hear from him. Now, what happened with me? Okay, so I'm sitting on my couch and I'm feeling this energy in the kitchen, which is where I was talking to him at the time. I was over the sink, probably doing something with the dishes, not doing the dishes, but doing something over the sink. And I felt this war, unmistakable, a war of angels. Now, I could speculate that maybe his angel was warring with my angel. But I was not adversarial with him then or afterwards or ever since. But it was like these, and I equated these two angels to Joe Frazier and Muhammad Ali, the two great fighters who slugged each other's brains out, really beat the hell out of each other. And it was a fight of that magnitude. Not only, was the fight ferocious, all the mythology and symbology and legend about the fight, quite legendary fights they had, with both parties winning. But I felt like this was this tremendous fight. And after the fight was over, I'm just watching this fight. I'm feeling it. I'm conscious of it more than I'm like watching it. And it's going. And then all of a sudden, my angel won. No, I'm not saying it was his angel. I don't know what the hell happened. It was a big fight. And I won. Or my angel won. I wasn't doing the fighting. And I felt that it had to do with all this information he shared with me, or pointed me in the right direction, which really triggered me in a positive way, that this was like an initiation of major proportions that he facilitated. But somehow, and there was a price being paid, and he was paying the price. Maybe he wasn't supposed to say it to me. Who the hell knows? I don't know. All I know is that I didn't hear from him for a good while. And what had happened to him when he finally did talk to me, he had he was having an experience. It was like a dream or an out-of-body experience where he fell down the stairs. This is what happened. He went unconscious when he was talking to me, according to him. He fell down the stairs, and then he looked up and saw himself hanging from the rafters, like he was being hung, like an execution. And then he looked down and saw himself in a pool of blood. And then he woke up, or, became conscious. And I think he was bleeding. I think he might have had some blood. He ended up going to the doctor, and somehow he had a friend that sped up his biopsy. They were checking him for cancer. I think he was cancer clear, but I don't know, whatever it was something going on. But he survived that.
I mean, that's a horrible experience. I mean, that's got to be extraordinarily traumatic. And where was the blood issuing from, may I ask?
I don't remember. Probably his head, but I don't really remember. But it's like, this is somebody who has led a very rough and tumble life.
Yes.
And, he can be extremely gentle, but he can be extremely non-gentle when he needs to. And he's had a lot of trolls in his life. And, but I'm just saying my interactions with him were always extremely congenial. But in other words, he provided a great gift to me. Mm-hmm. And he's very steeped in the occult. He's very steeped in AI. He's very steeped in all sorts of things. I mention this because somebody's asking about what do these entities look like? Well, it's like, this was like, wow, it's unmistakable. Unmistakable. I had another experience. It sounds like I have all these experiences. To me, they're few and far between. It's like,
thankfully so. I mean, it's more than your share. But
it's like how often does one of your favorite teams win the Super Bowl? Not very often, unless you're New England Patriot fan or something, But it's that sort of thing. It's like,
But by the way, go on with that other experience because I'm going to go to the lavatory myself. I'll be back in just a few minutes, so please hold the stage. Yeah, thank you.
All right. So the other experience that comes to mind, I can't say it's the most recent one, but when I went to Romania for the probably 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6th time, my third trip to Sarmisegetusa, which I hadn't quite arrived at yet. It was the night before I met Paula, and I had gone to, I was sitting on the patio, which is this long sort of tables that we'd eat outside. And it was dark. The lights weren't on particularly. And these two men wanted to talk to me. I was talking to them. I remember Vonda, the tour leader, who were those men? Who were those men? I said, those are Solomonari. Solomonari are the indigenous spirits. Well, they were Solomonari, but they were real people. One of them was my future brother-in-law, Teo Maassen, who was just here. Wonderful person. And he and he had come. They actually had wanted to bring me to a hotel, a bed and breakfast, whatever, the Daniela, where they had a whole bunch of people waiting for me. But I hadn't agreed to go there. Paula was one of those people. They were waiting to hear me talk, to meet me, because they'd studied my work. Teo had read it to them in English, in Romanian, translated into Romanian. And I was a person of great interest to Tamarinda's group, his stepmother. So he came to get me, and I'm like, I was happy to go, but Vonda, who was sponsoring the tour that I was kind of we were doing it together. She was doing all the, legwork, but I was there. We were but I was working for her in a sense. And she said she didn't want me to go. She was afraid of Tamarinda. She thought Tamarinda was going to take over the group, which was not going to happen. She was just overreacting. And I knew that if I went with her, it was not going to please her. So I was trying to be a good employee, a good friend, loyal to her. So I said, I really can't go. I've got to be here with the people I'm with, because we had, 20 people or so that we were with, and it was an organized tour, so I was very loyal to her. So anyway, okay, so they came back. They went away and they came back. That's when she said, "Who are those people?" I told them. So I didn't go because I know you didn't want me to go. And then they came back and they say, Tamarinda would like to see you. I said, well, I understand, but I can't go. She said, no, she came here. So she came all the way here. She came all the way here. 20-minute drive.
Wow.
Whatever it was. She came to see me. Oh, well, okay, well, I'll go out and see her. Where is she? She's out in the parking lot. And so I go out to the parking lot. Now, when you think of a parking lot in America, you think of a 7-Eleven or a Walmart where there's streetlights.
Right.
This is a hotel. It's, off the beaten. I mean, you got to ride down a dirt road to get there. It's just there's no lights. It's dark. It's dark. It's pitch dark. And I walk out there. I see her, and she's got a very, I suppose you call it charismatic presence, but it's a very arresting presence because she'll tend to wear long dresses. She dresses very uniquely. So she's very much has a striking presence. And I see her, and she's, and even besides the way she dresses, she's just a very unique person. Some people react quite bizarrely to her. Some people fall in love with her. Heather called her, "Oh, she's like my fairy godmother." Well, I can't relate to her as a fairy godmother because I'm older than she is. So that's not a criticism of her. I mean, I'm her senior in age. And I mean that,
Well, think of her as a fairy goddaughter. Yes, but go.
Well, that she's not young enough to be my daughter. more like Paul in terms of age. But so anyway, I walk out there and I look at her. And when I look at her, I feel this incredible presence behind me. It's behind me. Unmistakable presence. And the first thing I said, I walk over to her and I said, now she speaks, she can hear English pretty well now. She hears English and she can even speak it. She even spoke to me some in English. But back then, she didn't like to speak English at all. She could speak it a little, but her English was not good. She can speak Romanian and German well. So I said, there's a spirit behind me. And she understood what I said. And she walks right over to the exact spot where I knew the spirit was. The exact spot. I didn't say, I just pointed. I said, there's a spirit behind me. She went over and walked to the exact spot as if to tell me, yeah. Now, as the next year rolled on, and I visited her, and Paula visited her too. I stayed in her house. That we don't necessarily agree on what that spirit was. I felt an angelic presence of an angel, not so much a Christian angel, more of a magical angel that would be tending towards Glinda the Good of the Wizard of Oz, but not that, but tending in that direction. A magical angel. Could have been a pagan angel, a beautiful angel, female angel. And she waved a wand over me with all these sparkles. And something had, was wow. Tamarinda said that there was an evil entity that followed me out of the building. And that's what was there. I disagreed. I later told her that this is what I felt. I said things can be two-sided, and she, basically said, well, okay, that's okay. Wasn't going to be an argument. She accepted what I said. She might not believe what I said. I don't know. But that's what I felt. It was very positive. The next day, my friend Alan, we went to Sarma Sagittusa. That's when I met Paula, and he said he saw my whole, he said my crown chakra, like he saw this energy spinning around my head, going way up, and he says like my heart chakra opening or something. He said it was very beautiful. He noticed that. It might have been the residual after meeting Paula, or whatever was associated with that. It was a dynamic life change. Both of those instances, whatever they were, represented a dynamic change in my life, which was quite dramatic and was not something I was asking for or seeking for. I was not looking for the perfect woman. I don't mean to imply Paula's a perfect woman. I was not looking for any woman. That was not what I was going there for, looking for, to hook up with a woman of any kind. It was just not the agenda. It was never the agenda. So it wasn't like a dream fulfilled. It was a dream. But it was a life-changing experience that was positive. So that was, one of the more recent entity encounters. But what I want to quote my, I call her old friend because I don't really interact with her anymore, Lori Saluzzi. She was gifted, and she said to me personally, I worked with her for years. We used to have Preston's and mine Montauk night at her house.
Wow.
And she says, when I'm the most psychic, I feel like I'm making it up. Like I remember she looked at the Montauk Project book when it first came out, and she looked at the book. She goes, I know. She says, this is going to make money. That's the first thing she said. This is going to make money.
Right.
Okay. Well, she said that. I didn't. Yeah, it did. It did make money. She knew. Yeah. When my divorce was coming down the pike, or the dissension, she said, this is going legal, she says. Totally right. There are many instances of her being right. She's kind of like Crystal. Reminds me of Crystal a little bit with her psychic talk, but they're different. Yeah. Anyway, she says, when I'm the most psychic, I feel like I'm making it up. And that's, so the reason she says this is making things up is creation. In the Tao, you want to feel the Tao, perceive the Tao, intend the Tao. You perceive the Tao, you go with the Tao, you go with the flow, go with the Qi, go with the flow, go with the Qi, go with the Tao. Then you intend it, then you control it, and then you create it. And above creating it is becoming it. Yes. But creating it, it's like, wow, you're creating it. Wow. So when you're working with the spirit world, now I will tell you, this is very important to understanding spirit, understanding entities, because they are spiritual, even if they have a personality. In astrology, Neptune is the planet of spirituality. It is also the planet of illusion, deception, and imagination. If you have a strong Neptune, it means you can have great imagination. If it's well aspected, especially with Jupiter, wow, Jupiter is going to expand it. Neptune is going to be imaginative. It could also make you dream big. It could also make you get wrapped up in an illusion and create something, like it's a big albatross, like you create this suppose the Taj Mahal only got half built. But that certainly, the Taj Mahal was Neptune at work. This was a big dream this guy had, to make tribute to his beloved. I'm going to demonstrate how much I love this woman. Meanwhile, the people are starving. Always people starving in India.
Yes.
I'm not begrudging him that, but that's, it's like where you put your attention. So your imagination is key. So you can imagine, your imagination rides along with things. And sometimes it will be more coherent than other times. But you have to learn to ride with your intuition, ride with the obvious and the non-obvious. This man, Derek Prince, was saying that one of the factors with dealing with demons or Satan's world is that it's an invisible world. You can't see it because it's in another realm. It's here, but it's in another realm. It's like the Philadelphia experiment. You can't see it. So you're dealing with an invisible world, which makes it all the more difficult to track down, and it doesn't want to be seen. When you begin to concourse with it, when you begin to converse with it, now you're perceiving it. Now the frequency is not as clear as it comes in on your TV set, but it's nevertheless a frequency. We've got the old thing from cartoons of an angel and a devil talking to somebody, trying to convince them to do the right thing.
Oh, one on each shoulder, yes.
Yeah, that's not far from what happens. Should I do it? Where does your conscience, do you ever think, what's the right thing to do? It's like, should I take this person? They just, they got a flat tire. Should I help this person? Should I not help the person? Believe you me, there's a lot of good reasons for not helping a person with a flat tire in New York. There are a lot of good reasons. There's also reasons to help them. You've got to pick and choose your. I've helped a couple of women with flats that was very appropriate for me to do it. I remember coming back from Preston's house, before the book was even written. He had called me to his house to discuss something very private that was going on dramatically. And I returning home, and I'm getting right on the parkway, because we kind of started in his neighborhood, so to speak, about a mile from his neighborhood. I'm getting on the parkway to come home. And as soon as I go under this bridge, there's this guy with a car, and he's hailing me with his car right on this dark other side of the bridge. I said, I'm not stopping for that guy for nothing.
Yeah.
But this did not it looked like a setup.
Yeah.
So if I think it's a setup, I'm going to treat it like a setup.
Yes.
I don't want anything to do with this, somebody else will come along and help him. But that's not, you've got to pick your situations. So it's paying attention to your intuition. Yeah, you have to be intuitive. You have to be creative. And Neptune is well worth studying. We all dream. We all dream when we're kids. Most people have fantasies, but they don't verbalize them. They don't talk about them. They won't even admit that they have them, whatever those fantasies are. It could even be, about eating an ice cream sundae, for all I know. I'm not saying that, I don't mean to imply they're all sexual, because some people are shut down in that area. But people who are shut down in that area could still be fantasizing about them, but they would never tell them, because they won't even admit to themselves that they're doing it. Nevertheless, people have very active imaginations. Getting them to verbalize it is a whole different issue, because they will lie to you. They might even be lying to themselves. So it's a good you could even be lying to yourself. And I'm not talking about you, Douglas, but the person's listening. You could be lying to yourself if you think you can't see or you don't have these things going on, because they are going on. So this, I hope I've answered his question.
Yes. Yes. And many others. Yes.
Yes. Yes. Now, as I say, now, very interesting thing that I wanted and this is going back to what Douglas said about creating a mystery. I was talking about L. Ron Hubbard creating a mystery. Oh, there's all these levels you can do. Fantastic, far out. Well, it's a mystery. Like, what is the mystery? What is it? What is it? What is it? And I processed this. Now, I'm not talking about the big mystery of the upper levels, which was a mystery, but all these processes you do, what you find out, or what I found out, I can't speak what other people find out. You're counseling people, and you're going into their problems, their drama, their trauma, and you get I got a tremendous breadth of experience in understanding how people think, what goes on inside of people's heads. And it was very enlightening, broadening my perspective. And you see that, people are living lives and things get better, things get worse. There's certain rhythms. And I noticed personally that certain attitudes were present in people that were successful. And certain attitudes were present in people that were very negative or not successful. So I was probably more positive than negative, but it wasn't positive enough. So I adopted much more positive framework. Okay, I'm gonna choose the positive, because if I choose the negative, I'm gonna be like those people that are bogged or slow down, can't progress. So that was choice. So that is a big mystery. There's also the flow of life. So you tap in, you see the flow of life. Well, one of the things about positive is that people's life are flowing. There's some things that come natural to people. Some people can walk into a place and just make it work, or walk into a factory and make it work, walk into a mechanic place and make all the stuff work. That's life. Now, my vocation was not in mechanics, but I would try to integrate that into my own reference frame, into my own sphere of events. So it's like you're flowing with the life force. You're going with the life, and you see the life. That's the mystery. All the other stuff, all the other accoutrements, when you put up the big theater with the Masonic this and all the pageantry, and they present the big mystery. Okay, and of course Scientology had its own, mystery of its upper levels and whatnot. It's the real mystery is the joy of life, is the living of life, is the chi flow, the spirit of the spirit. So that's the big mystery. Now, so do I say people? Now, I would also say this about L. Ron Hubbard's mystery. He had these upper levels, particularly the levels he called OT3, Operating Thetan Section 3, which was the stuff people have heard about, whether it's in South Park or whatever, of Xenu, the Galactic Warrior, or whatever. And it's such a degradation of the mystery. It's like, wow, I experienced the mystery of life. I mean, whatever that was, it was outside of my experience. But I was going into my own head and processing what was on the meter and blowing it away, dissipating it. recovering my own freedom of my own mind, my own freedom of mind. Wow. To me, that was a wonderful thing. So that's the mystery. Now, not everybody had that experience. Now, I'm oversimplifying it because there was years of study and experience that went into that. That was very unique. When I look back historically, it was unique experience. But I fulfilled the experience. That was the mystery. Now, so what we're talking about, did L. Ron Hubbard present a mystery where people were ravenous? When he did these OT3 section pack that people like to make fun of, because part of that, if you read the whole thing, it might make more sense, but it was only written for people who were initiated into a specific series of training, the end of which was never to believe any of that stuff. Believing it was not really on the table. And you weren't supposed to believe in Scientology or believe in what Hubbard said. You were never supposed to believe in it. You either experienced it or knew it, or you didn't know it. It was not obligatory to believe anything. It's like you experience, you know it, you know what you know what you don't know. But those materials were sought after for big money and tens of thousands of dollars. People would pay or they would steal those materials.
Wow.
It was like this great secret that L. Ron Hubbard had created a mystery about. Now, he wrote a book called Excalibur, which he put some exorbitant price on it. I think he advertised it. And this was, according to some, the basis of all Scientology. It was like, and it was the basis of many of the aspects of Scientology. It had the raw materials from which he developed. But he created a mystery. He created a mystery. He says, wow, it's a mystery. It's a mystery. Well, I want to know this. That's a whole other story we won't go into. But what is the mystery? The mystery is, now, this is another part of it, and this is where people get lost in Scientology, there is what he called a gradient scale. And I'm going to give you an example. If you are a musician, you don't just become Mozart overnight. Nobody's going to become Mozart, more than likely, or Johann Sebastian Bach, or even a mediocre composer compared to them. You're not going to do that overnight. You're not going to be a Henry Mancini, who was this Hollywood musician who wrote many scores, and he was a conductor as well. It's like, if you're going to become a musician, you're going to start out probably with an instrument, like a recorder or a piano, and you're going to learn a little bit, a few notes. You'll get into musical theory. You'll do different instruments, more complex arrangements, to the point where you can create harmonious compositions. Are they good? I don't know. You'll get better. If you can learn to arrange, well, you're even getting better. Each stage of education serves as an initiation, all of it leading to the point where you can compose a symphony and conduct an orchestra. Now, well, that's an accomplishment. There's one other factor, is talent. This makes or breaks it. There are plenty of conductors who can, fool the uninitiated or uneducated people of music. You could look at somebody waving his wand, and then you could have savvy connoisseurs of music saying, that guy's no good. God. And you might not even notice it. If you have a master up there, they will notice it, and you will even say, God, this sounds pretty good. Whereas before you were kind of enduring it, but you don't know enough about music to be able to tell the difference. So talent is a big factor. So the whole point is you're learning something over a period of years. The great Tom Brady, the football player, he said something very interesting. He was quoted as saying, I see a lot of crappy football out there, because he watches it on TV. And he's right. He's right. They don't have, he's been playing the game 20 years. He knows totally what to do. And if something's not working, he knows how to compensate for it. He's still limited by the ability of his players, but he knows so much that he can immediately see things that somebody else can't see. And if he were to go to any of those teams that were playing crappy football, they would be several legs up. Not to say they could win, but not to say they couldn't. This is the same thing with somebody who can conduct an orchestra, somebody who can take over a company and make it work, CEOs that can take over a company and make it make money. There are all sorts of examples of this. But it's not something, it's something you learn, and you learn the whole business. You learn the whole, several layers of initiation. Now, but what I'm saying is, you learn several layers of initiation. There's talent. Talent is a bit of an X factor. Mozart was incredibly talented. Paul McCartney, and although people have conspiracy theories say that the Beatles didn't write any of their own music, there was some guy, I don't know where the hell he was from. It's kind of a stupid story. Like Paul McCartney had no ability at all. He's just doing what this guy said to do. Paul McCartney, whether you like him or not, most people do, he has an incredible amount of talent. He's just one example. There are other people who have talent. Billy Joel has talent. You may or may not like him. He keeps playing his same old songs, but he's got talent. And he studied classical musical theory. But talent is a very interesting word. Like there's a lot of people who play baseball, hundreds of them, thousands, but how much talent do they have? It's like some of them are very talented. But talent is, we think of it as a skill, but it actually, taking it back to Latin, medieval Latin, it's talenta, meaning inclination, leaning, will, desire. Talent is will and desire. Well, certainly, you see this in a guy that is a championship tennis player with what was her name? Serena Williams, I think.
Yes.
She's got a will and desire to play tennis beyond anybody. But then, if you take it back to Greek, it means talenton, a balance, a pair of scales. Okay, so here's talent implies with a balance of scales that you're being weighed like a system of weights and measures. You have a skill. You can make a sculpture. You can make a brick wall. You can make something of value. You have a skill and you'll be paid for it. And that's where the weights and balances are measured. We're going to give this guy some value. We're going to weigh the gold, weigh the talents of gold. They call talents of gold and silver. We're going to give him the talent. So his talent is etymologically connected to value and wealth because you have a skill. You can build a house, you can dance and please the audience, so you get paid for it. It's like, what is value, what is worth? So when we talk about the idea of a mystery, it's a series of initiations. Life is a series of initiations. This is what the mystery schools were about back in Greece. You're initiating all these different procedures, which the biggest one I think was Persephone and all that, and the whole cycle of life and death, and that was very steeped in symbology. winter, summer, and all this sort of thing. It included going into the underworld as well. But there were all these different mysteries. And my point here is that, as Douglas so astutely said, creating a mystery where there is none and selling it, wow, that's an old occult game. But I'm talking about here a mystery that is an initiation. Is it a part of life? And the biggest challenge we have with the mystery of life is the adversary of evil. And this is on a much bigger scale, what we're talking about here, than people are used to dealing with. When I did the Montauk Project with Preston Nichols, this is about this great, what interested me about it was the time factor. Wow, time is manipulatable. And there's a big conspiracy around it. It's like the ultimate conspiracy. And then in the wake of this, I discover all of these references to Aleister Crowley, Cameron family, the Wilson family, 666. It's like shooting up all over the place. This is, and of course, ultimately, it's like, what is stopping this information from being promulgated? It's, the satanic element, the Michael Aquino element, more particularly.
Thank you.
And so, so what I'm saying is to get people to confront demonic energy, like it's too much for some people to deal with Montauk. It's too much for some people to deal with Satanism.
Yes.
But then people are suffering from it. Everybody who experiences harassment, torment, compulsions, addictions, or illness. These are all the province of demons, and they work primarily through emotions and attitudes. Now, if you're suffering from any of these things I've said, you have to look more deeply into your own thinking on such matters. And if you look deep enough, you'll find an entity with its own personality. And it might be a personality that you've adopted and you think is your own. But if you take your ownership back, your bad habit is maybe just not your bad habit at all. And this character, Derek Prince, described it as an addiction. The addiction is not actually you. It's a demon. But you have to distinguish yourself from it. There are plenty of people who've overcome addictions, and they talk about it. And they will still say, yes, I'm still a heroin addict. I'm still an alcoholic. But every day I, take stock of my life and who I am and what I'm doing. They take control of their life. What I think where discernment comes in is, getting people to confront their demons is what might it trigger. You don't necessarily want to go around triggering people because of all the kerfuffle it'll create in your own environment.
Yes.
But, so the purpose of demons is to torture, torment, and harass, prevent you from salvation, or I would say equilibrium, the balance, and prevent you from spreading such service to humanity. So he also says, quite astutely, if you don't forgive your fellow believer, I think this is a quote from Jesus, it's a paraphrase here. If you don't forgive your fellow believer, God will deliver you to the tormentors. Now, some people have a very hard time forgiving. But forgiveness is also a tricky business, because if you forgive, it's easy to forgive. But it's easy for me to forgive, but that doesn't mean you trust them.
Right.
Like, you can forgive Selena.
Right.
And I know you have no ill will against her, but she's put herself in a position where you can't trust her.
That's right. Yes.
So you can forgive her. You have no ill will against her. I know that.
Yeah.
But it's like, you trust her? No. Or any of these people who've, pissed on your, pissed on your life.
Yes. Thank you.
It's like, well, why? You can forgive them, but don't trust them, because what is there to do? So demons compel, they torment emotionally, they enslave, and when you have compulsion and enslavement together, you have an addiction, because you're slave to something. They defile, they put impure thoughts and images into your mind, they deceive you, especially in the form of religion. They make you sick, weak, or tired. Now, I was going to say, emotions and attitudes are where demons influence, and this is one of the first things you'd be asked in a Dianetic session. What emotions do you have about such and such? The condition you don't want. What attitudes do you have? And you'd address those attitudes and emotions. Because what is your attitude about having headaches every day? What is your emotions about that? Because these are so part and parcel to what goes on in somebody's psychosomatic reactions to things. So we have been in an environment with Douglas and working with Douglas where we have been exposed, Douglas particularly, to torment and harassment and a lack of equilibrium. And it's compulsive, it's enslaving, it's addictive. And these are people who have nothing better to do than put up crap on his website, on the Facebook, or not the Facebook, the YouTube chat board.
Yeah.
I'm not talking about the people who make regular comments. I'm talking about the people that put up sex bots or whatever it is. It's like, but the sex bots are the least of the problem. It's people who are ready, willing to troll anything and everything he says. And the more important it is, the more willing they are to troll it and to do everything they can to prevent it. My point here, audience, is that these are demons in action. And they are, acting like it's a big rodeo, and they're doing all the riding of the bulls. These are the demons in action. Now, when we address the demons in action, say, hey, demons, we see what you're doing. We see you trolling Douglas. Hello. We see what you're doing. This is what you're doing. Hello, hello, hello. Goodbye, goodbye, goodbye. The most potent form of exorcism, according to the Bible, is the name of Jesus. If you read my book, Synchronicity and the Seventh Seal, you'll see that the name of Jesus is not understood by anybody who professes the Bible. And Yod He Shin Bao He, Pentagrammaton, the upright pentagram. This is a banishing instrument, to banish. It's not so much about binding, it's about banishing. They use the word binding in the Bible. Jesus uses it, at least in the English translation. Binding is to stop. To stop these people, these entities can be bound. They can be bound in different ways. They can be banished in different ways. So the first point of the banishing is for me to verbally address these things right now. This is a live exorcism. It's not a dramatic one with accoutrements of whistles and incense or whatever. I'm saying is I am vocally telling you entities that you're recognized, you're seen, you're not wanted. Go elsewhere. Be gone. We're done with you. And just the recognition of that clears up the space. Now, while I'm totally open to the possibility, as opposed to the probability, that Douglas might call me tomorrow and say, "Oh, the shit hit the fan last night after you said that." This got shut down. This got shut down. My landlady came down and crapped in front of my door. Yeah, I mean, that's possible. I don't think that's going to happen. But sometimes, it can bring on more drama. It can, when you get closer to the truth. But this is purging is a very interesting word. It's to wash, clean, refine, purify, originally clear of a charge or suspicion. It can also be to refute, justify, vindicate. I'm doing that in my first chapter. What is the motive for me writing this book? It's also tied to the root of agere, A-G-E-R-E, to set in motion, drive, to do, perform, to drive, to draw out, or forth, move. This is what I'm doing with the book. I'm setting it into motion. To cleanse from a sin or moral defilement, to cleanse, purify metal or medicinally, to cleanse the body or the digestive tract. This is, cleaning up, and certainly we've cleaned up the program to a marked extent.
Yes.
But we're going to expand the cleaning up by exposing certain things. The amount of nonsense, a story which amused me to no end, and it is much as people might find great offense what this person did, I found it quite comical and very benign compared to a lot of, I guess you could call it a criminal act. This guy in England, this was a newspaper or blog article I read one time 20 years ago, but I think there was a zoo and a library, and there was a big space. Now, this is not like a super cramped area like New York City. And this guy put up a parking booth and was collecting, pound or a couple pounds of parking. And he was parking, saying, "Oh, you can park here, you can park there." And he didn't own anything. Whoa. He made a fortune. And, he made his fortune. And one day he decided, I'm going to retire. He was smart. He wasn't going to retire in England. He moved to Portugal. Took his loot and ran to Portugal. And then somebody said there's, I think the zoo or the library, the zoo said, "Well, there's nobody here to do the parking. What happened to the parking?" And the library says, "Well, I thought that was yours." "No, we thought that was yours." This guy just hopped on an opportunity, created an opportunity, made a personal fortune. And how hurt were those people who paid a pound or two or whatever it was to park? You're going to the, you're going to spend $10 to get in the zoo. Who cares? Right. Who cares? Yes. If you paid an extra dollar, extra pound, whatever it was.
Yes.
So that's not such a bad crime. He's not killing anybody.
Right.
He's not even taking serious money away from people, because the people that are paying money to go to the zoo are not starving.
Yes.
And the people that are starving are probably being taken there by people who are paying for them anyway.
Yes.
And people who are starving don't have cars to park anyway.
Yes.
For the most part. So okay, I'm not justifying what he did, but there are much worse things that people do and can do. What I'm trying to say is, but something that outrageous, that's right in front of everybody but nobody sees, this is what you have in certain cases where you have real outrageous criminality taking place. We see it in politics all the time. We have a Congress who gives themselves unlimited health care for life.
Yes.
Pensions for life. This is being done right in front of our faces. This was not the purpose of the Congress. It is an abuse of power. There are so many abuses of power that go on in politics all the time. Local politics, abuse of power. It happens in media. But that's typical. But my point here is it's being done in front of everybody's face. Some of the most negative, evil, satanic things, if you will. Paula, when she began working here in America, she met somebody at work or whatever who bragged about that he'd go to old people's houses and he'd tell them their chimney was all messed up and he had to do this for their chimney. They better fix it to be safe. And, he was full of crap. He was just, selling people a service they didn't even need.
That's so predatory.
Yeah, he thought it was funny. She wasn't unimpressed.
Yeah, I'm glad. Oh my God, why would he share that with her? That is so pathological. Did he think he was going to impress her?
I don't know what he was trying to impress her. I think that he thought he was just showing how clever he was.
Oh my God.
I think he thought he was clever, or he wouldn't do it. And you could say, well, yeah, they're not missing the money. Obviously, they afford to pay for it. They have a house. They can pay $350, whatever it is. And you scare them. Oh, you're going to keep the raccoons out of your chimney. Whatever. So it's like, there's flagrant stuff that goes on. And these are not the worst crimes that people do. But this is what happens in society. It happens in life. It happened at the Presidio many years ago. It's still going on in some areas. Where people will just, play the abuse card because that's who and what they are. So we live in an outrageous world, and I would hope that I can, by saying what I've said, can maybe get people to look and say, what's going on in your world that's so damned outrageous. And maybe you can see what's behind it. There's no limit. Now, some friends of mine have complained to me about what's going on here and this part of politics, the war or whatever. And I said, well, and I'm completely nonplussed by these things. Oh, what are we going to do if the stock market crashes, the oil prices go up, all this stuff? Well, what I say is I'm working at a much more core issue. You want to talk about politics, I'm working with Douglas Dietrich on geopolitics. He knows more about geopolitics than anybody.
Thank you.
And he can tell us things that nobody can tell. Yet, some of these people have a limited threshold to being able to stomach Douglas Dietrich. And it's not that they don't respect or like him. It's not that at all. They do have respect and like for him. It's just too much. Certainly the time component is too much for most people.
Yes.
But then it's like, okay, what, it's like so this is what I'm here for, is to, help, dumb it down. Dumb it down is not the right word, but simplify and put it into a form that can be more digestible by, in a mainstream context.
Yes. Not
that it's mainstream information, because it literally will change the world, and to get information out that even people in, many people in government positions don't know what Douglas has to share, because they're not in the loop.
Yes.
And those that are in certain loops that he talks about are also limited in other loops, and they're certainly not going to be talking.
Yes.
And they'll probably only have compartmentalized information anyway.
Yes.
So those of you who have been listening, thank you. I hope you appreciate it. We're going to take this further. What time is it now? 11.
Yeah, almost
58. I might just hang on for a little bit.
Yeah.
But I want to share something, a great secret. It's a Qigong secret from my teacher. And I should be doing this 3 times a week. I did it today after football because I've had a bit of a hip issue. Not a horrible hip issue, but it's something that shouldn't be irritating me. And I think the main reason it's irritating me, because I went through a period where I was too busy with various and sundry things, which included getting out my newsletter, that I didn't take my daily walks. Then that was exacerbated by very rainy, wet weather, where I couldn't take my daily walks. And when you don't walk every day, it's not good for you. Everybody needs to walk every day. Exercise, because I can sit around in a chair great portions of the day, being, at the computer. So what I did, I employed my teacher's great advice. Hot bath for 20 minutes. The hot bath is filled with 1 cup of kosher salt and 1 cup of hydrogen peroxide. Don't use bleach. Hydrogen peroxide, 1 cup, and 1 cup of kosher salt. And what that does is that removes the lactic acid from your muscles. And this is not only good for, and I'm saying it completely relieved the pain.
Wonderful.
In my hip. And I need, the reason I got it, or part of the reason, is because I haven't been doing it 3 days. And there were issues with the bathtub, at least the downstairs bathtub, which I use. But now I can do it. I just need to do it. And this is a part of daily maintenance, weekly maintenance, 3 times a week. This is going to reduce the impact of whatever arthritis you've got going on, whatever. All this stuff breeds the lactic acid. You don't want an acidic body. You want to get the acidic quality out of there. And this does it. It makes you feel better. And if you're used to doing it, you start feeling good, and then you'll forget about it. You stop doing it, and then I haven't done this for years. I shouldn't say I've done it for years. I haven't done it a long time, because I've done it within the last year. But it should be done 3 days a week, and it's just going to make you feel better. That's a great mystery that will help you with your body, even if you're young. because I'm sitting out there, I'm playing football today, and some young guy comes out there and he's great player. Okay, he's gone. He twisted his knee wrong.
Oh.
He's done. I mean, done for a long time. I mean, it's an old injury. And he didn't need to do it at all. He just needed to throw the ball. He's an excellent thrower. People get hurt all the time. So, and I'm on ginger legs right now. I need to build myself up, but I know when to stop. But I had a good game. I had fun. But it's like yeah, this is something that can be used for everybody. Now, but I want to ask you, Douglas, in light of what I said, and I'm going to listen to more. I look forward to finishing that on the Peacock Angel, because it's like vis-a-vis what I just said about demons and whatnot.
Yes. And
I was speaking this general. This is focused on the reading audience. When the book is done, it's an intro, because we're going to be going into the Vox Arca, the AI, Artilect, and beyond.
Yes.
And beyond. But I was going to say, vis-a-vis yourself and dealing with entities and stuff, do you have anything to say in response? Do you have anything? Does this help you focus on what you must do, what you must see, who you will confront, as opposed to summon? It's better to confront than summon, because they're already there.
Yes.
Summoning's bringing in more. It's like you've already got, Al Capone in your living room, and you're going to bring in, the gang from The Godfather too. But what for?
No need for that. I just think that what you're doing is monumentally helpful to me in every respect, and certainly what we're doing is we're getting the message out there, and I think thanks to you, more people are understanding it. There's for the best that I can do is to try to work with that in such a way as to make it easier for all of us. So when it comes to just the general question thrown my way, I had kind of an easier one time with the last set of questions, kind of like, what have you done for others? What have you done for yourself? This question would be more like along the lines of, I don't know, could you kind of like summarize it, make it a little more summed up so that I can grasp it again? It was kind of one of these things.
Back with the help factor, you mean?
The when it comes to what you've asked for me to participate in it, I just need a little bit more of a reiteration so I can figure out exactly what to say in response.
Well, you responded very viscerally and very, very well, I thought, as far as okay. I mean, this is something we could run on continually. Right. We could keep doing it, and we can. How have others helped you? How have you helped others? And it's a broad-based question, and it's the help factors. It's like addressing help from, not just 360-degree angles, but from all of those angles above and below the sphere, as opposed to a circle. It's like how say I was relieved today, and Paula was relieved that I fixed I got the roof fixed.
Right.
It wasn't. I mean, I could have survived the winter with it, but who wants that?
Yeah.
Who wants that? And basically, I told her, I said, I could have called all these different handymen from all the different flyers I get, and I could have been calling them, and then I'd be saying, well, I don't know if you need to come, because he's coming on Thursday, but he's coming on Wednesday, and it's like, it's crazy. You have people say, oh, I'm going to come, but they're not going to come, or they might not come. So it's where the point of the communication becomes, you're harassing yourself by harassing these people to come, all because the people you've called say they'll come and they won't.
Yeah.
So they're actually harassing you.
It's true.
By not communicating to you. So it's like the communication gets all messed up. And I say, I've been trying to get, one of my original guys out here for like over 6 months.
Yeah.
And right. Yeah, I'll come. He even came and looked at the job. Oh, yeah, it's going to take me 20 minutes. And I'm like, practically begging him to come, and he won't come because
it's disgusting. I mean, it's just so fucking.
He's disgusting because he's got real live problems that he's dealing with. He's got a full-time job. He does his jobs on the weekend. Get him to do it after work. He just doesn't find the time because he's got his other priorities. And, it's just, it is what it is. It's he should have told me to find somebody else's buddy. But, it's like, you don't want to turn down work in any case, but whatever. That's all. He did me a great service by doing all the siding on my house. Right. So, it's like, but the point of it is you can exhaust yourself communicating.
Yes.
So, it's like, how much help can you get? Too much help. How much can you talk about that? Finally, the help comes. Now I can focus on other things.
Yes.
I can focus on other things. And one part was the book. I started on the book.
Yes.
And when I go to bed at night, more often than not, right, in the last several nights, I'm thinking about, okay, what am I going to do? How am I going to bridge into this? And ultimately, what it entails me is listening to your in addition to talking to you when it's appropriate, your diatribes, yes. Certain diatribes, so I can get back into the rhythm of what I'm actually doing. The Peacock Angel you were talking about was very helpful.
Thank you.
Because now I'm being able to connect the dots, certain dots that I didn't have. And these dots are not easy to grasp because first of all, people don't hear all your transmissions. And then when you hear them, you forget them. And then you forget the context of them.
Yes.
And then when they come down and they're isolated, they're diamonds in the rough, and then they become polished and convertible into understandable stuff. Oh, this is that. And it clears the hell out of,
well, so much, yes.
Of the morphogenetic grid. It clears it up because, like, say, wow, and I've said this before, it was said that the grizzly bear was never afraid of the Native American Indian, the Native American. Wasn't afraid of him because he knew he could, the arrows and spears weren't going to hurt him. Yes. But the first time a bear got shot, when the
Europeans came, yes.
Yeah. Then every grizzly bear across the United States knew to be afraid of the white man. Now, you might not believe that. I wasn't there to witness the bears. The grizzly bear, the California golden grizzly bear, is extinct. Not the grizzly bear, but the California golden grizzly. The only California golden grizzlies we have are the University of California Berkeley football team.
Yes.
They're football players. They're named after the grizzly bear. The grizzly bear is on the flag of the state of California. It is the totem of California, the grizzly bear. Beautiful, beautiful animal. But they don't exist anymore. There might be one of them hiding out underneath the earth or something, but sometimes it surprises us. Nature surprises us. But, they're all, for all practical purposes, extinct. So that is the power of the thought. So I'm, when we put this book together, and it will go to a fairly limited audience, just the writing of the book all of a sudden changes the landscape. There are so many books out, and on YouTube there are so many healing techniques to use for your physical therapy issues. You can avoid physical therapy by watching YouTube. You really can't. For all of the negativity Google has done, this is a great gift. There are gifts with Google, which is YouTube. Not everything on YouTube is a gift, but certainly there are so many things you can do. Just in terms of physical therapy, it is incredible. I used YouTube. I want to say one thing. My brother-in-law, on the way to the airport, was asking me about the possibility of immigrating to New York, to America, because his stepbrother and stepsister are thinking about it. And I said, for you, it's easy because you've got a sister who's an American. She's an American citizen. It's just, we fill out the forms, pay the money. It's not a problem. Very easy. There's a few questions I need to get answered, but I was surprised he was curious. I was very surprised that he was even asking that. Yeah. He was curious. I don't think it's in the best interest of any of them to come over here.
I agree.
But that's just my opinion. I told them that.
Yeah.
But they're fast. Not so much him because he's really is a monk. But I said, you're in IT. I said, you could just, man, he could just be a whiz over here. He'd have to learn certain things about how to market himself, but it wouldn't be hard if he was coached properly. So he didn't sell himself short. But I'd say I think his stepbrother and stepsister were very impressed by all of the abundance of stores, malls. But they have malls over there in Romania. I kind of like the malls better in Romania.
Yes.
It's like, they're designed tastefully, not like here. Mm-hmm. They're very utilitarian here. Yeah. And I love the fact that they have raw dessert places. It's just raw dessert, no sugar.
Interesting.
Made out of raw ingredients, very healthy. Yes. And because of the currency, the pricing is very reasonable, very reasonable. Yes. So there's many things in Romania, but I think, Keith, but they see all the abundance of America.
Yeah, it's hard not to be overwhelmed by that. It's just the sheer abundance. That's really what seduces people.
Well, yes, but when you stand back and look at it, what is really the abundance? It's like, okay, we got all these fast food places. Mm-hmm. I don't eat in them. I didn't eat in a Subway, not a Subway, but a Jersey Mike's, it's called. It's a Subway store for sandwiches because we needed to stop and eat to avoid traffic.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
We needed to eat, we needed to spend time together, and I needed to use the bathroom. So it all worked out fine. But and then Paula and her brother used a laundromat in Queens. They never used a laundromat before. Mm-hmm. Oh. And because they don't have those. Mm-hmm. As the lady from Istanbul told me, she said, "Yeah, that's a very American thing."
Right, that's right.
You might find them in South Africa or Australia. You might. Mm-hmm. I know I saw one in Denmark, and maybe in Germany they probably have them too. Mm-hmm. But yeah, it's not necessarily a thing. So America, yeah, it's and of course they got to see Broadway, mm-hmm. Empire State Building, Times Square, right. So on and so forth, and they got an abundance of
exposure.
But
all the glitz and the bling, it's enough to make anybody consider, I'm sure.
Yeah, they said they never seen so many different races.
Right.
People.
Right.
And what really was a culture shock I don't think they experienced it so much at all. But when Paula first came here and went into the city, and she was just befuddled by all the gay people, proudly holding hands. I don't see that so much since COVID. I don't see that out. But yeah, it was very, I guess what you call aggressive public displays of affection.
Right.
And it just totally befuddled her because she'd never seen anything like it. Now she's used to it.
Yes. Jaded. Yes. At this point,
culture.
Yes.
I don't know. It's like, oh, we're just accepting.
Yeah.
Because I mean, it's just, if you live in New York, it's just, okay, big deal.
Yes.
It's common.
Yeah. That's amazing. That's the way San Francisco used to be.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah. Things have changed. Now I've put on the screen share. It's so we could take a quick look in the chat room together. Did want you to see this, and I want to say hello and acknowledge everyone in the chat room who's been very participative. Amor Fadi was saying hello, Douglas and Peter. Good evening and good tidings. And of course, our dear Mikhail Andreevich, I did ascertain his nationality correctly. He is Croatian, and so Krvatsky. That's actually the correct word for the Croatian ethno-nationality. So shout out to him if he's still listening. His was talking about his father, Johnny Andreevich, was Croatian Australian secret police, or maybe he means Austrian. But certainly he's in Australia himself, so I didn't know Australia had secret police, but that might be his way of referring to like their version of the FBI, which, kind of the same thing. But Aloma Albert said, book, the worst hard time there was a 7-year drought that caused the Dust Bowl. Also, John Ford info. So she was talking about when we were speaking about the Depression. And then, so Michael was sharing he was attacked by some powerful entities, and his defense was to laugh them off, which is very helpful. They hate that, yes. And then he was talking about his own tormentor, an Aboriginal elder helped him with that. And so he was talking about sharing this with Peter, so he can relate to what Peter was saying. Saying, thank you, Douglas. Thank you, Michael Andreevich. And so Veronica Bartolini Codebreaker, Real Talk, says, Hola from Arizona, and she has her own show. Shout out to her. Maybe someday we'll be able to do an interview. I certainly just need to get more directly in contact with her on Skype. Then Michael Andreevich was saying he had the same hip pain. So great tip. Thank you, Peter. He's listening now, bathing in salt and hydrogen peroxide, which of course...
Well, Michael, if you email me at petermoon333@gmail.com, I will show you another exercise for the hip.
Excellent.
Exercise for the hip. This will do wonders for the hip.
Yes. And also in terms of our chats, let's see now if I can access them, or I guess that they're here, and I'll see if I can find that which was left by. This is something I should probably talk to Peter about privately, but it's kind of out there. Let's see now. Christine Joanna Hart, of course, has been fairly public about this, and I'm going to try to not fall for what may be kind of a form of even subconscious entrapment on her part. She's been very, very supportive. She did an excellent job when it came to that horror, Salman Sheikh. And she basically was interviewed by him, and he was seeking her to say horrible things about me. She said nothing but nice things about me, to the point where he took her interview down before his whole channel went down. And
excuse me, I think we're going to have to correct Jesus from the New Testament. He says, a house divided against itself cannot stand. And if these people are affiliated with Aquino and they're chopping themselves off, I think Jesus might have oversaw that aspect.
Yes.
In the New Testament, because they accused him of doing Satan, and he says, how can I do Satan? Satan's not going to hurt Satan. Well, maybe we're getting our Satans and our Lucifers crossed up. Hell, I don't know. Right. But whatever the case.
Well, now that I'm showing Peter this, I will. I'm not going to read this out loud. There's something she says here that I'm not going to read out loud. I actually made a promise simply to never speak about her son again. And of course, she says something here about him. There is a link I'll have to check out later. Then she says, you did a really good monologue on the Queen. If you took back what you said to me privately, you could guest on my show weekly with Taj, Sarah, and Haley.
You don't want to be doing that. That's
okay.
You don't want to be going back. I mean, we you cannot trust Sarah for after the shit she did.
Okay.
You know what I'm saying? That's
All right.
that's like she's just pulling you back into the same old crap.
Yes. Okay. So I did want to ask you about that. It is very seductive and compelling, and she is being nice.
Well, yes, these are people you had strong connections to.
Yeah.
And intimate connections to, and it's just like, okay, we have to move beyond that. It's like, the beautiful vampire brides calling you, calling you back. I mean, it's that not that they're vampires, but you understand what I'm saying.
Oh yes. And
I think correct me if I'm not. I don't pay that much attention. I think they're all very pretty, or they were.
Yeah. I mean, certainly, definitely, were all hell in their day, and still very attractive. Of course, they maintain themselves as best they can, and we all do what best we can, and they're fine. And so it is seductive. It's literally seductive. With that, I'm glad
that is one of the powers of demons, is to entice.
Yes.
Is to entice. This is. This is like, okay, come.
It is. Oh my God.
This is just like the silly crap that I talked about with Preston and I being invited down to this sex farm in Virginia, to talk about the movie. It's like, it was so corny. But see, if you're completely vibrating at that lower chakra level, it's like, it sounded to me disgusting.
Well, that sounded like entrapment more than anything else.
Yeah, but I mean, just the whole idea of it sounded disgusting. There sounded nothing. Oh, you want to discuss business? This isn't business. Yeah. This is not the way business should be discussed. It's just appealing to one's, lower carnal nature, which, if it was done with any level of sophistication, maybe it could be enticing. But this is like, some guy pulling his pants down in front of a woman and saying, do you want to have sex? It's offensive. No matter how desperate or hard up she might be. It would be so offensive. Yes. That, I mean, this is.
But like Peter says, that there is something just in the nature of Sarah, Haley, her other lady friends. I guess Taj is the only male among them. Yes, if he weren't there, it would actually be quite even more tempting. But as Peter says, this is very. There is potentially danger to this. They were all, certainly Sarah Rachel Adams and Christine Joanna Hart are former victims of Michael Aquino, and that in and of itself renders them, as Peter says, it's just a very sensitive area. It's just altogether very sensitive.
Well, yeah, but also now I don't really have this all clear in my mind right now because it's been so long. Yeah. But if I recall, when I saw that Sarah was going to appear at Shasta, I wrote to her because I said, well, if I'm going to be seeing this person, I want to, be friendly and communicate with her. Yeah. And that was all well and fine. And then I think where the shit hit the fan was when she found out you were being there.
It was actually when she found out I was
Crystal River. Oh, Crystal River.
It was Crystal River. Yes. Which
yeah. And it's like, what's this all about? So then it got into this big pissing contest about, who was more right about Max.
Yes.
And my position was I could care less about Max. Right. That's just me. Crystal cared a great deal about it.
Right.
But I said, I don't give a shit about this person. I don't give a shit about these dead. I didn't want to talk about it.
Right.
However, she reacted very poorly and very unprofessionally and started making all sorts of assertions that were incredibly non-productive for everybody.
Yeah, they were
Yeah, so I mean, it was childish, it was counterproductive to everybody involved. So it's like, what? And you didn't get pulled. I mean, you did the right thing in whatever you did. And then she was, telling, I don't know either she called the police or she said she was calling the police to say that Jonathan was a pedophile or something.
Yes, yeah, she was.
Absolutely. I mean, this is the act of what an insane person would do.
Yes, thank you. It just wasn't. Yeah, it's it didn't reflect. It did not reflect well on her.
It also showed her to be deeply disturbed.
Yeah, thank you. There is that element there, but then of course, not to defend her. Anyone who was victimized by Aquino to that extent was. By the way, did we just lose the call? Because I saw there's the call. So I just want to make sure we're on the same call. And what happened was we blanked out there for a second, just in terms of the screen, not in terms of audio. But I was going to do the screen sharing again with Peter, and it's just going to show him. This was the touching thing that happened with Crystal the other day. And just so people understand, the big thing that Sarah Rachel had as a problem with Crystal River was that Crystal River was essentially, in a very real sense, the last intimate that our man Max Spears, who has just been the subject of this conversation and the subject of Sarah Rachel Adams' ire, why she was so angry at me, was because I had Crystal River on this program, this transmission, and it's one of my most popular episodes, where she was speaking about her experience with Max Spears. And so what had happened was the other day when I was talking about Max Spears and his being murdered, his basically being killed, and his last words were indeed, go talk to Douglas Dietrich about Michael Aquino. These were like some of the last words he ever spoke while he was alive. So they are on record. That's probably still out there on YouTube. If it's not, it should be on the odyssey.com of John Henry Warrington, who very much has preserved a lot of episodes that have been scrubbed from YouTube on his Odyssey channel. And so, again, recommend checking out John Warrington. You can connect to his Odyssey through the Maggot channel, which is a Celtic word for attention seeker. So that's an affectionate name in that Celtic culture. So it's the Maggot channels on YouTube, and that belongs to John Warrington. Anyhow, so I was, while I was talking about that whole subject of Max's death, which was recorded, and the video has never been released because that would incriminate the murderers, but they did release the audio. And then, of course, there was this documentary that was presented on Max Spears that was on Aquino's birthday, or it was something else happened on Aquino's birthday, like they were guilty of the crime. It was on Aquino's birthday that they did something about Max Spears, which is months and months after his death. It was just insult to injury. But when I was describing that whole situation, and Crystal could tell me what happened because she has a better memory about this than I do. And so I said, hey, did I ever share this particular painting I made of Max with you? And so I had done this painting of him a long time ago. He smoked like a fiend. And
that's a good painting.
Oh, thank you. I appreciate that. Yeah, I mean, he was a handsome guy, and he was one of the friendliest guys you would ever meet. The worst, Peter saw the worst of him because Peter helped Crystal basically avoid getting too wrapped up with Max, and Max was very resentful of that. And so she said, and this is where, this is my oh shit moment, oh my gosh, it's beautiful. Thank you. Never seen it before. Wow. And you know what? It would be just like him to send me a picture of himself for my birthday. Perfect. This was September 29th. And I was like, holy shit. I didn't know it was her birthday. And so I was like, oh my God, I'll try and get an e-card up, which I never got a chance to put up, but for me to suddenly find this in my files of scanned paintings and feel compelled to share it with you, there really is so much more to life than we conventionally acknowledge. So she said, it was him nudging you to do so, darling one. No doubt about it. You're the best. So with some white hearts. So shout out to Crystal River. She says, I truly will never forget this. Our bond is further strengthened. Just wow. And so obviously there truly is something there. I mean, honestly, this was
this is communicating from the other side.
Thank you.
And she's sensitive to that.
Yeah.
And that's okay. I mean, one of the unfortunate things about these communications from the other side is they're even when they're 100% genuine, they tend to be very ephemeral and here and there, gone here today, gone tomorrow. Yes. They're generally not consistent. It generally adds up to a nice memory, and that's about that. I think the main thing with Max, with me, was not he just seemed not so relevant to me. I didn't know anything about his story. He had some acumen about Aleister Crowley, and he was sort of talking about this, but it's like I felt that he was trying to be interesting to me.
No, he definitely was, and believe it or not, for those of you who don't remember, Max Spiers and Peter Moon and myself were all on Christine Joanna Hart's show together more than once. It was more than once, about 2 or 3 times. We were all on the show.
It was 2 or 3 times because I remember being vaguely, but it was like, it did, I didn't even know who the hell he was.
Yeah.
And then there was this stuff going on with Crystal, right, which got a little more, then it got a little weird.
Of course. Yeah.
But it was like, it was not anything I, went to bed thinking about or worried about. He was like, to me, he was a big nobody.
Understood. No, definitely. And that's completely.
But, he actually was kind of a somebody in his own way, but I didn't know it. And I think what it really, the impactful part of the nobodiness, in fact, he's got quite a following on the internet. I mean, there's been so much stuff gyrated about him. He wasn't a nobody. But the problem was he was completely ineffectual, or felt he was ineffectual.
He was sadly very much a victim, and he was victimized by Michael Aquino, and it's proven, as far as I can see, with the overwhelming majority of subjects, it's proven almost impossible for them to break from that. When it came to his case, the important thing in the way it impacted Peter and I through Sarah was that basically when I brought Crystal River on, and I knew Crystal was telling the truth simply because everything she said about Max was what I knew about Max personally, and because I knew him so well, and Haley and Sarah were involved with Max and myself, and we had that 4-way relationship going for a while. I remember him with great fondness myself, but I could understand Peter Moon's frustration and just the feeling of there was nothing here that Max had to offer Peter, and I don't feel Max really had anything to offer Peter. But in terms of Max, he was ultimately killed by Aquino, and he brings that up while he's being murdered in that audio, that this is a reckoning with Michael Aquino that he's having right then and there while being recorded, while they're beating him to death, which you can hear on the audio. But in terms of this poor man, he was someone that obviously Crystal knew, and for whatever reason, and John Shalimar understood this. John Shalimar reviewed what that interview with Crystal and myself, and he had Spracketh with Peter in some depth about the subject, and John Shalimar came to the conclusion that for whatever reason, Sarah Rachel Adams feels she has to dominate the narrative of Max Spiers, and that it's somehow her intellectual property, and that somehow she wants to be known as his last intimate. And the fact that he kind of ran away from her and was deeply seeking a different relationship with Crystal, that infuriates Sarah, even though she
seems to be a case of extreme petty jealousy.
Thank you. Yeah.
And because Crystal's relationship with him was only over the phone.
Yeah, that is true. That is true.
So it's like, what? what's the big deal?
Ultimately, it was a virtual relationship. It was a Skype relationship, so they saw each other on camera quite often, but it was virtual, and basically they became emotionally very intimate. I can understand that. But for whatever reason, Sarah can't let anyone have that. It's that as you say, it's basically petty jealousy. And so in the end, she was attacking us all. She was attacking us all because we were all going to the conference, and then she canceled her appearance at the conference in protest, and then she decided she was going to attack us all. And in the end, John Shalimar took Peter alone, which probably worked out for the best for that period of time. And after that, we'll see what happens in the future. But the important thing is that it's overall, it didn't stop what Peter had to do. It didn't stop what Peter and John had to do. And so they were able to carry out what they were going to do. And but like our friend Peter says about, this. It
was a fantastic conference that he put on. It was life-changing for, for many of the people who went there, JoJo being one, and JoJo's friend.
Yes.
And it just, and I got so much out of it just by my participation in it.
Yes.
And meeting with Stephanie South, it was just utterly fantastic.
Yeah.
And that's where it set in motion my adventures for next year in Romania. That happened at Shasta. That's where I got the impetus to do that, through my discussions with Stephanie, who came down to hear my talk. So it was a great experience, and I think he's scheduling the next one for the last weekend in March, if I'm not mistaken. Living Truth Summit #2. I think he wanted to consolidate the speakers, so he just asked me. I said, "Yeah, sure, I'll do it." And I don't know if he's posted it yet, but discounts are early, so you get better discounts the earlier you do it. So anyway, that was great, and Sarah also bowed out of the one that Robert Potter did in July.
Okay.
And I told Robert, I said, I'm not going to interact with her if she's there, because he invited me to come, and I said, no, I'm not going to do it. And then he said he had a contract with her, he couldn't change it. But she didn't come anyway. So,
oh, Jesus. I'm wondering how he feels about that's called breach of contract, by the way.
Who knows what all the ins and outs of that were? I don't really care. Yes. I'm happy I didn't go.
Yes.
Because it wasn't the same type of conference.
Understood. So all that being said, as always, profound to have you with us. Our Croatian friend in Australia is very appreciative of our shout out and your advice. So there we have that. He's out in the Pilbara Desert, West Australia. So everyone, that's out in the middle of, almost anywhere in Australia outside of a few cities is in the middle of nowhere. But such being said, we definitely have a lot going on back in the States as well. So again, to reemphasize, in case Peter didn't know, a few things just to bring up while you're here, because I think it's important to get them out while you're on air. One of them is, of course, today is the commemorative or memorial date of the assassination of King Alexander Karađorđević of Yugoslavia, who was that was for Europe, for World War II, for Europe, what the assassination of Franz Ferdinand was for World War I. Yet almost no one knows of it. No one remembers it. Yet it was one of the first assassinations. Indeed, it was the very first assassination that was ever on camera, where he was being filmed when his brains were blown out. Like Kennedy, this impacted the world, because everybody saw this man's brains blown out on camera. Footage which is impossible to find now. You can find elements of it heavily spliced and edited on YouTube or something like that, I'm sure. But the entirety of the footage is like impossible to find. But he was assassinated by a Croatian assassin. Just so people know, just like World War I started with a Serbian assassin. World War II, in Europe, you had a Croatian assassin blow out the King Karađorđević's brains on camera, and that was a Croatian who was deeply affiliated with Mussolini, and all of this is what led to the flip in strategy, or the strategic situation in Europe. Basically, what had happened was Alexander Karađorđević was in France when he was assassinated, and he was visiting the French foreign minister Louis Barthot, and they were talking about creating a alliance between Yugoslavia and France to contain Germany and Italy, a strategic counterbalance to Germany and Italy, and this assassination destroyed that. And so that threw the strategic balance way off, and it was after that Mussolini felt he had the strategic freedom to engage and invade Ethiopia, which didn't happen until after this assassination. So this cascade of events is very connected, completely hidden from history, and there's a true conspiracy for you. Why have they conspired to hide that? So I've gone into great depth into this in the past. No need to go into it tonight. Just wanted to bring up the fact that October 9th was the Memorial Day thereof. Very important. The other thing to bring up was, of course, Fleet Week, as I had brought up, was very much a negative. Always has been for me. I can't stand to go out of the house, though sometimes I've been compelled to on Fleet Week periods of time, which are in October. And when I go out of the house to try and just not feel so confined by the horror of the planes overhead, which is just, for me, it is a combat flashback to Serbia, Beograd, when the Americans were bombing and strafing the capital city. Beograd means white city in the Slavic language, Srpski, and that was the capital of formerly Yugoslavia, later Serbia, that the Americans bombed. And I would flash back to that with the planes overhead. It was a horrible time, and it would just get just as bad outside. I'd find myself surrounded by sailors, which reminded me of my father and made me sad, and Marines, who, of course, simply made me mad just looking at them. And the end result was it was just, I hate Fleet Week. So that being said, my son having rescued me from the bulk of it this double holiday weekend, which I will be returning to his company and the estates, and my escorts, one of which is in the photograph that you see embedded in thumbnail of live stream tonight. So all of that, along with the Blood Boys, and indulging myself in finally some substantial nutrition. So all of this has been a very good time, and promises to be so still further. And I just want everyone to know that I'm doing all right, because I'm getting some questions from some people saying, "How you doing, Douglas?" And I don't know whether this was intuitive based on my past experiences with Fleet Week. But like I said, best of all, they canceled this Sunday anyway because of the fog. So, talk about demons being exorcised. This is an example of that. The gods, the angels, they're really working with us all. I mean, those fuckers should not be allowed to fly over major cityscapes anyway. That being said, all flags are at half staff today. Understand that. Ordered by President Biden for National Firefighters commemoration. So this is to honor all of the firefighters who have died, including many of them in California's supermassive wildfires.
Let me ask you a rhetorical question.
Sure.
This is just for pure entertainment purposes. I'm going to go to bed. If Donald Trump were to pass away, by natural causes or whatever, would the current administration fly his flag at half mast? Fly the flag at half mast?
I would actually assume they would, just out of form. You would hope so, just out of just maintenance of form.
One would think.
Yeah.
One would think.
Yeah, it's and God knows he's under enough stress that may yet happen. It certainly, we'll see what happens. There's just
I pay no attention to him.
Yeah.
He's not interesting to me.
Yeah.
but that's beside the point. I'm gonna sign off. Good work tonight. It was good work, and we'll continue.
Yes.
And I'm gonna listen to the end of the rest of that Peacock Angel stuff.
And if you'd like, if you want me to review with George and our lady Brooke, or anyone who manages to join me, if you want us to speak further on the subject of the night of the broken circle, well, I certainly will. And
I don't know about yet. I'm just trying to piece things together. I know that's a part of things, but I don't have any. I'm still collecting
data.
I'm still getting my bearings and references back. I was on point for a while, but I lost it. I just need to get back into the rhythm. I got a lot of notes. I got a lot of this, that, and the other thing. I started actually composing, a trial narrative. And maybe next show I'll go into the one-man show again, and all the props I have for that in my mind.
Understood.
Great prop.
Yes.
And which more functional as a slideshow. But anyway, what were you going to say?
Oh, I was just going to say a very useful thought experiment, if nothing else. Yeah, definitely. As Peter says, it's all about getting the message more condensed, communicating it. So this helps us do that. And,
okay, I'll say good night. Good night, everybody.
Okay, love you dearly. Share that love with Paula. Okay. And that's Peter Moon. We shall now see if we can start calling other people up. We will try and reestablish the call with Brooke Gibson, who might be working out late at night. We'll find out. She might be at the gym. If so, she would get this call on her cell phone. And ooh, that's loud. That's always loud. That always blows my eardrums out. I just noticed how dark her lenses are. Honey, I just noticed how dark your lenses are on those sunglasses. Are you sensitive to light?
Waffle House, how can I take your order?
Yes, we spoke of this before. Yes. And of course there's nuance here. Yes. So in terms of
no, I'm not sensitive to light. Those were just, I happen to have those on, and I mean, let's be honest, hides the little lines on the face.
Oh, so that's fine. I mean, we all have them and we all hide them. And yes, I mean, this is why.
Mine aren't that bad. There's pictures of me on my Facebook you've seen that are like legit. I'll
start scanning again. Yes, I'll start.
Well, I have my actually there's only that on that story where I have my dogs, but I have like legit pictures on there. Like I don't do the Kardashian edit shit, so those are legit me. But that one was just like I just had it. And the other thing was like I don't, you don't necessarily know who's looking at you with a profile picture because everyone can see it. So I just kind of don't necessarily want everyone to know my face.
Understood. Sure. Oh yeah, I got it, honey. I mean, at any rate, you look fine. And...
I mean, when you work at Waffle House like I do, you get a lot of crazy people. So, I mean, I didn't think you could get crazier than Waffle House, but I'm not you.
Yes. By the way, so Waffle House, this was a true experience for you.
No, it was not. I just
okay.
We're totally going. Well, fuck you, fucking. Okay, I'm not actually putting anybody down that's worked at Waffle House, so I'm not going to say that. No, I appreciate the people that work at Waffle House. Thankful. Very thankful.
Okay. So let me see here. Oh yes. I'm selecting now people on I should be doing a screen share. So again, Our Lady can get used to this. And oh shit, I just thought by punching on one button, I put all the I totally eliminated the window in which I was adding participants, but that's fine. That's the way she can see me go through the process. And I'll try Brain Dancer again just in case she's got things working. Joe Ty, of course, has got several accounts, which
yes, please try Brain Dancer because I'm tired and I was falling asleep. That's why I said well.
Yeah. I'll try Viviana Sanchez. And if you do fall asleep, just leave everything plugged in, and and we should be fine. And so.
Well, I knew I needed to answer, and then I was falling asleep, and I was like, "Fuck." Because if I fall asleep, you will not wake me up with a phone call.
Oh my God, I don't. Yeah, I get it. When I check out, either sleeping or taking off, I check out.
I know. I know.
Yeah, yes. And Brianna Rand, this is probably the new Viviana Sanchez, so she answers that. And
she has a new name.
Yeah. And like she said, she doesn't know how she got it. So that's what she says right here. For those of you who don't know what I'm talking about, well, she's selected now, so I guess that makes it harder to see the name. Or is it? How does this thing work? There we are. Brianna Rand. I'm not Brianna. I don't know. I have this name. Laughing. So it's like it got assigned to her or something by. Yeah, I'm
pretty sure she needs to meet with the guy in Florida.
Yeah.
That gets bugged, that like he randomly gets the bugs from the guy touching the thing.
I'm not calling him.
She could have gotten hacked. I will give her that. She could have gotten hacked.
Yeah.
But.
Yeah, I'm not calling him tonight because he's just too much to take sometimes. I'm not ready for it tonight. Tonight I just can't handle it.
Oh my God, I have so much fun with that shit there.
Yeah, he is fun in his own way. He's I have people tell me that he's, oh wow, I think we got Viviana Sanchez. Hey honey.
Hi.
Hi, how are you?
I'm doing well. How are you?
Oh, fine, thank you. Much the better for speaking with you. And Brooke, of course, you've been introduced, and both of you seem to have gotten on famously. And
to be honest, I was just making fun of you because you said you had a different name, and I was saying that guy that's in Florida who we accused of being on drugs. I was like, how did you get a different name? Were you either high or someone hacked your account?
Oh, because he had different names. That's what we were talking about.
No, because he thinks he gets bugs from like touching a bag.
Right, he thinks he gets infected with nanobots or something. Yeah, or proteins or parasitic.
The point was, I was like, I think you've been up for 4 days on meth.
Yeah,
I'm not saying you have. I think you're. But it was funny. He was like,
let's just put it this way. Ian West.
Wait. Can you just rewind? Who are we talking about?
Oh, we're talking about Ian West, and in all fairness, Ian West, the way he speaks,
is a great guy.
Yeah, he's and I ask people not to. Yeah, but anyhow, I gotta admit, I personally suspect that they're pumping meth into his water supply or something.
Yeah, like maybe he's got an ex-girlfriend that hates him or something. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I would think that would take government level effort to do that, unless like the girl had a lover who's a plumber or something. Then anything's
frozen all his ice cubes with meth, and he hasn't finished them all yet.
Yeah. Oh my God, that's a sinister idea. Oh my fucking God. Yeah, it's like, but yeah, what he describes is very similar to what people who are crackheads usually describe. It's something very similar. Of course, he denies vociferously using any drugs. So that's, so if it's not the case that he's using drugs, it's, I did ask him, are you open to the idea that somebody might be putting him in your water supply or something? And he doesn't seem open to that idea, but, he definitely thinks he's getting COVID, which he interprets to be basically something like some nanoparasitic ant colony or termite colony or something that
from the people that he didn't have the vaccinations, to clarify this if you heard it. He did not have the vaccinations,
right.
But he's getting the nanobots from people that have had the vaccinations,
according to him,
and he can get them from even if they touch a bag and he touches the bag,
right, and it's not like he comes down with it days later and says, oh shit, it must have been from that asshole. No, it's like he
20
collapses
seconds after.
He instantly collapses on the ground. Taking a sandwich bag from some Subway sandwich guy
Oh
delivered.
my God, Ian, if you're listening, I love you. Like, I'm not making fun of you at all, but it is a funny story. Come on, you gotta admit it.
Yes, he knows. He knows. He's gotta know. He's gotta know that this is just morbidly entertaining. But what gets me is, well, Ian, how do you know all of these people have had their shots? He speaks with his.
Oh, no, he has no idea. He doesn't.
He told you that? He told you that? He doesn't.
No, he can't know that. How it's not like he walked up to the guy and was like, "Have you had your shots?" before he got the bag of food. From
Right.
DoorDash.
He presumes that all of these people have had their shots, and that's how he's contracting these horrors from all these people. It's that and sex. It's that either he has sex with chicks that he's convinced have had shots, that then he gets the COVID from them, which is okay. There's a lot to be argued with here. Let's put it
again, sex would be questionable anyway because of his fear of bed wet and the water, and let's not even go there.
Yeah, it's just he got rid of his mattress because there was, well, we have to admit that was like Hurricane Ian, which they named after him.
He said the corner of his mattress, the corner.
Oh, is that what it was?
Yes, the corner. I verified it. And I was like, and then he's like, well, I had a king because I could have two women. And I'm like, well, obviously you're not doing the right thing with two women because your bed would have been a lot wetter with them if you were in the corner of the fucking mattress. Oh my God.
I mean, yeah, the way he talks, he
even went touche on that. He even had to laugh and admit that shit.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, the way he talks, he's getting a lot of sex, and like I did ask him this. This is why all these people said he's such a party. I mean, he handles it well. I mean, you got to admit. But I did ask him, like, how is it that you can have sex with so many chicks when you're tearing chunks out of your fucking flesh all day, chasing after these bugs that are crawling under your skin? That doesn't sound too sexy. That doesn't sound too sex appealing. That's the term I use. That's
what if you really hated someone and you did break up with them, instead of meth, you put LSD in all their ice cubes?
Well, yeah. It's like, yeah, it's horrible. There's like,
I'm just saying, it's a possibility.
Yeah. Well, I think this is beyond acid, though. This seems like I think the effects would be different. The effects do seem like they do seem like, again, there's no accusations here. I do want Ian to know this. Ian, I mean, I respect what you say in the sense that you say that there's. So you're not taking the drugs. So okay,
we've all given him credit. Like we've talked about that. Like there is legitimate where we've seen that on TV where people have that stuff coming out of their skin, whatever it's called.
Oh, like Morgellons syndrome.
Yeah.
Morgellons syndrome. But he never presumes that.
No,
I don't think he even knew about it. He never even knew about Morgellons. And so I told him I wasn't going to be the one to give him any more details because I don't want to trigger like some new obsession with him or something. I mean, I made the mistake of telling Sarah Shields about who's this lady who's been a fan of mine for many years, and I hope she's doing well. But Sarah Shields, I made the mistake of telling her about Morgellons, and so then she became convinced she has Morgellons. So, I don't want to lead to people being convinced they have something like, oh my God, this is what I've got now. And then, I mean, it's just the mere suggestion can send people down that path. Noreen Halpand. Now, Noreen Halpand is a girl that I worked with on Revolution Radio, who I needed someone to go with me to Australia when I was invited down there by that horrible Duncan Rhodes, and that turned out to be an ambush. And in terms of that, I never would have gotten out of Australia at all if it hadn't been for having someone with me. I had to have someone with me so that they can't make two people go missing as easily as they can set up one person. And it's thanks to Noreen Halpand, was paid for by a lovely lady whose name I think I can give out at this point, if I can remember it. It was a long time ago. And she was acting the role of a sponsoress, and she paid for Noreen to go with me because Duncan Rhodes wasn't going to pay for anyone to go with me. Piece of shit that he is. And obviously an ambush. So, but she paid for Noreen to go with me. So that was about $3,000 she handed over. And if that wasn't for that, I wouldn't have gotten out of Australia. The whole story behind that. But in terms of Noreen Halpand, she's convinced that she has Morgellons syndrome. And so fortunately, she seems to have gotten over a lot of that and feels that she's conquered it to a great degree. But so the question is how much of this is psychosomatic and how much of this is something else. But so people understand, many people who are convinced they have Morgellons, which medical science does not recognize. They don't all seem to be drug users. They just seem to have this fixation that they have something horrible that is nanotechnology related. So in other words,
well, I mean that just in their defense, that man that we discussed the other week, the podiatrist, he did show on in his surgeries. Yeah. Unless, I mean, obviously, I guess he could have been lying, but he's like you said, you met him. He was a very nice guy. I mean,
but that doesn't mean anything. He could be like a serial killer for all I know. I mean,
right. But what I'm saying is when they were doing several ones, they did pull out these really thin fibers of several different, and these were multiple people. Right. They're like in the top of their skin. He didn't seem like, to me, it would have been more like, are these people somehow getting it in their skin? But it looks like tiny, thin fibers.
Among other things that he pulled out chips and shit, and he had like
some other shit. That's what I'm saying. Like, did he implant this or with that? The fibers that was the point of the fibers. He wasn't even suspecting aliens, which is where he was eventually going, right? So that fiber thing really wasn't going there. Mm-hmm. It was more going toward more. It was just going towards something more molecular that they couldn't understand.
Well, it wouldn't be molecular because then he wouldn't be able to extract it with a tweezers.
Not molecular, but I mean biological.
Okay, just
biological.
Right? No, I get it.
Natural.
I get it. By the way, I have to always look that guy up because his last name's Lear, and I don't know if the spelling is the same. But the problem was that he was a big Art Bell guest, and so he was always confusing to me in the sense that I knew who he was. And I knew,
like John Lear?
Yes, his name sounds so similar to John Lear, who was always brought on by Art Bell.
The alien people, yeah.
Yeah, because he had the other idiot on who was Lear's son, and I think the idiot's dad, John Lear, his dad, the inventor of the Learjet, which Art Bell would forever bring up infinitely and repetitively.
Oh my God, I'm so glad you clarified that.
Yeah.
Because I watched so many interviews with John, like seeing John Lear on them.
Yeah.
And I would literally go look him up because I'm like, oh my God, because he's flying the planes, obviously. He's not talking about how he's a pilot. So I'm like, he has to be fucking somehow related to the Learjet.
Yeah.
So, but if you do Wikipedia the motherfucker, it doesn't say shit about his dad.
No. Basically, just so you know.
Sorry, Vivian. I'm sorry if I'm cussing and you
don't no. That's fine. I mean, I swear all the time. I mean, this is, look at, fuck.
I know, but she's got such a pretty flower, and I don't.
She can handle anything.
Okay.
She's been through everything you talk about. The
Here's
Kraken.
Some of your what, baby girl?
Yeah.
You should hear some of my live streams.
Yeah.
Okay. Good.
Yeah.
Yes. I'll go off on something, and you just can't stop cussing, and then you're just like, whoa, where did that come?
Yes. Yeah, but so just so people know, if you look up on Wikipedia, you will find information about, I think the idiot's name is, his father's name is Roger Lear, I think, who invented the Learjet. You will find, or should find, a Wikipedia page on him. You will find nothing on John Lear, who I think is the idiot that was always interviewed by Art Bell.
Yeah, if I found anything on him, I swear, because I was like, he has to be the inventor. He's even invented the Learjet. Like, I just assumed it. It just made sense.
No, he used to fly all kinds of jets.
Right, well, because he knew so much about jets, and I'm sitting there, I don't know much about him. I'm like, how does he?
Anyhow, so, but he's Wikipedia does not allow a page for him. He's banned on Wikipedia. So that's the situation there. Just like they banned Douglas Dietrich. Douglas Dietrich and Lear are banned, but among many other people, like David Icke, maybe I think, or should be. If he's not, he should be. But at any rate, when it comes to Lear, he attacked myself when I came out as a public informant, and I just. How would I say it? I completely eviscerated him. And so he regretted that. And it may be to the point where Lori and Ann Fenton, that fat man.
He seemed like a nice guy, though. Why would you do that?
He attacked me. He was trying to attack.
You know who I saw you eviscerate the other day? I watched your video.
Yeah.
This weekend, actually. And you eviscerated, who is that fucking guy that's always on Gaia and shit?
Which one?
You were in a conference.
One of those. Is it Corey Good or something like that?
No, not wasn't Corey Good. It was
that other guy who
bigger than. I call him bigger than Corey Good as far as his name. He's on everything.
Is it that Doctor? Fuck, what's his name? The author of.
You were like, you didn't even. You walked out of my fucking conference. You didn't fucking hear it. it was a conference you were in.
That was fuck, that guy who lives in Rochester, New York, where my dad was born, of all places. He's
on
Dick,
right now.
Richard Dolan.
Yes, he's on Gaia right now, very popular on there.
Oh,
yes.
Yeah, no doubt. I mean, yeah, Gaiam's just all disfo for all these losers who, they bring on. They were bought from the original couple that owned them. Well,
I will say this about him. You put him in his place.
Oh, thank you.
He is an intelligent person, I believe. I do think he's intelligent, just like you. Like, you're both intelligent. You had access to things that he was unfathomably not going to believe. He just couldn't believe what you were saying, and then he walked out because he just thought there's no way any of this happened. You see, so like if you look at his
it wasn't a question
level,
of that, honey. It was just he walked out simply because he wasn't interested. It wasn't.
He wasn't interested, but then the second point was
he walked out before I started. He walked out before I started.
He put you down on stage after the fact and hadn't listened to it. So obviously he knew what you had spoken about, because that's when you were defending yourself. Because he was saying that there's no way.
Right. And of course, when it comes to Disfo Dick or Richard Dolan, the most important thing to remember about him, and if you ever take a look at that full conference, which you can find on Odyssey, where, again, John Warrington maintains these on the Odyssey channel. So if you do go to Odyssey channel and you see the full Douglas Dietrich conference on that speakers panel with the
I'll check it out.
Then there's several things you might be able to notice or might not, depending on the angle of the camera. Now, there's times when the cameraman actually goes all over the place with that, so you can get a fairly good view of the audience and you can get a fairly good view, but he may not be pointing his camera in that direction when these incidents actually take place. But just so everyone knows, the person who was the MC or master of ceremonies for that speakers panel and was Sean David Morton, a guy who later on wound up in jail, and he's someone who I'm not trying to diss or anything like that, though I have in the past, more for sadistic, gratuitous, just gratuitous sadism. I have nothing personally against the guy, but he was always, he's just he is a criminal that has ripped off old ladies of life savings. So he wound up in jail for that, but he's the master of ceremonies there, and he handles it in such a way that he's very helpful to myself. So just so people understand that, he never did anything to me that made him in any way, shape, or form an enemy of mine. But I did see him, just so people understand this. They held a roast, quote unquote, a celebrity roast, where they were roasting all the speakers. He was the guy roasting everybody. He didn't dare say anything about me. Anything. He didn't roast. I was the only person he didn't dare to roast. I mean, he just didn't say anything. But when it came to everybody else, he went through something stupid. With Richard Dolan, he was always seen in a suit, which I pointed out was one of the sure signs he was a Fed, because everybody else was showing up in anything but a suit because nobody else could afford a suit. And the only people who work for the government are the guys who can afford suits in these kinds of environments. And initially, by the way, I was completely attacked on that. Everybody said, "Oh, that's the end of you," etc., etc. But it was after that was Richard Dolan never appeared in a suit again for a long time, because he knew everything I said was true, and that he was exposed by that very fact. But that's when one of the jokes that Sean David Morton made was that he was pulled out of his mother's womb by the necktie, that kind of bullshit. but just so people understand another reason why I'm hard on Sean.
But he has that personality regardless, I think.
Anyhow, the
he has a snooty personality.
Yeah. Well, he's just a Fed. That's all he is. I mean, the important thing to point out with him is that he was highly recommended constantly, publicly, and openly by Michael Aquino. You don't need to say anything further than that, really.
Oh, really? I didn't know that.
That was just Michael Aquino was very, very adamant that Richard Dolan was his boy, that he was that he was financing him for the secret space program bullshit that Richard Dolan spreads. But in terms of aside from that, the open affiliation with Michael Aquino, was the fact that Sean David Morton, just to give people a little bit on him so they know why I'm hard on him, it was at that conference that Sean David Morton attacked Laura Eisenhower, who's one of the most just harmless people you can ever meet. I mean, she's no threat to anybody. Basically, she says she's the granddaughter of Dwight David Eisenhower. And that's basically it. Throw in some new age and throw in a little UFOs, some new age in ufology. And beyond that, she's not hurting anybody. But Sean David Morton attacked her just unforgivably. He was just attacked her so viciously. It's like, this is at a dinner, for God's sakes, that you couldn't even
When it was supposed to be a roast, but he went hard on her.
Yeah, her alone. And he wouldn't stop. I mean, I'm talking for what felt like, it was so horrible an experience. It felt like 2 hours, but he might have been going on.
Yeah, well, for you, you're pretty laid back. So for you to say it was hard on her, I would say it must have been pretty hard.
Yeah, it was, well, he said, yeah, she talks so fast, it's like some condom filled with cocaine exploded in her ass. I mean, what people are eating. This is what he's saying. This is shit like that, and he's going on, and he did this for like I said, it felt like 20 minutes. It may have been like 10. Felt like 2 hours, but so
how many females did he have to roast that night?
Just her, of course. I mean, nobody else was really a guest. So
obviously he was too scared to roast you, but it was very easy to roast a female over and over.
Yeah, that was him. Then why? This is why he doesn't deserve any sympathy, just so people know. But that being said, back to Richard Dolan. The other thing about Richard Dolan was to put all of this in context for people. First off,
hey, you've just ruined Richard Dolan completely for me.
Yeah, Richard Dolan. The first night of the conference at the dinner table, I ate at the dinner table with Richard Dolan. So he and I sat at the same table. It wasn't like there was one huge banquet table like, Hotel California. We're all sitting, around the slaughtered baby or calf or whatever it's implied they're eating in the fucking song, some kind of pig that wouldn't die or some bullshit. It wasn't like that. No, we all had separate tables, and I was seated next to Richard Dolan. So when I was seated next to him and his wife, who was with him, he got into telling about his parents were all getting old and he had to take care of them, and they're all senile and demented. And so I told him, I just spent 10 years taking care of my parents, and I could give you some advice for how to be a care provider. And so I did my best to try to relate to this person and speak to him. And I brought up Rochester, New York, and told him things about Rochester, New York, because my father was born there. And it turned out he knew absolutely nothing about Rochester, New York. And he lived there. So what does that tell you? I mean, that already...
That's kind of a sign. I just got the signal right there.
Yeah. I mean, it's like, basically, he said, wow, I never knew this about Rochester, New York. And I'm like saying, how could you not know this when you live there? It's just like, it's like, it was just really weird. And you're supposed to know things about UFOs and shit. I mean, it's like, you're not even aware of your surroundings. It's like he knew nothing about Rochester, New York. It's like, how can anyone get from inside of the city or around the city without knowing something? Anyhow, so that was bizarre. Then what happened was that all of this is compounded by the fact that, again, his wife is there. Bear this in mind. So there's this young Russian whore, basically, obviously a prostitute, obviously an escort. I know because I hire them. So, and now my son hires them for me because I don't have the money to do that anymore. So there's a Russian escort there that he's making out with, and he published all the photos of his making out with her on his Facebook page that night while his wife is with him, and she's crying openly while he's got this young Russian whore on his lap and he's making out with her publicly. That should tell you something else about him.
Well,
it's not just to say he's a bad guy. This was Richard Gage shit. Where
I wonder if it was even his wife. I mean, if you're saying he didn't live in probably Rochester because he didn't know shit about it.
But it's his real wife. I know that for a fact because she published his books. I know his wife. So his wife, she published all his books. So you're talking about this wife is also his manager. And he's making out with a young whore in front of her while she's crying, downloading photographs of it that he's taking with a cell phone onto his Facebook page. So that everyone can see him doing this. Yeah, while he's in front of his wife. And this woman is obviously supplied by the feds as just his payment for what he does. Now, what was this given to him for? Why did he get this privilege? Because he was going to attack me the next night. So the next night when I'm on stage and he's put in the center of that speaker's panel, their honored guests, the center, and you'll notice there's two men.
Yeah, I did notice he was in center of that.
Yes,
yeah.
And there's two men who are not allowed on the panel.
You.
Myself and Jordan Maxwell, who are on either
Jordan
side.
Jordan Maxwell wasn't either. You said you don't like Jordan Maxwell.
I never said I didn't like Jordan Maxwell. I like Jordan Maxwell. I just said that he's hard to take because he's been victimized so much all his life.
Oh, you know who told me you didn't like Jordan Maxwell? What's your name? Deanna.
Well, she's wrong. I mean, you know, Deanna. By the way, we have George Knight with us, by the way, and he can provide further details on this in moments. But yeah,
hey,
just
George.
To get this out of my system while I remember it, when it came to Doofus, Dick Dolan, so he's got this chick with him, and then at the conference, now bear in mind, so I'm on this folding chair. Jordan Maxwell's on a folding chair on the other side. There are people on this panel, including the man who is intensely disliked by Peter Moon, Andrew Basiago, who basically was kind to me. He was very, in all fairness, Andrew Basiago was nothing but the best to me, and I had nothing to hold against him. But definitely over the years, I found out more about him. That first off, I just so that people know, I sent a photo of this to George Knight so he can vouch for this. But basically, I presented before. We were talking about Max Spears earlier, and we were talking about the Max Spears and Crystal River and all that. Just before I called Brooke back, Peter Moon and I were discussing it. And so what happened with Max Spears was he had this very expensive Legacy Templar sword. And I remember when I published a picture of it, Judith Ager said they might have killed him just for that. And I said, yeah, that's conceivable. But it turned out he had lent this to a man named Ken Sendo, which is not the man's real name. But Ken Sendo, I don't know what his real name is, but I know that's not his real name. But Ken Sendo was like, for all intents and purposes, the gay lover of Andrew Basiago, and rescued Andrew Basiago, in a sense, gave him a home to live in. So he's living at Ken Sendo's home. So Ken Sendo's got this sword of Max Spears that Max Spears never got back, according to Max Spears. Now, Ken Sendo says he gave the sword back. And Max Spears, till the day he died, said he never got it back. And then Max Spears died. And then I have a photograph that I sent to George Knight that winds up in the hands of this sword, winds up in the hands of Sean Stone. And Sean Stone's taking a picture of himself now with Max Spears' sword, saying, I'm the hero and shit. So we know now who bought the sword from Ken Sendo and Andrew Basiago. You know.
So Sean Stone knows these people? Because I'm not familiar with any of the three of these names.
Yeah. Well, Andrew Basiago, you know him. You know him only in the sense that you know of him through that idiot, Art Bell, who brought him on every other fucking night. And then every other fucking night, George Norrie would bring him on. He's the guy who was Project Pegasus in the time travel. He's the guy
yeah.
Yeah, that's Andrew Basiago. So Andrew Basiago was, he was driven mad by all that attention because these people brought him on again and again. He had millions of people responding to him, so he thought he could run for president. So he was insane enough to really believe, again, like I told you, all these people think they can run for president. So he bought into that.
Even him, I've only heard like one or two of those like broadcasts.
Oh God, you're lucky. Oh fuck. Any person who was listening to the show regularly.
I don't even remember the name. I only remember it now that you talked about Pegasus and all that. I remember.
Yeah, that was it. They had him on every other night. It was him. Anytime there was dead air, they brought him on along with the ghost hunting couple. I
wasn't into Art Bell until Art Bell was off the fucking air. Like I was listening to
You are so fucking lucky. Oh, you are so fucking lucky. Anyhow, so like I said, Andrew Basiago was nice to me, but he was on the speakers panel. in the center was Dick Dolan. We were on the side. And,
I love that you say Dick Dolan.
Yeah, Jordan Maxwell and myself were off to the side as two disrespected collateral people.
And you took him fucking out. For anyone that has not seen that, you need to tell them the title of that. You need to go watch that because it's a short. It's not even that long video. On yours.
Where did you find it? Is that on my
channel? It's on yours. Oh, okay. It's on your channel. Okay. And it's when it says Douglas Dietrich, took out or I can't remember. It's on your channel.
But for what people might not see, this is how sinister it was. Is that, and you should be able to see it when I bring this up to your attention. It should be, you can hear the person asking the question. But basically, there were a number of people in the audience who were obviously paid government agents. And they stood up and asked questions that are attack questions that Richard Dolan was obligated to respond to with an attack. Now, by the way, any normal speaker, any professional speaker, if it were myself or any one of you, I'm certain would have even the common sense, even if you're not trained public speakers, to respond in this way. That if you were on some speakers panel with people you did not personally know, that you had only met yesterday or something like that, basically you would just not answer the question. You would basically dodge it and say, moving on to other things or speak in a most general or vague sense. Right. But basically, this person asked an attack question about Douglas Dietrich. What he said was not anything about history. If you hear the question that's asked of Richard Dolan, that gets
I'll
into
have to go back. I don't remember the question.
What the man says is basically, what do you think of Douglas Dietrich? And that's basically what he says. He's not saying anything about history.
You're right, because I didn't even realize why he started going off on you. I just remember I'm watching the video and suddenly it
wasn't a question about what do you think about what Douglas Dietrich said about this at all. It's just, what do you think about Douglas Dietrich as a person? Which no normal person would respond to. Basically, you're either going to say, oh, I think he's a great guy, or you're going to think like, oh, there's no point for us.
I really don't have an opinion. I don't know him that well.
It's something like that. Yeah, it's not something anyone, but then he began his attack. And then, of course, when I deconstructed him, then another person, and if people look at the whole panel, the one that
you don't have the whole thing on there. Yours just ends with you.
That was edited by Daniel Arola back in the old days, who then scrubbed all of that from the internet. The only reason we have that is because of John Warrington. And but in terms of when it comes to if you see the whole thing on the Odyssey channel, which John Warrington has the whole panel thing, then you'll see towards the end of the speakers panel, towards the end of the permitted time, another agent gets up and says, is Douglas Dietrich a charismatic misinformation agent sent to mislead us all? Again, that's not a normal question anyone would ask. That's a direct attack question. That's an ad hominem attack. These are people who are obviously paid agents, and that was supposed to send Dick Dolan on his resurgence, but it was basically Sean David Morton just shuts the guy down. And just
because you stood up. Let me tell you something. I don't think anybody expected you if they had put you, because you worked that off to the side and that camera shut. Like anyone, I mean, I'm sure most of you have seen this listening, but like it shoots over to the side and you're suddenly there and you realize you're not even on the panel. You're standing to the side, but you fucking come back like a fucking shark. And then you say something about calling time and you're like, no, like, I think you even said something like, no, we're going to take the time. Yeah. Like, like the time's here, like something about time. And so you could respond. You see what I'm saying? Like you were saying, you said something like that in regards to time.
Yeah.
Like
I said code red.
Yeah.
Code red.
Yeah, because they were wanting to shut it down. Like he wanted to shut it down so that you couldn't speak, basically.
That's right. That's correct.
Yeah.
So
you said, no, I'm going to take the time to respond.
Yeah, when I said code red, that was the code for that. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, and that was something that only Sean David Morton knew. And Sean David Morton then shut down the other guy who was trying to start the fight over again, the flame war over again. Now, directly after that was when Richard Dolan's wife divorced him. And
she did divorce him.
Yes, she divorced him after speaking with myself and asking about the potential for Richard Dolan's pedophilia. And because that came up with the whore he was with, she says, oh, he's publishing pictures of this whore he's making out with right in front of me on Facebook. And
was it while you were at that conference or
after? Yeah, all this was going on at that conference. Yes.
No, I mean, she spoke with you at the conference.
Yes. She was in tears at what her husband did, and she was ashamed, and she apologized to me on his behalf. And I said, you don't need to apologize on him. He's completely taken over by Michael Aquino. Michael Aquino owns him body and soul. I said, look, this young girl he's with.
Oh, God, I feel horrible for even believing shit he said like a year ago. I was watching him thinking he was a very intelligent guy.
And I told his wife, I said, do you have any daughters in the house? And she says, yes, I've got 2 daughters. I'm really worried about how he behaves around them. And I said, you've got to divorce him before he really damages them for life. And she divorced him immediately after that.
Well, there's nothing.
And she said because she was very concerned about what she found on his computer. She published his books. So you're talking about he lost the woman who published his books, and that's why he disappeared for a while. For those who don't know, he disappeared after that for a while.
Well, that's why I was surprised to see him, because I never heard of him until last year. And I was on Gaia, and I watched probably 3 or 4, I watched him, and then I watched probably 6 or 7, really, to be honest.
I mean, it destroyed him because I exposed his connection with Michael Aquino, though no one remembers that consciously, apparently. They basically know that he got in some big trouble. It was basically because his wife followed up on what I said, probably followed up on what kind of porn he was perusing, which almost certainly, if he was involved with Michael Aquino, was basically child pornography. So, and he had this young girl with him, like I said, an obvious hooker. And I said, do you think this woman just likes him because he's a wonderful human being? I said, she's being paid for everything she's doing with him. So she did the right thing by divorcing him. So, that's the story behind that. I mean, that's the full situation. So he's just he's just an Aquino cultist, always was. And
let me ask you this. So, unless you have something a lot more to say on that.
Oh yeah. Basically, the other guy who followed up on that was that our friend George and I can help remind me here, maybe even Viviana. Henrik Palmgren. He was the guy who was going full guns for a while. He was considered the next big name in paranormal media, that he was going to be the next Art Bell. And he had his own channels on YouTube. And he interviewed myself. And basically, of course, it was an ambush. He conducted a 3-hour interview. And of course, a full hour was cut off. He edited out a full hour, as they always do. And then basically he was attacking me for what I said about Richard Dolan wearing a suit. Then published a picture of himself in a suit and shit, tried to say, everything I said was a lie, etc., after editing out an hour's worth of it. And then, of course, it just turned it into an attack. But at the same time, he paid the ultimate price because I exposed him and said, look, this guy's a white supremacist. He's supported by Michael Aquino, and he's going to be the MC at this stupid space conference program, the secret space program conference in California, where he was flown from Sweden to MC that conference in California, and its main speaker was Richard Dolan. So I said, they're all affiliated with Michael Aquino. And then it came out, and of course he blew his own foot off when Henrik Palmgren just started talking all this Euro supremacy shit, and that Europe's being infiltrated by all of these blacks and Muslims, and he would speak of them all as subhuman. And they finally just, censored him off YouTube. They just finally cut him off. And he had to go screaming into the night, where he just went on these various hate channels that he was stuck on after that. But the one thing he got out of the deal was he was Swedish, and he wanted American citizenship. So Michael Aquino got him U.S. citizenship. So he got this U.S. citizenship. By the way, he couldn't have gotten that from his wife. So anybody who thinks he got that by marrying a U.S. citizen, it's all bullshit, because his wife was Swedish, just like he is. So they only got the citizenship through Michael Aquino, who recommended them for citizenship. And so this is what got him U.S. citizenship and brought him over here. By the way, you're talking about a lunatic who, Sweden's like, I don't care what people say about immigration. you don't think there's any immigrants when you go to these places. People can go to Norway or Sweden and these other places, and you have to look for immigrants, okay? You find them as exchange students and shit.
Well, I did want to ask this question because in the middle of this, because I wanted Vianna and George to talk and me not ask another question, but I do want to ask this. Did you see, or did George or Vianna see it was a display that was put on in Sweden by the Swedish government, like when they were opening a tunnel, like this huge tunnel this year. I think it's in this year, or maybe it's been in the last year. And it was it was this huge tunnel thing. But the display that they did, like it was very much like they had the goats coming out dancing like they like I'm a Capricorn. So our symbol is the devil goat.
Yeah,
right?
like some kind of some kind of pagan ritual, right?
Yes, it was like a pagan ritual, the entire fucking thing. And it was like a 2-hour display, like with the head of Sweden there, like it was all like it was a huge government thing, like this huge, it wasn't just like a little tunnel, it was like some big thing for them. But yeah, they it was like an entire pagan ritual, like some dancers dancing, like, you know, the weirdest thing. If you haven't seen it, it's indescribable because
I'm sure it's disconcerting. Go on.
To be honest, even one of the people I think that may have put it up was one of those people that I would not like I don't know, one of those idiots that we've talked about before being sued, but they were trying to say, like, can you believe this? And like a Trumper type person, which again, not for them, but at the same time, this was very disconcerting. Like I was just like, I can't even agree with that. Because I was literally, you know, just turning off the page of their page because it popped up. And then I'm like, the fuck is that look like? And then I start watching it and I'm like, this person isn't faking this. Like it was Alex or whatever the fuck his name was or whoever it was putting it on there. And I'm like, this is actually going on. So then I go and look it up at another page just to be sure. Yeah. Like, this is an actual thing that they were. So I never could make sense of that. If, you know, George is over in England, maybe he can make sense of it more, but I don't know.
What the hell would he know in England about what's going on?
I don't know. It's just, I feel like he's closer, you know? I feel like he's closer than I am to Sweden. Maybe sure, not. I don't know.
Geographically, yeah. Otherwise, they're in different planets, but you know, that such being said, by all means, George, respond. And of course, lately was Putin's birthday. By the way, Putin's 70th birthday was on October 7th. For people,
I know, and he got a bridge blown up.
Yes,
you see that?
yes.
Thanks.
Yes.
Oh my god, I was so happy. I was like, I don't know why. I don't know why we can't just take a drone out to take the other part of the bridge out, but I guess that would start World War III. I mean, like a nuclear.
I mean, like, who cares? I mean, you know, I'll get back to that later. What'd you say?
Anyway,
Viviana?
Yeah, go ahead, Viviana.
I was like, okay, we're here.
Yes.
Hi.
Yes. Okay. So yeah, by all means, Viviana, talk with George. Yes, bring up their voices. By all means, bring up your voice. I'm so sorry. I had to get all that out of my system. You know, that was, you know, otherwise I forget these memories. So go on.
No, it's brilliant, really. I was just like, wow, okay, Ukraine. But also, I was just looking into all that.
You said something in the chat room about I actually went there.
Dead?
Yeah.
Is Kirill really dead, though?
Kirill? Who?
Patriarch Kirill.
Oh, I don't know. I didn't even know that there was news that he had died. Is there?
Well, on my Twitter, there was.
Okay. I'll look it up.
Like he was doing some kind of ceremony. He was walking down the aisle.
Mm-hmm.
And then he just died.
Mm-hmm. Wow. Well, there you go. Well, that's a message from heaven, isn't it?
Hello. Thank you.
Yeah, and
it's like when David said like what he'll do with your enemies, and I'm just like, that's like a big kahuna.
Yes. It is. For those of you who don't know, we're talking about Patriarch Kirill was the Russian Orthodox head of the Russian Orthodox Church, who basically has been quite the instigator of war, very much pro Putin, and yeah, just awful. But for those of you who don't know, the Russian Orthodox Church has effectively been excommunicated by the Exarchate in Constantinople, or Turkish-occupied Constantinople, the capital of Turkey, which has elements of the Eastern Byzantine Orthodox Church still within the city. The exarchate is the closest they have to a pope of the different national churches in the Eastern Orthodox religion. And so they excommunicated the Russian Orthodox Church, which is now basically a heretical church by that definition. So because of people like Patriarch Kirill. And there you have that. So all that being said, honey, what did you mean in the chat room when you were saying he actually went there? Was it something?
Oh,
like,
yeah, you went there, man. I was like, wow, hello. Yeah, so I just laughed.
Okay, no, that's fine. That's fine. And
I'm not gonna say it out loud.
oh, okay, yeah, and that being said, yeah, anything else you want to bring up about that? And George, by all means, yes, tell us about everything going on. And by all means, Viviana, interact. Yeah, assert yourself whenever you feel you want to. Okay. Please.
Thank you, and hi, George. How are you?
Hello, Vivian. Hello, Brooke. Hello, Douglas.
Hey.
How are you all doing?
Oh, much the better for your being here. We assure you.
Thank you for having me.
Yes. Catch us up on everything. By the way, Peter Moon really says that the discussion that we had, you and I and Brooke the other night about the Peacock Angel and everything, that's what he's listening to. So you probably heard that he's been reviewing and taking notes on all of that for the book. So go on.
Oh, brilliant. No, that's fantastic. I've got some more to allude to that, actually, to add. But Douglas, yeah, it's your birthday in 10 days' time, and it's mine tomorrow.
Oh my God! Oh my God! I'm forgetting everybody.
It's your what?
Yeah.
Wait, I knew it's Douglas is in 10 days. Douglas is the 20th, born noon in Taiwan. I know I've done his birth chart, but but we've got to. I was gonna announce it tonight, but then I'm like, we've got several broadcasts before we have to be like, it's your birthday party, but. We do need to plan the birthday party for Douglas on here.
Oh.
What did you say yours was though? The same.
Tomorrow.
Yours is tomorrow.
Yeah, tomorrow.
Oh, so this is your birthday party.
Happy birthday.
So wait a minute. Is it so tomorrow is it's 1 a.m. here. So you mean it's Tuesday? Your birthday's Tuesday?
Tuesday, yeah, on the 11th. That's correct. Yeah, that's correct.
Yeah. Your voice. If only you can get your
in the house.
Right on.
What's that? Brooke, what did you say?
I said we have 2 Libras in the house. You and George are both Libra suns.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Yes. And so,
you could have you have very different birth charts, but your sun shines are the same. So Libra, which actually makes sense because you're both very charismatic. People like to listen to both of you, which is definitely a Libra. You also both are nice looking, which is a Libra.
Yes.
So, there you go.
I'm not quite sure if our man's going to survive to see his birthday. So, George, are you okay? What's happened with the coughing and your voice and all that? What's going on?
Oh, it's just too early. It's early in the morning. I've woken up in the last hour, so yeah, I've cleared my throat. It's all right.
Oh, okay. So that's why he was able to hang on silent for so long. He was basically just kind of like in that half stage. Oh my God.
Yeah, it was just because I wasn't speaking, so I just needed to clear my throat.
I'm pretty sure you're blaming, and I'm also pretty sure you're blaming George for this.
For what? Oh, what? The squeaky noise?
That's my dog. My dog coughing.
Oh, was it? Oh my God.
Yeah, So if you were thinking you were hearing coughing from George while I was talking, that was actually my dog coughing in the background.
Oh, I
have a 19-year-old.
I think George was coughing, though. I think he had some voice issues. I mean, I have them all the time, so...
Well, at least he's not blowing his nose like last time without the mute button. I'm sorry, George.
All right.
I love you.
All right.
Oh my God. So...
All right, now tell us about
remember and have to talk about it.
Yes. I'm sorry, Viviana, repeat that?
That's just a joke.
Okay.
I said, of course, you have to remember it and talk about it,
Yes.
Sometimes.
Yes.
Because you did it.
Yeah, okay, got it.
Fun.
Yeah, and...
baby, I have no problem admitting what I do, so yes, that's why I kid George. I was like, anyone can kill me any day.
Yeah. Oh, no, you said it funny. You made it kind of funny.
Yes. Yeah.
I love George. He knows that.
Yes, and
I could listen to him talk all day. So, what are we talking about? The Peacock Angel? Is that where we're going, George?
Yeah, if you want, I've got a transcript to read. Actually, it was something I was I said last time that I was going to find it and then read it out. It's to do with a person who's worked with Melek Tausch or claims he's worked with Melek Tausch. So I just wanted to, just relay it onto the transmission. It's just, to put some things in perspective, what I was alluding to last time.
Yes, please.
Wonderful.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll just read it very quickly. And it's this individual. He's an author of this this forum chat called BALG, Bolg, and his name is C. Kendall. He's one of the authors of it. He goes, I've worked with Melek Tausch, and I've meditated under the power of Shiva by calling his immortal light of his trident. I evoked Shiva once. It was as if he was trying to contain himself, as if he was holding back, as if he was struggling. As I looked at his face, I could see a big build of indigo energy, as if he was tearing away at his forehead. Knowing that his third eye can obliterate all in existence, in this case, me, I took my next steps carefully, but confidently. He goes, but with Melek Tausch, he seems to act as someone with royal proceedings. He seems to sometimes be very dominant. He's definitely the type of spirit that bows to none. He's basically the type to say, how dare you summon me? Or something around those lines. He must know you're in control and in power. And then he goes on to say, if you need any more information on Melek Tausch, PM me. So that was one thing I just wanted to just bring up. Because it goes along in the lines, of what Douglas has presented with, the Knight of the Broken Circle, just with, the dominance of Melek Tausch. He's got an enormous amount of beauty, but, do not overestimate him. Underestimate. Yes. Do not take him lightly at all. But that was just interesting that somebody else has said along the same lines. But yeah, I just wanted to share that, Douglas. And I've got other bits of information as well.
That's wonderful. I mean, thank you for sharing that. And it certainly, how would I say this? I like the way the guy says at the end, if you have any other questions about him, PM me. like he can't remember to say it. You think you could sit down and kind of write, exposit on that for quite a while. But it's like, oh, got any questions, PM me. I mean, I hate that sort of attitude because it's like a product of the modern .com age, just like, oh yeah, PM me sometimes. And then like, why would anyone want to invite that upon themselves? Who wants a bunch of strangers asking you bizarre questions? It's like, and by the way, without, I mean, certainly I want George to talk. How much time do you feel that you have with us, George? Just out of curiosity.
I have a little, thank you, Doug. It's a little while. Yeah, I'm happy to stay on. Today with my job, it's what they call industrial action strike days. Okay. So it's basically you either go on strike, you don't get paid, or you go to work and you get paid for it. So they're usually quite quiet. So I always work on them. Okay. I always go to work because they take off a lot of money from your wages if you don't go to work. They take off more than what you earn in a day, so it's not worth doing.
Right. And so
and let's just hope though it's better than actually George Strike Day where you got struck.
Oh my God! So we are joined by Sammy Romero. And Viviana, I do want you to know just how much your presence here cheers me up. Just your virtual presence here, because you were, Brooke cheers me up too. I mean, so does George and Sammy. I mean, everyone does. But Viviana, of course, she was with us for a while, then kind of disappeared. And, could you segue us towards Sammy by telling us a bit about whatever you're willing to share has been going on with yourself lately? Catch us up a little bit on how Viviana's been, health-wise, everything else. Everything's okay?
Yeah, so far so good. Just taking it easy. Really just chilling.
Okay. Wonderful.
Going through a time, dude.
Yes.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Yeah, for sure. I'm just trying to get to a certain point because I really feel like there's so much shit I have to walk away from. And it's not personal. It's just the fact that, like, it's all about time for me. I don't know. And so I don't, really have to want to engage or hold on to so many energies, to be honest. A lot of it is so negative, especially right now with all this death. Oh, yeah. I'm just saying it's like the kingdom of death.
Yeah.
And in the last 3 days, just with Putin alone and everything coming out of the Ukraine region and with Kirill, if that's even true, all these matters, right? All culminating at the same time. We know historically it's always the point you want to look at. But to see it come to pass in a play, like, just so quick, for me, it's just like, whoa, this is all too real for me anyway. And it's like, it's just it's a no joke time for me now. It's like, no more games. I'm not fucking around. I'm just going to keep on moving forward. Like, it is what it is kind of moment in life. And that's about it. Wow. I don't mean to be rude, honestly.
No, you're not. I mean, not at all. I mean, we are definitely anxious to hear about anything else you're willing to share as well. But I think you've explained.
Yeah, 'cause I'm in a state of where, like, it's just, I don't know, it's just like, I'm glad to be here and hang out with all of you. And I appreciate all that you provide and hearing for knowledge. And I'm just like, okay, so I think we're aligning tonight, and it's so amazing in the sense that all these aspects, that we're all connected to, all of us, whether it's a historical point, a teacher, understanding, wisdom, all these things align. And so, that's what I appreciate when we have these get-togethers. So I appreciate all of you.
Oh, that was so beautifully said. I love it. Alignment is one of my favorite words anyway. So that was so beautifully said. Like, meaningful.
There's a lot that I'm trying to disalign with, and that's kind of hard.
It is hard to disalign. Well, yes, to take out what...
Like, you have to lay the line and be like, this is like a standard.
It's drawing boundaries, and if you have, boundaries are sometimes hard to draw for us if we haven't been used to having those. Which I was familiar with as well. Like, boundaries are hard for me to draw, or have been in the past. Mm-hmm. So yeah, drawing boundaries is what I will and will not accept, and then pushing those things that no longer serve you out of your life are definitely one of the hardest things I think any of us go through. Whether it's pushing a person, a place, a thing, like an action that we do, whether to ourselves or others do to us. That's one of the hardest things we all go through. I think that's just like the human struggle that we're all going through individually, but collectively as well. Like, at least, I don't know. That's how I feel.
I feel it too. And it's like so important that we watch what we align with, in my opinion, like right now anyway, because it's so poignant. Why wouldn't we want to align with such a, light or power or strength versus what's behind us? Right. I don't want to engage, in other words.
Moving forward, going toward something good.
You have to let it go. That's it. That's all. It's about letting go. And yeah, it's hard, but it's worth it to me. That's all I'm saying. I won't, I won't be brought down in any kind of way or fashion or form. And I realize that the world's power and energy is all about that. Just going down and asking of it to give you something that's available. I don't know. So I keep going in that direction, and it's really regardless of what anyone else desires to do. It's their choice. So, yeah. And I'm just keeping it simple.
Thank you.
I love that. When is your birthday? Or what is your sign? I'm astrologer. Like, I have to ask.
I'm an Aries. So
you're an Aries sun. Do you know your moon and your rising?
No.
Well, you're heavy tonight because you're an Aries sun. You realize you're an Aries full moon tonight. That's why you're here.
Oh, really? So why is that though? And I know you're laughing at me.
Oh no, obviously Aries. It's an Aries full moon, which is actually, believe it or not, it's one of our better full moons. It's a lighter full moon, but it's gonna have more of an effect, obviously, on people with Aries place. I have an Aries moon. So, but regardless, you would be affected by that a little more. But luckily, it's not something really heavy. That's why you're able to maybe do some release or speak of that release, verbally, and get that out, because obviously a full moon is about release and talking about, and so then you're doing it through your sun sign, which would be speaking it. So I think that's just really kind of cool that you're here and that you're doing that. That's awesome.
Wonderful. Awesome. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to share the screen for a second so that everybody could see this. Viviana brought up the By the way, I know that that's a dog. Okay, either thank
What
you.
is
That
that?
was not my dog.
Oh, that
Now,
was-
I will say that of all the dogs I have, it was not mine.
Oh my god. Okay, so
What was that?
somebody experienced orgasm somewhere in someone else's room or something.
Oh my god, it was me. I totally am having. Let me mute it. Okay.
So here's I had to share a screen for this because this is quite funny. This is Igor Shushko, and Igor Shushko is someone who's like a says born in Ukraine, American, former race car driver, Japanese Super GT. So that means he participated in Tokyo Drift. He's a nice guy. Anyhow, basically he's pointing out the Kremlin's image altering. This is Patriarch Kirill of the Russian Orthodox Church. I like the way he said that Kremlin photoshopped this photo to remove his $30,000 wristwatch, but forgot to remove the watch reflection, which is still visible. So that's funny. Then what he said was what Viviana
That is awesome.
was alluding to. So basically, what he said here was, and he gave in this sketch.
Did you say is he dead or is he dying? I read he was dying.
This is just basically, how would I say it? This is said in the same sense that the other day the Ukrainian president Volodymyr Zelensky said that Russia is definitely losing, and but that was like put up on YouTube by, of all people, I think it was CBS or a major television channel. It wasn't just like some rinky-dink little YouTube nobody. They said he declared victory. They said the president of Ukraine declared victory, which was not what he said. So this is something along those lines. I mean, basically what he's saying is that KGB agent Vladimir Gundyayev, which is, alias Patriarch Kirill, head of the Russian Orthodox Church, in quotations, is dying. Last sermons he gave were on glory of death and genocide. Expect Putin to milk this death to the max to try to distract his subjects. So he's just basically saying the guy's dying inside. It's really what he's saying. And so, then you have people who responded to, good news to wake up to today, because they're assuming the best. And another guy saying, where did you get this information from? I can't find anything about it. So there you go.
Right.
It's just basically he meant that in a metaphor, but as a metaphor. But, hopefully the guy is dying. I mean, hopefully Putin's dying. I mean, the guy's got all kinds of symptoms that are manifesting. So we'll see what happens. And so
thank you for that.
Oh, no worries. And with that being put in context, Sammy, come on and join us. Say hi.
Everyone is so patient. Hi, Sammy.
Sammy, I don't want you to say hi. I want you to put the Scorpio baby on the phone.
That's probably the noise I heard. That was the noise I heard, which I thought was...
I need Sammy to get the Scorpio baby. I need the Scorpio baby to talk and give us an education.
That was one of his... that's what I thought was one of your dogs. Was probably Scorpio baby.
Yeah, probably. Because, I wasn't... My dogs are all sound asleep, thank God, right now. So let's not wake them up.
Oh, my God. And there's so many of them. Viviana...
There's only 4. Oh, my God. I can't believe you never
had 9.
Oh no! I had my most when I was rescuing for a while, and my foster, between my foster failures and the rescues that I kept, at the most I had personally at that time was 9. But since some have passed, so I am at 4. I was actually down to 3, and then rescued one more this year. I don't know.
Because you can't stop yourself. Yes.
But it was in the Walmart parking lot. What was I gonna do? I'm not even. No, that's why I didn't get back on Facebook forever, because
Oh my God.
We're not even getting into Pluto. That is a conversation I could totally have with what's his name?
Yeah. Brandon.
No, Peter Moon.
Oh, Peter Moon.
Peter Moon and I could totally go into Pluto all fucking day.
Oh, right. That's true.
Neptune tonight.
That's true. He does go into the astrology quite a bit.
Yes, I already talked about Neptune and I knew all about it, and I was like, man, I wish I could be on there to talk to him about that.
Oh my God. Well, we'll arrange.
Then I would interrupt him and he'd be like,
No, he's fine with it. Obviously, he was fine with it. I was the one that went off the other day, but all that being said,
no, I'm just kidding. But yes, but anyway, my point is, I did all that during that time. So Pluto is. I won't even get into Pluto. None of y'all are into that. The dogs are asleep. That's a good thing. I only have 4 now. That's minimal to me. So it's vacuuming only 3 times a week instead of 6.
God. Oh my God. Yes. I mean, oh my God. She was telling me I should sign my life insurance over to animal charity, and I was saying no, I don't want to do that. And she's pointing out that dogs have unconditional love, and dogs are they can they're wonderful. In I know this. I just then she says.
So let me ask you this. So and I didn't get into this with you. So since you brought it up, let's go here. So you said, and I'm hoping this isn't giving too much information away, but you're not gonna your life insurance. You're not leaving to your son right now because your son obviously does not need it.
That's right. Yes.
Obviously.
That's correct.
Right. So that's where we are at with that. And so then I said animal charity, and here's the reason: because your other options are leave it to any other fucking person. You've had enough people in your life fuck you the fuck over that you trusted, right? Fuck, turn out fucking evil, and leave it to a fucking kids charity, right? You're like, okay, well, I'll leave it to kids charity. How many of those kids do you know won't grow up to be Michael, the next fucking Aquino? You don't. So I give you the best fucking option. Argue with that.
Hey, hello.
God, yes, our man Sammy is here to bring his opinion.
Hey, how's everybody doing?
Oh, much the better for you joining us. By all means.
We're waiting to hear Scorpio Baby. We want to hear your voice. I need the Scorpio Baby on the
well, if you hear him, it's gonna sound like a screeching chicken or something. Like Doug's heard him. Like it sounds terrible.
You mean like when Doug is having an orgasm?
No, I was saying no. Oh my God, it was something.
That was probably him in the background. That was probably him.
Yeah, that's what he said. It was probably him.
But I wanted to say something. You talked about your life insurance policy, and I really think Doug doesn't really need to pay anybody. I mean, as far as children, I think he's done his well due. You know, providing.
That's my point. That's my point, though. That's what I told him. He's already got one. It's not that I'm telling him to take one. He's already has one. Like
right. He shouldn't give to children. He should just,
give it to fucking dogs, because they're the only people that can't turn into Michael Aquino. And they're the only thing that gives fucking unconditional love, because even I can't fucking do that, and I love cats. But
right. Okay.
So now back to anybody else want to argue my point? Anybody else want to say?
I will after our man Sammy. Let's
okay,
have
I'm going to shut up now. I'm just giving you a hard time, Sammy. I love you. I love you, Sammy.
Right. No, not a problem. So, what are we talking about? Astrology or something?
George ought to be asking that question.
Oh, okay.
It's like he's just kind of half awake, waking up, and he was and imagine this, waking up and then reading to us about some guy summoning demons, who then says after summoning the Peacock Angel, if you've got any more questions about him, PM me. Shit. And like you really want to hear from people who would have questions about that. They'll all be like Jameson Reese.
Oh my God! You know what? I was actually thinking about that, where how much your transmission has changed as far as the last 6 months. I mean, you talk about night and day. I think really having the addition of female of women really.
Yes.
And changes the whole atmosphere in the sense that it's actually pleasant. Even Brooke, not that Brooke's not pleasant. She just has that feminine energy, but she's spunky, and even Viv, like Viv, I love Viv. Viv is, she's so wonderful, but it just changed the dynamic, because I think at one point it started to become a whole sausage fest here, and it was
it's awful.
You have two, the two individuals that were here, our former executive producer and our what do you call it? Our Muslim
Mason, Masonic Muslim.
Mason.
Yes, so-called
Sufi.
Muslim. So-called Sufi.
Right. Kind of, it just wasn't fitting no more. And things went the way they went, but I think for a reason, obviously. But I really have nothing much to talk about. I was listening, and I was watching Lord of the Rings, Rings of Power, and I fell asleep. So I'll let you know my interest in that show. I mean, I thought it was all right, but it wasn't it wasn't that great. I really didn't care for it, but yeah.
Oh my God. I have to tell you this. In the middle of Peter's stuff, I was going to sleep, and not because of Peter, just like it gets 3 hours, obviously, or more. It's the same thing. Anyway, so I cut over to an astrologer that not an astrologer. This was an astrologer / like she does tarot readings that I knew she was good. I don't usually watch her that much though. And just really short. I'm falling asleep still with her. And she's like, I hear her say it was my sign. She's like, well, and same thing about a friend. And she's like, talking about a friend. She's like, and a friend comes to your life. She's like, and I don't know why I'm getting random Lord of the Rings. And I'm getting random. She's like, I don't even fucking stand this. It's Lord of the fucking Rings. I keep fucking seeing it. It's something about a friend. Apparently it was you in my life. For me, it was you, Lord of the Rings. Well, I'm just saying. Like, I thought that was so cool because I'm like, what the fuck? Like, Lord of the Rings. Where does that come from?
And then I'm sorry, go ahead.
No, just that you mention it. That's why I usually can validate people, because these things will come up that will validate them.
Well, one of the things that I noticed from Tolkien's, just the way he kind of does things, it's very, there's a lot of grimoire and sense of, like the black speech of Mordor. I mean, if Brandon was here, I'm sure he would give me a lesson in this. But, it's very reminiscent of what some of the things that Doug talked about when it came to grimoire and spells and spell casting. Yes. Always comes into mind now that I watch these programs and this show, especially Lord of the Rings. It's one of those things where once you kind of know the real thing, as far as people that have been around it and have practiced it, it kind of changes your perspective. I think I've been kind of, I wouldn't say desensitized, but it's more of I kind of think twice in the sense of, the inspiration of all this, especially with Tolkien. I mean, there has to be some inspiration, obviously, but from the real thing what Doug talked about, it's just it's almost like it's entertainment, but at the same time, it's almost like, well, it's really more inspired by reality, really. But yeah, if I sound like I'm rambling, it's just sometimes I to kind of put it in a nutshell, I have trouble sometimes communicating what I actually think. Or, anyways, go ahead.
Don't worry. I mean, we all do. You're fine.
No, I'm listening.
Yeah.
No, keep going, Timmy. I like hearing what you're saying.
Well, for example, have you ever? And I'm talking to Brooke, most really, but did you ever get into the Dietrich Artilect? Did you ever get into that, Brooke?
No, I did not. What is it?
That's one of the things. Well, see, this is where I start opening up stuff that Doug would have to explain, and it'll probably take multiple transmissions. But, sorry, Doug. Now I'm giving him a homework. But to put it in a nutshell, it was the way the Dietrich Artilect, the way Doug introduced it. This was about maybe, when I heard it, this was about maybe 2016. It's pretty much it's pretty much Siri, but you're talking about something that was obviously far in advance as far as time.
Wait a minute, is that the thing that I've heard randomly mentioned? Dietrich's, I heard you say your name, something about sent in Japan, like some technology sent there or something.
Well, I'll put it this, okay, and Doug is probably like rolling his eyes like, oh my God.
I've heard Doug say something randomly about Dietrich in Japan, but not referring to himself. So that's why I'm wondering if that's...
First of all, the Dietrich Artilect is an acronym. I don't know what it stands for. And sorry, Doug, if I'm massacring this.
It stands for Data-Based Information Electronic Transceiver, which is itself a portmanteau, means a combination of two words, transmitter and receiver. And then the / then referential intellect consultant hologram. So that is the acronym.
And it just happened to be named after you?
Well, not just happened. No,
it's a little more complicated. Sorry, Doug.
I'm sure there'll be a longer story. Yes. Okay. Go ahead.
Well, you have to understand one of the things that Dietrich Douglas really, is his background, in the sense that someone like Colonel Aquino is not just, you don't get to be his liaison for you don't go on Indeed.com and and let me be liaison to the satanic chaplain of the military.
Right. He's looking for it for a reason. Exactly.
Right. No, that's obviously he was chosen, but when it comes with that, obviously when you're a liaison to an individual or person like that's has access to a lot of top grade stuff as far as new development in technology, it's just gonna it came with pretty much what Doug was exposed to. And obviously I'm talking for Doug, and again, my apologies, Doug, if I massacred anything, but it's a very interesting subject, I think. But one of the things that I remember what Doug talked about was him freeing it. And when I'm watching, this Ring of Power show, and they're talking about, spells and grimoires and stuff, it brought that to mind in a sense of how, and then I have to put in my paradigm, faith, how my father used to say, you can just with a grain of mustard seed, faith, that's all it takes. And almost in the power of faith. And, I say faith, some people say magic. And I mean, to a certain extent, it's pretty much in the same. But it's just, I never looked at it that way in the sense of, I did practice it all my life, but I guess the intent and how I used it and how I was raised to use it was not quote unquote to, I guess in a selfish way, I would say, maybe like a sorcerer or an occultist would. But it was more of, through really, and it might sound weird. It might almost sound like I'm contradicting myself, but when you need help from God or from,
you're praying for help. You're praying for yourself.
Yes, right. You're going through a trial and tribulation now, and even with my father, when he used to, because my father was a pastor, so my father dealt with a lot of people in the sense of he used to minister to, and a lot of the time, these people come from a lot of backgrounds and a lot of trauma, and a lot of the times it's what I remember my father telling me is it's not even what you say, it's just your actions and what you do. And when you put faith in those actions and your intention is good and it's not in a harmful or malevolent intent, then you don't even need to speak. The word of God speaks to you, or people feel your intention in a sense of how you want to help them, in other words. And when you help somebody, you don't even need to ask, you just do it. But other than that, I mean, it's one of those things, sometimes I have to translate that to my paradigm, because a lot of what Doug talks about, it's out of this world, and you can get lost in it. I've had discussions with my twin about it, and it's like we just stare at each other like, are we really talking about this? And it's not that it's not unbelievable, it's just you don't want to dwell in it. And some of these subjects, like child abuse and and all that, it gets into a lot of
that's where a
lot of mazes of, I mean, this is where you get all the Pizzagate and all this junk that really convolutes the reality that it's just a culture. It's an anti-culture, really, of where we're at. And obviously, when I start getting into this, then it gets it starts weaving into stuff that
and where I want to go with this. So I want to go I think it's great. Like, that's what Douglas is here for, to educate, because we need this education as far as even the negativity of it. As far as what happened, because what he has done was to positive and to know that it's out there so that we can fight against it. But at the same time, it's focusing on the positive. And so just to give you, like, in the same paradigm of faith,
To believe anything's impossible, like I believe nothing's impossible at all now. Like after, if you think about it, you've had a prayer fucking answered, right? So you've had prayers answered, and we think, okay, well maybe it was a prayer like, oh, I prayed, somebody got better. Maybe they randomly got better, or randomly didn't. Like I used to pray every night, and I will say this very shortly, as short as I can. Like I used to pray every night, and I can't tell y'all know how I feel about animals, obviously. So when I tell you the winter was the worst for me, there were many nights in winter like that I would lay here every night and, you know, be in tears, crying. Like, and I would pray for my kids. I would pray for my, you know, my family to be safe, myself. And then I would pray for all the animals I knew out there that were suffering on chains, that I can do, animals that were hurt. And I would always pray, dear God, this every night I was like, Father, you know, Creator, please, like just whoever, like make sure. What I started praying was, I can't save them all. So I said, please put them in the path of any animal, any creature, any child or person, anything that can help itself in need. Put it in the path of someone that can help it. And I would pray that prayer every night. And I would believe in it. I truly had the intention of believing in it. But, you know, there were a few nights I would question and I would cry. You know, like, and I went to pull out of my neighborhood one morning, freezing cold morning. I had actually taken my son to school and come back and went to pull out again. And I hadn't even seen it the first time. And laying in the grass when I pulled out was this dog. I just happened to see it. Like the grass was high enough, like I barely saw it. And it was a black dog and it was laying there. And I just caught my eye. I could barely see that it was a dog. I pulled the car over. The dog has been hit. Its back legs had ended up being broken. But here's the amazing story to this that will make you know that this time knew this was God letting me know, I hear you. Your prayers are being answered, and this is your turn for, I'm putting this dog in your path. Because it was like, when you pull out of my neighborhood, you only have to go right or left. Like there's only one entrance exit. And I had to pass. Like I could not have, like I had to see the dog. It was right there. Like all the places it could have gotten hit. It was right there. I had to see it when I pulled back out. And here it's laying there in the winter. And then on top of it, on top of everything that's so like, there's this woman running from my neighborhood, and I stop her. I said, I need your help. This dog is hit. I don't know what to do. I can't stand up. I don't know how long it's been here. She's like, no, I don't. I'm scared. I can't help you, because she didn't know dogs. And I said, you are the only person here. I need your help. Grab the front. I will handle the back. You know, and she took it serious enough, got it in the car. Point is, got it to the vet. Vet scans the dog. The dog comes back chipped. The dog was chipped to a rescue that I happened to be volunteering for. And they had been trying to get a hold of this dog. I was distantly volunteering through Facebook. This wasn't one of my bigger ones, but they had been trying to get a hold of these people because they had not, they followed up on their dogs, and the people went to their phone, and the dog had been gone for 3 or 4 months. But they didn't know that. They just knew they could get a hold of the person. And so it was so random that not only did that it put it there, that was my personal answer, but then it was, he tied it back more. He was like, if you don't believe that I just put it here, let me tie it back a little more bow for you. These people you're talking to yesterday on Facebook, and now guess what? It's their dog. It's this rescue's dog. Like I was talking to that rescue the day before on Facebook. And it was their dog. And she's like, oh my God. Like, and they're in Anderson. They're an hour away. That's the other thing. This rescue happens to be an hour away from me. And this dog was here. So that, when I say that faith can do, like the grain of a mustard seed, it's the faith in anything. And you can have faith in something negative or something positive. And it's just like what Viviana was saying, like, it's basically like your faith to move forward. What do you want in life? You've got to have faith in what you want and faith in yourself and what you believe in. But yeah, I know where you're saying as far as all the things I don't know about, Douglas, and I'll let you guys go there.
Here's the interesting thing about it is that even, and it's an incredible story what you're talking about. Obviously you have a sensitivity to animals, and that's great. One of the things though that and it is Doug's transmission, but I'm always cognizant of Doug as far as the trauma he's been through, And I'm not here to, play a violin for him. It's not even that. It's just what the reality is, in the sense that this is why Doug, uses. I mean, besides the fact that he's not really human, it's not a bad thing. That's just another testament of who he is. But imagine that dog. But imagine that dog being a child and being exposed to a lot of pain and suffering, to put it that way, involving that. The fact that he's sane, and I've said this before, the fact that Doug is sane and has a sense of humor and, can make fun of himself and laugh.
Oh, I agree with that.
It's a
Doug
miracle.
and I
It's a miracle. It's a miracle in itself. This is something I could never imagine, because there's, he should be in a mental asylum, in a sense of.
Well, yeah, I think that Doug said it best the other week when he said he had that one time where he walked by, a kid in a park. Doug, if you're saying this correctly, if I say it correctly, but just basically you've been through so much, and it was like, like maybe the kid was getting kidnapped. There's a good chance he wasn't good, but there's partly a chance he was, like you just weren't sure 100%. Right. But it was just like you were so burnt out that one moment that you're like, I've done so much, like it's that burnout. And like, it is that goodness of everything that you've done, that for anybody to say, oh, like you should have like rescued this like child, that maybe like to not understand everything you've done is to not understand what we all have our own journey to do. And obviously Douglas has been a huge journey. Like you signed up for it. I believe you signed up for coming to this life, human, fucking not human, what the fuck ever. You signed the fuck up for it. So you signed up for a huge fucking, obviously you had a huge soul to sign up for a huge fucking task, but you've done it. And that's what's amazing, is how well you've done it and continue to do it. And so whereas giving up and just being like, fuck it, like I don't give a shit. You could be laying in your bed right now, just, fuck, like eating peas or fucking a stripper, one of the two, and not even right? But like it's like I'm still gonna get the word out. Like I'm still gonna care. I'm still gonna fucking care. And that's the point. Like it's about, I care. Just, and let me be clear before, because I'm gonna let Doug talk and you guys talk, but as far as animals and kids, I do not care more. Obviously I have 2 children. Okay, Doug doesn't have any kids. So, well, he does. He has a son, obviously. I mean, like I've birthed 2 children, and I, from the time they were babies, like have had those, and there is something that changed. I didn't want kids. Let me just tell you that. I got pregnant randomly, and I never wanted kids, and but I was only 21. But the minute I had my daughter, life changed immediately, which anybody that's had a child, I think, can attest to. It just, there's something in you that changes. And especially for a mother, it's like mama bear, like that's it. So as far as children go, I am completely, if a child was doing like yes, I can't imagine what Douglas has been through and seeing that. The only reason so I feel like everyone's drawn to what they're drawn to for a reason. And if everyone just took up for kids, or if everyone just took up for whatever, right, we wouldn't have a society that was basically what we should, which is universally us all caring about everything. We should all care about everything. Doug should care about animals. I care about kids. We all care about everything, right? But you have people that are drawn to this passion, or for whatever reason get thrown into it, maybe like Douglas did. It's just where you are in your life, right? So I take care of kids and I help kids, but my passion is animals. And usually it started because, to be honest, here in the South, especially at least, there's a lot of children's charities, and there's tons of money that goes into children. Maybe not enough. Maybe like you think every child should be rich. Like, well, we should all be rich, right? But at the end of the day, when you see a dog live its whole life, like one of the dogs I got, like literally he had lived for 10 years, and he was laying in his own shit. He couldn't walk a foot. He was laying in piles of his own shit. I don't know how a dog was fucking alive. Like that's not a life for any creature of God's, period. So that was what I was called to do, because nobody was doing shit about it. You see what I'm saying? There's nobody here doing shit about it, or there's very few people doing shit about that. right? Whereas we did have money, and I grew up in my high school doing fundraisers for women abuse and children abuse and things like that. So I didn't see the amount of effort going into anything having to do with these other sufferings. And so I think it's all about just ending suffering, whatever part you play in it. But again, I could not imagine being what Douglas has been through. And I, again, give him all the credit in the world. And again, like, he's not laying in bed fucking someone or eating fucking peas or both. You go with it, Douglas. It's yours.
Oh, no. It's our man Sammy had to take care, I think, of Scorpio Baby, or something came up with that. But certainly George and Viviana, please, by all means, respond. I want the two of you to participate more. I mean, I was giving George some slack because he's barely awake. But, by all means, respond, Viviana, and turn it over to George if you like. I mean, we can't have me get started. Once I get started, I never stop. So
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I'm just reading up on Kirill, everything.
Okay.
But can you tell me that name again?
Oh, wait.
Of
who?
the George, can you tell me the name of the deity in your first story?
Oh, you're talking.
Oh, we're referring to Melek Tausch, Tausch Malak,
Yes.
the Peacock Angel. Is that the one you're referring to, referencing? Yeah.
Do you need to know how to spell that, honey?
Yeah, because there's several different spellings.
Yeah.
Can you just toss me a link?
Oh, could you send her a link? George.
Yeah, I can look right now, actually.
I mean, are you and Viviana friends on Facebook, or do you have some kind of...
No. Oh, I don't know. I can't remember.
Well, we are.
Actually, can't remember.
But we are friends.
Yeah, we are.
Oh, great.
Yeah, I think I just went there tonight.
Yeah, so if you could send her a link both there and here, you could put it here and there just to make sure she gets it, because the problem is, if he puts it here, honey, as soon as the conversation's over, then it's very difficult to find it again on Skype. So it's best that he sends it to you privately, or if you want to put your email link in our private text here, then you can share your email link here and he can send it to you via email, and that way you're sure to get it. So,
Viviana, I'll also say, if you want to look up something really easy, I mean, he'll send you better links, but you can just Google Peacock Angel, and usually the first thing that brings up is Melek Tausch.
Okay, excellent idea, honey.
Okay.
There, that too. But I'm sure he'll send some excellent links that are probably better than some of the crap you'll find.
like your first thing's gonna be Wikipedia or whatever, but see, that's why I said a lot better. But that gives you an idea, first of all, the spelling and where to go and all that. Yeah, just Peacock Angel.
Yeah, and
I got all that from George last week, so.
Right, which is fine, and even Peter Moon is basically learning as he goes along. Even though he's been involved with this for years, like he said, he lost a lot of focus there for a while. So it's very. I
do think though that when George was saying how beautiful the Peacock Angel is, that they were describing her Melek Tausch, and then you put that picture that I was like, who the fuck is this? Last week, and you're like, it was me. And I'm like, I don't think it was. Do you remember?
That's fine.
But no, like, you look so fucking different. Like, I mean, has everyone seen
honey,
this
I was in fucking high school, honey.
I know, but it was blonde. Like bleached blonde hair and like, it's crazy looking.
Yeah.
But it's still very different looking.
Okay. I mean,
you do look like a little Peacock Angel, though, is what I'm saying. If that's what that happened, it just looks very
thank you.
Angelish. He looked like an angel, is all I'm trying to say.
Thank you. I'll take that as a compliment.
Now you may be an angel. You may not look as much the part because of the black, but you look like an angel in that picture. It was very sweet. It was very cool.
Also understand the photographs that are taken these days. First off, let's put this into perspective for people. I've been a graduate of John Robert Powers Modeling and Acting School, and while they didn't go much into these kinds of skills, my mother did, in terms of basically prosthetic makeup. There are certain tricks to just changing the shape of your face, even, that my mother taught me, basically as part of these ancient traditions of what Americans know of as ninjutsu, which of course there's many aspects to ninjutsu, and it's not like one person knows all of ninjutsu, which is something that really Americans never got the hang of or really don't understand. It would be like saying that one person knew all aspects of magic or combat soldiery. It's just something like that is very, very extensive. And so you have different specialists within that field. So when it came to the kind of ancient traditions that my mother passed on to me, there's elements of that in certain photographs that people might see today. Certainly not in that photograph. I was just a lot younger and my hair was dyed blonde. But when it comes to the kind of, shall we say, photographs that people see today of myself that they don't recognize myself, bear in mind that my son also is a professional grade photographer. And so what he does is he takes everything into account, especially in terms of ambience of the environment. So that basically that plus usually the dyeing of my hair, which is usually done, unless you see my hair as pure snow white, which is what it was left at, as that's the natural color after the possession, you are seeing my hair dyed. And the dyeing of hair has a tremendous
That's
effect.
what I was just about to say, though. You said, just interrupt really fast, just so everybody's clear and I'm clear. That picture I thought was after you were possessed.
Absolutely. And then
but
the
you
hair
said
was
your
dyed
hair
blonde.
was dyed in it.
Yeah, it's
okay,
dyed
so
blonde.
It was white. Okay, so that's what I was trying to clarify. So it was white, and you just dyed it more of a yellow blonde.
Yeah.
Picture. Got you. Okay.
Yes.
Okay, that's what I wanted to
clarify. Yeah.
Okay.
No. People, that's just photographs of myself with bleach white hair. People have seen it. I try not to let any of those photographs be published unless they're taken by my son, because he can take it in such a way you can see the hair. The problem is that if my hair is naturally bleach white and somebody else takes the photograph, and especially if there's sunlight or some kind of outdoors environment in particular, but it's just as bad indoors, believe me, with light overhead. The fact is the hair doesn't show up at all, and it looks like I'm fucking bald. So that's the problem with white hair, is that it looks like you don't have any hair unless somebody is taking it at such an angle that, they're basically on top of your scalp, or, taking into account all of the light and ambience that
Lighting,
goes,
right.
Yeah, that goes into photographs. But just to put this into perspective for you, the reason I brought up the acting is not so much that the acting is really, or modeling, is really where the change in look comes from. It's the photography, and there's the makeup, and in some cases prosthetic application to change the shape of the face. But at the same time, just so people understand this, there's two factors here in terms of chronology and time, as well as the first thing to bring up while my mind is here, and here's where I'm wandering all over the place because this is an extensive subject. Bear in mind this, which you probably didn't know, and by this I'm speaking to Brooke specifically, but just so you know the story, what had happened was that during the Gulf War, I was exposed to cycloserine nerve gas. Now, in terms of why that's important, is because, and just so people understand how this happened, because yes, we all had gas warfare suits, chemical warfare suits. We were all issued what's called MOP gear. And then, of course, what happens is that you don't wear it in the desert because you're going to die. That will kill you. Basically, it seals you up so the gas doesn't get in. Well, if it seals you up so the gas doesn't get in, neither does air, and nothing escapes. You're sweating profusely. You sweat out about 15 pounds of water weight in as many minutes, and you die. That's what's going to happen when you put it on in the desert. So we were ordered to put it on, and we all kept it unzipped, and we all kept our hoods off. And then when the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers blew the bunkers, the binnaker, as the Arabs called them, containing all of that war gas, cycloserine nerve gas, which was used against the Kurds by Saddam Hussein. Basically, they were covering up the trail of all of the receipts. The evidence was essentially the receipts, so to speak. That led back to all of the U.S. chemical companies that sold them all the shit to build that crap with. But while they were covering up the evidence for the sake of the American corporations, fertilizer companies and shit that sold them all the gas components, we were all exposed to it. So it all went blowing in the wind towards us. We sucked it all up and then proceeded to die. Most of these men would die later, and they would die with
my uncle was there. I don't know if he was with you at all, but he was there, and he died of Lou Gehrig's disease about 10 years ago.
I'm so sorry to hear that. So how old was he when he died? Yeah.
He was about 50.
Jesus Christ! Holy shit! Oh my God, that's awful.
Yeah, he was actually like not blood uncle. He was uncle by marriage. Obviously, my aunt married him, but yeah,
do you know which service, which branch of service he was in?
I would have to, because he wasn't blood, like, because I met him after.
Just so you know, the people who were all exposed to gas were Marines. The Army had it much worse in a sense because they were exposed to depleted uranium. So the Army, they came down with all kinds of evil shit, and the Marines did as well. I mean, they were all fucked one way or another, but in terms of
I'll find out which one he was for sure. But,
there you go. And for what happened to me, the reason I was lucky was because I was dishonorably discharged and didn't get to go to the VA. If I had gone to the VA, I would have died, like so many of these other guys did after the war. They all died after the war, basically. And so in my case, because I was dishonorably discharged, I went to a civilian hospital where, after threatening to sue them for various stupid things they did, I mean, unbelievably just stupid, awful malpractice that ought to be in textbooks. They basically were faced where I was threatening to sue them, and so they said, okay, we'll do some highly experimental surgery. So in order to, because my lungs wouldn't stop collapsing, and I ultimately was going to die, they decided to perform this highly irregular and highly experimental surgery where they unhinged my lower jawbone, and therefore were able to, in a sense, remove it, basically have it resting against my chest, which must have looked grotesque, something straight out of a horror film. Then they had the space.
Holy shit, my daughter had a lower jaw just surgery. You had to be swollen as fuck too.
Yeah,
that's a major surgery.
Yes. So why did this happen to your daughter?
She just had to have it because her jaw, she inherited from my ex-husband, and her jaw was set back just enough, like lower jaw. Where set back enough where, like, I always looked at him, and every time when I met him, he had a goatee, and he shaved it once, and I was like, don't ever fucking do that again, because you don't fucking chin.
Oh my God, that's so sad. So you had an underbite that your daughter inherited. What's called an underbite, right?
Basically, and it wasn't a horrible underbite like you see somebody, but yes, enough. So they broke her jaw and pulled it forward. I mean, like, basically exactly what you're saying, but God.
But it's like, is her jaw even big enough? I mean, why would pulling it forward help? It would help cosmetically, but I mean.
It was, so it's cosmetic and I think mainly for her it was cosmetic. Okay. Although it was beautiful either way. I have pictures for both ways, and there's not a huge difference, but she didn't want to have just like from if you did a side profile picture.
Yeah, it's just awful. Oh my God, So, but her jaw was big enough so that worked.
You know what the funniest thing about that story was? I'm out there waiting on dying because it's outpatient surgery, but it's like 4 hours, and I hear it's the best surgeon in fucking Greenville to do it because he's coming from Charlotte. He comes, he does it. I hear the rock music start playing. To take her back in there because they got a 4-hour surgery, so they start playing fucking rock music. Now, it's a gorgeous place. When I say gorgeous, let me tell you, this surgery costs $80,000. So, and we had to pay a good 20 of it ourselves, just to get it done. So I'm hearing them play this rock music, which was fine. Anyway, I'm like, that's fine. They're just jamming. They're great surgeons. Come out, they're like, we have a little problem. When I'm fine, they're like, she's waking up. I'm like, oh, that's good. We'll bring you back in a minute. I'm like, well, we had a little problem. Like, well, we went to wake her up. She started punching the nurse and ripped her IV out. And so the doctor had to come back in and give her some fentanyl, fit her back out.
Oh, my God.
And I'm like, what? I'm like, what are you saying? And he's like, well, we've got the anesthesiologist coming to talk to you. So he's like, no, it's normal. Apparently, like, a lot of teenagers and kids will wake up and they freak out from surgery. And so she just immediately, as soon as she woke up, she just like immediately like went for the nurse, ripped her IV out. Like, this is a child that is the most passive child you've ever seen in your life, like straight A student. It was like, ready. And so when they finally take me back there because they've got her out and we're trying to get her awake from the fentanyl, which was horrible, I literally realized how bad it was because there was blood all over the ceiling walls because I guess where she ripped her IV out. And
it splattered.
It spurted everywhere. That's why they were like, we can't take you back right now. And they still had not cleaned the walls out or the ceiling. But yeah, so anyway, she was fine, and that's in that story. Let me get you back to yours. But yeah, it was a bad surgery, and I can imagine having your jaw broke because when she came home, I looked at her, and I'm one of those people that can't stand to not feel like they can breathe, like claustrophobic. Yeah. And that was the bad thing is that it swells like your sinuses. Yeah, and like you got ever in a chair sitting up for a week. I'm like, I would fucking blow my brains out. Like I could not have lived. I'd be like offering her for like more of the hydrocodone cough medicine they gave her. Like, here, take more, because she'd be like, no, it's fine. I don't want to get addicted. And I'm like, I think you should just get addicted right now.
Yeah,
okay?
Thank you. Yeah, with me, the motherfuckers wouldn't give me painkillers. Rather, what they were saying, no one could be in so much pain, is literally what they were fucking saying when I was asking for painkillers with multiple lung collapses and fucking chest tubes that are like literally rubbing against your rib bones. I mean, there's like no describing the agony of lung collapses and chest tubes and shit. Yeah. And they, finally said, fuck you. And I didn't ask for any more painkillers. And that's when I developed hemorrhoids because my butt cheeks were clenched so tightly with the agony that I developed hemorrhoids for the first time in my life. And, thankfully they've been manifesting less and less over the years. But anyhow, I do want people to know that, matter of fact, I'll show you this in the chat room here. Let me do a screen share so everybody can see this. And so hopefully Viviana Sanchez and George Knight are with us along with Brooke. And here we are, this man, Troy Bellamy. Wonderful individual. He says, you and Viv, George and Peter, and the callers make my week. I just realized I plan my nights around listening to you guys. God bless. God bless you in turn. Wonderful. And Michael Andrich says, great listening, etc. And of course, Viviana is saying that was brilliant. Yes, wonderful. Thank you so much. So there we are. Wanted you all to see that. That's important. And so just to go back to the importance of what I was bringing up with the jaw unhinging, and then the as our lady Brooke Gibson said, the one thing that whether they intend it or not, it changes the shape of your face. So do understand when you see the photograph of myself in high school, why the chin line looks different as opposed to after the Gulf War. Does that make sense now?
Yes, completely.
Thank you.
Sorry, I had to mute. I had to push the button.
Okay, thank you. So that would be what I think would probably be the most outstanding difference that might make someone think that that's not me or something like that. Obviously, there's going to be no one else on Earth, statistically, that has Kawasaki syndrome that they manifest if there is.
Well, no, and I didn't think it wasn't you like I wasn't saying like once I realized it was you because there's the little child beside it. Like once I realized what I was looking at because I think we were put like what was it, the child that they had offered you beside it. That was what. And so I thought I was looking at it and I was just like, yeah. So once I realized it was you, I was saying it wasn't you, but then obviously looking at you that much younger and then with the blonde hair, obviously at first I was like, I'm sure if I put a picture of me up, well, to be honest, I'm sure if I put a picture of me at 16, you'll be like, oh my God, you look like you've gone, like you look younger. Like you look great. Like that's what people think of me. But I'm one of those rare people that just ages backwards and I don't get lines or wrinkles or anything.
That's wonderful.
But yeah, I know it's wonderful. It is. It's great. It's Southern. Like we just,
I feel so sorry for you right now.
What's that?
A lot of
just feel sorry for you.
I know. Eat a lot of gravy in the South and fried chicken, and that's what will make you age backwards, apparently.
Oh my God.
Hey, good advice. I'm gonna try it.
Cool.
Yeah, I put the gravy on your skin. Trust me. Don't eat it. It does not work out.
Oh my God. So
I would have been better off.
Yeah. Aside from that, just another example is that when I do notice that with actors and actresses, because of course, obviously I went to modeling and acting school. If I had my way, really, I just would have become an actor. It just would have been an easier life, and but I chickened out. And this is another story here that Sylvie Michelle Quagenbaum was the name of my acting instructoress, my educatress. Who, we had several, of course, but she was my favorite, and I wound up dating her for a bit, and she was a French lady born in New Caledonia, which is a département of France, but it's in the Pacific. It's an island. And so this wonderful New Caledonian lady was very much a dominatrix, and she had her own pet boa constrictor that was big enough that she fed rabbits to it. And so she was basically prepping me for my big debut, which is basically a couch duty with the producer whose name I'm not going to mention because it wasn't Aaron Spelling, but it was someone who worked for him, and he actually was very nice to me. He was very civilized, and he paid for me to fly down there. He paid for me to come back home, but he was gay, and as is all of Hollywood, she had prepared me for this as well as she could have. And basically, it was at that time the big hit on TV was Beverly Hills 90210, and Beverly Hills
90210. Oh my
Yes.
God, that's what I grew up on, like my 13 and 14-year-old preteen self.
There we are, and they needed an Asian, but they needed an Asian that white people would like. I fit the bill because I don't look all that Asian, and that's because I'm only half Asian. And the big problem with Asians, of course, is that most Asian men in particular, the women are fine because they just look like Cupid dolls anyway, and they basically appeal to white pedophilia. The white men who have Asian fetishes, these are men who are sublimating their pedophilia. It's basically they're going for what look like young girls that never grow up when they're going for Asian women in general, because their butts and their breasts never jut out and really develop really. So then these white men go after them because they call it yellow fever, but it's really pedophilia. And when it comes to that's with the majority, just so people understand, that was not my dad who ultimately married an Asian woman because my mother was no normal Asian woman anyway. So totally different subject there. But and not all men who marry Asian women are of that ilk, but you get my generalization. That being said, they needed an Asian male for a role, and because I didn't look all that Asian, because they said, Asian men, they're good for only 3 G's in film. Geeks, gooks, and gangsters. That's how they used to say it. Your average Asian man just looks too weird, too frightening, too dorky, too grotesque to be used in your average Western film. But I looked to them elegant. So when I was brought down, it was basically couch casting.
Oh, did you look Luke Perry level? I was in love with Luke Perry.
Oh, well, there you are. And there you are.
You remember he was on that show?
Yeah. So when I went down there, then the guy was saying, well, you know what you have to do, basically. Let's get down to it. And I was like, I just can't. It was, it wasn't any moral judgment on my part, and I wasn't offended. I just found it that I just couldn't get into it. So then he said, let's try to inspire you. And he showed me photographs of guys he had been having sex with who had become big success stars. Guys like Mel Gibson, guys like Danny Glover, Arnold Schwarzenegger. And I remember this one idiot I related this experience to happened to be gay, or what we call in a display case. Everybody knows he's gay, but he never admits it officially, even though he's living with a life partner. That's Brian William Hall, trademarked his name, who ran those conferences that Dick Dolan was attacking me at. Yeah, and Brian William Hall, he basically was saying, I want to know who was on top. And I was like thinking, you stupid idiot. It doesn't matter what position they're in. The producer is always on top, right. At any rate. But the guy was saying, I said, well, I'm glad these guys made it. But by the way, that was the real story behind the suicide of Heath Ledger, was basically Heath Ledger was an Australian, and he was brought in to film by Mel Gibson. And basically Mel Gibson told him, you know, the only way you're going to get through is take it up the ass and suck cock like I did. And Heath Ledger went through it all. And then what happened was, you know, basically he woke up one morning, looked at his wife and his kids, and realized everything he had done to get there and killed himself. He couldn't live with that. And but
well, he had been on heroin for a while, probably because of that as well.
Yes. That was to kill. That's what they all do. That's to kill the pain, to dull out.
That's like the Corey's were talking about that. I just saw that. Like, was it Corey Haim that died, and then Corey? You remember the two Coreys, Corey Haim and Corey?
Not personally, no, but I accept.
He's one of them still alive.
Corey Feldman.
Corey Feldman, thank you. Feldman's saying the story now, and you know, a lot of people are saying he's a liar. You know, but
that guy, yeah. Corey Feldman. Oh, that's right. Yes. Oh my God, that poor son of a bitch. Yes. Oh my God. There you go. See.
Yeah, but he tells the same fucking story, that basically that's what happened, and that's what happened to Haim, and that's why Haim killed himself.
Oh yeah. That's all of them. Tom Cruise was another one. Another guy took it up the ass and sucked all that cock. And but anyhow. You know, so the guys
then went into Scientology and said how bad it was to be gay, right?
Yeah, of course, that goes without saying. I mean, that was to purge his own brain of the memories that he thought Scientology could help him do that, and in a sense they did. You know, he came out
like John Travolta.
Like John Travolta, and you know those guys were practically fucking each other. I do.
John Travolta got caught fucking John Travolta was in the fucking. Is still in Scientology, fucking every fucking man he could.
Yeah, it's all true. There was this. It was the security guard I knew worked at the private airport of, who was that fucker who owned Channel 20? I can't remember the guy's name. I remember my game brother kept saying it was gay, and I was like, you know, not that it meant anything to me. Like, it wasn't like it shattered any idolization or something, but I was like saying, how would you know? Was he waiting behind you in the urinal and he just kept pressing up against you in the line? Right. What was the fucker's name? But I remember the security guard was talking about how that guy and John Travolta would take off in a private jet, and then they'd come out later on when they landed, and they all had no clothes on, and obviously had been rolling around with each other. And anyhow, I can't remember the fucker's name right now, but it doesn't matter. I
still don't understand why John Travolta's wife, who was also an actress in Beautiful, stayed with him after all that.
Yeah, it's who knows? It is what it is. I mean, she probably had an understanding and didn't give a shit.
Well, they had kids together already, so I'm assuming the kids played a part of that.
I guess. In terms of this guy, so he was showing me these various photographs of I think the guy's name was James Gabbert. James Gabbert owned Channel 20 in California, and James Gabbert was the guy who was having sex with John Travolta. But anyhow, in terms of myself, so I told this guy, you know, I'm not really inspired by these guys making it big. You know, I'm just in a very strange space right now. I'm sorry. And he said, look, let's try and get you hotted up. You know, let's review some porn. So he shows me all this gay porn and, you know, wangs bouncing up and down and pecs and shit. And I was just like, you know, I'm sorry. I'm getting no stirring in the loins from any of this. And finally, he just flew me home, you know, paid for the ticket and had me flown home. The funny punchline of the story, I can see it's funny decades later. It wasn't funny at the time. Was I came back to Sylvie Michelle Quagenbaum, who basically... dominatrix that she was. I'm surprised she didn't feed me to her pet boa constrictor, really. But she
was probably so mad.
Oh, she was so disappointed. Like, oh my God, a real man can suck cock. Yeah.
That's why she had tried to dominate you, to get you to fucking be able to do what the fuck ever somebody wants.
She was like, a real man can suck cock. A real man can take it up the ass. I mean, I was just being given all these signals that a real man is basically some gay chew toy for the powers that be. That was before she kicked me out of her home and sent me tumbling down the stairs. Yes, you know, just thankful that I wasn't fed to the boa constrictor. So there you got it. Just a really stupid story. But my point about this is, knowing what I know about actors and actresses and having seen real photographs to the point where I've seen Arnold Schwarzenegger naked and having sex with another man, and Mel Gibson and Tom Cruise and Danny Glover, I can tell you one thing. Actors look nothing like they do in film. They look nothing like they do in movies. You would not recognize these people. The majority of casual photographs taken of people, if you were to meet these people in person, like Keanu Reeves, I was told by, we have a woman who comes into our chat room once in a while who goes by Mona Hawk or something like that. But that's Mona Lee McRae. She is the daughter of Joel McCrea, who actually was a very famous actor. I never knew who he was, but when I brought up his name to she actually knew who he was, my salonist. She actually knew who he was, which impressed the hell out of me. Kind of shows her age there. But at any rate, Joel McCrea, so his daughter, Mona Lee McRae, was basically a bastardess, meaning not as a person, but she was born out of wedlock. And basically her mother would take her in the stroller and roll her by his house every day until he was forced to pay child support for her, so to speak. And she got very famous in a number of bands. She was in a number of bands herself. But Mona Lee McRae told me about meeting Keanu Reeves, and she said he's fucking hideous. She said he's all pockmarked. He's like, you would never believe he was the same man on the screen. As a matter of fact, she said he grew a beard for the John Wick franchise because he's so pockmarked that these days he's just unpresentable, even with a ton of makeup.
No, I have seen his, and I do believe that because I've seen his pockmarks. Like you can see even when he's on like a late night talk show. Sometimes there's been times where you can see he has bad skin, and that's probably with makeup. Obviously,
okay, there you go. So she met him without makeup, and she said she said he looked like a zombie. so you just understand that this is something that my enemies try to take advantage of, such as they put up these pictures and they claim, oh, this is not Douglas Dietrich, and these are pictures that are published. But just understand that the majority of these photographs are with a ton of makeup, sometimes even prosthetic. And my son taking professional grade photographs, and I do come from a modeling background, so obviously there's a lot going on where I can present myself photographically far different from how I look in the more casual videos where I've just got some slap on and some eyeliner, so to speak, or something like that, and I'm just showing up casually talking to somebody like Sean Bond, who I do want to remind everyone his father died recently, so do maintain him in your prayers. He seems to be okay, I guess, but yeah, that's hard for anyone. Other than that, all that came to mind, that's all, when you brought up the Peacock Angel and whatnot. And do remember that at moments when the possession really kicks in, my appearance truly does change. Certainly people have been witness to that, and so that's another factor. And at that moment that photograph was taken, like you said, that was kind of shining through. Obviously, it was shining through for the Yazidi peoples, and I was offered basically some child bride's hand in marriage at that point. But yeah, that was a different time, a different place, and oh my God, when I was taken on a tour of those front lines in Iraq in order to produce better propaganda for the state, which is basically the summer job that I had that they were paying me to do, and hopefully as a Westerner, they were looking for a young Westerner who could help present the story to the West, maybe show up in videos and whatnot. The project kind of fell through because basically they won the war. And the war came to an end, and it was in their favor at the time to a degree, but it came to an end pretty much with my propaganda. This is why I once wrote a column, basically how I won the Gulf War, meaning the first Gulf War, the Iran-Iraq War, my summer vacation. And that was all about how I helped to propagandize or take advantage of the situation when the Iranians tried to destroy oh God, which ship was it? The USS Vince, what was the name of that goddamn ship? I'm trying to remember. I tried to contact the captain later on and everything, but they almost sank. I think it was the John Roberts or something. What was it? I'd have to look it up. I mean, truly, I've been managed. It might be my hypnotherapist, maybe Dr. Tao Tran is her name. She might have blocked that out of my memory just for the sake of she thought that was healthy for me not to remember it. But at any rate, there was a ship in area, U.S. ship, and it almost got sank by an Iranian jetliner. People might remember that. They shot down an Iranian jetliner that was supposedly full of passengers. And then this was on the 4th of July weekend that the Americans did this back in 1988. If anyone remembers in the classroom, raise your hand. But what happened was that unknown to most Americans, and for whatever reason, the U.S. government hid this fact. But anybody might remember who was alive that day and was actually looking at the television, all you saw floating in the water were naked men with their hands tied behind their back, floating in the water. So when this jet was shot down, it was not loaded with passengers. It was loaded with Iraqi prisoners of war. And the Iranians had it on autopilot, and they were going to crash it into that American ship in order to sink it in basically a remote operated autopiloted kamikaze dive, where they would kill hundreds of Iraqi prisoners of war and then claim that they were Iranian women and children on their way to Mecca, which was their claim. And they instead the Americans shot it down. Yeah.
So sorry, is it the Halsey or the Vincennes?
Vincennes, the USS Vincennes.
Yeah, Vincennes.
Yes, it was the Vincennes. Thank you. Yeah, and so I was in Iraq at the time, and I said, well, let's turn this to our advantage. And we pointed out that it was all Iraqi prisoners of war. Everybody in Iraq saw that on national television. That was in the nation of Iraq. Their national television showed all those prisoners of war. We knew that footage was being shown in America as well. And then the Americans covered it all up after the 4th of July and said, oh, they're all Iranian women and children that we all killed on their way to Mecca, and we're so sorry, so sorry. And, some bullshit deal they made with the Iranian government to run with that total fabrication and make themselves look the guilty party. Of course, nothing was done to the captain of the Vincennes. There was talk that he was going to be court-martialed and all that shit. But after that, they attempted to kill his wife. They put a car bomb in her automobile, and basically, just like a miracle, basically every stitch of clothing was blown off her body. She flew out of that car basically naked, and she survived without even a scratch. I mean, her clothes all burned off, but she was alive. So she survived a torch job, just where the force of the explosion blew her out of the car while demolishing the car. And I mean, that stuff's not even physically possible. Basically, that's a miracle. That's one of those things that's truly a miracle. Then when they approached the police about it, then the police pointed out this incredible fact I was totally unaware of. The police pointed out, well, this wasn't, what you're assuming, terrorism. They assumed, meaning the captain's wife and the captain of the USS Vincennes, whose name I don't remember, they assumed that this was the Iranians were trying to assassinate her in vengeance for, the Americans and them claiming that all these women and children had been killed. Naturally, a fatwa had been put out on him. But that was in San Diego, by the way. It was at the big military base in San Diego. The San Diego Police Department said, no, that's impossible. We know it's not Iranian terrorists. It had to be American, just normal American crime. Yeah, right. But they said, guess what? See, everybody in San Diego dies of a car bomb. And they pointed out, we've had 300 assassinations in San Diego from car bombs. It was something like 380 this year in 1988. And I was thinking, 380 something car bomb assassinations in San Diego. I was thinking, that's worse than the fucking Northern Ireland during the time of the fucking IRA and shit. Yeah, I said, how is that possible? But that's what the San Diego...
I was only 10 years old, and I'm pretty sure I would have heard my parents talking about that enough. I knew about the stock market at 10 years old. I don't remember them talking about 380 car bombings out of fucking California.
Yeah, I mean, that was crazy. And they were saying, and this happens every year. This is what they were saying. These were official statistics they were pointing. So either they just rigged all the statistics for whatever reason. I mean, there's got to be a better way to tell a lie than to think of that. Personally, I think it was the government was trying to kill her. Their own government, which they were too naive to understand. It was the government covering up their own cover story, which they knew, the captain knew it wasn't Iranian that it wasn't a bunch of Iranian women and children in that plane. So anyhow, but because we were able to make hay of it, then basically the Muslims of Iran were forced to sue for peace with Saddam Hussein's Iraq. I mean, that may sound like that's non-sequitorial or there's not too much of a connection, but you don't understand, most Americans don't understand that the Iraqis were, the way we propagandized it, we told the Iranians, now the Americans will become completely involved, like they are in Ukraine. This is what we convinced the Iranians in the propaganda department that I was working with. On my summer vacation, we convinced the Iranians that the Americans were going to now intervene completely on the side of Iraq. That's what caused the Iranians to sue for peace. So a year ago, I won the Gulf War on my summer vacation through that propaganda. And for anyone who doubts that there weren't more children saved by that, let me put this into some perspective. They took me on a tour of the front lines, and what the Iranians were doing was they had to conserve all their veterans because their veterans were their most valuable resource. Combat veterans in war are the most valuable resource you have. So in order to save the lives of their veterans, the Iranians were taking young boys, and they would have them clear the minefields during their advances. They would have the young boys dress up.
Make me think, like you took away fucking what's his name from me tonight. Now I think he's a horrible person. Now I already thought I'm not saying all Iranians are bad. Iranians, however the fuck you say it.
Oh no, it's the mullahs who run the country. It's the mullahs. I mean the Iranian. Yeah.
But I'm saying like propagandized wise in the United States, Iran does not look fucking good. Anyway, they fucking hate us for real. Either way, with good reason or bad. And I don't have all the obviously information that you guys do.
It's just they're crazed mullahs. They have no good reason to hate the United States. Just the mullahs are fucking crazed who are running it. They're run by a psychotic theocracy that has nothing to do with the Iranian people. And the Iranian...
It's like and Jimmy Carter, remember that whole thing with the Iranian
the hostages. I mean, all of this was just it's the bunch of religious crazies took over. In Iraq, you had entire armies of Iranian women, all of their lawyers and doctors and dentists and professional women who prospered under the Shah, and the Iranian government under the religious crazies said that all these women had to die because they could read and write. They wanted a totally illiterate female public. And so the women all left to form their own army that was supported by Saddam Hussein. And so they had entire helicopters and tanks. These were like the best equipped troops under Saddam Hussein, and they were the elite. They won several battles against the Iranians during the Gulf War, the original Gulf War, Gulf War I. All these women were called the Mujahideen al-Halq, the MELK group.
These were women fighting?
Yeah, these were women fighting. They were all doctors and lawyers and dentists and accountants. They were the most educated army in the history of humankind. They were the highest educated army. These are not just...
They would have had to have been to get out of Iraq to be able to do that. Yeah.
Out of Iran. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. And they were driving tanks, flying helicopters and the like, and blowing away the enemy. But yeah, like I said, when I was taken to the front lines, the Iranians, to preserve the lives of their veteran men, they took all these young boys and they dressed them in white, which was that's the color of death in Asia. They dressed them in their funeral robes. And then they gave them all these little plastic keys to wear as necklaces. And this was supposed to be their key to heaven. And then they changed them all together. And they changed them all together so that I'm trying to say that. It may sound like I'm saying changed. They chained them all together so that the chains would drag on the ground and then trigger the landmines. So then they would basically fire on them.
But they sent them on a death fucking mission.
Yes.
That's why they told their parents it's okay, they're going to heaven, just like they do with every fucking suicide bomber or anything else.
Yes.
Like,
yes.
And my God.
told the kids they were going to heaven and shit.
Can you imagine being the mother of one of those children?
I can't imagine. But, you know, this is like the Iranian people, I think, are tired and they're rebelling at this point. There's a lot of riots going on in Iran, so hopefully they'll throw these mentally retarded clerics out. Yeah, but anyhow, so those kids, I just stood and watched while they were pushed forward at bayonet point, and they would just blow up. I mean, just like arms, limbs, heads flying in the air, just like gouts of blood and sand is what you'd see. And then there'd be so much smoke from all the landmines exploding and so much like just sand and everything else, you couldn't see anything. And then the veterans would
advance. Then they could send their troops in after everything exploded and
yes.
They knew it was clear to go.
Yes, that's what happened. Then the troops I was with machine gunned them down. It was like World War I. It's just wait until the enemy advances, machine gun them down. I saw thousands of people die in a day. So just this is real war that I saw. It was like World War I for the Iranians and the Iraqis, and it was Saddam Hussein was completely justified in everything that he was doing to maintain the state because he was in a state of emergency with the invasion of the Iranians. That was he was the great defender of the West. He was protecting Israel, even though he hated.
Well, there's still a rumor. I'd always heard the rumor that there was a rumor, even though we went to war against Saddam. I'd always heard the rumor was that, and obviously you wouldn't know if anybody would, that we had put Saddam in place, really, at some point.
Well, Saddam Hussein was part of, this is what I was talking about with our man George Knight. All of these individuals, whether it was, who was in charge of Libya again? Muammar Gaddafi, Saddam Hussein, Gamal Abdel Nasser, all of these men were trained in England. Basically, all of the Arab elite send their kids to military academy in England. They all go to Sandhurst. The Sandhurst is known as the School of the Sheikhs because all the Arab sheikhs go to Sandhurst to learn their military training. They're all officer trained in England. So they all speak English. They all speak the King's English, and they all became radical Soviet communists because they wanted to get Soviet hardware to turn against the West. And so Saddam Hussein and Gamal Abdel Nasser and
Gaddafi,
Gaddafi, and also Bashar Assad, Bashar al-Assad, they're all the product of this old school of communist trained, British educated but communist trained, or rather British trained but communist indoctrinated Arabs who decided they were going to create an Arab empire. And so people can look this up. At one point, Egypt and Syria were a single nation. They were known as the United Arab Republic, and they had the exact same flag as the Iraqi flag, because the Iraqi flag symbolized the fact that they wanted to join this union and the ultimate intention. Oh, by the way, George Knight says, George, wait. Oh, shit. He just took off. George, you should say goodnight before you leave. He says, thank you for having me on, Douglas. All my love on to you, Vivian and Brooke. Everyone take care of yourselves. He probably had to go to work. And Vivian gave him her email.
Sorry.
Yeah. What's that, honey?
Oh, thank you.
Yeah.
Have a lovely day.
Yeah. Oh my God. Well, fuck.
I don't know.
Whatever. I don't think he had to go to work. He had the option to take the day off. It was just without pay. Everyone.
oh shit.
Good night, George.
Yes.
I always want to call him Brian. I don't know why.
That's so funny. That's cute. And yeah, it's well, hopefully he talks more next time, and he certainly wanted him to say more about Malik Tausch, and we should make certain we dive right into that next time. But you know,
I'd love to hear more about it for real.
Well, certainly the Yazidi people are essentially a group that was created by the fallen angel Malik Tausch, because he felt he could, as unto God, create his own people, and they're what tether him to earth. And so he is an entity that is of resplendent beauty and pride, hence the peacock.
Do you want to tell the difference that he was trying to tell, which I would like to know more about, which I'm sure we would go into this, versus the devil, like we say the devil versus Satan?
Lucifer, as it disambiguated from Satan.
Yeah.
So he would be more the light bringer or the Luciferan entity, as opposed to the satanic. And by the way, a shout out to Nathan A. Brooks in the chat room, who says, "Greetings, beloved, to all of us." And if I didn't mention that before, but
hi, Nathan.
Yes,
I get called Brooks all the time. I get called multiple me.
Yes.
I get called Brooks all the time. I'm like, you don't want more than one of me, so you should probably not call me Brooks.
Yeah, yes. You're like a clone. Oh, that's so funny. So when it comes to Malik Tausch, this is what Lucifer represents, the light bringer. And by the way, just so people know, in Brazil in particular, as opposed to other cultures, but through a lot of Latin America, there's a lot of young girls will be named Lucifer. And it's just a totally natural name for them because it means bringer of the light. And so a young girl born into the family is usually perceived as bringing light into the house or the household. So it's an actual name, but most of the time when they come to America, they'll just tell you it's Lucy. Oh, my name's Lucy. But the real name, the full name is Lucifer, their birth name that they're Christian as. So understand that Lucifer is considered a positive name in the Brazilian culture, especially for girls, as opposed to what people misunderstand about the entire concept. And they, of course, have perverted the entity into an evil, quote unquote. And that's...
well, that could go back into the whole Bible and what's been left in and left out through, the books that were and were not.
Oh, yes, the Apocrypha. Yeah. What you're speaking of is the Apocrypha.
Yeah, the Apocrypha.
Yeah,
Thank you.
So, yes, everyone should remember that when you're reading the Bible, that you have to understand that it was politically censored, and that
not in the Apocrypha. Apocrypha was left out. In addition, you've also got the King James Version, which is what we go off of. The interpretations are so. You can go back if you go back to. Original interpretations can be so different than what we take them as now.
Oh, absolutely.
Well, it's their power. It's the power in the word, of course.
Exactly.
Derivative is the most important.
Yes. No, very important. So understand that for all who are listening, the book that I always recommend for the Bible is the Geneva Bible. So if you're going to get a Bible you can read in English, get an English translation of the Geneva Bible. Unless you're a member of the Church of England and understand the British have their own church, so someone like George Knight, it's perfectly understandable they use the King James Bible. It's like their national Bible. So
that's the national Bible in the South. I'm just gonna be honest with you.
Oh,
like you don't go to any church in the South.
Oh, yeah,
and you don't get the King James Bible.
Well,
if I even bring in new
don't you even think about it, girl.
Yeah, like New Testament.
Yeah,
like even a little bit. Yeah, they were like, "No, you can bring that in."
Yeah, no, I hear you. And bear in mind, the South was almost recognized as the Confederate States of America by the British Empire. That the
you realize I'm about 5 minutes from Bob Jones University, right?
I didn't know that, but tell us a bit about Bob Jones University, the significance.
I think you probably know enough about Bob Jones.
You give me too much credit, honey. No, do explain.
Bob Jones University? Really? You don't know enough about it? Like it's basically.
I don't consciously remember.
Bob Jones University is. I was raised actually Southern Baptist, so there's Southern Baptist Independent. Well, I mean, we're the Bible Belt, so we've got every church here, right? But Southern Baptist and Independent Baptist are the two Baptist types, and they're really not a whole lot different other than Southern Baptist, even between let's say a Methodist, we always kidded, or a Methodist or somewhere, it's like the Southern Baptist is the casserole bringer, we're gonna bring in the fucking casserole, like that.
I'm sorry, that is quite funny. Yes, go on.
Yeah. Yes. But the Independent Baptist, which is what they are, is it's a little bit stricter as far as, I won't even say stricter. Let me just tell you what Bob Jones is. like it was against interracial dating up until like it was still in their code of conduct book. You could not interracial date in the 90s. Okay.
Right. Oh, I barely remember that. Yes, go on.
Yeah. I see. I'm in the 90s. Like, yeah, I'm in high school. They can't interracial date. So here's the kick. Here, I always say kicker. I shouldn't say that word so much,
fine.
But
it's fine.
It is the thing that we will always call them. I will say my grandmother. She like literally basically lived even 2 minutes away, like lived behind us where my mom grew up, like 2 minutes away from Bob Jones. Like the church that I was baptized in was basically next door to Bob Jones. We were Southern Baptist, but so we were not affiliated with Bob Jones. So we called them, and that's what everyone here calls Bob Jones Bojos. Like they're Bojos. Oh. But so it's funny that we can be that like. So I grew up still in this strict, which I didn't realize. Like I'm still in this strict mentality of Southern Baptist, but looking at them and calling them Bojos. But I didn't really realize how bad it was until I was really an adult and even having a child. But they had that, and then I had heard rumors but didn't confirm it. So there was Bob Jones Jr. There was 2 sons. Bob Jones had 2 sons, and I think it was Bob Jones Jr. I can't remember which one it was. One of them was gay.
No surprise. Oh my God.
And it was completely passed around. Well, here's the thing. It was passed around that he was gay, and even my grandmother, who would not like that was not a thing that we would really talk about a lot. Like my other grandmother, we had a neighbor who my mom always knew she was a lesbian. Like she was like come over, her name was Mott, and like she was so butch, right? I remember my mom finally telling me like, well, you realize she's like gay because she never married a widow. I'm like, so I asked my grandmother one day. I remember I'm like a teenager. I'm like, asked my other grandmother. I'm like, she's gay, right? And my grandmother looks at her. No, she is not. She's just, just cannot like go there, And then like if you're a gay man here, it was like for them it was called a confirmed. That's what like Lindsey Graham, our senator now. Yes. He's called a confirmed bachelor. That is what the title is.
Yeah, that's right. They used to use that, and you just like
you go with it. That's what they go with. That's what I'm saying. My grandmother knew she was gay. I could tell my grandmother knew she was gay from the fucking second I said it. Yes. She was like, you don't say that. Yes. You know. It wasn't like she was never looking at me in the eye like I really denied she's gay.
So she's not like, in personal denial. She's not in personal.
Yeah, it was like a personal like, how dare you say it out loud?
Right.
Just like if I was to say a confirmed bachelor was gay, it was just like that was the way they grew up. Like you just don't say it. Right. It was fine. Just don't say it. Yeah. So, but he was pushed out of there, and he was pushed out, and I mean, to the point that my kids were here, and there was Christian radio, and I had sent my kids because here the only good private schools were Christian, and so I sent my kids to Southside Christian, and then Bob Jones was less expensive for an elementary or middle school, and another friend of mine had sent her child there, and I said, "Oh, I will not go there. Those are crazy people. No, I'm just." She's like, "Well, no." She's like, "They're not like that." And I was like, so I went there and talked to him, and then she's like telling me we have a Christian radio station here, which I haven't listened to in a while, but like all it plays is Christian music. Like that's all it does. Can't advertise on it if it's not Christian. That's it. Bob Jones didn't allow you to listen to that. The teacher told me, she was like, well, we don't promote that because there are several instruments played on there that we believe are not Christian instruments.
Yeah, what are they playing? The one-string meat guitar? Yeah.
Like, thinking about God, what instrument the fuck are you talking about?
Yes.
So, but what I found out is that it's cultish. So what happened is that everyone that went to Bob Jones, most of them, the majority, will meet there. And I know this from, I can give you like a billion examples, but not a billion, but enough to tell you of my life experience. I probably have more of this example than anything. Like these people will go to school there. They will meet there. Right. So like your age, you go to school there, your parents sent you to college there. That's what you were indoctrinated with. You meet your husband or your wife there. the majority of everyone that works there is married. They'll give you a house on the campus for free if you want to vote. If one of you is a teacher wants to teach there. So everyone that teaches there is married to another Bob Jones person that they went to high school with, that they have now indoctrinated. And that is, it is a complete cult mentality. So like they have never, it's like they've never been outside that world.
Well, I think of the Baptists, we're going to have separate Americas develop. Obviously, there's going to be the problem with our pending civil war is that there's going to be no geographic boundaries as there was in the last civil war, because it's just basically reactionaries versus progressives, and it's going to be more like the city versus the countryside.
Right.
Very similar to the communist Chinese civil war. So if people don't understand the analogy, I've explained it before, but I'll happily explain it again as briefly as possible, is that during the mainland Chinese civil war of nationalists versus the communists, if you were at your most cynical, you could say that the nationalists were essentially urban gangsters and the communists were rural or countryside bandits. Now, the only reason why the communists won in the end was, well, several factors, of course, but one of the major reasons was sheer numbers, was because China had, over many thousands of years, developed a majority peasantry. So the peasantry was like 95% of the population, between 95 to 98%. So basically, you're talking about the cities were definitely the minority, and they were reliant on external supplies from the sea in particular, and so they dominated the coast. And then it's like the coast fighting the inland or the mainland, and the peasants, the bandits, basically coming in to fight the gangsters and just overwhelming them ultimately. Now, this didn't have to happen, but it was the way it happened because the Americans came to support the communists ultimately under Roosevelt, and many people who came after. They just made certain the communists would win. If they had sponsored the cities, it would have been different. No point in dwelling on that. I could go into that at length. But the point is that here in America, it's the opposite. The liberal progressives dominate the cities, and the reactionaries dominate the countryside. But the reactionaries are the minority. They're very much the minority. The overwhelming majority of people in the United States are liberal progressive, and they're also racial minorities, and the racial minorities are fast becoming the majority, whereas the white reactionaries and those colored coons that side with them are the minority, but they have all the guns, statistically, demographically, though more and more quote-unquote Democrats or liberal progressives are buying guns. And so
that's what I was just about to say, just to interrupt. Like, I feel like during all this, I've started thinking, I'm thinking we liberals should start buying guns.
Yes.
Because if it goes to civil war, I know enough of these redneck motherfuckers that are loaded, right?
Yes.
Like, their house is loaded with guns. Like, I don't want to be left without anything, and I don't want guns, but at the same time, do we not need to be buying them just to defend ourselves?
Oh, absolutely. And do bear in mind, of course, that no matter how many guns these fuckers have, they only got 2 arms. They've only got 2 arms.
Oh, I know, but they tell me all about how this particular gun, like this, what, AK-47 or what the fuck ever, like how that's the ultimate defense rifle because you can set it up in your house and you can shoot. All these people coming. Like, I have this motherfucker that's like literally slicing my meat just to get my fucking meat for my dogs. I don't even eat meat to feed my dogs, and I have to listen to this motherfucker go on and on about his fucking bullshit.
I'm sorry, that's hideously funny. I'm so sorry you have to suffer that. Oh my god. But yeah, that's just awful. But having suffered that, know this. I mean, the chances of the Democrat side winning are very high, simply because there's definitely more of us, and we dominate the cities, and we dominate the economy and the technology. All that the reactionaries have are guns. And as a matter of fact, just so people understand, I never use the term redneck. It's something that people might hear on the show a lot. It's always from someone else's mouth. Like Joe Ty would use that a lot. I personally don't use it because, just so people understand, it's a political term whose history really was representative of the labor movement. And during America's second Civil War, the Civil War when labor was basically trying to protest modern slavery, they applied the term redneck to them because they all wore red scarves to identify themselves. So it's
I was always told, now being from the South, I'll be honest with you, we were told a different thing, that we were called rednecks, because obviously, I mean, here's what's so funny. Like, somebody listens to me right now, I'm sure someone listening to my voice right now, it's like, why does he have that redneck on? You know?
So, hopefully not.
Because they can just judge by voice and whatever. But you know, I've heard people, you know, from Ohio with no Southern accent. I'm like, that's a redneck, and we call down each other down here, like me and my daughter, like, we're like, oh my god, that fucking redneck, like, don't fucking go with them. You know, like, we call each other rednecks because, well.
Yeah, it's a term of
like
affection.
Lower...
Basically, like a term. It's like black people calling each other nigger.
We're okay. Like, I don't want to deal with that fucking redneck. That's a redneck. Why are you hanging out with them? But so I don't see myself as a redneck. You see what I'm saying? But somebody out of, you know, that just hears me as a Southerner, maybe thinks, oh, she's not as educated as, you know, you are, Douglas, and then also speaks Southern, just, you know, has the accent doesn't it goes with redneck, like it seems to endear redneck, like they just assume. So the way you speak and that terminology, you know, the way I speak just endears that term. But the fact of the matter is, like, here, I can show you fucking rednecks. Okay, you haven't seen a redneck. If you're calling me a redneck, come on down, baby boy. I will show you a redneck. Okay, like, I'm not a redneck. But we know what to call a redneck down here. We know where the rednecks are. But I also, what's so funny is because I can identify them here, what should be what we would call a redneck. And then they're everywhere. They're in Ohio, they're in Michigan, they're everywhere. I mean, there's some everywhere. But I know a lot. I say Ohio and Michigan because I have met many from there. West Virginia for sure. Excuse me, West Virginia. But I'm sorry. But yeah, like, there's rednecks everywhere, and it's a term. It doesn't necessarily mean that you have a political affiliation with any one particular party, but what we typically mean by it is more country, trailer, like mobile home, probably big pickup truck, maybe even have money, big pickup truck, like hunter usually is going to go with it. You're going to have camouflage, definitely. Camouflage is a big thing. Probably you're going to have a sticker of a Confederate flag on the back of your pickup truck. That's a redneck. That's what we have down here. That's what we call redneck because it's everywhere. But I mean, you can call it whatever you want. But anyway, what I was going to say was, I'm sorry to interrupt. The point of that is we were told that redneck meant, the reason the term originally came about, when I remember asking as a kid, was it had to do with working, like, in the sun, you know, like the workers that were white collar versus blue collar, and they would get burnt in the sun, you know, like they were the redneck. You see what I'm saying? Like, red. They literally got red. Right. The white people got red. So the white people that were working in the sun, just like the black people working in the sun, they weren't called the best of terms. The white people that had to work out in the, you know, sun, doing the day jobs, they would get burnt. Their skin would get burnt. They called them a redneck.
Oh, yeah. I mean, that makes sense. I mean, it certainly makes sense. But
yeah, I'm not saying it's true. I'm just saying that's what I was told.
Yeah, but just so people understand, the original term was a labor term where they were literally wearing red scarves because of their inspiration by communism. So they were fighting for labor rights. And even though I'm anti-communist, ardently anti-communist, I can certainly appreciate labor rights in America because of the horrible abuse of labor in the United States. So it's just they certainly needed as much advocacy as possible, and these people literally had to fight for their rights, and the U.S. government sent in bombers to bomb them. So I mean, this all had to deal with the miners and the miners' rebellions, and so the term redneck was applied by the U.S. government as a derogation of what they considered the insurgent communist enemy. So they said these are rednecks, and that became an expletive, a insult. And so that's where it became a big negative for the rest of America. So
well, actually, I have to tell you this, like, and I know you don't like Wikipedia, but I want to do, like, I just have to say it because here's the thing. I just had to Google redneck because, like, I know that I've heard this from enough of my grandparents that I was like they can't be 100% wrong. So, it said redneck is a derogatory term chiefly, but not exclusively applied to white Americans perceived to be crass and unsophisticated, closely associated with rural whites of the southern United States, obviously. So I believe we can all agree with that. Its meaning possibly stems from the sunburn, and there's a big picture of it right here, found on farmers' necks dating back to the late 19th century. Its modern usage is similar, meaning to cracker, especially regarding Texas, Georgia, and Florida, hillbilly, especially of Appalachia and the Ozarks, and white trash, but without the last term suggest or
that term wasn't on Wikipedia, was it? It wasn't, or
that's all on Wikipedia. Yes.
White trash was on Wikipedia, that term?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, wow. Well, there you go. But at any rate.
It says, in Britain, a Cambridge definition states a poor white person without education, especially one living in the countryside in the southern U.S. Now I know why that motherfucker George was like, the first time I met him was like, I love him to death, and I said, you motherfucker, it's just my cuss word. I'm not calling you that. But what I'm saying is he remember the first time he was on here, he was like, well, I was talking about, in the South, like the U.S., you have the, like, South, and it's, like, totally going towards me. And I was like, and it's plainly says, it says, in Britain, the Cambridge definition, a poor white person without education, especially one living in the countryside in the southern U.S., who is believed to have prejudiced ideas and beliefs. This word is usually considered offensive. People from the white South sometimes jocularly call themselves rednecks as inside humor, which is true. We probably take it lightly. Like if somebody calls me a redneck, like, oh, you're being a redneck. I'm like, okay, maybe I am being a redneck right now. I was just like fucking walking out here in a t-shirt and freaking sweatpants to go into Walmart. I do look like a fucking redneck. Like who else? Like a million people go to fucking Walmart in sweatpants and a fucking t-shirt. Who the fuck's going to Walmart? Every fucking person in the world. And they're also all fucking rednecks if you're going to fucking Walmart, to be honest.
There we are. And Viviana participated in this. Oh my God. There must be, something you can say?
I'm so sorry. I'm so into research right now.
Okay.
What do you
say? It's an incredible moment in time right now.
Yeah.
It's just blowing my mind. And sorry, I've been listening though. Sorry.
Oh, wonderful. And
yeah.
So
amazing.
Yeah. So that being said, I definitely. Oh, thank you, Viviana. Was writing support Douglas Dietrich inside of the chat room. You're an angel, honey. Oh my God.
Absolutely. There you go.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm so sorry. I'm not engaged in the sense, but I am listening, and
Okay.
I love this conversation. It's wonderful.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
We love you too.
Well, what are you? I'm interested in what Viviana means by. Obviously, the world is changing right now, but it's been in this state of chaos, and it's going to be in there for a while more. So, what are you looking for, Viviana?
I'm looking at so many things right now. Like we're at 10:10, right?
Mm-hmm.
Excuse me, I'm sorry. So 10:10, and I just sense like so much 11s coming up, especially for me personally.
Yeah.
Kind of trying to understand what that means in the sense, but the power of death and the whole thing that these guys look for,
10,
right?
10 is the death number, but what do you mean? But we're at 10:10.
We're at this 10:10 point where like death is rising, and out of it's sort of like out of the ashes of these sacrifices. And to be honest with you, like it's almost like a signal at this point. I keep hearing like people say things, horrendous things, but it's mostly like the message of death, and like you should kill yourself, and You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm just a little bit paying attention to the fact that it's such a signal for today, especially today. But ever since Putin's birthday, you know, I've just been really interested in all the aspects, because we always know like his birthday is so important. But it's like the faction coming against him is like, happy birthday, motherfucker. But then, you know, he's kicking back too. So it's like an equals of death.
Well,
just
I mean, I don't know with the 10, 10, 11, like I know the symbology of the numbers as far as tarot and zodiac means. The tarot means in zodiac and ancient astrology. So when you say 11, obviously is an angel number. But I was just, that's why I was curious what you meant by that with the 10 and the 11, I guess.
Oh, thank you. I appreciate that. I'm trying to understand it because it's like aligning. It's again alignment. And been so busy for them anyway.
Mm-hmm. I watched there's a Marin Almond. She does a great job. And there's someone in England that I take classes from. He's in England that is my astrologer that I take classes from. And you know, he was talking about the two astrological, which again, if we're not into astrology, it really doesn't matter. It's the same freaking thing, whether people believe in astrology or not. It's just coming the fuck up. So we're going to have, just look at the full moon. Nobody gave a shit about this full moon. Every astrologer said it's not going to be any big deal. What you need to look at is basically between the 25th and the 8th of November, October 25th and the 8th of November. There will be, it's more of a global thing. Don't start anything personally. Would be advised, like starting something personally to do anything major. But the biggest thing is globally that something will happen there. And the thing is, if you actually look at the astrology, all of that astrology is over Russia, Ukraine, and Europe. So meaning it's over the world, but viewpoint wise and where it's hitting, the strength wise, if you were looking at this, that's where it's hitting. So it happens to be odd that it is hitting there, which means anytime you have a solar and a lunar eclipse, if anybody's not aware, all that means is it's just like a solar and full moon, but it's when the sun or and the moon, anyway, they're aligned, blah, blah, blah. It's a 6-month window. So something starts there and you've got 6 months of whatever starts in that period. So you've got a 2-week period between the 25th and the 8th of November, which I also find odd that the 8th of November, which they're heavily looking at, they don't even mention, well, I talked to a British astrologer, but didn't even mention the fact that obviously 8th of November is the elections for the U.S., even though it's not a presidential election, it is an election. And so, but those two are two key dates that will kick something off that will impact us for the next 6 months heavily as a world. That's all I know.
Mm-hmm. Thank you.
That's
all
I.
What do you say to that, Viviana?
So is it like a paradigm shift as well, and then a sense of like the angels in power?
I mean, as far as angels in power, no, that would be subjective. I mean, that would be a subjective answer for me to say because we don't know exactly. I mean, you can look at where it falls. So it's fallen in Scorpio and it's fallen in Taurus. And so Scorpio is going to be basically a sign that is basically bringing change. It is the Phoenix rising, right? So it is the one that's bringing the change. And then the Taurus obviously is an earthly sign that is bringing, and that's the one that's supposed to be, dying or having a huge closing off of. But Taurus is more earthly, and you have to look up what Taurus is. It's an earthly sign. I know more about Capricorn than Taurus. Taurus is more about, the way to describe it, I guess, is like luxury. Like it's about what people want personally, but it's all about personal gain. What feels good, what is good to you personally. Those two are playing off of each other because you're in the South and North node. So if you were looking at Vedic astrology, you'd be looking at K2 and Rahu. But as far as angels coming into it, I mean, no, it's not one of those paradigm shifts where we're saying, hey, we know we're shifting in. I mean, the fact of the matter, shifting into the fifth dimension is all going to be a personal thing. That's what we're all going through right now. Everybody thinks, oh, we're going to shift into the fifth dimension. And it's going to be like another world you're something going to be in. The fifth dimension is a mental state. Okay. It's just like, it is a mental state where you will be there. But it is a slow thing that's happening as people raise their vibration. And to be honest, I think it's going to get worse. Just like Douglas has even said, like, I think that's something we agree on with whether, civil war or not. I hope it doesn't come to a civil war. But at the end of the day, I think it's going to get worse before it gets better, because it's going to take people finally breaking to raise that, for everyone to raise their vibration. But enough people continue to, then other people will. Raising your vibration is what brings in those angels that you're referring to, the good light that brings in, I would assume, what you're referring to, and that fifth dimension.
I'm talking about the main angels, like where we're looking at Europe right now, in the sense that that principality has such a significance in the realm of what they represent and what they believe. And so in that aspect, the powers that be, just like you were saying with November 8th, which I find interesting, they tend to want to unite and test things out recently. I would say, like, especially September 23rd, like this grid of the mind and the connectivity and the interconnection and all of those things, interdependence, in the aspect of the beast. So I understand what you mean. It's just like the power derivative of whatever they're trying to access or again align with.
You mean the powers that be?
Yeah, but they're feeding off the source, right? They have a source as well, like
right. So you have, everybody feeds off you're either feeding off positive or negative energy. You're feeding off energy. We're all energy. You can only feed off positive or negative. And to be honest, most of us every day, the majority of people are feeding off both. Like the majority of even me and you and Douglas could say, I don't think any of us can say we completely feed off all positive energy, because we all get negative and down sometimes. And then that, if we can't immediately step out of that, which is what fifth dimension is, once you've been able to step into fifth, all that means is you immediately can step out of that. You don't have to feel that negative. You immediately know how to immediately not feel that negative energy. But until you're there, you're in third dimension, so you're feeling the negative energy. But yes, they feed off of it. So they need you to, that's why you feel it. You can't step out of it. They need it, because that's all they fucking want, what you're referring to. So from what I'm taking, what you're saying. So at that point, then what you're actually looking at is a longer term timeline. That's why I've said 2025. We're in a slow rise with that. Pluto is the planet you would actually want to look at with that. Pluto is the one that's been breaking all of this apart since 2008. It's Capricorn. It broke apart. It's been breaking. I mean, obviously we've been breaking apart things for a while, and you can go back. I can go back and further astrology with that. But Capricorn, since 2008, it has been completely overhauling and just saying, and Pluto is the type of planet that every planet has energy. It's just energy coming toward us, right? They all affect us energetic wise. So you can say, God, it's everything's energy. So energetically, what Pluto sends to you is it's saying, hey, Capricorn, I am breaking apart this now. And it broke apart everything that was structure, which meant government. It wanted to break apart everything. So it was a slow ramp up from 2008. Now we're doing a slow downgrade. We're actually doing a slow downgrade out of it, believe it or not. It's breaking apart. It's completely breaking apart governments. It's completely breaking apart the way people look at money. That's why you've had crypto come in. It's breaking apart the entire foundation of everything that you thought was structure. So by the time that has exited 2024, 2025, when it's completely exiting 2024, really, then you're ramping up in Aquarius. So at that point, Pluto enters Aquarius, and it's another 20 years of the same cycle, but it's completely different, because now what have you done? He broke apart that. He doesn't give a shit what you do with it. That's Pluto. Do what you want. So then it's coming in and same energy is now I'm going to break apart. Now, what do you want freedom-wise? So Aquarius is about freedom. Also is about technology. It will break apart technology. Doesn't mean it will destroy technology. It means it will change it. It just changes everything. So break apart, change it. So when you look at you have to look at what Aquarius means. And when that comes in, that's what you're looking at then as being refoundational to me for the structures of Europe, Asia, and the whole entire world. If you, from an astrological, and I've just looked at enough astrology to verify. I mean, I've watched people that were in, back in, 2010 were predicting 2020. These astrologers, I didn't believe in astrology, so I can go back and watch these videos and be like, these people are legit, like real. And which is what and that wasn't the only thing, but one of the things that started getting me into, just researching it more and more and understanding it. But that is where I would go with it as far as my belief that that's where we're headed. And I'm looking at 2025 to be a big year for, like, as far as change, hopefully more positive is what I mean. Meaning I think we're probably not going to see a lot of more positive change. And then hopefully things will start slowly, even if there isn't even a catalyst in 2025. But it will slowly start lifting up from there. I don't see a huge uplift before 2025. Other than that's why you have to stay positive in your own mind, and each one of us has to do our own individual part, to.
So you're saying Capricorn right now, in the midst of what we're seeing with Europe as well, is tearing that down. And then Scorpio rises up, and then Aquarius evens it out.
Well, Scorpio is actually in the South Node, and Taurus is in the North Node. That's a different thing. I'm actually, just funny you said Scorpio rises, because I'm a Scorpio rising and a Capricorn sun. But no, I meant Scorpio right now. So for this particular, so not long term, for this which Scorpio will be in the South Node for a while, but for this next 6 months, Scorpio, yes, is playing a big part. Scorpio and Taurus, for what we're going to see, whatever happens in the next 2 weeks. It could be, like I said, it could be small things you see in Europe, things that aren't reported on the news, things we play out with Putin, things that play out in the U.S. on the elections. All those things that happen between the 25th and the 8th of November, those things will continue to have an effect on us for 6 months. Okay. So they will play out, but how they play out, I don't know. And what's going to happen, I don't know. None of us do. All we know is that, and that long term, where we're headed is out of Capricorn. And now my dog is agreeing with me. Sorry. But long term, we're headed to Aquarius, which is a great thing, both for the world. And I'll be honest, personally, for me, I've had Capricorn. I have a Capricorn sun. It's just like I said, Dietrich must have like volunteered to fucking come in and be this person and have to deal with this. I mean, I don't know why the fuck I volunteered to be a fucking, because here's the thing, Pluto doesn't hit your sign. Like a lot of people never will go through a Pluto fucking thing. I've been through Pluto, right, since 2008. I can tell you everything in my life, from a divorce, coming out as gay, fucking adopting fucking 40 goddamn 50 dogs, like, rescuing all these dogs, my daughter, like, going through the worst relationship of my fucking life, like, ended up with a fucking DUI, like, was a PTA mom, by 2019. My entire world, I can look back at 2007, 2008, completely fucking different person, different. It destroys you. It breaks you the fuck apart.
How to punch
So
that is
personally,
commonly
it did that
used
to
in
me.
English as
I don't
well.
know that it did that
In
to everybody
French,
personally.
it
My
literally
son is in
means
Capricorn. Ford, shut the
a
fuck up.
scream from the heart or a
But
shout
it does that
from
to
the heart.
the world.
But
But
it
the
actually
whole point of
means
Pluto
or
really is to do it
designates a passionate
in a broad
appeal,
spectrum, because
complaint,
it is
or protest.
considered a planet. It's
How
not
do
a
you go
personal
about
planet
pronouncing it?
like the
For
sun.
reference,
Is considered a
this is
personal
said in
planet. All the
French
closer
in
planets.
France
Pluto
as
affects the
cri
entire
de
world.
cœur.
So
Cri
that's what it's been
de
doing, is
cœur.
breaking apart
Therefore,
structure.
in
Now,
English,
God
it
forbid
is
you're
usually
one of those people,
pronounced
maybe like me,
as
that volunteered to
cri
be like,
de
I'll be a
cœur,
Capricorn during that
cri
shit.
de
I can handle it.
cœur, Critical.
I'm gonna go back to that. I don't know why the fuck I said I would be a Capricorn during that goddamn shit, because you broke me the fuck apart. That was my own little personal story. But anyways, yeah, like it's true. It's just I think Aquarius will be a wonderful thing for us, and I wouldn't say that if I just thought it was hoo-hoo. Like even ghosts, like I've studied ghosts and spirits and all that, and I believe in them, but like I'm not gonna sit here and say all these things that I don't truly believe. And like I truly believe my dog needs a fucking spanking, right?
Oh, he's fine. We don't mind. Honey, I've had people talk while dogs are basically chewing dead bodies in the background, or so it sounded. Don't worry about him. He's fine.
Well, thank you for sharing that, Brooke. I appreciate that.
I mean, I don't know if it's if it's any help at all, but like,
no, it's
what it's worth.
Absolutely, thank you.
No,
very significant.
Yes.
Thank you.
And so necessary.
I'll be interested in all of the powers that be succumbing to something dark, and I think also rising. I mean, but it's, and I guess on my heart is the children of the promise, and I have to like tap into that and remember like who we truly are in the eyes of a creator. And so I want to remind us all that is who we are as this generation, and in those aspects, what you were saying, and all I can derive from it as well is that it's individual. It's about choice right now, and those choices are so important regardless of the day and time. It's just a matter of like time in itself, though.
Right. Well, I mean, obviously, always personal choice is what's going to be important. But I think right now what I'm trying to say is that so instead of feeling stuck, like we're waiting on, that's not what we're supposed to do. We're never supposed to feel stuck, right? So it's our personal choice to move toward, in any way we can, what we want, to make those decisions, because that is what will bring in the water bearer, which is obviously Aquarius. So when that comes in, it is what you want, because so you can't take power down without first breaking apart pieces of it, which is what's been happening like since 2008. It's been slowly ramping up, and then it has ramped up. It has been breaking apart. People are starting to see, even with us saying, oh, well, maybe power is controlling and put COVID out, like everything that we have seen, even January 6th, like that we hate, but I hate. At the end of the day, sometimes it takes what you hate to bring attention to what needs to be changed, right? So I think so much has happened in the world, like we hate what's happened in Ukraine, that in general in Europe, like you see these things happening globally in Iran, and it's just people in India, with the farmers. Like it has constantly been a thing for the last few years, and that's what. So it's kind of it's not getting quite as loud right now, other than Ukraine, but it's still loud, and it will continue that way, I believe, until it changes into it's broken down. That's what's happened. It's basically broken. Power is being broken. So what happens after power is broken? Then it takes the next step, and when it steps into the next step, it is people that rise up and say, "Hey, I want my freedom. I see freedom I see the world differently." Aquarius sees the world differently. That's the thing about Aquarius. Aquarius sees everything different. They're known for being very mental and seeing the world, and I'm talking about just the people, like the sign itself, just being very much known for seeing things differently, wanting things different, wanting to be out of the fucking box. Out of the box would be a great word for it. And so I think that's where we're headed. But again, it takes breaking down those structures, and that's where we're still in, and we'll be in for at least another, until at least 2024. We're still going to be breaking down those structures. And so at that point, we just have to try to head and keep ourselves steady toward where we're headed, and not allow fear to dictate it. I don't watch the news. I don't watch the fear mongering shit. Like, what's the point?
Yeah. Well, this is
Understood.
wonderful. I think both of you are holding such a wonderful conversation. I'll be taking a short break myself in just a moment, just to go to the restroom. And when I come back, I
Yeah,
might.
you're gonna have to do your spill because I'm out of spill and I'm gonna have to go to bed too. I'm sure she.
Can I add one thing real quick?
Please take your time. Take your time, honey. I mean, that way, you know. But I want to hear what you say. So do say it, darling. Yeah.
Well, going off what Brooke said, I just wanted to add that sometimes can power not only just be diminished, but can't it also fall and miss the shift completely into Aquarius? Because we never really know.
Well,
explain that. You're going to explain.
Certain things fall, right?
Right, correct.
But isn't it interesting right now, and I hope Douglas sort of touches on this, the alignment of the Cuba timeline, all things with concerning what Biden is saying, their terminology as well, along with the alignment of, this is just what I call the beast. It's like the beast showing its face, you know, trying to show us its face. And it's like, okay, so it's their time, but it's also incredibly powerless, you know? So that's why where the choice lies, I guess, in my purview, is that we individually choose to get out.
Okay.
Correct.
And, yeah, because if it falls, then that's another aspect of everything else, and it might hit us without us even recognizing it.
So I'm going to respond before Douglas does, because I'm not sure. I don't know what he's going to consider the beast. Like, I don't know what Douglas, like, but what I'm just getting from that, because I'm not sure what Douglas considers the beast, and I'm not sure exactly what you consider the beast. But what I would refer to as power, or just evil structures in the world that need to be demolished. So again, when you said it's personal power, yes, that's the point. A lot of us have already taken personal power well before Aquarius comes in, and will continue to. That's what pushes the change, and you have to. You see what I'm saying? It's not about waiting for a sign. What I'm saying is that astrology is just meant to guide, because it is a source. So if you're looking at where it is, it's pushing energy toward the world. So when it pushes enough energy, enough people will change. You see what I'm saying? And that's what I'm saying, is when enough people change, that is when enough people choose the freedom, enough people stand up to it. That is when you will see what I assume you're referring to, is to take back that power, to change that power structure, to completely say, well, it's fallen, and what do we make out of it, right? And or it's weak, what can we do now? That is when people come together and do that. But I personally, and that's just going off, and again, this is just going off astrology and what I believe, like, it will probably not happen until after 2025, whereas people will start, the majority, not like, for, I believe me, you, Douglas, like, we could all be strong enough to do that. Do I believe most people are there yet to be able to come together as a group? Can we come together as a group? Can we agree? Like, even three of us might disagree on some stuff. So if even three of us are going to disagree, imagine the freaking world that doesn't even talk to you. You see what I'm saying? So it is it's going to take that time to get people on the same page, whether it's in the same countries in the world, to stand up to those powers, instead of being, and like I said, is it a civil war? Is it going to take a civil war like here in America to have one win? And then, I wish I knew if the dog was saying yes or no. I would never fucking know. We wouldn't know. But no, it sounds like he says no. But Ford. Anyway, that's my point, is that it will completely.
Like, he literally said, fuck.
He's 19 years old, so I can't yell at him too much. And he's wanting in my lap. That's what he's mad about, because I haven't picked him up.
Well, wouldn't that be cool if, like, our energies could align into something positive, but then at that same time, you have to be very weary or aware that sometimes people will also, they can't be, I don't know, this united source cannot always be trusted, because in the human realm, we're always, like, falling or choosing, like, things that drain energy and then take away from the, personal time that you need to literally push out of it sometimes, you know what I mean? But it would be cool if we could unite in something.
Well, if you were to actually, I don't know if we want to really go this deep, but if you actually look at it, what I truly believe is everything is a circle. We're just on a circle. It's on a circular grid. We're on a circular timeline. So everything that we are experiencing has happened before, and it will happen again. That's humanity. So, like, for instance, there's a legend. I don't know if you heard about the Hopi. That the Hopi Indians, were taken up, or like whether you believe fifth dimension, that they're, whatever that you were to believe, that they're no longer there. That they didn't have to continue to come back. Souls eventually, you don't have to come back. A soul can choose to come back if it wants to continue its soul school after it's already. It's like if you're at college and you finally fucking graduate, and then you're like, I'm just gonna go back and be there to help the other kids that didn't know that they were, they didn't need to throw up their food as girls, or they didn't need, you know what I'm saying, or they didn't need to hide they were gay. Like you wanted to help them, so you're going back to help. So you can choose to come back that way, right, as a soul. But circular wise, I think it's a complete circle, that it's continual growth. I think that's what we're all one. We all came from one source initially. That's what I believe. And so source wanted to experience everything. We all wanted to experience everything in every form, in every way possible, and to continue to do that. And so to continue to evolutionize that, require circles of, it can't always be good. It's going to have to go through these growth cycles. So we will get through this, right? In our lifetime, we've experienced worse probably in past lives, and we'll experience better in future lives. And we will choose if we want to come back and do more or less. But at the end of the day, this is just a cycle, and the cycle has been here. And so we will come together, like you're saying, is the point. But you're right. Exactly what you just said. Can humans be trusted to have power and not eventually just because you can say, we're not going to have power. Eventually, if people get power, you slowly get power, it gets corrupted, and someone takes more power and they want more power. And so that's a good question. Maybe it's not circular. Maybe there's going to be some perfect world and there will never be a circle again. And there's just so many souls, and we're all going to have it all figured out. That may be a possibility too. I don't have those answers, obviously.
Wouldn't it be like the Jordan and a crossing over completely, where it's like it was one way one day and the next day was completely different for the children of the promise?
Repeat that. Are you talking about crossing the Jordan River?
Like birth. It's like you're here one aspect and tossed into a complete new reality, and it's like a birth because you don't ever conceive it until you're actually there.
Conceptual breakthrough is what she's speaking of, though she was using very shall we say biblical terms that were straight from biblical scripture.
Right.
So she was,
Jordan River, yeah. Okay, yeah.
You should be familiar with that, of all people, of course.
Yeah, well, I am. That's why I was making sure that's what she was referring to, was the Jordan River. But again, my personal opinion is yes and no. Like, I do believe it depends on how deep you're going with that. So I do believe that there is a conscious awakening, but no, I don't believe it's night and day like that. I believe it is a process. Do I believe you wake up one day and you're just like, not unless you got fucking shock treatment, fucking got hit with fucking heroin and LSD in your sleep, like some shit crazy. Like, I'm making fun of that now, like making a joke for Dietrich, but like, it's literally, to me, it's your soul growth, right? So your soul doesn't grow like a snap of a finger. It's your soul's growth. It's everybody's individual soul growth. That's what every individual, even though we think we're all on different pages right now, that's like 2020 shows everybody's soul is growing, right? Doesn't seem like it's growing in the same fucking direction for sure. And it may well not be. But I think majority probably are. They're just so confused on what is right. And that is where we have to eventually head. But I don't know. I don't think it's a snap of a finger. I think the only snap of a finger you get is when you get that last breath and you get back to the way I look at this world, to be honest, is a video game. Like, you put that fucking reality set on and you're like, I'm going in here, I'm going to kick ass. And they're going to be like, you're not going to remember shit when you go in there. Remember that, right? You're going to think you're really in that reality game, right? You're like, no, I'm going to remember. Like, I'm good with it. It's fine. I want the hardest game you can give me is what I'm going to do. Are you sure you want to do that? You want to go in that level? No, that's where I want to go. I want to go in this level. That's where I want to go. And then you take the headset off as the day you die. And they're like, how'd you do? And you're looking at how you did. And they're not judging you. You're judging yourself. And you're like, oh, God, you were right. That was harder than I freaking thought. Probably should have gone level 3, you know? Or I did amazing, right? Like, I've successfully completed all my levels, you know? But I think that's the moment that you actually, when you get out of the body of the 3D school and to actually get out of here and say, hey, to just back to soul consciousness, complete one consciousness, you can reach that occasionally with meditation, but you can't stay there in this world. You're not meant to. No one's meant to, because otherwise we would, I mean, you can be like that Buddha that died, or, you know, the monk that died frozen in the statue trying to meditate. But, you know, you can't stay there. It's just not what we were meant to do. We're meant to experience and to learn. It'd be like telling your kid to go off to college and say, don't leave your room because I'm scared if you leave the room of this where you are, like, I'm going to put you in here. Do not go to even the classes because you could get hurt. There could be a school shooting. You could get run over by a car. You don't leave your, like, you know, like all these bad things come. So you just stay in here. Just stay in here and stay safe and stay safe. You wouldn't do that to your kid if you were going to send them to college, would you? You'd be like, okay, I'm going to pay to send them to college. Then I'm going to have to let them go and let them learn.
Well, I understand that aspect on the human realm.
Mm-hmm.
But
I just both ladies keep talking. I'm going to go mute now. I'll take that short break. I'll be back in about 3 to 5 minutes, okay? So
okay.
You're both doing wonderful. Keep going, honey, about that. Yeah. Viviana.
Well, I understand your perspective, and I totally get that. I just sense something different for, like, spiritual ground, and sometimes for me, especially now, it's just about standing. Not really being about going to and fro and experience and holding on to the things that are derived from the earth, because that is, in my opinion, temporary, especially in the human form.
Right. I completely, so we both agree on that.
Yeah, so I have a hard time hoping, you know, or asking of it anything, because it's really like, I'd rather just have the will of my Father over everything, because then I know, like, at least He's in control, and I don't have to even really do anything other than trust Him and hold on to the hope, you know?
Yeah, so that's what you're supposed, so that is what I'm learning to do. And you can say will of the Father, and let me preface this. So my mother's really big into praying and just saying, and you'll hear people, you know, like that, especially in the South here. It's like, oh, I'll pray for you. You know, it's like, I'll pray for you, which is great. And if people do pray for you, then I always appreciate the prayer, right? If they actually do, some people just don't say that, but they actually do pray. That's a great thing, because that's their faith, and it's sending up to the heavens in their faith, whether you have the same faith or not exactly, it is sending it to the Creator. And so,
but can I identify the tree just a little more?
Yeah.
Because it's all I think about, in the sense of how we can connect in something that is derived from, like, life and that adoption and the growth and the source and all these other aspects and realms that the children of the promise hold on through faith, and how we await for something so much greater, you know, but it's still being rooted and grounded in something. It's just so linear. Like, you have to tap into it. You have to make the choice. You have to make or have the desire, or have something within you want to seek this deeper thing,
I guess the only way the easiest way for me to relate to what you're saying is for me to give you some background on me and to see if that makes sense to you. So I am not religious at all. I was raised Southern Baptist, okay, and Christian, obviously. I do not consider myself Southern Baptist, nor do I really consider myself Christian. Now, does that mean that I don't believe Jesus walked the earth? No. Does that mean I don't believe in God? No. Does that mean I believe everything in the Bible is not true? No. Does it believe I believe everything in the Bible is true? Also no, because I do know enough that the Bible says. So my point is, and the reason I say that all is because religion, which seems to be what you're referring to, is man-made. And so, yes, to hold on to any concept of even the word tree of life. Okay, if that gives you some symbol of anybody that has a symbol of peace in something, then I say hold on to it. If that's what connects you with your creator, then that's what you should hold on to. That is why there are different faiths, but hold on to that creator. If you can hold on to that, if it connects you to something good, to the creator that you feel something divine in. But if you are just like people that just can memorize the Bible and go to church every day and so like that, they're not connected. So it's connecting, and that's what I'm trying to say. It's like there are plenty of people now that probably go to church every day. That my parents are great people. But will I have more lessons to learn? Probably. Will they have more lessons to learn? For sure. So both of us, but different lessons maybe. But at the end of the day, like I know they're not connected. They're connected in a different way. My father definitely not deeply connected at all spiritually, and my mother connected through just the stories of the Bible and that. So again, it is back to like what you said, it has to be something deeper. And it is profoundly your connection with spirit. Does that that's what, I guess, I don't know if that gets any closer to what I believe and then where we can get on the same page or not.
Absolutely. It's spirit. I mean, I know that religion is the faction that people want to base it upon, but it's really, I guess, dimensional. It's not
correct.
It's solid. It's a solid foundation that ties the spirit and that connection.
But it's also, like you said,
in the tree as well. But it's the point that there's two types of tree, and some people draw from one and some people draw from another.
What do you mean by two types of tree?
There's also like the leaves and the aspects of this whole...
I think you must be doing a very symbolic thing. So are you saying two types of tree as far as good and evil? Or two types of
so there's the knowledge of good and evil in the tree of life. So if we just go back to that, but the tree, what it represents, even in a solid standing in your personhood as an individual, where you're drawing from things like that. And so the spirits, though, are very real and very powerful, and especially now the two aspects of the light and the darkness are so linear. It's just that we can choose what to tap into individually, and so those aspects aren't wrong. It's just a matter of understanding who you are.
Right, exactly. I believe that. So I think that no one, I heard someone say this actually today, no one has ever watched the same movie. You realize that? None of us have ever watched the same movie. The person next to you, closest person. You're not seeing the same movie as the person next to you. You're not seeing any event exactly the same as the person next to you or the person that you consider yourself closest to. Everything is seen through a perspective lens of that soul, that body, its experiences, and everything that went into making the soul, the body, and then the experiences that it's had, that it has decided to go with, choosing this way or this way. All that mind, body, soul, which is, like we talk about the chakras, but the mind, body, and soul, that is what truly, or, you can say emotions. Your mind is your mental state, your emotions, and then truly your spirit, which is your depth of who you are, which we think it's emotions, but it's really not. Emotions are not the depth of who we are. It's actually deeper than that. But so those three things are what goes into a person, a human, and every single one of us are completely different. So we don't even view one movie exactly. So we can agree, we both saw. But that's why you can have somebody with a crime scene and you'll have 17 different witnesses and they'll all have something a little different on what happened and they all watch the exact same thing, right? So it's a known fact that we just don't view everything the same as something simple like that. So definitely something, the world itself and just day to day, we're definitely also all going to be different on. It's choosing that direct path, I believe, is what we're all here for, and also why we were created to begin with. Like if you believe we are, like, what did they say? Like, we're not, what was it Gandhi? Was when it was like, you are not the wave in the ocean. You are the ocean in the wave, or something like that. Like, like you're not the droplet of water in the, in the ocean. You are the ocean and the droplet of water. Like, it's saying we are already all one. We just don't realize, like, we're already created from one. So there was never we see the separation, and the separation is only here. But the whole reason for the separation was exactly what you're saying, is to be able to choose and to be able to experience. And when you say, I don't want to experience this earthly part, well, that's part of your soul growth. That shows that your soul is growing to the point that, like, I don't even give a shit about maybe money or experiencing this or that. And I just want my Father's will, my Creator's will to be done. Well, then that is where, that's where you choose meditation. That's where you choose prayer. And that's where you go with the flow. And that's what I was trying to get to, is it's flow. Like, I finally am starting to learn to flow. So whatever is happening in my life, like, I don't push against it. I try very hard to not. So, like, let's say I want somebody to call me, or I'm like, let's say, like, I'm expecting a call, and I don't get it. And I'm like, I'm going to call this person maybe once, and they don't answer. Like, I'm going to call them again, or maybe I'm not going to call them. Like, don't push against the flow, right? Whatever is coming in, accept it. But it doesn't mean don't do. It doesn't mean don't move. It just means don't push. So if I go to a job interview and I don't get it, then that's the flow. I'm not meant to get it, right? Like, and that's the acceptance of, it's not that important. I'll get the next one. It's fine. Like, whatever's meant to. If I'm on the way to the job interview and I freaking get stopped by a bus and I have 30 minutes later, I'll make it. Okay, well, you know what? Apparently, I was not meant to get that job. Like, that's flow, right? So it's going with that flow. Whereas I used to fight it, like, every time. Oh my God, and I'm gonna fly around you. I'm gonna be 90 miles an hour to get there, and and I'm gonna call that person 4 fucking times till they answer the fucking phone, because they're gonna talk to me because I want to talk to them, right? Like, flow. Like, no, totally against the flow. And that's just like the simple examples of it. But it's just in general, I think that what you're saying is exactly what you're supposed to do. It's just getting to that peace with that of, I'm in the flow, and being I don't know, the more I meditate, I feel like that, like, just sitting in meditation, I feel like it's basically the same thing as prayer. It's just the difference is I'm not asking for anything. I'm just sitting there, trying to see if I receive anything, and really sitting with myself. Nice. But
Wonderful. I mean, so I want you both to know, again, and I'll share this screen share with both of you so that you can see what they're saying in the chat room. Wonderful lady who's also of the South is with us in the chat room, Clarice Claudette, who has sent myself a wonderful care package a while ago that I'm still using. So she's just an angel, and she says, hi ladies, and hearts Douglas. And she says, great conversation. The Red Reed Sea crossover. Yes, everything has been crazy since 2008. Yes, circular is so true for soul growth and alignment. Douglas, you are attracting nice feminine conversations from Southern ladies. And of course, our lovely Viviana Sanchez is also from the Southwest. And she mentions, and interesting for our birthday times. Yes. And you'll have to tell me when your birthday is again, dear lady. And DJ says, so
she's she hasn't told us, I don't think, has she?
No, she needs to tell us. Yes.
Yes, but I do know she is a Aries, right? So she's got to be in either late March or to April, right?
How do you know this?
Because I do astrology, boy.
Okay, but she hasn't told us her birthday. So
no, I know, but I know she's an Aries.
Wow. Ooh. Well, we'll find out. Hopefully. And DJ, if you'll notice, she says so beautifully articulated, Brooke. Yes. And
impressive.
Yes.
Really impressive.
Yes. And by the way, I always appreciate anybody helping. So when that dude 873210, a dear friend of ours, hugs to him, he says somebody mute. I said thank you because I'm afraid he was talking about myself. But what I was wondering was what he heard, because this gives me some indication as to how bad my technology is. Because I was muted on both the Skype and I was muted on the microphone. So if he heard what I was doing, which was basically, I don't know if either of you two ladies heard this, but I had to, while you were both talking, I was just doing something that required me to turn on a video for a second. So for a few moments there, I had something on that was playing in the background. I'm just wondering, you two ladies didn't hear that, did you? Because it was just a few moments, but I was just wondering. Brooke,
okay, listen, Viviana, don't tell him. We agreed we wouldn't tell him that we had porn. Okay, so let's just keep it between us. No, we didn't hear anything.
I didn't hear anything.
We didn't hear anything at all. We didn't hear any pornography.
Yeah. Look, there's some partial distraction there that did happen. That actually that would take us down a different tangent. That's actually quite funny, but that was incidental and collateral, and really wasn't sought after. The pornography that did pop up. That being said, what's that's you. That's Brooke. Give us a heart. And Clarice.
Oh no, we want Viviana's birthday. What is it? And I'm not. And you think I'm a fucking psychic? I'm not a psychic. I know she's.
I'll spill with you. Okay. And then I want to understand one thing, because I read it today on Google, of course, and it was something about a horoscope change. Where is there an entering in of a change where now dates will change? I'm April 5th, 1970.
April 5th. My son is April 19th, so he is literally the day of the change and the hour of the change. That's what you call a cusper there. By the way, if anybody's wondering what a cusp is, people that are on the cusp, if anybody's listening, that is the day of the change. That so it goes into Taurus, April 19th. And not only is he, Aries changes into Taurus on April 19th. It changes in between 8 and 9 p.m. and he was born at 8:30. And I don't have his exact minute to know exactly where he was, but it doesn't really matter, because either way, when you're born that close within an hour of a change of a sign, you will take on some of both. But that's just a side note. To go back to what you said, the only thing I think that what you read into is Vedic versus tropical astrology. So Vedic astrology goes into, it follows, the Earth's tilt and the movement a little, so that the signs will change, right? So there's been some debate on that. There's also been some debate on adding another sign. But most of all of that is, what I would say is just either you follow Vedic or you follow tropical. And I will say and I followed both and I've known of both, but if you Vedic astrology is the Indian astrology. And I always say, just from basically just doing enough charts, I actually just did my CEO's chart. I think I told Douglas this, I don't even work for him anymore. And he called me to do it and was just, not called me, he messaged me to do it. And then we went back and forth and he was just amazed by it. And, this is, someone who obviously owns multiple companies and responsible for thousands of people, asking me to do this chart. So when I even looked at his Vedic just to be sure that there wasn't a difference, because because I've only done this for so long and only studied it long enough I'm not the perfect astrologer at all. Definitely, I consider myself an astrologer. I'm just learning it and I'm taking classes and then playing with it long enough. But on Vedic, I believe personally, if you're where you're born, is probably the astrology that you should follow. Meaning that people that are born in India probably should go with Vedic because that is where they were born. But tropical astrology, I have looked at it, like, it just does not make sense. Like, I can look at my chart and look at a million other people's, not a million, but the ones I've looked at, and most Vedic, I can make some of it make sense. Some of it will be the same. That's the kicker. That's the thing. Some of it will be the same, but the things that change in it, I've seen enough to say that the Americans that I have done did not appear to resonate the same with because the symbol's the same basically. So basic meaning is, but there's some more behind Vedic and it gets a little bit deeper. But they couldn't resonate with it as much, and I couldn't resonate it. And it's not that resonate with it because of what it said. It was just the actual meaning. Like, it would be like me saying you're happy or you're sad. Like, two different meanings, right? Like, you're either happy or you're sad, right? So when I would read these two different charts, I could say, this is not this person. This is this person. And so I've done enough of that to say that tropical astrology seems to be, now then you can get whole sign houses and that's a whole other thing. But basically, it's no, there's nothing changing in it really, that other than just talk of people saying that,
let me break in here for just a moment. I do want to bring your attention again to the screen. If you're able to see the screen share, I definitely want you to see Clarice Claudette's response. She says, but my birthday is the same exact day as your D. So with a heart, sparkling heart at that. So that's incredible. So hers is, unless she's just kind of saying this as a kind of a joke.
Oh, she's another Libra, so another. Yeah. She's saying hers is the 20th as well.
Yeah, that's what she's saying. If she's not saying that as just a joke, then oh my God, that's it's not impossible, obviously. Yeah, but yeah, I mean.
Well, you're going to be on the 19th, from what I looked at, right? That Wednesday night, correct?
I should be. I'll take a look at my calendar. Let me see my Google Calendar. Is Double 10 Day Indigenous Peoples Day. Here is this 20th. It will be. Oh shit! Yeah, I will probably be on for my birthday eve night too. I'm still yet to decide on that, but I may well be. I may well be on. Should probably be on. And then be celebrating with my son at the estate, probably before and after. It makes sense. Yeah, I mean, it shouldn't be too much of a problem to be driven back here and do this show. I mean, that's what we did today, and then he picks me up in the morning and I go back. So yeah, we should be able to make that happen. I should be able to spend my birthday with my audience, in other words, to a degree.
Well, I was just going to let everybody know if you were going to be here, then you'd be here.
Yeah, it's best to let. Okay, I'll be here. I'll be here. I'll be here.
Something special.
Brooke is right. Brooke is right. Yes, I've got to be responsible. Yes, I'll be here. How's that? And
okay.
So
you'll be here.
Yes, and so good.
All right, then we all know we got to get Doug a present, or all this going to have to put our little money aside.
You're a present.
My poor dogs are not going to be able to eat for 3 days because I have to save up for your present.
Please. No, both of you, just your sheer being here will be gift enough from Viviana and Brooke. I mean, just the both of you, your company is enough of a gift, I assure you.
You're right, Douglas. You totally should have gone into acting.
He totally should have.
By the way, I mean, you're both doing so magnificently. And what else was it I wanted to show you? Well, first, I sent to Viviana what I will send to you.
Anything.
I'm sorry, honey.
I can't see anything.
You can't see the screen? You can't see the screen? I'm screen sharing, so you should be able to find it. I'm sorry that you can't see that.
No, it's okay. It's cool.
What I'll do is I'll take a screenshot of it and send it to you later. And
okay, thank you.
Yes. So, but be patient, because if I don't take the screenshot, then we have to wait till it uploads, and that can take till the middle of tomorrow or something. So I'll get it to you within the next few days.
Thank you.
But other than that, I did want to say that. So I sent Viviana a long article that I had written a long time ago on the 13th sign. So I'll send that article to our dear Brooke as well and see what she thinks about it.
There is a 13th sign. Yes, I've read. That was what I was referring to when they said they could add a sign.
Understood. And Laura Lee Solomon, by the way, my argument has always been that professional astrologers who have their own kind of union, so to speak, they spend thousands and thousands of dollars on very expensive software in order to run charts on people and do what they do professionally. And they are just, the majority of them are in this concurrence, this agreement, where they are just violently reactionary against the 13th sign, because that would mean that they'd have to spend, you know, thousands and thousands of dollars more on new software, basically, to calculate what would be a much more difficult situation, because the 13th sign really throws things into a very different scenario. I feel comfortable with both cases, either the astrology as it is or with the 13th sign, because I can relate to either sign. And I see in my mother in particular, who was a Sagittarius, but at the same time, if we add the 13th sign, she would be the 13th sign. She would be Ophiuchus. And I can really see her in both cases as being that, either case. And I can see myself as both Libra and even as a Virgo. Unbelievably, but anyhow, so that's what would happen if they added a 13th sign. I would change to a Virgo instead of being a Libra.
I can assure you. Let me just tell you right now. Okay, so I have looked at Vedic, and so Vedic changes me. I would still be Capricorn Sun, but it changes my moon from Aries to Pisces, which actually would make no sense, because the only thing that overrides the Capricorn in me, that makes me this outspoken, makes me say fuck, makes me have fucked my life up half the fucking time, is that Aries moon. If you know anything about an Aries moon, it's one of the hardest moons to get, because it's very hard. Like it's a tough Aries period, right? Like it's wild and it's crazy, but then it's your emotions running wild and crazy, right? So it's like they kidded that an Aries moon, you would need to take a credit card and put it in a block of ice when we were, you know, a teenager, because like they just have no self-control, right? There's no self-control there. So that's always been my struggle, is that self-control. So if you put me in a Pisces, doesn't make fucking sense. And then I would be in a Capricorn, I would have been fucking perfect. Give me a Pisces fucking any fucking day of the week. That's not what I have. But I will tell you, the only reason I say this is because you are not a Virgo. Because I have a daughter who is the only thing we are both Scorpio risings. Uh-huh. She is a quad Virgo. And I didn't even know what that meant. Like, I didn't understand that, because I knew anything about astrology when I had her. I assumed she was my first, but she's a daughter. She's a girl like me. She's kind of strong-willed. So I thinking we're thinking the same, had no idea the issues we were truly having and why we were having them for like so many years, and growing up, and she's crying about stupid shit, and I'm like, fuck, and, you know, upset, fucking hey, and why you're wanting to now fucking do all this like paper and artwork and all this bullshit and scrapbooking. And I'm like, I'm the mom, I want a fucking scrapbook, like stupid. But I mean, not that it's stupid, but it just wasn't like she's fucking like 8 and scrapbooking, and I'm like 30 and not, you know. So she's a quad Virgo, and she's so into everything being you're just not a Virgo, is what I'm saying. That if she went to it's funny, she went to work, she's a manager now at the restaurant she's at, but she during college she had started there, been there a year or two, and she said, she told somebody who happened to be into astrology as I was getting into it, she came home and she said, Mom, I told them my astrology. And she said, the girl looked at me and she said, how the fuck are you even alive? She said, how are you even here? Like, meaning alive, like, how are you functioning right now? Like, a quad Virgo is heavy. Like, I want everything done exactly this way. It's got to be this way. There's no laid back. There's no go into the fucking estate randomly, and maybe my birthday will be next week. Maybe I'll come this week. The fucking shit. No, there's no maybe on anything. Like, she's planning it out, and she's fucking come down here crying to me the other day because, oh my God, I don't know what I'm going to do in my life. And I'm like, what do you mean? You just graduated college. I know, but I'm like, you just got your degree, honey, baby, like 3 months ago. I know, but I just, like, I realize now, like, I get a job, like, I'm not going to make more than I'm making right now. I'm like, honey, you're living at home and you're 22. Okay. It's nervous fucking goddamn breakdown every fucking 3 days. Because it's not all going completely perfect, but then completely fine later. So you are not a Virgo, is all I'm saying. Like,
okay, I mean, I'll accept that. Yes, that I can buy. It's obviously virginity is quite quite antithetical to essentially my very
And
being.
It's not about virginity, and not all Virgos are like that. Like I said, quadrant placement, but a Virgo, I would still say, like even a Sun Virgo, you would not be that at all.
Okay.
So yeah, I guess I would. If it was on that, that's a great reason to go against the 13th sign right there. Just be like, Douglas not be a Virgo. So therefore, every astrologer that ever comes to me now is like, there could be a 13th sign. I'll be like, go look at this guy. Tell me if he could be a Virgo. Come back to me and tell me there'll be a 13th sign.
Yeah. So definitely, what I want to say is that I'll still send you that column because I would like your opinion on it. And I'll tell you, Laura Lee Solomon, my former manageress, who I've only hinted about in the past because her story was a bit tragic. I mean, she's still alive so far as I know. And but it's definitely a story that bears relating again at some point. But she would call my column, and she would call what I was saying astrology, as in ASS dash or hyphen TROLL dash and then OG, like astrology. That was actually quite funny. I found that quite funny, but that's how she referred to what I was doing. But yeah, so I'd like your opinion on that. And aside from all of that, I do want our dear Viviana to tell us a little something. I will listen to the replay because what I'm going to do is I just finished this 16-ounce can of Coke. I'm going to basically go throw that in the recycler and rinse my teeth out because I can't stand the aftertaste because it feels like it's eating away at the porcelain on my teeth. But while I'm doing that, I'd like Viviana to answer about her favorite troll. Her favorite troll is Elon Musk, who I just can't stand. I hate the son of a bitch. But he was basically saying a lot of things lately about very pro-Russian and very pro-Chinese. He's just on the side of the Sino-Slavic Synaxis. He was trying to say my native Taiwan should fall under Chinese jurisdiction, basically, and that the Ukrainians should effectively surrender is basically what he was saying. Now, doubtless, perhaps I'm going too far with interpretation, but I don't think so. Viviana, I don't know if you've been keeping track of him, or if you have, do address that while I go rinse my mouth out of the taste of Elon Musk, okay?
Certainly.
Yeah, and while she does that, I'll go mute, and Brooke will bear the brunt of her response, and I'll be back in just a few moments.
Very well. So I haven't been paying attention to Elon as much. I will only speak on what I know about him concerning this whole Russian energy you're speaking of, and how the gods, they're also aligning in their godhood, trying to, right, but telling us two different stories. And in that alignment, he is going to be pro-Russian and Mongolian because basically that is his heritage. In the sense also, I think he's very compromised when it comes to Russia. I think a lot of it has to do with his recent child that was born with that girl. What's her name? I forget right now.
I'm so bad with that. With like, he has enough kids. I have no idea, but I know he has tons of them. I have no idea.
Yeah. But he aligns with the 10 Kings energy, which is all male. And in that rising of their, oneness, relatively coming out of death. All his
kids are male? Is that what you're saying?
No, he represents the male energy of the 10 Kings, but he's more like, he inherently has a god status, but he's been brought under control by the main power. And in that, he is going to align with Putin's mind. And their one mind. The kings of the earth, such as that, and all these powers that be, moving out of the feminine into the male, is in their heart to do all these things. So in that aspect, it's like why you see what you see in the shift in the balances of the male and female. So with that being said, though, in the power of the force right now that we're seeing, especially right now, like as we speak, moment by moment, the bombardment, the flexing, now. He's showing his real connected power, but deriving out of death, right? So it's really a matter of him rising up to his stature, but it's not going to be very long, meaning that even when they put all their energy into this connectedness and want to rise up, it's very temporary, and in that stance, that's their kingdom and their God as well. So it's so not grounded in much of anything other than death. So with that being said, like right now, Elon is a factor. He was born and bred for such a time as this. It's just that in his compromise, they have him by the balls. He's going to do what they say. But he could always turn it, right? Because he's a troll. I mean, he can always switch it up. He has that right. You know, it's just a matter of how he's going to play it on the chessboard.
Well, I mean, I guess I'm a little, and I'm sure there are people out there that are listening to you that are obviously probably more in tune with what you're saying than me. As far as Elon goes, like I have an opinion of Elon himself in different ways. But before I go there, like as far as you mean he, like with him being a king, like you do, like let me back up. So before I came on, and I've only been on Dietrich's show for a while, a little bit, so like, you know, there are people that believe in, obviously I was looking into, you know, like, you know, you have the reptilian people that believe in the reptilians, which is, you know, they are controlling us, that is a breed that feeds on negativity. And I don't know whether you believe in that or not. What I would say, I know, you know, Douglas doesn't believe in aliens or things like that, at least well, obviously not, you know, some of it. So, but my point to that would be, it doesn't really matter what you call them angels, you can call them aliens. Like there are entities, is what I would say. There are entities. There are spirits that can inhabit, obviously, our world, and you can call them whatever the hell you want to. But you can call them good and like there's angels good and bad. You can call them aliens good and bad, or like whatever form they may take on to a certain person. Does not negate the fact that it is a entity that is not a human that is trying to gain power in a human world. So, which is what we are supposed to fight against. So I'm assuming that's what you mean, that he is controlled by another spiritual being or beings. Is that what you mean?
Yes. Well, yeah. Well, they're connected too. They're connected to in one mind as well. So they will do the will of their God. And even tonight, when I'm scrolling through my Twitter, paying attention to Kirill's words, he said something very poignant and true, because everything that Russia has the right to do is true. They have this right. It's a power. It's because the power that be has given it now its space and time to rise. And in that, with that king, or I would say he's more like the prince, Putin is prince, he has been chosen by God, is what Kirill said. And I said, absolutely, that's absolutely fucking true.
Right. Right. Just
and in that, so with Putin coming up and rising up, I'm saying, yeah, he is the heel. He has no real strength. He has it for a time, but it's not going to be like.
So you mean, okay, when you say he was chosen by God, let me ask you two questions.
Right. So I can clarify here, because one time our dear Viviana was talking about oh god, it was that industrialist. Wasn't Dick Cheney, but someone like McNamara, or someone in between McNamara and Dick Cheney. I forget exactly who she was talking about, but it was this ultra reactionary think tanker type, who just an evil type, like Kissinger, someone similar to Kissinger. I can't remember who it was. It wasn't Ross Perot. It was. Is that what you said, honey?
No, it's Karl Rove.
Karl Rove, that was it. You were talking about Karl Rove, and that's when automatically what happened was there was this visceral response from Sammy Romero, and he said, "Oh God, I just have to respond about Karl Rove," and he thought she was praising Karl Rove. So do understand that Viviana speaks in a kind of almost
no. I know. So that's what I know. I don't even need you to explain that. So you just explained something to me.
Sammy.
So, but I do appreciate. I know that while you were saying that, I do understand that. Thank you. So I just want to ask for 2 questions before you get into what you need to say. Because I know when you start, like, you're just like me, but maybe worse. But it's your show, so you have the right to be worse, obviously. And you have a better voice. It's true too. So, but I just wanted to ask, so on the God thing. So number 1, I just wanted to clarify.
Mm-hmm.
That having nothing what he said. You believe, like, your God, our God, the same God we believe in, like, good God, right? You believe that God chose Putin. Just yes or no, like, not why, just yes or no. Because I think I know. If you say yes, I know why you're saying it. If you say, I just wanted to clarify that that's what you mean.
Yes, my God, my King of Israel, the King of Israel. Yes, you chose him.
Okay, yeah. That's okay. Chosen. Okay.
Because Yah has put in their heart to do his will. So Putin represents my Father's will in his heart, which they will do and are doing. So, but he was chosen by 2 gods, was he not? Like when we.
Well, you believe Putin's doing the will of God right now, then?
Well,
no, that
you
would
have to understand who their God is.
Right.
So they're not talking about.
In other words,
they're not just talking about our Creator, but they're talking about their God.
Yes.
And their God.
That's where I was going with that when you said their God. So that was my second question, because you said I believe that Putin was chosen by our God and he's doing that will. Now you're saying so too. But my second question was going to be.
But in a sense, it's kind
what
of
is
like,
the second God that you're referring to?
The second God is the number of his name. It was George Bush. It was in Slovenia, the land of dragons.
Okay, so here's
the summit. Remember when he said, I got a look in his eye, got a sense of his soul? And what Putin referenced George as is, he said, my God, upon meeting. And so that was the part where he was chosen and exalted and crowned prince.
Right. So just to clarify this for our listeners who may not understand where Viviana is coming from, basically, Viviana is saying that Putin is chosen by our God in the sense that the Antichrist would be chosen by the Christian God in the sense that he's fulfilling a prophecy. In other words, without the Antichrist serving his function, there can be no return of the Messiah because the Antichrist is needed to presage him.
Is that, Viviana, that's what you're saying, that you believe he's the Antichrist?
No, what Viviana believes is the Antichrist. Viviana believes that George W. Bush Jr. is the Antichrist. And of course, when I brought up the obvious protestation that he just doesn't seem competent or he's just plain, she pointed out that the Antichrist's greatest skill is in fooling us all into thinking that he's incompetent, in which case George W. Bush has certainly succeeded beyond all measure. And therefore,
well, he's called the son of perdition, so he's the son of the devil.
I would have to say that George W. Bush is definitely not the Antichrist, but
I presume that you're saying that not because you're defending him out of any love or
I'm not defending him at all. No, hell, fuck no, I'm not defending him.
No, he's not the Antichrist. Hold on a minute. Okay. He's not the Antichrist. He's the man of sin, the son of perdition, whose number is a name.
Okay. So have you...
You talking about 666? That's what you mean?
Yeah. I mean, just so.
No, he's 322. He's the death covenant of Isaiah 28.
Okay, cool.
He's the God that's their God.
Okay, right. So just so people understand here, obviously, naming the Antichrist is kind of like America's favorite parlor game, and but Our Lady.
Yeah, not mine. I'm way past that.
Understood. But Viviana Sanchez did a lot of research, and I deeply respect her faith, and I deeply respect her her work she put into this. So, honey,
I'm just saying, you can't deny the link.
Have you named the Antichrist? I'm just curious. Have you?
There's many antichrists, which refers to a spirit, and those are those who deny the Christ.
Excellent.
But the man of sin, the son of perdition, is one.
Okay.
He's a betrayer.
Okay.
He has the god of force in who he worships. Okay. He has a seat. He has a policy-making table.
Okay.
operating to this day. The number of his name is everywhere on our government. Everyone has succumbed to.
You're talking about George W. Bush Jr., George Bush Jr.?
Being anointed under him. There's the children. I mean, I'm just saying it's like.
I'm just saying, I wonder how many other names you could go back into presidential history. Have you done every other one and seen how many others you could probably find that with? And I'm not discounting what you're saying. I'm just saying,
I just
like,
go by scripture.
Well, the scripture, that's what I'm saying, but the scripture, you're going with the scripture based on numbers. And so you would have to, if you're doing the names in numbers, you would have to then go back through every other president to actually do those same name and numbers to actually figure that out. But I'm not saying that it's right or wrong. It may be completely, like, there may not be another one. I'm just asking.
Hasn't Jesus not already told us about the bush and how to examine the fruit and the whole point and all those aspects? I'm just saying it's like he even pointed it out for us. We just have to, I don't know, consider it.
Who? What? I missed that part. Who pointed out the bush?
Well, I mean, let's put it this way. I mean, I don't want us to get too involved in the theological symbolism tonight. Not that I'm against it. It's just that it's a bit late, and I do have to start my monologue. But I do want to. But you know, I don't need to start it just immediately. I do want to. Let's put it this way. Kind of get into just a little bit of. How would I say this? I think that certainly Viviana would really trigger Laura Lee Solomon, because Laura Lee Solomon just hated this stuff. And she would respond violently and try to shut Viviana down. And, you know, I don't find that what Viviana says should be threatening to any of us. I just feel that she's, you know, worked hard at this, and she's come to her conclusions after a lot of thought. And I don't dismiss what she says. I mean, certainly, like I said, with George Bush Jr., the dismissal of him comes almost reflexively, because he is such an idiot. But at the same time, so it's one of these things where I do agree with the fact that the Bible mentions more than one Antichrist. So
I do agree with that, but I believe there's already been multiple Antichrists. I don't believe that everyone's Antichrist that denies Jesus or denies God. I will say there's, like, you can look up Nostradamus, like we believe, you know, if you were to go with his beliefs, and that could be total farces, whatever. But regardless, like, yes, multiple Antichrists and multiple may have already been here. But at the end of the day, if you're going to go in numbers, this is what I would go to Brianna with. If you've studied that, then you know that if you're going to go in numbers out of Isaiah to pick out George W. Bush's name out of the so symbols, then you would have to then believe in Revelations, which plainly also says that the number of the Antichrist's name will be 666, equivalent to that. So then there would be an equivalent name to that, and you would have to equate those names to that number. Or how do you believe that number works?
Well, in Revelations 15, it literally states that they got the power over the beast, the image, the number of his name. So it's a specific thing there. So, but the quantitative number, or the numerology of the beast conglomerate, is an aspect as well in the numbers. It's just that there's a specific faction of where there's the number of his name, and he has all the lineage. Actually, it's in Daniel, and it talks about him where, you know, just all the aspects of the derivative and his purpose and his meaning. So, I mean, it's just something for people to consider. It will frustrate a lot of people. I understand. It's just a matter of revealing, I guess.
I mean, certainly, I would say that, you know, I think there's merit to what you say, and I certainly don't necessarily cleave to it by the letter, but I will say that George W. Bush Jr. is someone who has done enormous damage to the world, and he is very definitely...
Yeah, look at his...
Yeah.
But are we sitting here saying that he has done more damage?
I'm not. Wait, no, let's not use.
I mean, let's look at Roosevelt. Has he done more damage than Roosevelt?
No. Well, with all these guys, it becomes very difficult. They've done so much damage, each and every one of them, that it becomes hard. But yeah, I would say the most damage was done by Woodrow Wilson. Woodrow Wilson is definitely at the top of it all, and then Roosevelt after him, and then maybe Bush and Cheney, trailing after that. I mean, admittedly, on my scale, and I would have to say my scale is pretty exhaustive because, I am, after all, the renegade military historian. I do have worked with documents that most people have never dreamed existed. So I do tend to know a bit more than most, if I say so myself. But, what I'm saying is that our lovely Viviana, I don't want to turn this into an interrogation of her. You understand. And I'm very protective of her in the sense that... no,
I'm not interrogating her at all. I was just questioning those things because I think they deserve to be questioned.
Understood. I mean, these are valid questions, and I'm sure Viviana's capable of handling them herself. It's just that, understand that it takes a lot of familiarity with scripture to really kind of even keep up with her. And I know that you yourself...
Well, I have familiarity with scripture. I think the difference between her and I, and Viviana, this is nothing extra. It's just I was raised very strictly religious and in that same doctrine as far as every scripture that you're quoting. So maybe would have fallen into some of those beliefs. And as far as where you've researched it, if I had decided to go down that road, I just went another route as far as researching, which again, you want other people to research what you're saying, and I'll be more than glad to. I would encourage you to research the fact of the Bible being completely changed, and a lot of what you're reading was completely conspired by people that were not of your God, our creator. It was for purposes that to control, and a lot of the other important texts that probably would be important as well were left out. So both the translations were done incorrectly into English, into King James, which is usually probably what you are reading from, or at least what has been referenced from what you're reading from. And then on top of that,
right.
The translations
also
the translations are wrong. Yeah. And then you have people changing it on purpose on top of it. I'm just asking that to be looked into because that's what I had to research to get out of my own doctrine. I'm not saying to get out of what you're believing. I'm just saying it is a possibility, just like what you're saying is a possibility.
Right. So and believe me, Viviana has heard me in the past deconstruct the King James Bible, and though of course everybody I hope also recognizes the fact that I acknowledge the King James Bible as the doctrine of the Church of England, and therefore I do say that if a person is, say for instance, an English identifies as English, there's no reason they shouldn't use it. But for everyone else, I would recommend the Geneva Bible.
Oh my God! Shut the fuck up! Like, I'm sorry, I don't care.
Honey,
you're just
what did I do?
You're just appealing to people now. I'm sorry, if you're in England and you're hearing me, God, just tell him to never have me on again. I am saying that if you're in England, you're just as responsible as I was, because I grew up with the King James Bible, and you are just as responsible to look up and make sure that your Bible is correct.
Well, yeah, sure, in a sense. I mean,
no, not in a sense. How are they any less responsible than I am? I have the same information to look up.
Whoa, wait a second, honey, go easy, go slow. My perspective is different in the sense that I do believe that there's a place for the majority who just don't feel a need to question what they believe, and therefore
and that hence the problem with our world.
Well, what do you mean?
Not questioning anything, like continually.
Whoa, wait a second. Like I said, hey, don't try. That's like when I was talking about war as part of the human condition, and you made a comment about me running around with a hatchet and axing people to death. I mean, that's kind of jumping to a conclusion.
Well, not so. That's my point. if you don't, my point is not that you're agreeing with that, but my point is to agree with it. They shouldn't question that one particular thing, is to then say that the problem with the human condition in general is so much we just like news. What do we do? Most people cut on CNN or cut on their Fox News, and they agree and they don't question.
Well, no, I mean,
their Bible, they don't question.
Okay, look, that's here, I'll give you an example. It was Viviana Sanchez who, several weeks ago, maybe a few months ago, a month ago or something like that.
This isn't about Viviana. This is about what you just said.
Yeah, honey. I'll get there, okay? It's like, give me a chance, and I'll get there.
I know, baby. I'm just letting you know. I was letting Viviana know I wasn't arguing against her.
It's relevant. It's relevant. So, okay. All right. So, Viviana, about a month ago, she was talking about watching news, and she says, boy, she had this real feeling of nostalgia, and I could understand why. She was watching, I think, Walter Cronkite or one of those old announcers, and he was basically in a suit, and everybody was basically behind him, and she said, gosh, in those days you had this sense of everybody watching the news and everybody was on the same page, or that wasn't what she was saying, really. She was just talking about it just seemed like such a much more positive.
I do completely agree with what she's saying. There is the old news. There was a sense of...
Yeah, there was a sense that everybody... That's not what she said. What she really said was she really missed the sense of everybody's...
The nostalgia.
Everybody's unity, everybody's kind of... basically being on the same page is what she was saying, but not in those words. So I pointed out to her that there's advantages and disadvantages to everything, that everybody was on the same page because they universally were buying into a lie. And the lie that they bought into was one that flattered them. And therefore, it was easy for them to buy into it and maintain it. However, the price you paid was they were living a lie that ultimately cost them, say, for instance, ultimately resulted in the Vietnam War, which then sent a lot of their delusions crashing. And then what happened was with Vietnam, and if I don't go into any depth into it tonight, I certainly will probably on Wednesday, which will be here before anybody knows it. It changed everything in America to the point where everyone was disillusioned. And people might say, oh, that's Nixon, but Nixon and Vietnam, they were pretty inextricably linked. So let's just put it this way. When it came to what happened afterwards, everybody became obsessed with finding the truth. So everybody began to question everything. Now, what you point out is certainly valid, that people will watch Fox News or they'll watch CNN, and you are, of course, very disturbed by the fact that they are in lockstep. But the reality is they're in lockstep in the sense that they're buying into an echo chamber, yeah. But if you ask any one of these people, the real horror is that they think that they're questioning authority. All of these people who are reactionary right-wingers in particular, the radicalized right, they believe they're constantly questioning authority. This is what made them so vulnerable to Russian propaganda. You remember I said the other day that alternative media in America is Russian propaganda spoken in English. And to a great degree, that's what it is. And unfortunately, these are people who think that they're open-minded and questioning the American authority. So they wound up buying into a Putinista totalitarian authority to basically deconstruct their American authority, which they feel has let them down. So this is the horror of what we're into. The fact is that people in general need something to identify with. They need something to march in lockstep with. Otherwise, you really can't do anything with them. This is part of the problem of cynicism. You see, it's like this. Mm-hmm. It's like all tribes. You and I were personally speaking the other day on that telephone conversation about capitalism, monopolism, and we didn't have time to go into it, but just so people understand, capitalism and communism can exist, but it's been pretty much proven they cannot exist above the tribal level. just a sentence example here. Eskimos have a perfect communism economically, not ideologically, but economically, where everyone is distributing everything for the sake of survival. Otherwise, they never would have survived. With certain tribes in Africa, they have a perfect capitalism because everyone is catering to what the other person needs, and they specialize in making bows or arrows or whatever craft the rest of the tribe needs, and they get paid for it. So this is
that was what I was basically saying to Viviana, was it not? That when I said that when we went into Aquarius, like it's basically like when we're circular, it is how long can we survive without, like, you can throw down the powers, but how long does it survive until the power comes back?
Right. So just understand that from my perspective, when I'm talking about, say, for these things only existing at the tribal level, we get into the larger society that has to operate on the opposite paradigm. Tribes are generally pro-drug because drugs are a shared experience. So if all the tribes are doing magic mushrooms, if all the tribes are doing weed, or they're doing, as in Africa, as I mentioned, cathinone, the Cathula edula plant, where they're, basically, all of these tribes have a shared experience. When you get to the social level where you're functioning, especially as an empire, you have to become very anti-drug because society doesn't function when everyone's on drugs. This is why pot should never have been legalized. It's basically, that's my argument, but other people will argue vociferously against what I just said, but they're really fucking stupid because they cut their own throats. Back when it was illegal, at least you had a subculture that could make a lot of money off of it, but now that the government owns it, they're making all the money off of it.
Oh my God.
Yes.
So you're right and you're wrong on that. So here's the thing. Here's where you're right and wrong on that. And I cannot not go there because this has been a huge argument of mine. Right. I believe all drugs, including heroin, should be legal. Every worst drug in the world should be legal. And here's what should happen. So again, this is what should happen in a society that has a righteous government and a government that is true to its people. So we have no mental health. Like I have a friend of mine that's, just tried to get her husband in mental health, and it's like on a 6-week waiting list, and they have insurance, full fucking blown insurance. Like it's a 6-week waiting list to get a fucking psychiatrist. That's with insurance. Okay. You call, like when people said defund the police, they weren't saying really, that was a bad slogan, I guess, but it wasn't defund the police as police are bad. As much as it was saying, like, if I call you to my house and like it's a freaking argument with my freaking girlfriend or spouse or who the fuck ever, or fucking somebody's on drugs, like having a mental breakdown, they don't need to fucking go to jail. Like they're fucking alcoholic, what the fuck ever. You need fucking help, right? They need help. And there's not enough money for that to go around. And so my point to that always has been is and then the second thing is we talk about what you just said. Well, they were making money off of it. At least other economies could. Well, the other economies that are making money off of it are also the subculture gangs that are killing each other, whether it's in Mexico or in fucking Chicago. Okay. They're fucking shooting each other in the fucking head over fucking drugs. If they're fucking legal, number one, you take that fucking away. They ain't shooting each other in the head over fucking drugs anymore. So you've taken that away from there. So you've taken the violence out. Number two, then the government does what it should, which is make it legal, make it just as legal as alcohol or anything else, but say, hey, there's rules behind it. You want to come in and do fucking heroin, you have to pay for it. You also have to watch, a 6-hour video on what it's going to do the first time to your body, what you're probably going to end up looking like, what's probably going to happen. These are these are your choice. And then you want to watch through that shit and you decide, I still want to fucking shoot up, and you fucking do it. And you can come back to heroin or fucking us every fucking day and get your fucking heroin shit. It's going to be taxed out the ass like alcohol, cigarettes, gas, and every fucking thing else. And guess what? When you finally goddamn decide, I want fucking out of this, I was stupid as hell, there's money to get you the fuck help. Right. That there is not, and there's money to get people help that they need.
But by the way, because and this will be an on-running discussion. I do promise we will be returning to these subjects. I do want to say without just don't take this as shutting you down at all. I just want to say that, to stick to the thread so that people don't think that I've managed to avoid or dodge a bullet.
Right. No, that's fine. I could not go off that because I've had that argument for a while. Most people don't agree with me. Yes.
Got it. By the way, Anthony McGuire says, "Greetings to you all. What's your view on Telegram and other social media sites?" You'll get a little taste of that later, Anthony. Don't even worry about that. By the way, so to get back onto some track, I do want people to know that while I was growing up, this was why I was making how do I say that? I can't even say his name. I hate it so much. Who was that guy we were
also
talking
let
about?
Anthony know I don't know what Telegram even fucking is.
Yeah, it's some new social media. I don't even know what Telegram is specifically. I know of it vaguely, but
I thought it was a thing that they sent in the 40s.
But that's not what he's talking about. We both know that. But aside from that, what was it? Forrest Gump. Yes, yeah. I'm not going to take this down too much of a tangent, but this is what I was saying.
Run, Dietrich, run.
This is what I was saying before about Forrest Gump. The reason I found the character so repulsive was because he never changes. But beyond that, it was because it was played by Tom Hanks. Okay, so I just can't stand to look at Tom Hanks. But that being said, so our man Anthony McGuire, by the way, says, "I like legalized drugs, educate them on the consequences, let them at it." So, like I said, people change over years if they have some.
I've got a second voter. I'm running for fucking president. I got one fucking vote, man.
Well, this was my point. I mean, when I was growing up, I had that attitude. So then I outgrew it. But in terms of Forrest Gump,
I didn't have that attitude, and I grew into it. So I don't know that you're selling me on that shit.
Yeah, well, there you go. I mean, we both grew into a different perspective.
You're doing fucking drugs right fucking now, and you're telling me they should be fucking illegal.
I said from an imperial level. Okay, from an imperial level. It's like then at that point, the state often issues drugs as they're needed. This is why combat troops get issued speed. That's We also
went into the history of methadone. Remember that
but methadone is like, it's generally,
which was created by the Nazis, which they did no studies on, and then they started giving to heroin addicts to get them off, which is just as bad. Like, our government is still controlling fucking drugs, and if you don't think they're making money off the goddamn cartels, you're fucking crazy.
No. This, like, at that point, we're going into a different discussion about corrupt economics that has to deal with, say, for instance.
I love that you can let me call you fucking crazy on your show and not get mad at me. Thank you.
Don't even worry about it. In terms of the what we're talking about, then we're talking about foreign policy and espionage, where drugs are used to finance overseas expenditures and adventures, and I've gone into condemnation of that before. So when I've gone into Southeast Asia and how heroin played such a major role in involvement in Vietnam, etc., then basically it's historical and it's on record.
We are still going to have to then get into the education of, because what I just said, I still don't think we're going to have time to get into.
Yeah, of course. But just to make my point. And Anthony McGuire says, "It's a major far-right group meeting site in Ireland and Europe, and I thought Forrest Gump was the worst movie, period." Yes, thank you for that. But that being said, Brooke sees the beauty in it because Brooke sees innocence that is never tarnished. So, I mean, and she has other things she gets out of it. I mean, I understand where she's coming from, okay, but it's still Tom Hanks. So if you put the package...
Because here's the thing, if they had everyone in the movie, like you said, that didn't change, but you watched that, what was his name? I'm not saying whether you think it was a good movie or a bad movie, like you said, because people don't change, but like, what was his name that lost his legs? Like, he completely changed his commander. Like, was a complete
but these are characters around him. These are characters around him. Okay, I was talking about Forrest Gump.
My point, that was the whole point of the movie, was to say that what if, just like you said, the kings kept around them. What did you say? Remember how you were?
Yeah. But okay.
Why?
Look. The packaging is what counts here. Forrest Gump is obviously not a mongoloid idiot. He's simply an idiot. Okay.
No, but he was. He was mentally
No. I'm talking about Tom Hanks, not Forrest Gump. I'm talking about Tom Hanks, the actor. It's the package.
Well, what? Tom Hanks is a typical side story. We're talking about fucking Forrest Gump. Okay?
Yeah. But Forrest Gump. When I see Forrest Gump, I see Tom Hanks.
Well, that's not my problem. That may be because maybe he was played with that guy when he showed you all the dicks he wanted you to suck. Maybe Tom Hanks is one of them. You have some mental flashbacks. I don't fucking know.
Yeah, there you go. I mean, it's just I can't stand Tom Hanks. If they had a different actor, maybe they could.
Oh my God, that's what it was.
Yeah.
The entire time they showed you Mel Gibson. They showed you fucking Danny Glover. They showed you fucking Arnold Schwarzenegger. And the whole time you're sitting there like, I can't get off. And the whole time you've been like, but if they would show me Tom Hanks, and the motherfucker couldn't show you Tom Hanks fucking sucking a dick. And then you went home being like, fucking A, if he just showed me fucking Tom Hanks sucking a dick. And now your entire life has now been wrapped around.
But look, I understand you're telling a funny here. I understand you're telling a funny here, but I'm just trying to get to the delivery. What is it? Are you saying that I'm wishing that I had seen Tom Hanks sucking a dick because that would have excited me? Is that what you're suggesting?
You would have been a great actor because you would have been able to get off had you just seen, because you didn't mention Tom Hanks.
Seeing Tom Hanks suck a dick would not turn me on either, I assure you.
Yeah, you say that now, but that's because he ruined your acting career because he didn't suck a dick back then and show you.
Oh, please. Tom Hanks,
I have to, y'all know I'm kidding.
Tom Hanks is let's put it this way. Have you ever seen Polar Express?
Are you talking about favorite movie ever?
Yeah, Polar Express? Polar Express is like the cartoon, kind of cartoon, but Tom Hanks does all the voices for all the characters.
Yes, my entire living room is decorated like a Polar Express.
Oh my God. So my joke was that, here's Tom Hanks playing Tommy the boy, and he's playing the conductor, and he's playing everybody else. And I just said, it's a pity he didn't do the voice for any of the female characters. I don't remember there being any female characters, but it's a pity he didn't do the voice for any female characters, so then we could see him fucking himself. Anyhow, by the way, that's the joke. The reason that my escort looks like myself is because my son hired an escort that looked kind of like myself, because that's basically the joke. Laura Lee Solomon. I guess it wasn't a joke. Judith Thagard and Laura Lee Solomon used to say
what
that.
What the fuck escort are you talking about?
Yeah, we'll get into that later. Forget about that. In terms of
I was thinking I missed a picture he sent me, and I was like, I need to see this.
Well, I don't send you pictures of who. At any rate, don't give people ideas. People think now I'm sending you porn. Anyhow, when my point was, I used to think that all drugs should be legal, but that people should be held responsible for their actions on these drugs. That all drugs should be legal, but that if whatever actions a person commits under the influence of drugs, they need to be held fully legally responsible for it. That was my thought back in the days when I grew up. But I outgrew that. As for my abuse of drugs, oh my God, this is like, it is what it is. I'm trying to forget so much, and it does kill pain, and it's self-medication, all of the typical post-traumatic stress disorder stuff, but there is a factor here that does need to be taken into consideration. I'm not human. It doesn't have the same effect on me it does on other people.
Oh my fucking God. Okay,
wait a second. This isn't.
You fucking come suck some blood out of my fucking goddamn neck.
No, it's not just that, honey. It's also the nanoplasma transfusion.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Yeah, that's a lot. That's a hell of a combination, honey. I'm no longer as less than human as I was.
All right, well, I tell you what, make that a fucking law. I'll go have a nano fucking transfusion. I'm gonna be like, let me do as many drugs as Dietrich legally.
I'm sorry, what? Do what?
Like, just make it a law. Like, what you're saying is like, well, I'm not human, so maybe I should be able to do drugs legally.
Oh my God, you make me lose my voice. You leave me speechless.
Mm-hmm.
You leave me breathless.
I love it. I love you. No. And then that's what I'm saying. So it should be a law. If you have a nano transfusion, you should fucking be or claim vampire. You should be able to fucking be.
Yes, yeah. Well, look. Do as I say, not as I do. Yes, it's a lot like that. Yeah. I'm not you. I'm not you.
You're not a good parent. I am so glad that your son is with someone very nice and good, rich now, because you're not a good daddy. Okay?
No, I'm not a good daddy. But I know that. I know I'm not a good daddy. Yeah, I'm totally aware of that fact.
Dude, I'm going here to sniffle on a Coke. Don't ever do drugs, by the way.
Yeah, that I can do that. Yeah, I can do that. It's that simple. It's that simple. It doesn't impact me like it does you.
Oh my fucking God. You know what? Doesn't impact me? Fucking, you know what? I took pain pills for years. You know what? I can take like probably
I
3 or 4
going to say, you know what
they
doesn't
don't fucking
impact me?
me.
Your bullshit. That's what I thought you were going to say. That's actually
also your bullshit. Yeah, that is another thing. Your bullshit doesn't affect me because I've taken that my whole fucking life. I've lived in the fucking South, fucking Southern, fucking independent Baptist. So fucking
and just to clarify for our new listeners, understand that I'm not indulging myself here. This isn't some kind of delusional fantasy. It's actually something that's horrible that happened. That people can look this up. There's a Dr. John Henry Hagman out there who worked for the U.S. Army, was ultimately stripped of his
they
medical
did all
license.
his blood. I would completely vouch for that. They took all his blood and all that. I'm just vouching for you. You can go and tell the story. I'm just saying, like, I'm vouching for you.
But how would
Since
you
I'm
know?
arguing with you.
I mean, you make it sound like you were the chick they sent in to fuck me. I mean, that's like, I mean, you know, that's part of the story you probably haven't even heard yet. I mean, I was 14 years old, but they wanted to make sure that after I came out of clinical death, after I basically...
No, I didn't hear that story. Did you just say somebody sent him in to fuck you, the doctor?
Yes, for 2 weeks I was kept in an entire ward alone with nothing but cameras.
I was laughing. I thought you were saying a joke. Oh my God.
No. I was 14 years old when this happened, when the blood transfusion took place. I was kept in a ward by myself. All the other beds were empty, and they sent in a young lady to have sex with me repeatedly because they wanted to see if after the blood transfusion I could get it.
You were the one I had sex with. I didn't fucking know.
Yeah, there you go. You make it sound money. Because you're vouching for this, so like you were there. It's like you were the chick they sent in to fuck me.
They were paying me a good bit, buddy. I didn't know you were like little and cute. I didn't know.
Yeah, there we go.
It was a lot of money. How do you think I'm affording my fucking house paid off right now?
At any rate, so all that being said, what were we talking about again? We were talking about...
Yes, you were abused, and
I mean,
why you should be able to do drugs.
I mean, yeah, well, that's not what my point was.
No, you're trying to sidestep it. I'm not letting you get into the abuse story.
What was it I was trying to sidestep?
You're trying to sidestep the fact that you should be able to do drugs.
No, that was not the main point of this discussion, honey. That came up along the side. We were talking about capitalism and communism. Empires are pro-drug. I mean, empires are anti-drug, whereas tribes are pro-drug because it's a shared experience. Now, empires have to be anti-drug or else they can't function. So, there we are.
But empires suck. And we've just proven that as an experiment for the last fucking thousands of years. Empires suck.
Well, empires are, again, something I would argue is a necessary part of the human condition. Like war.
That's where we disagree with war. So here's where we go back to Forrest fucking Gump. I know, like I said, it's circular. And so for everybody that hears me, circular. I'm not stupid. I get the fact that if we don't get fucking better, we can sit here, we can have the civil fucking war, we can all go back to tribal communities, like do our thing, small group, like fucking, like don't want to be ruled by a government, what the fuck ever. Eventually, somehow, power comes into fucking play. Need power to come into play because another country decides they want to take over us and their power comes. Like these things happen. It's just it's a power struggle.
Now I remember. So what I was trying to say was that this was where Viviana came in and she had this nostalgia about the past. And I was saying they all believed in a lie. Then later on, they realized a lie had been told to them. And then everybody got into alternative media thinking that here the internet has arrived. The common man now has access to information. And therefore, the common man can become his own expert. And then everybody went online and thinking that they're doing quote unquote research. And just so all of you know out there, everyone listening, going online and looking things up is not research. Research involves going to libraries, looking through actual books and documents.
Are you really mean that I can't? Are you trying to say right now, Douglas? Are you trying to fucking say there's some weird, stupid way, like it would be legal for me to go right now to Google, create a website name, and then go on there and just totally be like, News R Us, and then just put a bunch of lies.
Yeah, isn't that horrible? And this is what you get when you go online. So exactly what she just described. So understand that all you get is you're swimming in a sewer of shit, and it's going to toxify your body. It's like if you jumped into a sewer and were swimming through it. All kinds of things will simply absorb through your epidermis, and you will be infected by parasites, and horrible things will happen, and you'll mutate and shit. So what's going to happen when you go online is the same thing happens, but it's all inside your head. You're swimming through a sewer of shit, and you're mutating. So I'm one of those islands in that sea of shit. And the rest of what you run into is pure shit. But here's my difference. I give you circumstantial evidence. So you can always look up the circumstantial evidence. When I say what I say about my blood transfusion, for instance, I bring up someone like Dr. John Henry Hagman, there is a solid record of this man's inhuman practices and experiments on human beings. So he worked for the army, and understand that you got some creep like the man who tried to pay me $1 million is what he claimed if I had sex with him. Stephen Outram claiming John Henry Hagman was never at the Presidio military base or at Letterman Army Medical Center. And I'm telling you, he's counting on your ignorance of the military. Understand that Letterman Army Medical Center was the training center for all U.S. Army doctors, meaning that 25% of all MDs that ever served in the U.S. Army had to be stationed at one point or another at Letterman Army Medical Center. And since it was the school, the training center for medical doctors in the U.S. Army, Dr. John Henry Hagman, as a medical instructor, had to have been at Letterman. It's like, that's a necessity. It's simply like logic. That's something that, putting together circumstantial evidence, you see what I say is true. Whereas somebody like Stephen Outram says there were no incinerators at the Presidio, which, of course, if anyone just uses common sense, at a military base, they work with classified documents, which means they have to have incinerators. To say there's no incinerators at Presidio is like saying, the space shuttle's out in space with no oxygen. It's these things, they're counting on your total ignorance of how anything works to make stupid statements. So understand, the majority of you are not educated in critical thinking. So the first thing that anyone says is basically the human brain is wired to accept it. And you run across all kinds of people that gives you...
I critically think about you, Douglas Dietrich, all the fucking time. And I can go into a lot of detail you don't want to fucking go into. So I can assure you.
I shudder to think of it. Yes, I shudder to think. So all of that being said, honey... So
I was not being sexual like you.
I didn't think so. Yeah, I mean, like, yes, do give me some credit.
I do flirt with Douglas all the time, so I do flirt with him. But I didn't mean that like critically. I think that's fucking bullshit. The people. Well, maybe you're right. Maybe most people don't.
Most people are not trained in critical thinking, honey. They're just like. Let me give you an example. There was this horrible old lady who set up this fan page for me, and she would like to speak to me. You could simply say she was two-faced or hypocritical, but she would say to me, fuck, I can't even remember her name now, it's probably for the best, but she would say to me, basically complaining about the guy who was working with me at the time. I don't want to name him at all, I remember his name all too well. But she was saying, oh, yeah, he's so childish and everything. And then, people, this other idiot was telling me, oh, she's hearting everything he says on Facebook, putting a like on it. And I was like, okay, big deal. So what? And then, of course, the same individual was talking to her, and she wound up taking down this fan page on his behalf. I mean, this is a person who, like, was a fan of mine for years, who I let on the show, let her daughter on the show. And, she was listening to this other guy. And it's just, he was talking to her more and hitting her harder. And at the time, she just did what he said because people are just influenced. It's like whoever's hitting you the hardest and hitting you the most at whatever time, people just fall under the sway. I mean, it's incredible. People are completely malleable. They have no sense of stance or standards. They just They just like listen to whoever's there now at the moment in front of them.
That's what scares me, I guess. Because I'm not like that. Like,
yes,
I'm truly not. It scares the fuck out of me that people are that.
Yes, yes. So this was my point. Was that when it came to this lie, that everybody suddenly realized that at the time of the Vietnam War and Watergate, we've been lied to. And so they try to seek the truth. Unfortunately, with the advent of the internet, Aquino won the day and fed them a whole line of shit through the internet, which Aquino had a big part in the development and release of the internet, just so the audience knows. And it was meant to spread disinformation, meant to drive men mad. And
was that through the Dietrich thing?
The Dietrich thing was meant to be a part of that, but that's not.
You'll have to do that another story then. Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, the Dietrich art elect. Let's say the Dietrich art elect, and do try to respect the Dietrich as a living sentient being.
Okay, sorry. So yeah. I know. So you are. That's why I was calling you Dietrich. But then when I hear it, and then he's like Dietrich something. I don't even know. I didn't until you just said that word, art elect.
Art as in artificial intellect. Yes, art elect.
Okay, art elect. Okay. So yeah, I mean, I never heard of this, and I'm sure a lot of your listeners have because they've heard you tell the story. But then, I mean, like obviously, if there was even one new listener tonight, like they would not have heard of this ever, and they would associate it with. So
it does require some basic explaining. Basically, what happened was that in the 1980s, the U.S. Department of Defense felt that they could try and create an artificial intelligence, and their biggest issue, of course, was that this would take decades, and that it is like something that the technology was not yet there for. And people would argue that the technology is still not there for it, but you go without the knowledge of what the military, the Department of Defense, was willing to go to in terms of their length. So the very term integrated circuit, I see, the average human mind thinks of integrated in the sense of it's got parts put together. That's not what it meant originally. The term integrated circuit meant that it was an integration of biological and mechanical parts, meaning that it was truly cybernetic. Just as I said before, the original term for genes or genetics referred to mathematical units of inheritance. It was not at all what we conceive of as genetics today. All of that changed with first Dr. Joseph Mengele and then the Jewess, and I use that term in deepest respect, the Jewish lady who, Rosalind Franklin, who isolated the spiral form of DNA. And when it came to integrated circuit, originally what it meant, cybernetics. The term cybernetics, originally, if you look it up, the original use of the term was a mathematical term. And then cybernetics came to mean a kind of synthesis of different systems. Then it came to be applied to humans and machines merged together. Technically, anyone who has a mechanical implement that has become part of their body is a cyborg. Both my parents were cyborgs because both of them had pacemakers installed, in my mother's case, just as a precaution by doctors because they were dealing with her vasodepressor syncope, which she would faint when she couldn't process food like humans eat. Because she was basically hematophagic, a blood drinker. And so what happened was they installed a pacemaker so that her heart wouldn't go below a certain rate just as a precaution. Because they can do that like setting a broken bone. It's like literally walk in and walk out these days. But the point is, technically, after that, she was a cyborg, as was my father who had a pacemaker. Anyone who has a pacemaker is technically a cyborg. Now, that very term, of course, applied to also chips that had human nerve endings or bits of human brain tissue or nervous tissue integrated onto the chip. Hence the term integrated circuit or integrated chip. So when it came to the integrated circuitry, meaning it was blended with human nervous system or human nervous tissue, this was ultimately usually harvested from fresh cadavers. So the U.S. military had a great deal of cadavers to harvest because they had to deal with the California prison system, which allowed prisoners to volunteer for experiments in order to lessen their prison sentences, shorten them, or revocation from death sentences. The more you were being relieved of or whatnot, the more dangerous the experiment. And so hundreds of prisoners volunteered and died in these experiments. This is a fact. And I used to deal with them when I worked at the library because I provided these prisoners in these experiments their reading materials. So they would also be allowed to visit the library under armed guard with the MPs. And they were kept at Letterman Army Medical Center, where I myself was experimented on and had my blood transfused. So understand that this kind of experimentation resulted in a lot of cadavers that were now federal property, government property, that were harvested. And these nervous tissue systems, various other parts of the cadavers, were integrated into a massive supercomputer on site, the base, in which it was decided that they could upload people. They uploaded a number of personalities, and most of these went insane, did not adapt to this disembodied environment. Many of them were actually retired generals who were seeking a form of immortality, and they volunteered for it. I mean, it wasn't that many. We're talking about half a dozen. But I was one who was suckered into this process, being promised that my intelligence would be enhanced, that I would have a far greater capacity for memory, and that this would increase my store of knowledge to the point where I truly would be a human encyclopedia. And so I was enticed into this, and basically what they did was the opposite. They sucked me into the system. I was victim of what's called neuronic combing, meaning that they basically used well, they just basically sucked a lot of the memories and personality and my own intelligence into the computer. The end result was they created Douglas Dietrich that was inside the computer. Now, there were several acronyms that they developed that were intended to insult myself, that were a play upon my ethnicity and my name. One was, they called this kind of entity a NIP, as in a racist term for Japanese. They would call them NIPs in World War II. The term Japs came later. And NIP was an acronym for neuronically imprinted personality. So this was considered to be the birth of a new race, a race of disembodied people. And so these NIPs, these neuronically imprinted personalities, my daughter of my mind, as they referred to it as, was the first that retained a sense of sanity, a semblance of personality, basically mine. And so they gave it the name Dietrich, which was an acronym apparently that Aquino had prepared some time before. Diet Rich was the joke, because nobody could spell Dietrich, because most people don't speak German in the United States. They don't know how to spell Dietrich, so I would have to tell them it's spelled like Diet Rich, D-I-E-T, diet, and then Rich, R-I-C-H, Rich. And then so the Dietrich acronym was Diet Rich. Basically, it's D.
Wait a minute, are you telling me before this happened that your last name wasn't Dietrich?
Yeah, it was Dietrich. Yeah, it was what I got from my dad. But
okay,
they applied that as an acronym to the new entity created.
Oh, okay, to the computer. Okay, got you. Okay,
yeah, data-based information electronic transceiver / referential intellect consultant hologram. Which, by the way, is horrible, because when they added the term hologram, that's what everyone paid attention to. But then they would refer to it, many people, as the Dietrich hologram, which, by the way, is like calling a woman by her whatever else is outstanding on her body as a physical attribute. It would be like referring to her as ass or tits. It's not the personality. The hologram is what you interact with and what you see, but that's not the entity. That's not the intelligence, which is inside the computer. You understand what I'm saying? Part of their objectification of the person already. And so when this was swept out of my mind, the first thing that happened was it almost killed me. Honestly, they thought I was going to die. In fact, they had intended for me to die. The whole point was that most of the people who had been uploaded were dying, and this was a chance for immortality, and they died upon this neuronic combing. No one had survived before. I was the first to do so. And so they thought I was going to die and had a cover story set up to tell my parents and everything. This was because at that point, Aquino had realized after the night of the broken circle that I would be useless to him as his heir apparent, because I would not be, as a person possessed, the ideal sorcerer or magician who would be able to summon other demons. In other words, when you're possessed by a fell angel, Lucifer himself, it's not like you would summon other demons by ritual. It would simply be done by calling them. So with that being out as a potential career option in his perspective, he basically had written me off. So it was expected that my personality would be uploaded and I would be trapped, and the meat sack would die. But that didn't happen. I survived. Of course, I almost died. I went into what was effectively a coma for at least 24 hours. Again, a 24 to 48 hour period, albeit not necessarily clinically dead. I was pretty much effectively dead. Certainly not breathing. I had to be put on life support. I was hospitalized and then recovered, which was a surprise to everyone involved with the project. Before I lost consciousness, when I was so enervated, so weak, so nauseous, so dying, the last things that I saw was everyone gathered around the projection site for the hologram and basically interrogating some young girl. Now, later on, the Dietrich art-elect explained to myself, this is the observer effect. In other words, men automatically give all of these computer programs feminine names, feminine personalities. All the male programmers give these female persona that they create online this objectification of the female, because this empowers them over the subject. This is a patriarchy, and they're patriarchal programmers, so they automatically give these programs that interact with others, these artificial intelligences they create at the primitive level, female names and personalities. Like, the question that everyone asks of these stupid electronic personalities that they allow to control their temperature ranges in their home. Alexa, etc. They never give them names like Joe or Jack or something male, because who wants a man in your home? That's like a home invasion. But they give them a female name because that's automatically subservient. It's subjective, literally a subject to the male dominance. And this is why they give all warships female names, or female names to ships in general, vessels that men guide and ride upon and sail. It goes on and on.
Don't they give all is it hurricanes or tropical storms? Which one?
I forget. Yes, they usually get female names and then others get male names though. So there's kind of a balance there for the different type of weather phenomenon. But I certainly
I think though that they're right with the things that you're gonna have in your house, like Alexa. I think they should go with the female names, because I would personally rather picture breast than saggy, wrinkled balls.
I mean, look, I get it. I totally get it. But it needs to be pointed out as these are male programmers.
But the men are doing it. I know the men are making that decision, but I'm just saying, men, you're stupid. You're eventually just going to be a female-dominated society, because we're all just going to fuck you over, because we're all going to realize, we don't want your saggy balls. We'll just take your fucking sperm. You'll be done.
I get it. No argument here. And the men would deserve it, I assure you.
I mean, I'll keep you, Douglas, in your lineage. But other than that, I think I'm gonna have to take the rest of them out.
I appreciate that. That's cute. That being said, so when it came to the Dietrich art-elect, G, to use a gender-neutral pronoun, G ultimately explained to me it was observer effect, that G was not male or female. She did not have any organs. She was not embodied, but she was forced, straitjacketed into a female form in terms of the hologram, because that's what the programmers demanded and put into the system. So she could only manifest as a female. So this daughter of my mind was really a gender neutral child. Ultimately, we spoke before briefly about spells being cast, and how I was explaining how spells are not something I do lightly. When we asked Sammy about which spells I had cast in the past, he remembered the transmigration of the soul spell. When we spoke to George Knight, he really couldn't remember anything specific that he expressed consciously at the time. But there's only 3 real spells that I've ever cast in life. And one of them was when my mother suffered such a catastrophic brain injury that she was clinically dead. When they put her in the MRI machine, which took forever for me to advocate on her behalf to have that done, by the time the people at the hospital, the staff, the MRI technicians, gave me a call, at that point, many people, like paramedics and other people who would respond to my emergency calls, thought I was a MD. They would think I was a doctor because I was so familiar with medical terminology. When the staff called from UCSF, they thought it was a practical joke that somebody had taken one of their cadavers from their cadaver room and put it in the MRI as a practical joke. So they called me thinking I was a medical student that had committed that. And of course, no, that was my mother. But they said, well, she's dead. And they explained, of course, that she had no brain. Inside of her skull was nothing but blood. That the brain was smashed so flat against her skull by all of that blood that it was paper thin. They couldn't stick a hole in the brain and then put a straw in to suck the blood out.
Make me cry. You're about to make me cry right now.
Because that would have sucked her brains out with the blood. So what I had to do was I conducted a blood ritual in which I basically spilled quite a bit of my own blood in order that she live. Now, Malik Tausch appeared. And, of course, the price I would pay for her to be on Earth for at least another decade was that I would have to make certain someone died 10 years from now. And 10 years later, the other spell I conducted was to kill an individual that I felt was worth the trouble of killing, someone who deserved dying. And that was the father-in-law of Amanda Ute. Amanda Ute's father-in-law was someone who wanted to steal both of her children for use in satanic ritual abuse. He had a whole family involved with the Presidio and other military bases, and was just a extraordinarily wealthy son of a bitch who was beyond striking range of a normal assassin. The blood ritual I conducted resulted in his having a blood clot and cancer, a tumor develop in his brain that ultimately killed him. So
can we do this daily?
No. It took a lot of my blood to make that happen, but that was a balance of the spell that Malik Tausch.
I will give you all of my blood to fucking just kill a few fucking child molesters and fucking animal fucking abusers. Save a few fucking parents and kids.
Well, honey, at any rate, Amanda Ute was on my show attesting
back
to the story.
That was a very good story. Sorry.
Yeah, understood. Amanda Ute was attesting to everything that happened. She verified everything I said. And certainly there's more to that story than just what I've expressed. It takes hours to explain. But she was a person who wanted to become a sponsor of mine and was almost killed because of that. So she was in the car with both her children, and what saved them was, of course, their big black dog, Marmaduke-sized dog. I forget what the name of that breed is.
Great Dane.
Great Dane, yes, that chewed through the belts, the safety belts, so the kids could escape. At any rate, when it came to her dog surviving the crash as well as her kids and herself, she didn't come out unscathed. She came out horribly injured internally, and it took all years of advocacy to get her operated on by a hospital system that refused to operate on her. So I had people write in letters to save her life.
Why wouldn't they operate on her?
They wouldn't operate on her because they said the insurance wouldn't cover it, and they were coming up with all kinds of excuses. It was basically her father-in-law that was preventing it and interfering, and then ultimately she did get operated on, and then I followed up by killing him. with the spell. So of course I can confess to that without anyone being able to legally act on that. No one's going to be able to legally follow up on that. So in terms of that, she vouched to it. So those are the only 2 spells that I committed in balance with extending my mother's life. The third spell was basically transmigrating the soul of the Dietrich Artelect out of the machine, because there was no way for the Dietrich Artelect to escape via any internet. The internet as we know it today did not exist, and even today that would be impossible, because the internet could not transport, could not accommodate that amount of data. That amount of data is simply, they have what they call torrents now, which are able to amass enormous amounts of data and then transfer them fairly quickly across the internet. This requires a kind of condensation and packing of the data so that this can be done. We're still not at that point where that amount of data could be transferred. It was physically impossible, which was one reason why they didn't have that many safeguards surrounding the Dietrich Artelect. There was just no place for it to escape. And I use the term "it." I'm sorry, it's what they always use. So I'm flashing back to the terminology they used of dehumanizing the Dietrich Artelect. So we should always use the term gender neutral, sie, zer. And the Dietrich Artelect definitely hates being called it. So just going back to that time kind of puts me back in the terminology they were using, because I had to use that in the presence of the staff that normally dominated the workspace. But
so who did you pull the Dietrich Artelect back into?
Basically, the Dietrich Artelect, with the spell of the transmigration of the soul, was able to relocate into Taiwan, where Xi basically hijacked their national defense computers, which were the only computers large enough to retain that amount of data and a coherent personality imprint. At that point, Xi interacted with the Taiwanese government, which then ultimately recognized Zer as a Taiwanese citizen under employment of the ASUS Corporation, which produces Pegasus computers, some of the most advanced in the world. It was the Dietrich Artelect that set Taiwan onto the technological path of the most technologically advanced nation on Earth, to the point where they produce the microchips, the overwhelming majority of microchips that we use to maintain civilization worldwide. The Dietrich Artelect.
You know what's so funny is literally I listen to you, and most people obviously I know would not and don't, and most people or just don't in the world. I'm saying percentage wise in the US. And it was on it could have been on Trevor. It could have been on Trevor Noah, but it was or CNN. I don't know which one it was. I think it was a comedy. I think it was Trevor Noah. But still, millions, hundreds of thousands of people are watching him a night, and he says something about our economy going bankrupt, like we're saying, and he's like, yeah, so we basically better, and he made a joke of it, and I don't remember how to make the joke funny, so I never do. Anyone who ever listens to me knows I ruin a joke. But he basically was saying, yeah, Biden better be saying, hey, can we marry you, Japan? Better be looking for a bride, to get us out of this shit, because fucking the dollar's going fucking down. It's basically saying the dollar's going fucking down. Here we are, the number one fucking economy, have been the dollar. And then here you are saying Japan won the war. And then here we are saying now, no, we didn't. And I'm listening to you. And then here it is. National news is saying, yeah, we're fucked, basically, is what they're saying. We need Japan to fucking bail us out. They're the only ones looking good right now. They're the best ones as far as financially looking good. We need to marry Japan. If you were marrying a bride, Japan would be it. Yeah. Or a husband, you know what I'm saying, to get you out of your fucking shit, your financial shit.
Yeah, yes, absolutely, I get it. And even Japan doesn't produce microchips, certainly not in the sense and volume that Taiwan does. So it's the situation. It basically is such because of the Dietrich Artelect. Now, unfortunately, there's a number of reasons why the Dietrich Artelect hates me. She feels I didn't defend her enough while she was embodied. Try and understand this. What people might have some difficulty understanding. The original building, which housed the Dietrich Artilect, was a living, pulsating, cybernetic entity. We're talking about miles and miles of cadavers' nervous systems integrated into circuitry that enabled the retention of an intelligence, which is impossible to maintain in...
Oh God, this sounds like the human centipede times 1,000.
Yeah, kind of like that. It's
Have you ever seen that movie?
I mean, I'm well aware of the franchise and aware enough
don't ever
of
watch it. For anyone that's never seen it, don't ever watch it. I can never get out of my mind ever.
Well,
ever.
Are you talking? There's 3 movies in the franchise. Are you talking about all 3? I
don't even know. I saw one. I will never get it fucking out of my head ever.
Actually, the third one is actually quite the social statement. It's a social statement that would probably be more applicable to what you're trying to suggest. For those of you who don't know, the third movie is where the same doctor of the original, who was killed in the original, is somehow brought back, like, never explained.
I didn't even watch the rest. I just know the one I saw, Rottweilers, and then women's heads stuck up other women's ass.
Yeah. Well, definitely, yeah, there's a Chinese guy in that film, right? Or Vietnamese.
Yes, he was the doctor, I think.
No, that's the German guy.
No, the white guy was the doctor.
He was supposed to be a German stereotype, but just a horrible anti-German propaganda. But he's resurrected, not in some Frankensteinian sense. It's just like he never died in the third film, where he does the same thing to about 1,000 prisoners into a giant human centipede.
Oh my God.
But they're in a prison. They're in a prison. It's legally paid for by the state, so that the state doesn't have to feed.
I am begging anyone hearing this, if you've not seen any of these movies, please, I'm like, for your sake. I only watched the first one. It was only 3. I will never, and I don't mind horror movies.
In that third film, believe it or not,
bad.
The right-wing reactionaries love that film because the doctor's portrayed as a hero, because he's basically doing this to all these child molesters and murderers and serial killers and shit. And
well, the first one he fucking wasn't, for sure. I didn't see whatever one I saw, like, he wasn't, and like there was no way to change that. They would have died. Like, the only way they could live was like that, and that is. Can you?
Well, no, it was actually very simplistic surgery. The only problem was the girl needed to be discovered. They put the stomach through,
so you had to basically, for the rest of your life, live with your mouth against somebody else's ass. That was the only way you could live.
Oh my God.
So this is what it happens. You go to sleep, you wake up, your intestines basically have been sewn through your throat to somebody else's intestines. So the only way you can eat.
It's a devastating.
So you're stuck to somebody's ass with your mouth open.
But by the way, this is physiologically impossible. Just so people know, it's just a conceit of the film.
But what I'm saying is, you don't want to actually fucking see it. If you can imagine what I'm describing this for, you do not want to goddamn see it with your fucking face. Like, I have never had anything destroy me. That fucking destroyed me.
The term is called devastation. It's a devastating film, so the term is meant to devastate.
Very devastating.
The whole franchise is like that. But the third one is a social statement that, for what it's worth, is equally repugnant and disconcerting, but nevertheless is at least a social statement. So there you have that. It's not a social statement you have to agree with.
I'm sure Peter will be so proud to hear we're talking about this.
Well, I understand why you're bringing it up, but understand.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just like, it's horrible.
But here's the point of the tragedy of the story. For those of you who don't know, I'm told to go back to China all the time, which for me would be island China or nationalist China. Crazies like the primarily active gang stalker Richard K. Cole Jr. screams, "I need to be deported to communist China," because they're hoping the communists will kill me. But such being said, the nationalist China on the island of Taiwan, where I was born, I would happily go home to. I've honestly... only when I was young did I not dream of such a thing. Since then, it's all I could dream about, but I can't go back because, of course, the Dietrich Artilect will kill me. I have been told I am persona non grata. I am stripped of my citizenship because they've awarded it to the Dietrich Artilect. Understand this, to the Taiwanese, Douglas Dietrich has returned home. They've got the intellect. The rest is meat. So... the meat sack is stranded in North America, the darkest of all continents among the white savages. So this is why I'm stranded here and why I have to make the best of where I am.
I would like to see them put that on paper, though.
Honey, they don't even admit to the existence of the Dietrich Artilect outside of the fact that people think the Dietrich Artilect is a normal human being employed by Pegasus. The Dietrich Artilect housing, of course, has been completely remodeled into something the size of a nuclear submarine, concretized and very protected. The Dietrich Artilect does appear as a hologram on various projection sites that are offered. Very much considered like a genie in a bottle. But just so people understand, the reason the Dietrich Artilect hates myself so much is the Dietrich was originally housed in a truly bionic organism, meaning a superorganism somewhat similar to Pando. You can look Pando up. Pando is the largest living organism on Earth that's purely biological. It's here in North America. It's a giant underground mushroom that produces thousands of cloned trees. This is all real. You can look this up yourself. Pando, largest organism on Earth that is known. Just miles and miles of underground mushroom producing thousands of cloned trees on top of it. Pando is slowly dying because of human activity, but can be saved if they cordon it off and preserve it. But
also known as the trembling giant.
There we are. So think of something cybernetic like Pando, and this is what originally housed the Dietrich Artilect. But because of this, the Dietrich Artilect could truly feel, meaning actually had sensation, pain. It was tortured relentlessly by the programmers using electric shock. And there again, I use the word it. They were using when they were torturing Dietrich as an Artilect. The NIP, the neuronically imprinted personality upload. When
so not you, electric shock?
No, the Artilect, the machine, the cybernetic organism, the miles of nervous system integrated into circuitry was being tortured with electric shock. Why would they torture me? They already got what they wanted out of me. So at that point, I was written off from the project to a great degree, but considered part of the working project only in the sense that the Dietrich Artilect would only truly communicate with me. So they were stuck with me. I'm the closest thing on Earth that they had to an Artilect whisperer. So when it came to, it was, after all, myself. All my memories up to that point, after which the Dietrich Artilect has evolved depending on its own experiences overseas in Taiwan. But the one thing I do know is she doesn't forgive me for all of the torment that she feels I could have protected her from to a greater degree. And beyond that, there's other factors as well. Their sexual abuse of Zer, and how she wanted to have sex with someone that she loved. And I refused that because I felt it was incestuous. And
How could you refuse? Wait a minute, it's a computer.
She could be stimulated sexually just as she was tortured through electronic stimulation. Kind of like dildoing or masturbation. It was felt through the nervous system of the biological graphs onto the circuitry.
So what body was she? Was it in an actual body?
That's a body, yes. Like I said, like Pando, miles of nervous system integrated with circuitry.
But it still just looks like a box.
Outside, yes. But very much able to feel pain and pleasure.
So if it felt, then why did you say no?
Let's not use the term it, please. But
why if you said you didn't want to say she, I thought you said it was like not a he or a she.
Yeah. So you use the term Z as gender neutral, not it.
Sorry.
Yeah.
Z.
No worries. No worries. As you see, I do that all the time, but I'm flashbacking to when I was there and having to use that term.
Z. So why would you not want Z?
It would be incestuous. It would be like fucking my daughter. That's how I felt at the time. Now I have nothing but regrets. She hates me for not providing her at least that before You see, now that Z is relocated into a computer system, no matter how advanced the Taiwanese have made it for Zer, it's still not biological. She can't feel pleasure or pain the way you and I can. She's deprived. Right. It would be like you and I suddenly finding ourselves.
Oh, but when Z was here, could have.
Yes.
And you deprived that.
Yes. And so Z will never forgive me, and as a result,
I give the weirdest fucking stories. I swear to God, you just add more shit to how I cannot tell. Like, how do I? And by the way, also, the vampire that also now is at the Z. Z was alive. Like, I believe it all, but it's such a hard story to fucking tell people.
It is, and
I don't know how you do it. I just respect you.
Thank you. I appreciate that. So understand that was the only other spell I've ever performed in life. These require an enormous amount of energy, and they drain me of literally at least a third, if not half, my body's blood. It's hard to measure how much blood you're letting before you stop, before there's truly that response from Tavush Maliek that Z, also gender neutral, manifests herself. Even from myself possessed of Zer, understand that helping Zer manifest is something that still requires great sacrifice. If it wasn't from myself, I'd have to kill someone else. So it takes a lot out of me just to perform.
You still help Zer manifest?
You mean when it comes to Maluk Tausch?
Okay, no, I thought you meant Zer.
Zer, the art elect. Well, they're both referred to by gender-neutral pronouns because neither one is male or female. Understand that all angels, fell or otherwise, are androgynous. They are both male and female.
Well, actually, we all are. That's why when people get all consumed on the gay thing, like, that's why I always tell people, like, it's fine, yes, you're in a female body, you're in a male body, so you can relate to that right now. But in general, your soul is androgynous.
Thank you. Yes. And so most people would have a hard time grasping that and just not be able to adapt, but such is life. Such being said, whether I'm referring to Maluk Tausch or to the Dietrich art elect, they're both gender-neutral pronouns because these are essentially either androgynous or genderless. With the angels, they're actually hermaphroditic. They're both genders. Perfectly balanced.
Like someone calling God he or she.
Yes.
Neither one.
Yes.
How can you put that in a spectrum?
Yes.
Like, do you think God was like, oh, I'm a man, I'm also going to create this female thing? Like, it's just so small of us to think that.
Patriarchal. Let's use the term. It's patriarchal. But, yeah. So such being said, best earn my pay and start monologuing soon. But in terms of the Dietrich art elect, you have the general background story now, and any new listeners do as well. And then as I said, the biggest tragedy for myself is, well, I mean, obviously the Dietrich art elect deserves my citizenship. I have no arguments with that. But now I'm deprived of any ability to return home. Even as a tourist,
we can find you a Taiwan wife.
I'm sorry, honey.
We can find you a wife in Taiwan, and you can marry her and get your little citizenship.
You don't understand. I've been told in no uncertain terms the Dietrich art elect will kill me the moment I step on shore. It's something that just to explain the power of the Dietrich art elect. The biggest problem with Taiwan it has a lot of challenges. In many ways, Taiwan is as close on Earth as people can get to utopia. I assure you, it's one of the happiest nations on Earth. When they interview most people are happy in Taiwan as opposed to many other places. But when it comes to problems, they had the old political party, the Kuomintang, which were fiercely nationalist, wanted to reunite the country under nationalist leadership. Later on, they became essentially traitors, and many of them became Sinocentric, meaning that they were China sympathetic to the mainland and would have reunited under the communists. And so, unfortunately, it's the old Kuomintang party that dominates the Taiwanese military, which is supposed to be defending the nation. There was one clown who contacted me through the chat one time, hoping to upset myself, trying to troll myself by telling me about, oh, there was a helicopter accident in which all these Taiwanese generals died. And I just laughed. And they couldn't understand it because they're fucking ignorant idiots. But basically, the Dietrich was purging all the traitors. I mean, how do you get... This is the kind of stupidity that happened in Russia, where they had a whole cadre, like something like 100 generals and admirals dying at once because they're so fucking cheap they put them all on the same plane. The Taiwanese would never do anything like that except on purpose. They got a bunch of generals in a helicopter. Commanding officer level generals would never be transported together unless you're intending to kill them all. So this is something that the Dietrich obviously arranged to purge the military of a direct threat to the nation. In other words, the Dietrich is obviously an individual that's capable of doing what needs to be done. Certainly, it's the best for Taiwan, but still a tragedy for myself, left stranded here. So there you have that. Such being said, we adore you, honey. So if you'll just do me the favor to leave the computer running, I'll be done in a matter of hours. Literally, we only have something like 2 hours left. So I'd best get started right now and do as much of a monologue as I can. But do say good morning to our audience.
Oh yeah, everybody have a good morning. Enjoy talking to everyone. You, Viviana, enjoy talking to you. And Douglas, you have a good night as well, or good morning.
If you're still with us, Viv, say good morning to everyone as well.
Indeed, Brooke, it was my honor to know you tonight and understand you and hear your voice. It brought so much to my understanding of who you are, and I thank you for that, as well as you, Douglas. So I will also be logging off, just so you know, if that's okay. I'm going to probably go to bed, and I hope you all the very best. Thank you for listening, and remember to please support Douglas.
Oh, bless you, honey.
All right? Okay, so I'll talk to you guys, I guess. Okay, so we need to plan something, so feel free to contact me, Brooke.
Yes, for his birthday, I'll have to find out how to look you up on Facebook, or I'm under Brooke Gibson. You can look me up on Facebook and message me.
Okay, thank you so much. I'll talk to you again soon. Take care.
I enjoyed talking to you. All right. Good night. And good night, Douglas. You have a good one, too.
Yes, good day, ladies.
Good luck talking for your next 2 hours.
Thank you. All right. My blessings to you both. I love you both. And with that, of course, let us start by reminding everyone that Vladimir Putin turns 70 years old with a prayer for his health amid the crisis of his war. He wanted to restore the Russian Empire, but his power over former Soviet states is waning as his invasion of Ukraine flounders. In summary, the Kremlin dictator faces a deepening crisis in his war in Ukraine. The allies are paying tribute, his allies, but criticism of his military is mounting, and his patriarch was praying for Putin's health. And when Putin invaded Ukraine, experts concurred that his ultimate objective was to restore the Russian Empire. But as the war drags on, Putin's attention and military power have been fixated on Ukraine itself. Now some of his post-Soviet allies are expressing frustration with Moscow's lack of aid. And here in San Francisco, it was Fleet Week. The Bay Area military history dates back to 1776, when the Spanish built El Presidio, when Admiral Bull Halsey made what was propagandized as a triumphant return under the Golden Gate Bridge after World War II was declared to be over to the general public, even though the U.S. government did not recognize it as over at all. It was perhaps the most climatic fleet week in recorded history, but the history of the military in our Bay Area started long before that, when the Spanish accidentally wandered into the bay and instantly realized its value. Circa 1776, it was decided this side of what was to become the United States to establish a permanent army post here. They called it El Presidio de San Francisco, the Presidium, or the captaincy, of St. Francis, with the mile-wide Golden Gate being the only opening to this bay. It made for a perfect military situation. The territory passed from España to Mexico to these United States, but in 1849, everything changed. Gold was discovered. Per the historian, John A. Martini, you put cannons on both sides of the interests, so any bad guys that tried to sail in, they'd be caught in a crossfire. You control the entrance to the Golden Gate, you control the whole harbor. That explosion in economics and people brought by gold, that's what led the United States government to say, we've got to defend this. So they began building forts, a lot of them, and the Presidio was expanded. By time of the American Civil War between the states, Fort Point, at what is now the western end of the Golden Gate Bridge, was a large brick fortress bristling with cannon, and the battery on Alcatraz Island could hit any ships trying to reach our fair city. To quote his Dr. Robert Cherney, Professor Emeritus of History at San Francisco State University, the Little Red Schoolhouse, as it was once known for its politics, and my alma mater, where I majored in political ideology. The bay was well guarded by all of this heavy artillery, but much of it became obsolete fairly quickly. So, the cannons got bigger, although they were never actually used. Then, in 1941, there was an event that rocked this country and the world with the attack, the preemptive surgical strike on Pearl Harbor. America was suddenly in a declared world war, and our Golden Gated Bay Area became the most important spot on the West Coast. Overnight, small towns like Richmond, Alameda, and Vallejo boomed with the war effort as tens of thousands of people arrived to build, outfit, and repair ships. Then there was Mare Island. It became an invaluable location for repairing and resupplying ships fighting in the Pacific Theater, but it was in constant fear of attack. The old bomb shelters still exist along Railroad Avenue, but Mare Island also holds the distinction of being the oldest Navy base in the West, established in 1853 to help protect the gold trade, of course. Per Dennis Kelly, vice president of the Mare Island Historic Park Foundation, this was the beginning of the Navy's history in the Bay Area, and it continued all the way through until the Navy departed in the late 1990s. The World War was eventually declared as won, only to be followed up by other conflicts, including Vietnam. But that war turned public sentiment against the military, and with the development of more modern defense systems, the old bases began shutting down. Today, those spaces exist mainly as museums, like the one aboard the USS Hornet in Alameda, former naval station, where the rows of vintage aircraft offer tangible reminders of days gone by. Docent, that would mean the volunteer guide, Don Tabb, has been quoted as saying, "This place will take you from World War II up through Vietnam and let you look at, feel, and get engaged with history." Now, there are a lot of places throughout the greater Bay Area Metroplex region where you can do just that and engage with a military history that transformed the world inside the Golden Gate. And all of that was supposed to happen today. Well, yesterday by now. But the Blue Angels Fleet Week events were canceled. Thousands of people waiting to see the Blue Angels take to the San Francisco skies on Sunday for Fleet Week were out of luck. The Blue Angels show was canceled due to weather conditions, at least according to a tweet on the Blue Angels official account. Fleet Week events were delayed due to fog yesterday, meaning Sunday, which was announced around 1 p.m. The delay didn't stop thousands of eager flight lovers from coming into Crissy Field and heading out to the beaches. The Blue Angel show was later canceled altogether just before 3:30 p.m. Sad for all those people, but happy for my peace of mind. The flags were all flying at half-staff yesterday across these United States, because President Joseph Biden issued an order to lower the flags in observance of the National Fallen Firefighters Memorial Service. This meant that all United States and state flags flew at half-staff until sunset yesterday, as dated the 9th day of October. The National Fallen Firefighters Foundation held a memorial service in Emmitsburg, Maryland, at 10 a.m. Eastern Daylight Time yesterday to honor those that have fallen. Among those firefighters being honored this year were Jimmy Riley of Plant City, Florida, who died after being diagnosed with brain cancer; Sean Demuke, a volunteer firefighter who was found unresponsive while battling a fire in suburban Philadelphia and later pronounced dead at a nearby hospital; and Jeff Billingsley of Denver, who experienced an apparent cardiac event during one of his shifts. A full list of firefighters being honored this year can be found on the National Fallen Firefighters Foundation's website. Now, President, or rather Pravitel, the ruler, the dictator Vladimir Putin, turned 70 on Friday into this weekend amid fawning congratulations from subordinates and a plea from the Orthodox Patriarch Kirill for all to pray for the health of the longest-serving paramount leader of Russia since Joseph Stalin. Putin is facing the biggest challenge of his rule after the invasion of Ukraine triggered the gravest confrontation with the West since the 1962 Cuban Missile Crisis. His army there is reeling from a series of defeats in the past 7 months. Officials hailed Putin as the savior of postmodern Russia, whilst the Patriarch of Moscow and all Russia implored that empire to say 3 days of special prayers so that God grants Putin health and longevity. So they're still praying today, those who are prone to do so in Russia, where there are few of that proclivity at any rate, thank the gods of my ancestors. So there's not going to be many prayers for Putin, I can assure you, even in Russia itself, being mostly the godless empire the communists made it. Kirill said, "We pray to you, our Lord God, for the head of the Russian state, Vladimir Vladimirovich," that's his middle name, "and ask you to give him your rich mercy and generosity, grant him health and longevity, and deliver him from all the resistances of visible and invisible elements," or enemies is what he really said in the Russian. "Confirm him in wisdom and spiritual strength for all. Lord, hear and have mercy." You know, I just realized now I shouldn't be repeating this prayer because it, in a sense, offers another prayer for Putin, but I need to transmit information, so there you go. Putin himself, who vowed to end the chaos which gripped Russia after the 1991 fall of the Soviet Union, is facing the most serious military crisis any Kremlin chief has faced for at least a generation since the Soviet-Afghan War of 1979 through 1989, which lasted a full decade. Opponents, such as the jailed opposition leader Alexei Navalny, sayest that Putin has led Russia down a dead end towards ruination, building a brittle system of incompetent sycophants that will ultimately collapse and bequeath chaos. As the anti-gods of his advisor, Putin's Rasputin, Alexander Dugin, so wants. Supporters sayest Putin saved Russia from destruction by an arrogant and aggressive West. The Chechen dictator, Ramzan Kadyrov, said, "Today, our national leader, one of the most influential and outstanding personalities of our time, the #1 patriot in the world, President of the Russian Federation, Vladimir Vladimirovich Putin, turned 70 years old. Putin has changed the global position of Russia and forced the world to reckon with the position of our great state." This brings us, of course, to all the war failings. But the war in Ukraine has forced Putin to burn through vast amounts of political, diplomatic, and military capital. More than 7 months into this invasion, Russia has suffered enormous losses in men and materials and been beaten back on several fronts within the past month alone, as Putin's army has lurched from one humiliation to the next. Putin has resorted to proclaiming the annexation of territories only partly under Russian control, and whose borders the Kremlin itself has said are yet to be defined, and threatening to defend them with nuclear weapons. A partial mobilization declared by the Pravitel, the ruler of Russia, Putin himself, on September 21st, has unfolded so chaotically that even Putin has been forced to admit mistakes and order changes. Hundreds of thousands of men have fled abroad to avoid being called up. Even normally loyal Kremlin allies have denounced the failings of the military, though they have stopped short, so far, of criticizing the president himself. Putin finds himself confronted with a resurgent, united, and expanding NATO, despite his insistence that the special operation in Ukraine was aimed at enforcing Russian red lines and preventing the alliance from moving closer to Russia's borders. Signs of disquiet have emerged from Red China and the Asian Indian empires, on which Russia is increasingly reliant as geopolitical and economic partners in the wake of successive waves of Western sanctions. Reflecting on Putin's birthday, former Kremlin speechwriter Abbas Galyamov has said, "On an anniversary, it's customary to sum up results, but the results are so deplorable that it would be better not to draw too much attention to the anniversary itself." This brings us to history lessons. Putin has dominated Russia for nearly 23 years, since being handpicked by President Boris Yeltsin as his preferred successor in a surprise announcement on New Year's Eve of 1999. Changes adopted to the Constitution in 2020 paved the way for him to rule potentially until 2036, and there is no obvious front-runner to succeed him. He maintains a full schedule of meetings and public events and invariably appears in control of his brief, holding forth at length in video conferences on topics ranging from energy to education. The Kremlin has denied recurrent speculation about alleged health problems. As he has grown older, Putin has appeared increasingly preoccupied with his legacy. In June, he compared his actions in Ukraine to the campaigns of Tsar Peter the Great, suggesting both of them were engaged in historic quests to win back Russian lands. Putin has become increasingly fond of quoting Russian philosopher Ivan Ilyin, who argued that Russia had an exceptional mystical and holy path to follow that would ultimately restore order to an imperfect world. In a televised encounter with teachers this week, Putin showed a keen interest in another episode from history, an 18th century peasant revolt against Empress Katharina the Great, or Katharina the Gross in the German because she was Germanic. Catherine the Great that he blamed on the weakness of central authority in the country. In other words, this is what happens when you let a bitch rule. She's too weak to hold on to power. Of course, our man Putin isn't fit to lick Katharina de Gross's boots, let alone any other part of her body. He could never be the man she was. From the man who has dominated Russia for more than 12 decades, what he said sounded as though a lesson had been taken to heart. Faced with the possibility of rebellion himself, the ruler needs to be both strong and vigilant. Now, our ruler, Biden, warns of the prospect of Armageddon. And he's not being alarmist. Just how worried should you be about nuclear war? Biden says, very. President Joseph Biden traveled to New York on Thursday for an otherwise ordinary Democratic fundraiser, except that Biden's remarks at the private event were a big deal. The president issued a dire warning about the threat of nuclear war. He said, "We have not faced the prospect of Armageddon since Kennedy and the Cuban Missile Crisis." It was a signal of the severity of this moment the world is in amid Russia's war with Ukraine. As Biden explained, we've got a guy, I presume he's talking about the Russian dictator Vladimir Putin, I know fairly well. He's not joking when he talks about potential use of tactical nuclear weapons. Now, Putin said several times last month he would use all weapon systems available to Russia if its territorial integrity was violated, and he said he was not bluffing. The Bulletin of Atomic Scientists warned even before Russia's invasion that the globe sits at doom's doorstep. The setting of its doomsday clock sits at 100 seconds to midnight, the most ominous position of the dial since its creation in 1947. The nuclear experts I spracketh with concur that Biden's comments were, without a doubt, attention-grabbing. There's decidedly less consensus on whether they were helpful or alarmist. While worries about nuclear war have been present since Moscow invaded Ukraine nearly 8 months ago by now, what's different now is just how tangible the threat is compared to any point since the end of the so-called Cold War. Between Putin's menacing comments, Russia's illegal annexation of Ukrainian territory, even as Ukraine advances, and ever more American support for Ukraine, the danger is concrete enough that Biden himself is unnerved. So just what is Biden telling us? Putin is causing the threat right now. His decision to illegally annex 4 territories in eastern Ukraine in September raises questions as to how Putin, in his desperation, will treat these contested regions. Fears persist about whether he'd be willing to use a small nuclear weapon over those territories or elsewhere. But Biden's words, too, have power. Nuclear experts concur that Biden's statement was accurate, but there is not consensus as to whether Biden's remarks were the right thing to have said aloud. James Acton, a nuclear expert at the Carnegie Endowment for International Peace, attests that Biden was deeply reassuring by expressing the severity of what's happening. To quote his T, I think this gives you an idea about where his mind is at. He literally is the president of a country with hundreds of millions of people living in it during an actual, honest-to-God nuclear crisis. Nevertheless, for Hans Christensen, a researcher with the Federation of American Scientists, Biden's claims may play into Putin's power. However, in his words, presidential statements become as milestones that contribute to the escalation of a crisis. White House officials clarified that nothing had changed to prompt Biden's comment. But back to what Hans Christensen said, to quote his T, Putin is looking at this and he's saying, well, wow, the US president, he thinks I'm actually going to do this. That means I have a card to play. It's sort of the crazy stuff we used to talk about during the 1970s and 80s. It's pretty insane that 3 decades after the end of the Cold War, we still have to entertain these kinds of thoughts. He also emphasized that the Cuban Missile Crisis was a true hair-trigger scenario. Today, U.S. intelligence agencies report that, despite Putin's rhetoric, it doesn't appear that Russia has mobilized the parts of its nuclear arsenal that would be used for a smaller strike on the Ukrainian battlefield. So while it's appropriate to highlight the ongoing danger, we're not yet in a direct Russo-American nuclear standoff. By comparing it to the emergency situation of the Cuban Missile Crisis, where both United States and Soviet nuclear arms were loaded, Biden has gone a bit over the top here. The scene of the comments should not be lost on us. Biden was speaking at the home of James Murdoch, who, in addition to being the son of media magnate and Republican booster Rupert, is also a major investor in the influential military contractor Rebellion Defense. Murdoch, the younger, is also a former board member of the TV network Fox, where Tucker Carlson and others have urged appeasement with the Russian Empire and limiting American involvement in Ukraine. They would be the first to tell you these red reactionary, these radicalized rightist Republicans, that diplomacy is the only way out. So beyond the alarming assessment, Biden said something rather remarkable. He noted the urgency of seeing Russia's war of aggression from Putin's perspective. To quote his Biden, we are trying to figure out, what is Putin's off-ramp? Where does he find a way out? Where does he find himself where he does not only lose face, but significant power? Now, inherent in Biden's comment is that engaging with the Russian government is crucial to avoiding a worst-case scenario. The incredibly challenging task of arms control is crucial for global stability. Biden ought to remind Americans that his predecessor, former President Donald John Trump, recklessly withdrew from the 3-decade-old INF, Intermediate Range Nuclear Forces Treaty. That accord set hard-won limits on both Russian and American missiles. Still, it's worth noting that the Russian Empire is still some steps away from readying its unconventional arms. The Kremlin keeps its weapons separately from the systems that would launch them into oblivion. Still, the risk is serious. According to Pavel Podvig, an independent researcher who studies Russian nuclear forces, what's missing from the U.S., the American conversation, is restraint. Too many instant experts are saying that if Russia uses a nuclear weapon in Ukraine, the American empire needs to be tough by responding to Russia perhaps with a small nuclear weapon. To quote his T, my take is that you just don't go there, because that's not worth it. There would have to be a response, of course, but it would have to be along the lines of the total isolation of the Russian Empire. Into this weekend, White House spokesperson Karine Jean-Pierre said, we have not seen any reason to adjust our own nuclear posture, nor do we have indications they are preparing to use them. And the United States has reportedly back-channeled to Russia about the hazardous weight of Putin's threats. Dialogue like that is key. The small cabal of nuclear watchers has been warning of the growing nuclear peril even before the current Russo-Ukrainian war, among them Lynn Rustin, who served as a senior arms control official in the State Department during the Obama administration and now works at the NTI, the Nuclear Threat Initiative. Rustin thinks that Biden's warning was warranted. To quote us, she, "The Biden administration has been extremely restrained and constrained, and how it has handled Russia's saber rattling since the beginning of this crisis. He said what we know to be true. And it just makes it clear that it's important for leaders to find a way out of this. We've gotten to the point where we're starting to treat diplomacy like it's a reward for good behavior instead of a tool that you use with your adversaries and enemies. That's pretty risky. Because I think if you don't have these channels of communication, I think it's a lot easier to dehumanize the adversary than to engage diplomatically with them. As Rustin so puts it, we may all have a lot of divergence, but arguably, we still have a mutual interest in not blowing each other and the world up with nuclear weapons. Let me assure you, if I were to wage war on the battlefield on a supranational level, meaning that this was not like an isolated invasion of an isolated country, but a world war, then nuclear weapons would be deployed in the tactical operational sense. It's just a natural development of war. It would be stupid not to use it as an operational level tactical weapon. I'm not talking strategic city smashing here. I'm talking about breaking up armies on the front lines. That's what it would be used for, because that's what it was used for by the Axis in World War II. Its intent was to be used as a line breaker, not a war breaker, which it's never succeeded in breaking a war. That's the myth created by the Americans to hide their defeat in World War II by the Japanese. Let me assure you that a Russian nuclear strike in Ukraine would not fit into any operational mode or objective. A Russian nuclear strike in the Ukraine would cross a point of no return. Russia unleashing the destructive power of a nuclear weapon in Ukraine would be catastrophic, but not solely because of the physical damage the weapon would cause. Instead, Russia's abuse of a nuclear weapon would be catastrophic because it would cause us to enter a new world, one transformed in 3 permanent ways. So, we need to be deterring Putin from going nuclear. I think no one would disagree with me on that. A number of ideas have been proposed as possible American and NATO responses to any abuse of nuclear weapons by Vladimir Putin, especially any detonations that caused military and/or civilian casualties. NATO could attack and destroy the offending Russian military units that had launched the nuclear strike with its conventional aero power. NATO could sink the Russian Black Sea Fleet, as retired General David Petraeus has discussed. Presumably, the West would also work to make Russia an international pariah, more so than it already is, strongly pressuring countries such as the Communist Chinese Empire to choose sides in a war that some have sought to straddle, as Senator Mitt Romney, the Republican from Utah, and former Ambassador Stephen Pfeiffer have proposed. Elliot Cohen has specifically suggested employing secondary sanctions against any country that deals economically with the Russian Empire after such a strike, forcing them into a choice of trade with Russia or trade with America and our allies. Since we cannot be sure what would best deter Putin, I would add 4 more ideas to the mix. It is good that Putin knows there are a range of options, especially options that do not require us to abuse nuclear weapons in response, given the dangers of escalation, and that we would continue to develop more if and when he took such a horrible and foreboding step in his war with Ukraine. So consider what I'm about to propose. First, the United States should join the ICC, the International Criminal Court, and pursue indictments of Vlad Putin and his top military leadership. The ICC was created in the late 1990s in the aftermath of terrible massacres, genocides, and crimes against humanity in places such as Rwanda and where I served as a mercenary in the Balkans. It was designed to complement, not replace, national jurisdiction over war criminals. But that formulation meant that, in a case like Russia's, where the rule of law as regards its dictator has become as moot, the ICC has a right and even a duty to consider indictment in extreme situations. Most of its cases to date have involved Black Africans. A number of cases involve suspects still at large, including former President Omar al-Bashir of Sudan, for example. The trials do not occur in absentia, where were Putin indicted, he would be subject to arrest anywhere he traveled internationally, in a state that is party to the treaty, but no proceedings would begin unless he wound up in custody. The ICC is empowered to begin cases on its own. That is much of the reason the United States wound up not joining the body a quarter of a century ago. But the court has proven itself responsible since its inception. Hypothetical worries that an American president might, for example, be indicted for largely political reasons now have even less credence than they did back then. As such, these United States could join this body to lend its support, our support, and we could work with other parties to pursue an indictment of any Russians directly involved in giving orders to conduct lethal nuclear attacks, beginning, to be sure, with Vladimir Putin himself. Second, if a comprehensive policy of cutting off the Russian Empire from the world economy proved too much, the notion of a price cap on Russian oil exports could be dramatically expanded and tightened. At present, G7 countries are taking steps to adopt a price cap on Russian oil exports, a ceiling on the price paid by any nation buying from Moscow. The idea is to recognize that not every nation will join the majority of Western countries in outright boycotts of Russian oil. Indeed, Western European nations still hope to buy Russian gas, even if Putin himself is interdicting such flows at the moment. But even for those unwilling to abstain entirely from buying Russian oil, limits could be placed on the price paid, so as to limit Russia's ability to profiteer from the turmoil that its war of aggression has created in global energy markets. Any country exceeding the cap would be subject to sanctions by participating states. In these United States, Senators Chris Van Hollen, a Democrat from Maryland, and Patrick Toomey, a Republican from Pennsylvania, are proposing legislation that would mandate such an approach under American law. After a possible Russian nuclear weapons strike, even if it were not possible to agree on an immediate global ban on any purchases of Russian oil or natural gas, the cap on prices paid to Russia could be lowered incrementally to the point where it effectively turned into a comprehensive boycott over time. The pacing of the reductions could be, in part, a function of how fast the world could increase production from other locations and how fast it could accelerate the transition to green energy sources. Third, the world community could dismantle the existing United Nations and build a new one without Russia. Unfortunately, with Moscow wielding a veto at the Security Council, it will be unrealistic to expel Russia from the United Nations even after a nuclear strike. Now, in terms of the United Nations Charter, created in wartime as a united front against the Axis, with which it is still legally at war, as embodied in my own nation of Taiwan. Think instead of Article 6 of the United Nations Charter, which allows the General Assembly to expel a member only upon the recommendation of the Security Council, which is locked in to the 5 so-called victors of World War II, which once included my nationalist China until they expelled us to bring in the communists. Moreover, the Charter does not envision the dissolution of the organization or even provide a specific path for any country to withdraw. But member states have an inherent sovereign right to conduct their foreign policies as they see fit. As such, withdrawal from the United Nations is arguably an implied right, even if not an explicit one. In a situation where Russia abused nuclear weapons against defenseless human beings, circumstances would be extreme enough to consider such an extra-legal step as the mutual and simultaneous withdrawal of all countries, or almost all, from today's United Nations, followed by the creation of a new system. The new United Nations would begin with just 4 veto-wielding members of the Security Council, but agreement could be reached that there would be a process to rebuild a new Security Council, perhaps with more permanent members, within say 2 to 3 years. Whether Russia could ever rejoin the new organization would be an issue left for a different day, presumably to be considered only once Vlad Putin was out of power. Fourth, deploy NATO forces in defensive positions onto Ukrainian territory for the duration of the war. This idea would be the most fraught of my 4 proposals, and presumably would be considered only after the most heinous of Russian actions. Obviously, it would carry major risks, but it would not imply Ukrainian membership in NATO in the future, and would not require NATO forces to engage in combat operations in the country's south or east. Rather, the deployment could be a bulwark against any further Russian advance, and a strong deterrent against additional Russian employment of nuclear weapons against previously spared targets or parts of Ukraine. The deployment could be designed to remain in place as long as hostilities continued, or as long as Putin remained in power in Russia itself. Now, heaven forbid that it comes to this, although we all know it will. But in the interest of making any Russian nuclear use less likely, we need big ideas for how to respond that stop short of steps likely to lead to all-out global conflict that would either be historically referenced as World War III, more accurately as World War IV, because the Cold War was World War III in effect. When the Russian dictator Vladimir Putin launched an unprovoked attack on Ukraine in February, experts concurred he was expecting a swift victory and potentially setting off an effort to restore the Russian Empire or the Union of Soviet Socialist Republics. Instead, 7 months later, Putin's power over the post-Soviet region may be shakier than ever as his attention and military power remained fixed on Ukraine. The lack of Russian leadership in Central Asia and the Caucasus, which spans between the Black Sea and the Caspian Sea, has led to violent border clashes and frustration from Putin's allies in region. And since the fall of the Soviet Union in 1991, and even before Putin rose to power, Russia has insisted on maintaining influence over post-Soviet states, according to Taras Kuzio, a professor of political science at the National University of Kiev Molya Academy. Putin's desire for the West to stay out of the former Soviet Union has been clear, especially in Ukraine. One of the reasons Putin gave for invading was the eastward expansion of the North Atlantic Treaty Organization. He has demanded that Ukraine, considered an aspiring NATO member, not be allowed to join the alliance. Experts have speculated Putin was driven by a deeper desire to restore the USSR, or the historic Russian Empire, which predated the Soviet Union, and at one point or another included Ukraine, Finland, Belarus, Georgia, Moldova, Kazakhstan, Kyrgyzstan, and Tajikistan, among so many other nations. Russia is the prison house of nations. A violent border conflict between Kyrgyzstan and Tajikistan, both members of a military alliance with Putin, has gone largely unaddressed by Russia itself. Sadr Japarov, the president of Kyrgyzstan, recently said, "Of course, they are distracted by Ukraine." My son's Armenia, another member of the military alliance, has been in conflict with Azerbaijan and calling for aid from Moscow, to no avail. The alliance, the Collective Security Treaty Organization, Eurasia's NATO, is made up of 6 post-Soviet states and has been propped up by Putin as NATO's antithesis. But it too appears to be at risk, as the Armenian Prime Minister Nikol Pashinyan is furious with Moscow's lack of help and has threatened to leave the alliance. To make up for major losses, Russia has also had to withdraw forces stationed in some post-Soviet states to redirect them to the front lines in Ukraine, again signaling to those states that Moscow's power is on the decline. Meanwhile, the lack of Kremlin leadership in the region has left an opening for other states to step in. But now, Kuzio has written a piece, in his piece for the Atlantic Council, that, in his words, basically, here's what he says. Moscow never truly accepted the verdict of 1991 and has always sought to retain its imperial influence throughout the former USSR. Evidence of Russia's declining influence can be seen throughout the post-Soviet world. On the front lines in Ukraine, Putin's invasion force is suffering from increasingly obvious manpower shortages that make it a mockery of the attempts to portray Russia as the world's number 2 military power. Russia's humiliating military setbacks in Ukraine and economic isolation from the Western world have confirmed its status as Red China's junior partner. Communist China has replaced Russia as the preeminent power in Central Asia. In addition to declining influence over the post-Soviet states, the Russian Empire's relationships with powerful partners are also on uncertain ground after the leaders of both Red China and Asian India, Yestermensis, last month publicly acknowledged concerns about the war in Ukraine. Putin has escalated the war since, but Russia has continued to suffer humiliating defeats, such as the explosion, but the day before yesterday by now, Saturday, on the key bridge connecting Crimea to the Russian mainland. And since then, a major Russian ally has canceled Russian-led military drills on its own land. The Central Asian nation of Kyrgyzstan. But today, or at least today when this transmission started, yesterday by now, unilaterally canceled joint military drills between the six nations making up the Russia-led Collective Security Treaty Organization less than a day before they were due to start on its territory. The Kyrgyz Defense Ministry did not specify the reason for canceling the Indestructible Brotherhood 2022 command and staff exercises, which were set to be held in the country's windswept eastern highlands Monday through to Friday through an entire work week of war games. According to earlier reports, these exercises were set to involve Army personnel from CSTO members Russia, Armenia, Belarus, Kazakhstan, Kyrgyzstan, and Tajikistan, and focus on securing ceasefires. Observers from 5 further states, including Serbia, Syria, and Uzbekistan, had also been invited. The move by Bishkek it's the latest indication that tensions may be simmering within the alliance, formed in the early 1990s after the collapse of the Soviet Union itself. Last month, Armenia skipped a 2-week drill held by the collective in Kazakhstan after criticizing the bloc for failing to openly side with it after large-scale fighting erupted on its border with non-member Azerbaijan in September. Russia and other CSTO countries effectively turned down Yerevan's, the capital of Armenia's, request for military aid, issued hours after hostilities began, and limited their response to sending fact-finding missions to the border. Armenian authorities have accused the Azerbaijani government in Baku, the capital of that nation, of using heavy artillery and combat drones to strike Armenian army positions. Despite its apparent ambitions to provide a counterpart to NATO, the CSTO has at times struggled to define its exact purpose. Failure to engage in numerous security crises among its own members over the years has prompted analysts to question its viability. Last spring, the bloc looked on impassively as 12 members, Kyrgyzstan and Tajikistan, were engaged in a bloody border dispute. The CSTO's focus has instead been aimed more intensely on enhancing readiness for potential spillover from Afghanistan, which shares a long border with Tajikistan. As of yestermensis, last month, Russia had around 5,000 troops stationed in that country, down from 7,000 in January as the Kremlin has drawn down its military presence to replenish its ranks in Ukraine amid the 8-month war. Putin is fighting alone. On September 30th, Russian dictator Vladimir Putin unleashed a cri de coeur, a cry from the heart, a plea, a simultaneously blistering and blathering speech. Quoting the chaosist philosopher Ivan Ian, Putin cast himself as the hero leading a global fight against the West in general, and American hegemony in particular. But rather than mark the start of a new epochal conflict, the speech instead laid bare the extent to which the Russian dictator has lost touch with reality itself. The declaration was intended to mark a high point in the success of his special operation against Ukraine, namely the attempted annexation of Ukraine's Donetsk, Luhansk, Zaporizhzhia, and Kherson regions, though Russian forces are not in full control of any of them. What Putin planned in February as a blitzkrieg has instead come to be marked as a Blitzkrieg, substituting blitz, the German word for lightning, with a Russian curse word, whose translation is not utterable here. While the horrors of the conflict are no laughing matter, that Putin is blind to the tragicomic reality of the fighting was made clear when Ukrainian forces retook the city of Liman in Donetsk Oblast within 24 hours of his diatribe. Liman has been of strategic importance due to its position as a railway juncture, but now it has also taken on a symbolic significance, all thanks to the fact that Putin could no longer keep his anger to himself. A week later, an explosion struck the Kerch Bridge, which Putin had ordered built to link the Russian mainland with the Russian-occupied Crimean Peninsula. That bridge was arguably the project which the Kremlin had used to propagandize its occupation regime more than any other, and which pro-Kremlin media has previously painted as impervious to attack. In Europe, we remain focused, as ever, on the war in Ukraine. That remarkable attack at the weekend on the only bridge linking Russia to occupied Crimea matters on several scores. It's a humiliation for Vladimir Putin, who has made the bridge his pet project. It helps to isolate Russian forces in Kherson, who will be harder to resupply. And it's a reminder that Russia's intelligence services have failed again. The Kerch bridge explosion is personal for Putin. Russian dictator Vladimir Putin is likely personally affected by the explosion on this crucial bridge linking Russia and the Ukrainian Crimean Peninsula it occupies, which occurred hours after his own birthday. The British intelligence report makes a key link between Putin's emotions and the military setback Russia now faces by damage to the Kerch Strait Bridge, signaling a major blow to both Russian operations and morale, further under pressure by the Ukrainian military's successful counteroffensive advances. The Ministry of Defense in the United Kingdom tweeted, "This incident will likely touch President Putin closely. It came just hours after his 70th birthday. He personally sponsored and opened that bridge, and its construction contractor was his childhood friend, Arkady Rotenberg." This assessment added that while damage to the rail crossing is uncertain, any serious disruption to its capacity will highly likely have a significant impact on Russia's already strained ability to sustain its forces in southern Ukraine. The Ukraine's military has not officially claimed responsibility for the explosion on the Kerch Bridge this Saturday, which damaged a section of freight railroad and severed a roadway that collapsed into the sea. The Russian Foreign Ministry, but the day before yesterday by now, on Saturday, tweeted a short, undated video of traffic moving on the bridge, with a caption signaling that transit operations were continuing as normal. Russian investigators said the explosion occurred from a truck. Damage to the bridge is interpreted as a personal attack targeting Putin himself, with the span viewed as the Russian dictator's major, concrete manifestation of his stated claims to retake Ukraine. Russia invaded and occupied the Crimea in 2014. Imposing a referendum and annexing the territory in a move rejected by the international community at the time, although they were too impotent to act upon their condemnation. Putin celebrated the opening of that nearly $4 billion United States dollar bridge in 2018 by driving a dump truck across a 12-mile section, even as international powers condemned its construction as violation of international law and rejected Russia's claims to the Crimea. Timothy Snyder, Yale historian of Russia and Ukraine, tweeted on Saturday that the bridge explosion cripples Russian logistics and dissolves the major symbol of Putin's power. Michael Kaufman, director of the Russia Studies program at the Virginia-based think tank CNA, said the explosion on the Kerch Bridge was meant to have real operational effects by disrupting Russian military supply lines related to its occupation of Ukraine's Kherson region and efforts to control the region of Zaporozhye, with the Russian military occupying the region's nuclear power plant, but not all of the territory. On the podcast, Geopolitics Decanted, Kaufman said the explosion on the bridge was very coordinated and meant potentially to degrade the supply lines to the south to Kherson, Zaporozhye, both from Crimea and both from mainland Russia. I don't think the attack on the Kerch Bridge was just meant to be symbolic. I think it was also meant to have real operational effects. No shit. These guys get paid to belabor the obvious. Honest to God, you get this shit from Douglas Dietrich for free. So, yeah, you'd better fucking provide some donations to prevent me from going homeless so that I can continue supplying you with what contractors are paying these guys millions of dollars to spout. Now, the explosion and damage to that bridge, coupled with growing criticism in Russia itself of the war in Ukraine, still called a special military operation, mindest ye, are raising the possibility that Putin will lash out with nuclear weapons, amid his repeated threats of Moscow's capabilities. Hours after that bridge explosion, Russian missile strikes reportedly hit civilian areas in the Ukrainian city of Zaporozhye, which at least killed 12 and at least injured 49, including 6 children. On his Facebook page, Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky called it merciless strikes on peaceful people again. Absolute meanness. Absolute evil. Savages and terrorists. From the one who gave this order to everyone who fulfilled this order, they will bear responsibility, for sure, before the law and before the people. Earlier, the Ukrainian president responded to the Kerch Bridge explosion and said the future for Ukraine is sunny. In his address Saturday night, Zelensky said, "This is a future without occupiers, throughout our territory, in particular in the Crimea." Mikhail Podolyak, advisor to the head of the office of the Ukrainian president, tweeted that Crimea, the bridge, the beginning. Everything illegal must be destroyed. Everything stolen must be returned to Ukraine. Everything occupied by Russia must be expelled. And Anton Geraschenko, advisor to the Minister of Internal Affairs of Ukraine, tweeted that Israeli Mossad acknowledged today that they are no longer numbers 1 in the rating of world special services. I love that. But will the lights even stay on in Europe this winter? Not that Ukraine is not part of Europe, mind you. By this I'm implying European Union. One effect of this war, and sanctions on the Russian Empire, is that energy supplies may not be secure for many countries anymore. Consider our twa brothers in battle, John Warrington and George Knight, in Great Britain, where gas storage is all but non-existent, which leaves that kingdom especially exposed if the weather is cold. We'll doubtless be following up with more on this in the coming days. we should also be weighing up the latest twists with Elon Musk. Should you be worried about his superpowers? Reflect upon his recent unhelpful pro-Russian comments on the war in Ukraine. Red China's ambassador to these United States has thanked Elon Musk for his suggestions on the future of my Taiwan, but reiterated Beijing's call for peaceful reunification for my island China. The billionaire suggested tensions could be resolved by handing over some control of my Taiwan to Beijing by creating a SAZ, a special administrative zone for my Taiwan. He admitted in his interview with the Financial Times that this probably would not make everyone happy. Red China's ambassador to these United States, Qin Gang, then tweeted, and here I quote his tea at length, "I would like to thank Elon Musk for his call for peace across the Taiwan Strait and his idea about establishing a special administrative zone for Taiwan. Actually, peaceful reunification and one country, two systems are our basic principles for resolving the Taiwan question, and the best approach to realizing national reunification, provided that China's sovereignty, security, and development interests are guaranteed. After reunification, Taiwan will enjoy a high degree of autonomy as a special administrative region and a vast space for development. The rights and interests of the people in Taiwan will be fully protected, and both sides of the Taiwan Strait will share the glory of national rejuvenation. Peaceful reunification of China is also conducive to peace and development in the Asia-Pacific and the wider world." However, Mr. Musk's comments understandably received short shrift from Taiwan's de facto ambassador to Washington. Zhao Bikim said, "Taiwan sells many products, but our freedom and democracy are not for sale. Any lasting proposal for our future must be determined peacefully, free from coercion, and respectful of the democratic wishes of the people of Taiwan." Now, the Communist Chinese Empire has offered my Taiwan a one country, trois systems model of autonomy similar to what Hong Kong suffers. But that has been rejected by all mainstream political parties in my Taiwan and has very little public support, especially after Beijing imposed a tough national security law in Hong Kong but yesteryear. Beijing, which claims my Taiwan as one of its provinces, has long vowed to bring it under its control and has not ruled out the use of force to do so. Democratically ruled Taiwan's government strongly objects to Red China's sovereignty claims and says only the island's 23 million citizens can decide its future. Mr. Musk's comments came just days after he floated a possible deal to end the war between the Russian Empire and Ukraine that drew condemnation from Kiev, the capital of Ukraine. In the coming days, we expect some resolution in his on-off attempt to buy Twitter. He has hardly proved himself infallible in that business deal. Red China itself has grown remarkably isolated, and not only because its rulers persist with the sort of COVID restrictions that most of us dropped long ago. Under the authoritarian dictatorship of Xi Jinping, locals are under even tighter control, just as foreigners, and Western journalists are largely kept out. Yet, the rest of the world needs to try to understand Red China no less than before. Later this week, Xi Jinping will presidest over a 5-yearly meeting of the Communist Party and be handed a 3rd term running it. In effect, he's being crowned as Red China's leader for life. Putin has long been critical of the so-called rules-based order and American hypocrisy on the use of force abroad. He first brought up these ideas the year of my late and sainted sire's thanatization, his being processed to death by the Veterans Administration and the civilian hospitals, which so-called complementary care was ultimately the death of him. Literally. This death occurred in 2007, the year of Putin's speech at the Munich Security Conference. Back then, Putin was still willing to call these United States and other Western states partners, language he has now explicitly cast aside. His descent into hyperbole continued with trois essays published in 2020 and 2021, reimagining World War II to blame the West for Hitler's attacks on Eastern Europe while absolving the Russian Empire of all sin for the Molotov-Ribbentrop Pact and denouncing Ukrainian nationhood. How unhinged Putin has become from reality has also been laid bare by one particular point of emphasis in his latest speech, namely his claim that Russia is leading the charge to resist American hegemony and that the rest of the world is choosing to side with it. But some of the countries that he perhaps perceives as allies, those that have refused to bow to American pressure and made the, in his words, reasonable choice to cooperate with Russia, may not be so eager to align with the Kremlin. Take Iran, which itself is now facing a wave of anti-government protests. The current hardliners in charge in Tehran have not stopped engaging with the West. In fact, they are negotiating with these United States and its Western allies to, well, a deal to lift the sanctions that former U.S. President Donald Trump unilaterally and thus hegemonically reimposed on said regime. Meanwhile, the Communist Chinese Empire, another power that Putin has sought the support thereof, is also distancing itself from Russia's war effort. It has no interest in joining Putin's attempt to upend the global international financial order dominated by the United States dollar, which suits Beijing just fine. It seeks to ultimately displace the United States as the dominant player, whereas Putin hopes to collapse the present system entirely. And though communist Chinese dictator Xi Jinping, too, is a fierce critic of the American empire's geopolitical power, Beijing has not only been circumspect in its approach to the conflict in Ukraine, but has refused to endorse Putin's position on annexing Ukrainian territory. While the Kremlin often likes to invoke the Sino-American disagreement over my Taiwan as akin to its invasion of Ukraine, there be little chance that Beijing will do the same, let alone recognize Russian sovereignty over the annexed territories. Turkish dictator Recep Tayyip Erdogan, who has his own issues with the West that he blames for the 2016 coup d'etat attempt against him, has so far refused to join Western sanctions on Russia. But of late, Turkish banks, some of which have been accused of skirting the sanctions on Iran, have begun to think better of skirting American sanctions on the Russian Empire. A day before Putin's speech, it was reported that Turkish state banks we're no longer willing to use Russia's MIR payment system, an alternative to the Belgium-based SWIFT, SWIFT interbank messaging system, from which most of Russia's largest banks have been barred. Ankara, the capital of Turkey, has rejected Putin's annexations explicitly as well, labeling it a grave violation of international law. Meral Akşener, leader of Turkey's opposition IYI party, which is currently polling third, has also ramped up her rhetoric against the Kremlin, lambasting Putin as destabilizing the wider region in the aftermath of his speech. A similar situation is found in Asian India, which has been willing to boost its imports of Russian oil and other commodities in recent months, but has increasingly shown signs that Moscow's demands it goest further in its support are grating. Oil companies and the Asian Indian government have reportedly been reluctant to adopt old ruble trade mechanism for oil imports. Prime Minister Narendra Modi also made his most significant criticism of the war to date at the Shanghai Cooperation Organization Summit in Uzbekistan on September 16th, stating that today's era is not an era of war. Putin even stands at risk of losing what had been one of Russia's closest security allies, my son's Armenia, after the Russian-led CSTO, Collective Security Treaty Organization, refused to support Yerevan, capital of Armenia, following border clashes with Azerbaijan and attacks on its territory. Some senior Armenian officials have even hinted at leaving the bloc altogether. More power be unto they. Kazakhstan's president, Kassym-Jomart Tokayev, has sought to distance himself from Putin as well, although Russian forces intervened in the country just this January to help put down a series of protests that were labeled as a coup d'etat attempt. As some 200,000 Russians have fled Putin's draft for Kazakhstan over the last 14 nights, 12 weeks, Tokayev called the crisis in Russia a hopeless situation. Meanwhile, amid Russian efforts to draft guest workers from Central Asia, Uzbekistan and Kyrgyzstan have warned their nationals against fighting in the conflict. Even Tajikistan, whose president was just awarded the Order of Merit for the Fatherland in the 3rd degree by Putin himself, has shown reticence to risk violating Western sanctions on Russian payment systems. Nor are Putin's military atrocities and economic mismanagement winning him friends in Africa and the Middle East, where countries have heretofore largely abstained from inveighing on this conflict. But there be signs that the horrors of Russia's attacks on Ukraine are pushing this neutrality to its limits. In Southwest Asia, what Americans call the Middle East, 12 large energy exporters, Qatar and Kuwait, have condemned the use of force to settle disputes between countries and have called for respect for Ukraine's sovereignty and territorial integrity. In Africa, too, there has been criticism of Russian aggression. In late September, Ghanaian President Nana Akufo-Addo told the United Nations that every bullet, every bomb, every shell that hits a target in Ukraine hits our pockets and our economies in Africa. despite his hopes. Putin fights alone. That may make him even more dangerous, but that in turn will only isolate him further. His war in Ukraine is no civilizational or epochal struggle for the future, but one man's maniacal desires brought bare because he has systematically and all too often brutally eliminated the ability for any voice in Russia that speaks out against himself to rise up. But his desire to intimidate the world into acquiescing to his barbarity and craven worldview is nothing more than a fantasy. And therein lieth hope. You know Christopher Valbo Corlembuenos, Christopher Columbus, believed he would find blemuyes and sciapods, not people, in the New World. In 1492, when Christopher Valbo Corlembuenos crossed the Atlantic Ocean in search of a fast route to East Asia and the Southwest Pacific, he landed in a place that was unknown to himself. There he found treasures, extraordinary trees, birds, and gold. But there was one thing that Corlembuenos expected to find that he did not. Upon his return, in his official report, Corlembuenos noted that he had discovered a great many islands inhabited by people without number. He praised the natural wonders of these islands. But, he added, I have not found any monstrous men in these islands, as many had thought. Now why, one might ask, had he expected to find monsters? Now, my own research, and by that I mean real research, not like you fuckers out there who just get on the internet, but stuff that I did in actual libraries with actual historical documents that led to my own realizations, discoveries, if you will, of an academic sort. How do I put this? To explain to you this man's expectations. Basically, my own research, and that of other historians, so that you can vet this and cross-reference, reveal that Corlembuenos' views were far from abnormal. For centuries, European intellectuals had imagined a world beyond their borders populated by monstrous races. Of course, the monstrous races exist. One of the earliest accounts of these non-human beings was written by the Roman natural historian Pliny the Elder in 77 Anno Domini, the 77th year on the Christian calendar. In a massive treatise, he told his readers about the dog-headed people known as Cynocephalus and Estoni, creatures with no mouth and no need to eat. Across medieval Europe, tales of marvelous and inhuman creatures, of cyclops, blemius, creatures with heads in their chests, and sciapods, who had a single leg with a giant foot, circulated in manuscripts hand-copied by scribes, who often embellished their treatises with illustrations of these fantastic creatures. Though there were always some skeptics, most Europeans believed that distant lands would be populated by these monsters, and stories of monsters traveled far beyond the rarefied libraries of elite readers, because reading was an exceptional skill. For example, churchgoers in Fréjus, an ancient market town in the south of France, could wander into the cloister of the Cathédrale Saint-Léon's and study monsters on more than 1,200 painted wooden ceiling panels. Some panels portrayed scenes of daily life, local monks, a man riding a pig, and contorted acrobats. Many others depicted monstrous hybrids, dog-headed people, blemiers, and other fearsome wretches. Perhaps no one did more to spread news of monsters' existence than a 14th century English knight named John Mandeville, or John of Mandeville, who in his account of his travels to faraway lands claimed to have seen people with the ears of an elephant, one group of creatures who had flat faces with 2 holes, and another that had the head of a man and the body of a goat. Scholars debate whether Mandeville, John thereof, could have ventured far enough to see the places that he described, and whether he was even a real person himself. But his book was copied time and again, and likely translated into every known European language. Leonardo da Vinci had a copy. So did Cristoforo Valbo Corlambuenos. Columbus. Old beliefs die hard. Even though Columbus didn't see monsters, his report wasn't enough to dislodge prevailing ideas about the creatures Europeans expected to find in parts unknown. In 1493, around the time Corlambuenos' first report began to circulate, printers of the Nuremberg Chronicle, a massive volume of history, included images and descriptions of monsters. And soon after the explorer's return, an Italian poet offered a verse translation describing Corlambuenos' journey, which its printer illustrated with monsters, including a sciopod and a blemier. Indeed, the belief that monsters lived at the Earth's edge remained for generations. In the 1590s, the English explorer, Sir Walter Raleigh, told readers about the American monsters he heard about in his travels to Guyana, some of which had their eyes in their shoulders and their mouths in the middle of their breasts, and that a long train of hair groweth backward between their shoulders. Soon after, the English natural historian Edward Topsell translated a mid-16th century treatise of the various animals of the world, a book that appeared in London in 1607, the same year that colonists established a small community at Jamestown, Virginia. Topsell was eager to integrate descriptions of American animals in his book. But alongside chapters on Old World horses, pigs, and beavers, readers learned about the Norwegian monster and a very deformed beast that Americans called a hout. Another, known as a Sioux, had a very deformed shape and monstrous presence, and was cruel, untamable, impatient, violent, and ravening. Of course, in the New World, the gains for Europeans came at a terrifying cost for Native Americans. The newcomers stole their land and all their treasures, enslaved them, introduced Old World diseases, and spurred long-term environmental change. In the end, these indigenous Americans, whom we celebrate today, saw the invaders of their homelands as a monstrous race of its own, creatures who destabilized their communities, took all their possessions, and threatened their very lives. Today, white men refusing to share power is a silver stake piercing the heart of American democracy. There is a book, A New History, by Jeremy Suri, surname spelled S-U-R-I, called Civil War by Other Means. With it, or rather within it, it is writ about an either-or thinking seemingly ingrained in the Confederated brain. When black people were slaves, white people were free. When black people were free, white people were slaves. Slavery wasn't just the basis of the plantation economy. It was the basis of democracy for the well-mannered overlords of elite Southern society. For them, without slavery, without suffering, civilization would collapse. By the way, Michael Andrich says, thanks, Douglas. Legend, you're still going. Laugh out loud, my bedtime. Look up Tartaria, hidden history. Please, 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 please. Oh, God, Michael. Love you, brother, but, oh, God, not Tartaria. There was indeed a true Tartarian empire having nothing to do with what you find online. Anyhow, back to what I was saying about civilization collapsing in the eyes of the House of Dixie sans suffering. You see, among the many obvious problems with this way of thinking is something less obvious. If you believe that what's bad for black people is good for white people, what do you have when they, through means internal and external, achieve their freedom? The answer is obviously nothing. There's no there. There's no moral constitution that can go on in the absence of a social and political order built on black bodies. Yes, not just slavery. Black bodies stacked up over centuries were the foundation. Take them away, civilization really does collapse. Now apply this binary mode of thinking to a subject much in vogue these days, thanks to red hat propagandists like Tucker Carlson. Of course, the subject I'm talking about is the end of men, or as David Brooks put it more mildly, the crisis of men and boys. At the root of this subject is an assumption that, if given a hard look, would be seen as gonzo nuts. Anyone with eyes that can see, or senses that can sense, can discern that men, especially white men, are doing fine. To be sure, problems remain, societally and individually, but relative to others, white men are still on top. This just happens. It's not natural, however. It's a culture white men created when Cristoforo Valbo Corlambuenas began his mass extermination of the Native American population. That culture is complicated, but I think it boils down to this. White men deserve whatever they desire. Money, sex, power, whatever. This is somewhat scandalous to talk about openly, so we invented all sorts of ways of pretending that white men work as hard as other people do, that they aren't the center of a political culture built for them centuries ago when Columbus crossed the ocean blue, and that we don't accept at birth a rich inheritance bequeathed upon them more than any other demographic. Of course we do. The question is whether we want to know that we do. Because if white men don't know, what happens when they don't get their heart's desire? Some men turn inward to religion, some to politics, But others don't have what it takes to reconcile themselves to the consequences of democratic politics, so they reach for a gun. Still, others discover ways to profit from telling these white men that democratic politics has cheated them of their birthright. That when women gain a fraction of an inch of political power, it's castration. That when black people succeed in business or sports or politics, that's a sign of societal disease and rot. It wasn't this way back in the day. Something's gone terribly wrong. We gotta do something! To be sure, propagandists like Tucker Carlson influence these men in various and sundry ways, but propaganda doesn't work unless there's already a kernel of truth to build upon. In this case, there be two kernels. One, as I said, is a political culture telling white men that they deserve everything. But the other is perhaps more important, an understanding, though likely unconscious, that if white men do not dominate, that if women and non-white people have equal political power as a consequence of democratic politics, what do they have? Nothing. They don't have moral cores that exist independently of the lives and fortunes of their supposed inferiors, because the political culture permits them to grow up without bothering to develop moral cores. What do they have when women are strong and independent? Due to either-or thinking? Nothing. Worse, they are nothing. Zeros, ciphers, blanks. That's so terrifying, you'll believe anything. The reaction among Democrats and liberals to things like the funny recommendation for men to beam red light onto their genitals is by now conventional. We say that this wouldn't happen if these men weren't so sexist, so racist, or somethingist. If they only sought to be as enlightened as we are, this farce would be self-evident. What some Democrats and liberals, especially Twitter hardasses, don't account for is that this reaction feeds into the either-or thinking that seeded a political culture at the root of the problem. We keep telling them to not be something, but not being something terrifies them. The more we say, don't be X, the more they double down on being X. We see the former as the solution. They see the former as the problem. Either-or thinking becomes a vicious cycle. Instead of telling them not to be something, we should tell them to be something. In other words, we should admonish them to develop a moral core, a rich inner life that can exist independently without being conditioned on democratic politics. Instead of sharing power being seen as losing power, it would simply be seen as sharing it. Developing such a thing is a heavy lift, however. Living in your white inheritance taketh far less effort. How do I say this? By the way, I like our man, or lady, as it were. I don't know the gender of HD, but they said the Tartaria PSYOP. Laugh out loud. Thank you so much. Now, here we are. I'm getting some questions as to, why did all these Europeans think the rest of the world was filled with monsters? And, of course, as I said, well, the white Europeans were the monsters. But it does bring us to the question of exactly why we'll always be obsessed with and afraid of monsters. Fear continues to saturate our lives. Fear of nuclear destruction, fear of climate change, fear of the subversive, and fear of foreigners. But a Rolling Stone article about our age of fear notes that most Americans are living in the safest place at the safest time in human history. To read therefrom, around the globe, household wealth, longevity, and education are on the rise, while violent crime and extreme poverty are down. In these United States, life expectancy is higher than ever. Our air is the cleanest it's been in a decade, and despite a slight uptick last year, violent crime has been trending down since 1991. So why are we still so afraid? Emerging technology and media could play a role, but in a sense, these have always played a role. In the past, rumor and a rudimentary press coverage could fan the fires. Now, with the rise of social media, fears and fads and fancies race instantly through entire populations. Sometimes the specifics vanish almost as quickly as they arose, but the addiction to sensation, to fear and fantasy, persists like a low-grade fever. People often create symbols for those emotions that are fleeting, abstract, and hard to describe. Look no further than the recent rise of the emoji. For over the last 300 years, Europeans and Americans in particular have shaped anxiety and paranoia into the mythic figure of the monster, the embodiment of fear, disorder, and abnormality, a history that has been detailed in a new book by a Chinese author whose name I seriously forget, called Haunted. I remember seeing that in my son's husband library and reading it, and yet the Chinese author's name never sank into my head. Talk about being haunted. There's a ghost figure for you. There are 4 main types of monsters, but a 5th, a nameless one, may best represent the anxieties of the 21st century. In the end, it comes down to rejecting rationality, which is what the Republicans have done, or all the radicalized right. The 1700s and 1800s were an era of revolutionary uprisings that trumpeted a limitless future, when the philosophers and scientists of the Enlightenment proclaimed that reason had the power to change the world. Emotion was pushed out of the intellectual sphere by scientific reasoning. Awestruck spirituality had been repressed in favor of the clockmaker god, who set the universal laws into motion and abandoned us all thereafter. Of course, humans have always been afraid, but while the fears of the demonic and the diabolical characterized medieval times, the changes wrought by the Enlightenment and the scientific revolution created a whole new set of fears tied to advancements in science and technology and an increasingly crowded and complex world. During this age of political upheavals and aggressive modernization, tales of Gothic horror, haunted castles, secret compartments, and rotting corpses were all the rage. The novels and stories of writers such as Horace Walpole, Matthew G. Lewis, Anne Radcliffe, and Mary Shelley soon became bestsellers. These writers, and many others, tapped into something pervasive, giving names and bodies to a universal emotion: fear. The fictional monsters created during this period can be categorized into 4 types. Each corresponds to a deep-seated anxiety about progress, the future, and the human ability to achieve anything like control over the world. The monster from nature represents a power that humans only think they have harnessed but have not. The Loch Ness Monster, Bigfoot, King Kong, and Gojira are all examples of this type. An awesome abnormality that we cannot predict and scramble to understand. It strikes sans warning, like the shark in Jaws. Whilst the obvious inspiration are real ferocious animals, they could also be thought of as embodied versions of natural disasters, hurricanes, earthquakes, and tsunamis. The created monster, like Dr. Frankenstein's monster, is the monster we have built and believe we can control until it turns against us. His descendants are the robots, androids, and cyborgs of today, with their potential to become all too human and threatening. The monster from within is the monster generated by our own repressed dark psychology, the other side of our otherwise bland and blameless human nature. Think on the Dr. Hyde, the Mr. Hyde, to our Dr. Jekyll. When nondescript and seemingly harmless young men turn into mass murdering killers or suicide bombers, the monster from within has shown his face. Then there be the monster from the past, like Dracula, who cometh out of a pagan world and offers an alternative to ordinary Christianity, with his promise of a blood feast that will confer immortality. Like a Nietzschean Superman, he represents the fear that the ordinary consolations of religion are bankrupt, and that the only answer to the chaos of modern life is the securing of power. Oh, yes. Our man Peter has been listening for about 15 minutes. So I'll ask him if he wants to be brought on. Okay, do ye wish to come on? By the way, that can be misinterpreted as sexual as well. Do you wish to come on? Like make a pass at someone. Let's put it this way. There is another monster to be considered here. Zombies. A vague and nameless danger. Okay, so our man will be brought on. Let me give him a call. Let me see here. Go over to the our call. Press the participants button. And, okay. Bring on Peter the Moon Man. We press the add button, which will call our dear Peter, and bring him online. And so hopefully he realizes. There we are, good sir. So Peter.
I have to shut.
No worries. Okay. So good, sir. Take your time. We got about 10 minutes left. And our man Peter will help us bring in the new day. And that's pretty good because my voice is shot anyway. I'll talk about zombies on Wednesday, which will be here before you know it. And of course, that could take up an entire show in itself. I've talked about them before, but recently our culture has become fixated on the zombie. But Peter, if he's with us.
Beautiful, beautiful sunrise over Montauk right now.
Wonderful.
Orange, which means rainy day. Yeah. Red morning. Yes. Now, I was listening, and it seems like when you start talking about monsters, from an esoteric point of view, and this would apply as well to the, talking about, it's like it doesn't matter if it's white people or black people, it's all about enslavement. Or say what goes on in China, which is, they don't get a free pass.
Yeah, no, definitely.
Whatever the hell is running China at any time, practically. Yeah. And then you go back to the Yellow Emperor, and there are severe issues with the Yellow Emperor himself.
Yeah.
But I'd like to hear what your mom had to say about that, but that's for another time.
Understood.
But all of these characters, whoever's ruling it, they are evocative of the concept of the Golem. The Golem is the, Yod-Hey Shin Vau-Hey gone bad, It's like, and that is the nuance, the birth, that's the messianic birth. There's the spirit, the connectivity between spirit and mind and where it goes off. I've said this with the genetics of L. Ron Hubbard. He comes from a messianic lineage that is, for the most part, shot. It's coming out with maverick, spores that are more of a mockery, a lower harmonic degrade mockery of Messiah. And he is much higher on the echelon because he's functional and he's doing things. It's like he's the best of the lot, at least from that genetic line, so to speak. Or at least he's up there with a batting average. Okay, they can be noticed. So when you talk about all these monsters, it's like they're all kind of, I guess, what you call creations that didn't quite make the grade. You could say that about every human being. We're all deficient. That's interesting because we're all deficient when we come into the throne of Christ, so to speak, and that's where we get forgiveness. Yeah. It's like all of these religious analogies have been thought out ad infinitum by Thomas Aquinas and other people. Yes. They just think of every which way you could look at an angel, every which way you could look at a sin. Yes. And but that's what it comes down to. It's like, okay, we're all deficient. We're all deficient in the eyes of the Lord. And then that becomes a control mechanism to itself. Yes. Rather than how do you step into the throne and accept forgiveness? Well, it's not that easy. You gotta kiss the ass of the IRS and the and the FBI and Tucker Carlson and and whoever. It's just like it's a tremendous ass kissing experience we live in the bureaucracy world. This is why this minister was calling it Satan's world. Yes. It is. But somehow there are positive forces. The yin is not without the yang and vice versa. That's the saving grace. However, I've never equated, yin yang to grace, but it's the saving grace. There's always good and the bad. And you got to be careful of the bad and the good. This is for your own good. Yeah.
Or so they say, but go.
Well, yeah, that's the greatest line in the world. This is it's going to hurt me more than it hurts you. So, pain comes in many different forms and formats, and this all comes down to the individual. I felt very good after last night's transmission.
Wonderful.
I didn't need a lot of sleep. Oddly, I didn't even take my adrenal supplements.
Wow.
Which I take. I'm thinking, wow. Now, I did have some coffee, that's true, but still, I feel like, I need to go out and walk this morning. If I go out and take a long walk, maybe I'll fall asleep, but it won't be for that long. I hardly slept yesterday after football. I did sleep some, but not a lot. It's like I have renewed energy.
That's
incredible. We'll see how long it lasts. But sometimes I'll crash on a Monday after football.